Pei-Su acquired an advanced military-industrial system, and on the eve of the college entrance examination, he heard a familiar voice. Detected that someone is researching the concept of the 7th-generation aircraft, automatically acquiring the concept of the 8th generation. Coincidentally, this year's examination reform included an essay topic. If you were to develop a 7th-generation aircraft, how would you proceed? Gazing at the essay prompt, Pei-Su snorted in disdain and waved his hand dismissively. The so-called launch of the 1st generation, concealment of the 2nd, and research of the 3rd. In my opinion, rather than researching the 7th generation, it would be more prudent to directly pursue the 8th generation. The parameters of the 8th generation aircraft flowed from his pen, astonishing the experts at the Dragon Science Institute. The examiner remarked, "A high school student has released the parameters for the 8th generation. This seems rather improbable." However, upon verification, the parameters proved to be feasible. Armed with an advanced military-industrial system, Pei-Su stood at the forefront of innovation, his military products destined to be cutting-edge, surpassing global standards. A military general inquired, "Wait a moment, could you enlighten me about this 5th-generation military vehicle equipped with a rocket engine?" A senior official from the satellite agency interjected, "Are you implying that your new generation of aircraft can reach Alpha Centauri in one flight?" A researcher in nuclear weapons chimed in, "Do you mean to say you can develop a planet-scale hydrogen bomb?" Pei-Su nodded, "Indeed, that is correct." Thus began the legend, ignited by the revelation of the 8th-generation aircraft's parameters during the college entrance examination. Chapter 1. I have a friend. Little Pei, while the college entrance examination is imminent, do not succumb to pressure. Such exams can pave the way to a brighter future at a reputable university. But even if you do not succeed, it will not hinder a promising future. In a parallel world, Uncle Li Yong earnestly conveyed these words to Pei-Su at the Dragon Science Institute. Pei-Su nodded, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle." His academic performance was not particularly outstanding, yet his family held him dear. Understanding that he was not focused on his studies, Uncle Li had invited him to the institute during the summer to experience its culture and occasionally interact with the intellectuals there. "All right, entertain yourself. I have matters to attend to." Uncle Li's phone had been incessantly ringing for the past half hour. After a brief conversation, he hurried off to a meeting. Pei-Su, following his uncle's departing figure, noticed a blackboard positioned at the entrance of the meeting room. On the blackboard, a chalk-written question loomed large. How can we achieve faster, farther, higher, and more stealthy aircraft without advancements in materials science? A significant question mark dominated nearly half of the board. Pei-Su glanced at it. Detected keywords, acquiring advanced military-industrial system. Detected that someone is currently researching the concept of the 7th-generation aircraft. Triggering advanced military-industrial system. Automatically comprehending the concept of the 8th generation. Suddenly, a torrent of information surged into Pei-Su's mind. An advanced military-industrial system? As Pei-Su organized the information in his mind, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The information swirling in his thoughts was the concept of the 8th generation. What is the 8th generation? To put it simply, it embodies faster, farther, higher, and more stealthy. However, while the theory is well known, the direction for implementation remains unclear. This is where a detailed concept of the 8th generation becomes crucial. Any research must begin with a clear concept before one can attempt to realize it. The birth of such concepts often demands an extraordinary degree of imagination. This is why, in many cases, even with significant advancements in materials science, new generations of military weapons fail to emerge. Before a new generation of military weaponry can be conceived, dozens, if not hundreds, of highly specialized scientists must first be assembled to unleash their imaginative potential, generating a plethora of ideas. From the myriad of fantastical notions, one must identify a viable concept. Yet now, the concept of the 8th generation, which would typically require countless trials and several years of experimentation, had manifested effortlessly within Pei-Su's mind. He stared at the words on the blackboard, surveying his surroundings. Just then, individuals began to exit the meeting room, including Uncle Li Yong. "Uncle," Pei-Su pointed at the blackboard, "should this be erased?" Li Yong glanced at the blackboard, shaking his head. "No need to erase it. Let us go eat instead." "All right." In the cafeteria, new hamburgers were on the menu. Occasionally indulging in foreign cuisine was a welcome change from home-cooked meals. Li Yong sighed, posing a question. "Little Sue, do you know what the world lacks the most?" "What is it?" he asked. Li Yong replied softly, "Imagination." "Of course, I refer to the kind of imagination that emerges from a realistic foundation. Like when the United States and the Soviet Union competed in scientific research. The United States successfully sent humans to the moon, decisively outpacing the Soviets in that domain. Yet, the notion of landing on the moon, even in retrospect, is astonishing. Utilizing humanity's current technological limits to achieve the utmost possibilities. This is what I mean by imagination." As he spoke, Li Yong suddenly appeared fatigued. He had been attending meetings for a week straight. Each day, discussions revolved around the ultimate capabilities of aircraft. Since the advent of the 6th generation aircraft, discussions regarding the concept of the seventh generation had accelerated. They found themselves in a situation reminiscent of the Soviets during their technological race with the United States, desperately striving to unleash their own imagination. However, each instance of imagination required time for validation. The seventh generation. We merely seek to deduce a legitimate path toward the seventh generation. Li Yong lowered his voice deliberately. We have attempted over 120 times. Each attempt has ended in failure. In an era where materials science had not progressed, it was exceedingly challenging to develop the seventh generation based on the sixth. It was an arduous endeavor that necessitated a uniquely innovative approach. Pei Su pondered for a moment and quietly stated, "Uncle, I have an idea." Li Yong smiled. "Do share, future great scientist." Thereafter, Li Yong witnessed the most astonishing scene. At the dining table, Pei Su unearthed a box of uneaten chicken nuggets, totaling 5 pieces. I wish to hypothesize that these 5 chicken nuggets represent the current limits of human military aviation. Each nugget corresponds to the limit of the engine, the limit of the airframe materials, the limit of stealth paint, the limit of chemical fuel, and the limit of the flight system. If materials science cannot progress, it implies these 5 nuggets cannot advance either, correct, Uncle? Upon hearing this, Li Yong couldn't help but find it amusing. Could 5 chicken nuggets symbolize humanity's limits in aviation? He chuckled. Indeed. That is precisely the case. Now what if? Pei Su contemplated for a moment, gradually placing a packet of ketchup atop the nuggets. What if we incorporate an AI component? Li Yong's expression shifted to one of contemplation. The smile on his face gradually faded. Continue. Perhaps he had underestimated his nephew. Without prior knowledge of any information, this young man had, through sheer imagination, identified a crucial piece of the puzzle, AI. Indeed, the future of aviation would undoubtedly lean toward AI-driven technology. This was indisputable. However, Li Yong found it difficult to believe that such insights could come from a high school student on the brink of taking the college entrance examination. His expression grew serious, eager to hear what Pei Su would say next. AI is not merely an automatic flight system, she began. It is an amalgamation of the engine system, temperature control system, navigation system, communication system, automatic flight system, instrument system, APU, power control system, fire prevention system, anti-icing system, and lighting system. AI piloting. Much like a vehicle. Li Yong's demeanor intensified. Please, continue. Pei Su picked up a piece of plain chicken and gently placed it over several chicken nuggets. In truth, based on my assessment, even the most skilled pilots would find flying a 5th-generation aircraft to be an arduous task. And if it were a 6th-generation aircraft, even ace pilots would struggle to unleash the aircraft's full potential. Thus, we can entirely rely on AI to take the primary piloting role, allowing pilots to assume a supportive capacity, thereby enabling the aircraft to achieve its utmost performance. The foundation of the next generation of aircraft must be pure AI piloting. At this point, Li Yong was genuinely serious. He quietly inquired, "What do you believe can be improved in the aviation sector at present?" Pei Su answered without hesitation. Under the implementation of AI piloting, we should develop pseudo-spacecraft. A pseudo-spacecraft is an aircraft capable of briefly appearing in outer space. Space warfare is the 4th form of combat, following land, air, and naval warfare, and it is the future. The development of space combat aircraft will undoubtedly become the mainstream focus of nations. Boom. It felt as if a lightning bolt had exploded deep within Li Yong's heart. This exchange with his soon-to-be college entrance examination nephew had profoundly shocked him. He lowered his gaze to the 5 chicken nuggets, a packet of ketchup, and the piece of plain chicken atop them. AI piloting, space combat aircraft, space warfare. Could a high school student truly articulate such concepts? To be honest, if it weren't for his nephew's consistently imaginative nature, Li Yong would have doubted whether he had been possessed. Yet at that moment, he had one pressing question he needed to pose to his nephew. "Little Pei, I have a question for you." Pei Su smiled, looking at his uncle. Li Yong felt a bit awkward, clearing his throat. "Of course, this isn't about me. It's about a friend of mine. My friend is quite remarkable. He has been tasked by the state to, at all costs, develop a new generation of fighter aircraft within 5 years. For this, the government has provided funding with no limits. Moreover, my friend oversees more than 70 researchers and over 400 military industry experts. Yet currently, my friend has no leads. If you were faced with such a scenario, what direction would you take for the development of this new generation of fighter aircraft?" Chapter 2. This is what my nephew told me. Would you believe it? Regarding the question posed by his uncle, Pei Su cautiously inquired, "Uncle, let me be candid with you. Is this friend of yours actually yourself?" Li Yong felt a flush of embarrassment and replied, "Let's not dwell on inconsequential matters. Please share your insights." Pei Su fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he slowly articulated, "Multipurpose, space warfare, intelligent interconnected space stations, 30-degree sharp turns, next-generation AI big data, automated and non-automated stealth systems." 6 phrases, akin to a mantra. Yet from Li Yong's perspective, he felt a profound sense of awe. He comprehended the meaning behind each term Pei Su uttered. However, When these 6 terms coalesced, he experienced an overwhelming incredulity. It was like assembling a jigsaw puzzle. When combined, these 6 pieces formed a new era of fighter aircraft. Suddenly, Li Yong sprang to his feet, hastily wiping the grease from his hands with a napkin. "Little Sue, I won't be driving you back today. You can return on your own. I have matters to attend to. Oh, before I forget." He turned back to Pei Su and gave him a thumbs up, "Wishing you the best of luck on your entrance exam tomorrow." Pei Su nodded. Thus, they parted ways. The following day, Pei Su took part in the entrance examination. After glancing at the messages on his phone, he hailed a cab. "Hey there, are you off to the entrance exam?" The driver was quite friendly. "Wishing you great success. My daughter is also taking the exam today, so I won't charge you." Upon hearing this, Pei Su felt a warm surge in his heart. "Thank you, uncle. No problem at all. Wishing you smooth sailing, young man." As Pei Su entered the examination hall, the first test was the Chinese language exam. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yong convened a meeting with everyone. "Old Li, we've been in meetings for a week now. Didn't we clarify everything yesterday?" Wang Jiang sighed. "As it stands, we have no inkling regarding the so-called 7th-generation aircraft. Without advancements in materials science, we cannot develop a 7th-generation aircraft." Wang Jiang was an academician in the military industry sector of the Lonka Institute, on par with Li Yong. His credentials were impressive. He had previously overseen the projects for both the 4th and 5th generation main battle aircraft. In truth, the 7th generation aircraft project was initially assigned to Wang Jiang. However, due to his pessimistic outlook on the project, it ultimately fell into Li Yong's hands. "Old Wang, let's not be pessimistic." Li Yong cast him a glance. "Currently, our task is merely to conceptualize the 7th generation aircraft. Everyone can unleash their imagination. Our work now is to sift through these countless imaginings to uncover tangible solutions that can materialize into reality." Wang Jiang shook his head at this. Before the numerous scholars present, he candidly and objectively described the current predicament. "Old Li, as the project leader, you should be aware of one crucial fact. That is, the realization of imagination equally requires the support of materials science." As he spoke, Wang Jiang raised a finger. In the millennium, when people envisioned technology beyond the 2000s, they often depicted fantastical futures. Flying cars, skyscrapers, compact household solar panels. One after another, these visions of the future are whimsical and ungrounded. Yet they are children, they are students, they are not professionals, so they can dream of the future. As scientists, we must delve into whether each imagination is supported by the realities of our time. The realization of imagination requires the backing of materials science. Just like skyscrapers, while current building materials can support their construction, environmental factors lead to their rarity. Similarly, flying cars could be constructed with available materials, but the cost-effectiveness of building one is significantly low. A flying car would cost more than a conventional aircraft. All whimsical imaginings necessitate the support of materials science to become a reality. Li Yong frowned. "Old Wang, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jiang sighed. "What I wish to express is quite simple. Without advancements in materials, constructing a 7th-generation aircraft is equivalent to an impossibility. Our meetings here are merely a waste of time." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud clap echoed. Li Yong's palm slammed against the table as he rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Old Wang, do you comprehend what you are saying?" Wang Jiang, seated with an unwavering demeanor, nodded. "I understand. Even proposing the concept of a 7th-generation fighter necessitates countless verifications. Because we are scholars, we are scientists. Our imagination must be grounded, capable of yielding tangible results. But the materials are limited. If you wish to create a 7th-generation fighter, the materials for the airframe must keep pace. Yet they do not. Your engine scale must increase, but the current engine is already at its limit. Your stealth paint must advance, yet the paint used for 6th-generation fighters has reached its peak. As for those model aircraft and concept designs, they remain unviable." The others silently observed the duel between the two titans. In truth, most stood on Wang Jiang's side. Each individual here was an elite in research, an expert in the vast domain of military aviation. Thus, they understood well that even merely proposing the concept of a 7th-generation fighter was an exceedingly arduous task. Heh, Li Yong chuckled softly and resumed his seat. "Indeed, I once thought similarly. Without materials, even merely proposing the concept of a 7th-generation fighter is a formidable challenge. Flying farther, higher, faster, and more stealthily. Who does not recognize that these are the benchmarks for a 7th-generation fighter? Yet, standards do not equate to concepts. A concept embodies specific information." He spread his hands, caressing the calluses on his fingertips, a habitual gesture. "However, a friend imparted to me an exceptionally significant concept." Wang Jiang regarded Li Yong, his expression unchanged, until Li Yong softly articulated a crucial phrase. "Multi-role, space warfare, intelligent connected space station, 30-degree sharp turns, next-generation AI big data, automated and non-automated stealth systems." These 6 terms caused Wang Jiang to spring to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. Others exhibited various reactions. Wang Jiang furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Li Yong continued to elucidate these 6 terms. Multi-role simply means the ability to operate in diverse environments, executing extreme missions. Space warfare signifies that our next-generation fighters, and even subsequent iterations, must evolve towards the realm of space. The intelligent connected space station indicates that our new generation of fighters will no longer easily land on Earth, but will instead dock at space stations for maintenance and repairs. 30-degree sharp turns denote that this generation of fighters can execute sharp turns in space through an internal gravity system, achieving greater agility than its predecessor. The next generation AI big data implies that AI-driven piloting will allow human pilots to leverage the aircraft's maximum performance. Automated and non-automated stealth systems refer to a new type of stealth system integrated with AI piloting, utilizing AI's superior response speed for more precise stealth capabilities. With a sudden realization, Wang Jiang exclaimed, "How did you conceive these 6 terms?" Li Yong replied softly, "They were not my own thoughts, they were shared with me by a friend." Indeed, from the perspective of an ordinary person, the significance of these 6 terms might not be readily apparent. Yet, from Wang Jiang's viewpoint, he glimpsed an entirely new future. Modern fighter aircraft are not merely constrained by materials science. More critically, human cognition has failed to keep pace with the evolution of aircraft. During the unveiling of the 5th-generation fighter, the first group of test pilots consisted of the nation's most elite aviators. It took them decades to adapt to the pressures of Mach 6, enabling them to unlock the full potential of the 4th-generation fighter. However, when they found themselves in 5th-generation aircraft, experiencing an entirely different realm from the 4th, a profound silence enveloped them. Wang Jiang had witnessed this scenario before. A top domestic pilot he knew emerged from a 5th-generation fighter, remained silent for a long time, and lit a cigarette. When Wang Jiang inquired about his thoughts, the pilot merely exhaled a plume of smoke and said, "I am elated for my country, yet I feel sorrow for myself." Indeed, during the 5th-generation era, even the top pilots could not fully harness the capabilities of the fighter. Now, the advent of AI illuminated Wang Jiang's mind. If AI could pilot the aircraft, with human pilots assisting the AI modules, then regardless of whether it were a 7th or 8th-generation fighter, its performance could be fully unleashed. In that moment, it would undoubtedly become a formidable aerial beast. Everything is connecting. It all makes sense, Wang Jiang murmured to himself. All the thoughts swirling in his mind coalesced following Li Yong's articulation of those 6 terms. They had not neglected the concept of a space fighter. However, the maintenance of such fighters had always posed the greatest challenge. Now, the introduction of the intelligent connected space station seemed to clear a blockage that had persisted for years. Wang Jiang abruptly stood up, turning to Li Yong, "Old Li, who proposed these concepts?" In the conference room, the assembled research elites gradually rose, their expressions varied. Each of these 6 terms, in isolation, represented commonplace concepts. Yet, when combined, they resembled a completed puzzle that unlocked their train of thought. AI piloting. This is indeed feasible. All that is required is to establish a local AI server aboard the aircraft, utilizing military-grade lightweight graphics cards, totaling around 50 tons. The aircraft's weight will reach 50 tons, but if it operates in space, that additional weight poses no issue. The intelligent connected space station is undoubtedly the piece de resistance. We had been pondering how to maintain space fighters, and now we can seamlessly connect the aircraft with the space station, allowing specialized maintenance personnel to conduct care for the aircraft. In space, where gravity is absent, the aircraft could incorporate an internal gravity system, enabling rapid 30-degree sharp turns by counteracting cloud dynamics during maneuvers, significantly enhancing agility in space. Who conceived this? Was it Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology? It might not be from Harbin. It could be a research team from Beihang University, as they are also experts in this field. Perhaps it originates from the team at the Kyoto Military Academy. Amidst the discussions, Wang Jiang abruptly rose, directing his gaze at Li Yong. "Old Li, who divulged all of this to you?" The room fell silent, all eyes turning toward Li Yong. Caught off guard, Li Yong stammered, well. Indeed, Wang Jiang, incensed, exclaimed, "What are you holding back for at such a critical moment? Old Li, everyone has finally glimpsed the dawn. Please do not keep us in suspense." The others echoed in agreement. Exactly. After a week of meetings, every individual harbored a sense of urgency. Did they not desire to create a 7th-generation fighter? If anyone truly lacked that desire, would they have spent a week alongside Li Yong in meetings? It is worth noting that for this project, they had all temporarily set aside their own endeavors. Li Yong hesitated for a moment. "If I were to say that this was conveyed to me by my nephew, would you believe it?" The atmosphere in the room fell into an abrupt silence. Chapter 3. The College Entrance Examination. Chinese composition, designing the 7th-generation fighter jet? Your nephew? Wang Jiang pondered for a moment, suddenly enlightened. Is it Su Zhihui from the Jingdao Military Research Group? He's only in his early 30s, yet so remarkable? Li Yong shook his head. Su Zhihui is my elder sister's child. She is my niece. The nephew I referred to is my younger sister's son. Younger sister's child? Wang Jiang mused. Are you talking about Zhao Lin from the military laboratory in Magic City? Li Yong scratched his head. No, he's not my second sister's child. He is my youngest nephew, named Pei Su, who just turned 18 on July 6th. The group fell silent for a moment. Wang Jiang, still processing, nodded in agreement. A birthday in July? What a coincidence. Mine is the same, Cancer sign, lunar or solar calendar. It was only after he had asked that he realized the implication. Stunned for a few seconds, Wang Jiang stared at Li Yong. Are you suggesting that the 6 terms were provided by a high school student still in school? Li Yong nodded. Wang Jiang continued. You mean to say that an 18-year-old child informed you of the terms multifunctional, space warfare, intelligent connected space station, 30-degree acute turn, next-generation AI big data, and automatic and non-automatic stealth systems. 6 terms that complement each other? Li Yong corrected him. He just turned 18. Currently, he is 17. Wang Jiang pressed on. What the hell? He no longer wished to inquire further. Looking at Li Yong and exclaiming, Old Li, don't jest with me. Your family's genes are commendable. Several of your nephews have achieved great success. Yet that does not justify such nonsense. An 18-year-old nephew? You're telling me he came up with these 6 terms? Nonsense. It's absurd. Any one of these terms could be articulated by a high school student, but for all 6 to be mentioned in conjunction is improbable. These terms are synergistic, and anyone truly engaged in the field would immediately recognize their intrinsic value. Take intelligent connected space station and space warfare for instance. The greatest challenge for aerospace fighters is the difficulty of conducting repairs and maintenance mid-mission. The Intelligent Connected Space Station brilliantly addresses this issue by dispatching personnel for regular inspections during missions. One term provides a specific direction, while another offers a solution. These words are certainly not the musings of a high school student. Wang Zhang's countenance reflected disbelief. Yet as he observed the expression on Li Yong's face, gradually, he gaped in astonishment. Old Li, you're not joking, are you? This is truly what your high school nephew said. Wang Jiang recognized that Li Yong's demeanor did not suggest deceit. Although he enjoyed jesting, he never did so in a professional setting, especially since their line of work demanded utmost precision. After receiving a firm nod from Li Yong, Wang Jiang slumped into his chair. In this world, a high school student's words resolved a problem that had eluded them for an entire week. Is this not an affront? An indignity? However, Wang Jiang soon furrowed his brow. Multifunctional space warfare, intelligent connected space station. He felt that there was something amiss among these 6 terms. They seemed overly profound. He hesitantly inquired. Old Li, do you not feel that these 6 terms, when combined, seem to exceed the definition of a 7th-generation fighter jet? Li Yong concurred. I sense that too. But I couldn't discern the issue, which is why I brought it to your attention. Perhaps you can help me identify what the problem is. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiang fell into silence. At that moment, an elderly voice emerged from outside the conference room. The issue lies in the fact that this combination of 6 terms is too advanced. It hardly resembles the concept of a 7th-generation fighter jet. Rather, it aligns more closely with that of an 8th-generation fighter jet. The conference room door swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit. Old Qin. The group quickly rose, including Li Yong and Wang Jiang, both esteemed academicians. Please, take your seats, Old Qin commanded, exuding an extraordinary presence. His face, etched with countless lines, bore the wisdom accumulated through years of exposure to the elements. He took Li Yong's seat, while Li Yong stood beside him. Old Qin quietly remarked. The flaw in this theory is its excessive maturity. Li Yong, it seems your young nephew has elevated our expectations too high. In my view, this transcends the concept of a 7th-generation fighter jet and ventures into that of an 8th-generation fighter jet. Many of the terms Pei Su mentioned have yet to be explored in the field of aviation. For instance, an integrated gravity system, a mature framework for aerospace fighters, intelligent interaction with space stations, and incorporating intelligent AI modules that play a crucial role during most piloting. Moreover, the local server for AI necessitates at least 50 tons of load-bearing capacity, posing a significant challenge for how this evidently overweight aircraft could take flight. These are all concepts that require experimentation and time for validation. Clearly, a 7th-generation fighter jet cannot feasibly implement such technologies. Thus, these notions are somewhat too advanced, resembling the concept of an 8th-generation fighter jet. 8th-generation fighter jet? Upon hearing this, Wang Jiang felt his breath quicken. Quick, Old Li, where's your nephew? Hurry and bring him over so we can have a discussion. How can a high school student conceive the concept of an 8th-generation fighter jet while we have spent an entire week merely deliberating on the 7th-generation fighter jet? This cannot imply a lack of intelligence on our part. Rather, it suggests that the boy is a prodigy, a natural talent for scientific research. Li Yong hesitated. But he is currently preparing for the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination? The group turned their heads in surprise. Even Old Qin was momentarily taken aback. Your nephew has just participated in the college entrance examination? Li Yong nodded. Suddenly, Old Qin clapped his hands and erupted into laughter. Wonderful. Marvelous. He rose, beaming with joy. The others were taken aback. It had been a long time since they had seen such a radiant smile from Old Qin. This elder had once been both Li Yong's and Wang Zhang's mentor, as well as that of many academicians, a pioneer who had returned from studying in the United States. Now 94 years old, he had reached a venerable age. Fortunately, old Qin had maintained his health well, having practiced internal martial arts in his youth, allowing him to remain quite spry even at 94. Yet why did old Qin express such sentiments? With a beaming smile, he turned to Li Yong. Your nephew must have taken the college entrance examination locally in Kyoto, correct? Li Yong, still puzzled, nodded. Yes, old Qin. Then that explains it. Old Qin laughed heartily. You may not be aware, but this year's Chinese composition topic for the Kyoto College entrance examination differs from previous years. This year's essay prompt is, if you were to design a 7th-generation fighter jet, how would you go about it? At this, old Qin chuckled again. We need not disturb that child during his examination. Once he completes it, we can go directly to assess the results. The group exchanged glances, astonished. Isn't this a bit frivolous? The elderly gentleman shrugged. Besides, it's not a national exam. It's merely the Kyoto exam. Meanwhile, in the examination room, Pei Su stared at the essay prompt, lost in contemplation. If you were to design a 7th-generation fighter jet, what would it be like? What kind of essay prompt is this? Is the parallel universe so abstract? Just then, Pei Su heard a melodious voice. The most powerful technological revolution of our time has given birth to the concept of the 7th-generation aircraft, leading individuals to begin designing its technology. The blueprints and intricate parameters of the 8th-generation aircraft have been acquired. In an instant, an influx of knowledge surged through Pei Su's mind, instilling him with newfound confidence. His current achievements were insufficient for admission into the prestigious universities. Only a remarkable strategy could yield high scores on the language examination. Thus, he resolutely penned the first theme. The 1st generation is issued, the 2nd generation concealed, and the 3rd generation researched. In my humble opinion, the study of the 8th-generation aircraft far surpasses that of the 7th. Chapter 4. The birth of the Muse. My understanding of the 8th-generation aircraft can be encapsulated in 2 pivotal points. First, the 8th-generation aircraft can emerge in the absence of advancements in material science, primarily due to artificial intelligence. The disparity between AI and human capability is vast, and I maintain a pessimistic perspective on this matter. The total time it takes for the human body to process information, transmit neural signals, and respond is approximately 0.2 to 0.5 seconds. Pilots, through various methods of training, develop muscle memory that allows them to approach the limits of human capacity in aircraft control. Yet they too are bound by this 0.2 second threshold. Conversely, AI can effortlessly execute 100 operations within that same time frame. Second, the common understanding of the 8th-generation aircraft is largely misguided. Since the advent of the 4th generation, speculation has suggested that the 5th generation would evolve towards stealth, the 6th towards low-altitude flight, the 7th towards mid-altitude, and the 8th would become a true space combat aircraft. However, there is no essential connection between space combat aircraft and the 8th generation. The 5th generation also possesses the capability to operate under the conditions of spaceflight for short durations. The distinction of the 8th generation lies in its conceptual superiority over the 5th. It must be adaptable for warfare in space, capable of dominating the cosmos just as it dominates the skies. To achieve this, it must facilitate aircraft maintenance in space. Thus, we arrive at the first theme of our understanding of the 8th generation aircraft, the intelligent linked space station. An outpouring of words flowed from Pei Su's pen, and he had never felt such exhilaration before. Crafting an 800-word essay seemed less daunting than anticipated. Thoughts cascaded through his mind without pause, an unceasing torrent of inspiration. Below, he outlined the design and parameters of the 8th generation aircraft. At the conclusion of his essay, Pei Su succinctly noted the basic specifications of this generation of aircraft. The parameters could be described as an enlarged version of the 5th generation model, necessitating the integration of at least 5,000 top-tier graphics cards to establish the AI server. Consequently, this aircraft would be far more massive than most could envision, with a length exceeding 35 meters, a wingspan surpassing 20 meters, a height around 6 meters, and a maximum takeoff weight of 150 tons. Gradually, a fixation began to take root in Pei Su's mind. The clock ticked steadily, its crisp sound seemingly reminding him that time was of the essence. In truth, Pei Su had deliberately omitted certain details regarding the aircraft's parameters. Yet even this partial information consumed an inordinate amount of his time. He had merely half an hour remaining, gazing at the essay that filled the page. Alongside the pristine language questions, a singular obsession burgeoned in his thoughts. Much like an artist yearning to complete a masterpiece, Pei Su vividly recalled his initial aim, to achieve a high score. Therefore, his most pressing task should have been to tackle the language questions. However, unbeknownst to him, the pen in his hand had sketched a large outline on the draft paper, a silhouette of an aircraft, an unprofessional illustration of the 8th generation aircraft. It seemed as though some unearthly force compelled Pei Su. The world around him quieted, leaving only the faint sound of the pen gliding across the page. Soon, the answer sheet remained untouched, while the draft paper bore the sketch of his creation. while it could not be deemed beautiful, lacking any semblance of aesthetic appeal. This was indeed his hand-drawn schematic for the 8th-generation aircraft, complete with parameters such as length, width, height, weight, engine placement, cabin position, and the location of the 5,000 military-grade lightweight graphics cards that constituted the local AI server. Each spatial parameter was meticulously annotated. At that moment, he lifted his gaze, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to that of a designer who, upon completing a project, experiences profound satisfaction. Much like the renowned artist Cabanel, who infused his painting Fallen Angel with a lifetime of emotion and effort, Pei Su too felt an intense desire blossoming within him, an unprecedented yearning. I long to witness this colossal creation come to life beneath my hands. Just as admirers of towering mechas marvel at their grandeur, Pei Su wished to behold this magnificent entity soar into the heavens. At that instant, the teacher proctoring the examination raised her head and gently announced, "Students, you have 5 minutes left to submit your papers." Pei Su snapped back to reality and hurriedly attempted to write his answers on the answer sheet. Oh no! His forehead beaded with cold sweat. Madness! He deemed his previous state an obsession. How foolish of me. I must have lost my mind. After all, sketches on draft paper would earn no points. Initially, Pei Su had thought this would be his secret weapon. The essay could either be dismissed for straying off topic or be recognized as a remarkable piece. Yet now, his answer sheet was utterly blank. No amount of divine intervention would assist him. In those final 5 minutes, Pei Su exerted every ounce of effort to complete the reading comprehension and classical Chinese sections. It was over. He watched helplessly as the paper slipped from his grasp, departing the examination room in a daze. The mathematics exam awaited him in the afternoon, so he decided to stop by the nearby hamburger shop for a meal. In the sweltering midday heat, the grading room was refreshingly cool, the air conditioning set to a classic 26 degrees. Several teachers gathered together, reviewing papers. "This one is quite good. The essay presents logical arguments," remarked one. "This one is also commendable, articulating ideas clearly." Suddenly, a middle-aged man excitedly lifted a paper. "Look at this." All the teachers turned their gazes towards him. The man, named Wang Lan, the group leader of the grading team, held up the paper and exclaimed, "This essay is exceptionally well written. This year, with the military's involvement, the title is quite peculiar, yet this student has remained unfazed, grasping the essence, applying the formula, and infusing emotion. I believe this paper should score at least 55 points. The others were astonished by Wang Lan's words. It's worth noting that this year's essay had become quite peculiar due to military interference. Typically, students' formulas would be rendered ineffective. Yet, to find a composition worthy of 55 points or more, this student must indeed be a genius. What is their name? The others inquired, looking towards Wang Lan. Indeed, from a procedural standpoint, the examiners should remain oblivious to the candidates' names. However, the innate curiosity of human nature often prevails over protocol. Upon hearing this, Wang Lan glanced at the name inscribed on the answer sheet. Each examination paper and answer sheet is linked by a corresponding number, yet typically, merely observing the name on the answer sheet suffices to identify the candidate. At that moment, his gaze faltered. The owner of this answer sheet was a student by the name of Xiaohua. However, what truly captured his attention was not the answer sheet itself, but rather another answer sheet, almost blank, concealed beneath it. Whose could this be? Driven by curiosity, Wang Lan took a quick look and discerned a name, Pei Su. It appeared to be a candidate who had approached the examination with a lackadaisical attitude. Chapter 5. It is over. Everything has come to an end. Wang Lan felt a tangle of emotions arise within him regarding such a candidate who seemed to squander the opportunity of the college entrance examination. He was reminded of the days when the college entrance examination was reinstated and his father participated in it. Unfortunately, due to his inadequate knowledge, he ultimately did not succeed, achieving little in life. In contrast, Wang Lan dedicated himself to his studies, attending Shanghai Jiaotong University for his undergraduate degree, followed by a master's at Harbin Institute of Technology, and finally pursuing a doctorate at Fudan University. By the time he entered society, he was already in his 30s, nearing 40. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Lan understood profoundly how crucial opportunities are for one's achievements in society. Sometimes, even a person of considerable ability finds it difficult to stand out. Opportunities are scarce, and the college entrance examination is a pivotal juncture that can alter the course of one's life. He could not help but shake his head, a wave of disappointment washing over him. This answer sheet seemed rather lacking. Another examiner, a woman named Jiang Lan, witnessed this scene and could not suppress a chuckle. Indeed, someone remarked, the college entrance examination is truly a significant opportunity. Sometimes, a person's fate diverges from here. Yet, there are those who fail to seize it. Jiang Lan shook her head and replied, everyone has their own destiny. They shifted their focus away from the blank answer sheet and engaged in a discussion surrounding Xiao Hui's submission. At that moment, a bright voice resonated from outside the office. What is going on? Are there new talents emerging this year? A leader entered, who was also the supervisor of the examination group, Li Aigua. Upon his arrival, everyone, including Wang Lan and Jiang Lan, stood up in respect, leader. Beside Li Aigwa stood a middle-aged man in military attire, with a square face radiating integrity and a demeanor of unwavering righteousness. Allow me to introduce. Li Aigwa gestured towards the man. This is Major General Chu from the Beijing Military District. The Major General nodded slightly and said, "Greetings, I am Chu Jianhua." A Major General? From the Beijing Military District? How remarkably young. Wang Lan felt a rush of astonishment. This Major General Chu appeared to be no more than in his early 40s. A general of this age could potentially ascend to the rank of lieutenant general in the future. However, it was understandable. This year's college entrance examination essay topic was influenced by the military, a significant intervention unprecedented in previous years. Thus, the presence of such a young general was justifiable. Leader. Major General Wang Lan raised Xiaohua's answer sheet. This candidate has written an excellent essay. We believe it warrants a score of 55. 55. Li Aigwa remained still. But Major General Chu could no longer contain his restlessness. 55? Already such a high score for a student? He stepped forward, grasped the answer sheet, and scrutinized the essay carefully. Quite impressive. After a moment, Major General Chu nodded, neither astonished nor indifferent. Clearly, the essay was commendable. At that instant, Major General Chu caught sight of a nearly blank answer sheet on Wang Lan's desk. Whose answer sheet is this? He inquired, furrowing his brow. Could it be that this year's transformation in the college entrance examination essay has left some students who are unfamiliar with the military sector at a disadvantage? Wang Lan shook his head. No, it must belong to a student who lacks motivation. Hearing this, Major General Chu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. In truth, the military's involvement in this educational reform was quite substantial. The initiative was spearheaded by individuals of considerable rank, and although it was merely an experiment, over a dozen lieutenant generals had been dispatched throughout the various districts of Beijing. Yet, Major General Chu harbored concerns about this plan. He worried that some students, due to their unfamiliarity, might suffer losses during this crucial opportunity. Let me take a look, he said, swiftly seizing the blank answer sheet. At first glance, he noted the name, Pei Su. Upon further examination of the contents, he saw that, apart from the reading comprehension and classical literature sections, almost no questions had been attempted. Then, he noticed a draft paper slip from the answer sheet. Major General Chu, puzzled, bent down to retrieve it. Just one glance made his body tremble violently. What is this? His voice drew everyone's attention, including Li Aigwa's. Upon seeing the draft paper, Li Aigwa realized that matters were not looking good. He entertained a troubling thought. Could this draft contain derogatory remarks? After all, this student, Pei Su, clearly seemed to be one who had given up. If they had previously performed well, but found their scores plummeting due to the recent changes in the essay format, resulting in despair and abandonment of their efforts, it was entirely possible they had hastily included a draft with a few insulting lines in the answer sheet. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Aigwa felt a surge of anxiety. At this age, individuals could be audacious enough to act recklessly. After all, the Major General before him was a young man in his 40s, a figure of authority from the Beijing Military District. With this in mind, Li Aigwa steeled himself and approached, forcing a smile. What's the matter, old Chu? Major General Chu did not respond. His focus was entirely on the answer sheet. His breaths quickened, and the soft draft paper had already deformed under the pressure of his unintentional grip. Witnessing this, Li Aigwa was engulfed in despair. It was over. Given the circumstances, there was no doubt about it. He hastily interjected, Old Chu, don't be angry. This year's changes have indeed been quite significant. Moreover, some candidates may lack the psychological resilience, being young and all. They might be harboring frustration due to the impact of this essay reform. Old Chu, please don't take it to heart. From Li Aigwa's perspective, Major General Chu Jianhua was known for his integrity and uprightness. However, under these circumstances, he could not ascertain whether the Major General would indeed be angered. No, he would undoubtedly be incensed. After all, who could remain unperturbed after being insulted? Moreover, it was highly probable that Li Aigwa cast a glance at the draft paper, noticing it was filled with densely packed lines and irregular shapes. He had not examined it closely, but it was easy to imagine that it was a draft laden with insults, possibly containing dozens or even hundreds of such remarks. The depth of this resentment is truly profound. Even with Li Aigwa's extensive experience supervising the Gaokao examinations, he has never encountered such a student. The bitterness you harbor could sustain 9 malevolent sword immortals. Suddenly, Major General Chu erupted into a series of low, chilling chuckles. Yet, for Li Aigwa, his heart trembled. Indeed, it is said that when one is consumed by extreme anger, laughter may ensue, a phenomenon known as laughing in fury. It was over. Everything was ruined. This year's Gaokao had encountered a significant problem through him. His path to promotion was now severed. With despair etched across his face, Li Aigwa slumped into his chair, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. In contrast, Wang Lan, Jiang Lan, and the other examiners were left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. What could possibly cause the leader to collapse in his chair, resembling someone utterly drained of vitality? Chapter 6. Is your aircraft heavier than a blue whale? Everyone's ears still echoed with Major General Chu's somewhat terrifying laughter. Observing Li Aigua, who was now utterly limp in his chair, they remained in a state of confusion. At that moment, Li Aigua felt a flicker of determination and quickly rose from his seat. His voice sharp and commanding. This student named Pei Su has displayed utterly deplorable behavior. Writing derogatory remarks on the draft paper to insult the teacher is inexcusable. He must face severe punishment, and the school must be informed for a formal reprimand. Upon hearing Li Aigua's words, the others began to understand the situation. It seemed that this child, Pei Su, frustrated by the reforms in this year's Gaokao, had resorted to self-destructive behavior by scribbling profanities on his draft paper as an outlet for his discontent. This was a grave matter. They were standing before a major general, a young officer from the Beijing military district. What significance did that hold? The young may not grasp it, but those seasoned veterans knew precisely the weight of a young major general in his 40s. Severe punishment is warranted. The school must be notified for a formal reprimand. Wang Lan was the first to grasp the gravity of the situation, immediately echoing in seriousness. Yes, indeed. Others chimed in. What good is a reprimand? Suddenly, Major General Chu shot a glance at them, his tone brusque. A senior high school student, undeterred and preparing for university. What use is it to reprimand them at their school? Moreover, he is perfectly fine. Why criticize him? The crowd fell silent at Chu's response. Li Aigua, perplexed, inquired. Did he not insult you on the draft paper? Of course not, Major General Chu replied, flattening the draft paper on the table. It was then that they noticed the paper contained no insults whatsoever. Instead, it featured several shapes of varying sizes surrounded by an irregular outline. Is this an aircraft? Li Aigua strained to decipher, only to realize it was a rudimentary hand-drawn illustration of an airplane. No, rather than a design, it was an excessively simplistic sketch. Although Li Aigua was not a specialist, he had certainly seen airplanes in his years. A cursory glance was enough for him to conclude, this aircraft could never be produced. It was sheer folly. To jest, a takeoff weight of 150 tons? Do you comprehend what that weight signifies? In the depths of Blue Star's oceans lies a whale known as the blue whale, the largest mammal since the age of evolution. No creature, be it the Tyrannosaurus rex, the ichthyosaur, or any other, surpasses the blue whale in size. A blue whale typically weighs around 100 tons, the equivalent of 25 to 30 African elephants. And yet, this aircraft's maximum takeoff weight is equivalent to 15 blue whales. It is utterly impossible. How difficult would it be for such an aircraft to escape Earth's gravitational pull? Could it truly soar into the skies? How much fuel would it consume? This child has indeed concocted a peculiar notion. Li Aigua shook his head. Alas, per regulations, any content written outside the answer sheet would not receive credit, including the draft paper. Furthermore, even if he were to design according to his sketch, how could an aircraft with a maximum takeoff weight of 150 tons ever achieve flight? From both a professional standpoint and in terms of Gaokao regulations, this essay could not possibly earn a high score. Would you not agree, Xiao Wang? At this moment, Wang Lan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Gaokao regulations are explicit. Any content written beyond the answer sheet cannot receive credit. Yet, are there not exceptions? Major General Chu's eyes sparkled with fervor, and excitement ignited within him. There are exceptions, albeit rare. Li Aigua spoke softly, unless the content on the draft paper pertains to a matter of significant importance, but such instances are exceedingly few. If the draft paper's content were to be included in the scoring criteria, this essay could very well incur a deduction in points. For from Li Aigua's perspective, this is not professional. The sketches are unfeasible. Such displays only underscore the amateurishness of this student. How can you be so certain? Major General Chu shot a glance at Li Aigua. How can you be sure he is not one of those rare exceptions? At this, Li Aigua chuckled. Is Major General Chu testing my knowledge? Although I am not a specialist, during my doctoral studies, I was mentored by Professor Wang Hongzhe of Harbin Institute of Technology. He is a titan in the military industry, and while I may not be exceptionally talented, I have been influenced by his expertise. How could I not comprehend such fundamental concepts? As he spoke, Li Aigua retrieved the answer sheet. Flipping through the contents of the essay, he continued, Major General Chu, I understand this essay reform is tied to your military's grand plans. However, rules are rules, and systems are systems. All essay reforms must adhere to established scoring standards, correct? He pointed to the opening line, stating, the so-called first generation, second generation, third generation followed by a discussion on the eighth generation aircraft. To put it nicely, this is an expression of imagination. To put it bluntly, is this not straying off topic? It is akin to being asked to write about Zhou Yu, yet writing about Cao Cao instead. Is that not deviation? Li Aigua spoke softly. Thus, from this standpoint alone, it would be difficult for him to achieve a high score. Originally, he had no desire to dispute further with Major General Chu. After all, he was a young major general with a promising future ahead, likely surpassing his own. Yet, Chu's attitude made him feel as though his competence was being questioned. It was absurd. In the realm of Gaokao evaluations, Li Aigua was an expert. He had studied under Wang Hongzhe at Harbin Institute of Technology, and while he may not be an expert in the military industry, he had absorbed enough foundational knowledge. Yet, As he continued, Li Aigua's voice gradually weakened. His attention had shifted from Major General Chu to the answer sheet itself, as if something on it were drawing him in. Chapter 7. Pei Su's essay deserves full marks. After meticulously examining the contents of the essay, Li Aigua's breathing became increasingly rapid. What a jest! He had initially presumed that the maximum takeoff weight of 150 tons would suffice to categorize this student as an amateur. After all, the weight of any aircraft must be meticulously minimized. Hence, he had hastily concluded that this student was inexperienced. However, as he delved deeper, he gradually discerned that certain matters were not as one-dimensional as he had believed. The student, Pei Su, was far from the amateur he had envisioned. On the contrary, within this essay, which exceeded the 800-word requirement, Li Aigua clearly observed that every concern he had identified was being systematically addressed and clarified by Pei Su. The reason for the 150 tons of takeoff weight was that the aircraft needed to allocate approximately 50 tons for the establishment of an AI local server. This AI local server would enable the AI program to unleash the aircraft's utmost performance. Moreover, the construction of the AI server was not only to optimize performance, but also to facilitate communication with the space station, thereby fulfilling the critical requirement for the maintenance of aerospace fighters in space. It was akin to a Mobius strip, where each link was intricately connected at a pivotal position. Li Aigua stood frozen in place, while other evaluators, unable to contain their curiosity, resembled a kitten incessantly scratching an itch within. Eventually, as Wang Lan leaned closer to Li Aigua to observe the answer sheet, the other teachers followed suit. Their expressions transformed from initial confusion to bewilderment, then to contemplation, astonishment, and ultimately shock. How is this possible? With Wang Lan's exclamation, these seasoned evaluators felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity, as if a bucket of cold water had suddenly been poured over their heads. The chorus of cicadas outside echoed, and they experienced waves of dizziness. In their daze, they only heard Li Aigua's slightly trembling voice resounding. What score do you all think this essay deserves? Upon hearing this, the teachers exchanged glances. 60? 60 points? That's the maximum score for an essay. What kind of value does a perfect score hold? One could assert that if one were to claim a perfect score on an essay in the real world, even if their total score amounted to 615 points, countless enterprises would eagerly seek to recruit them. This is the intrinsic worth of a perfect essay. Thus far, genuine perfect essays have been almost non-existent. In the 40 years of college entrance examinations, the most indelible memory is undoubtedly the death of the red hair. This essay is universally acknowledged by all who have read it as deserving of 60 points. Yet, regarding Pei Su's answer sheet, they found themselves contemplating whether 60 points might be insufficient. This notion seemed absurd, yet it was indeed the case. After all, this essay transcended the confines of a mere composition. It resembled a professional designer unveiling the fruits of years of research. Each point was meticulously interwoven, ultimately elucidating all that had previously seemed unreasonable. Now, Li Aigua gazed once more at that somewhat rough hand-drawn diagram. Yes, it was indeed rough. Yet it exuded a unique sense of the zeitgeist. Undoubtedly, aerospace fighters are avant-garde, and constructing a 50-ton AI local server within an aircraft is groundbreaking. When these elements coalesced, Li Aigua felt a thrill of trepidation. This was achievable. It was entirely plausible. This was not the 7th-generation aircraft required by the essay prompt, but rather the 8th-generation aircraft envisioned by Pei Su, an 8th-generation aircraft that could indeed be realized. On the other hand, the evaluators unanimously concurred that 60 points were reasonable and even speculated that it might be too low, for this was an invaluable treasure. Much like artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, even a single character could attest to the era's people, rendering that item, even if it were merely a bronze urinal, priceless. Chu Zhenhua could not help but exclaim, "What a masterpiece!" The military's intent behind this essay reform was to harness collective wisdom. Even a mere hint of inspiration for the 7th-generation aircraft, a single feasible concept, would be a significant gain. Yet he never anticipated that this was more than just a concept. The parameters had been meticulously detailed. It was akin to having the range delineated by the teacher before an exam, drastically reducing the difficulty. As Major General Chu felt exhilarated, Li Aigua, holding a specialized examination phone, hesitated for a moment. This phone was not the one he typically used. It was designated solely for invigilators and only utilized during college entrance examinations for communication with supervising personnel. Li Aigua had never erred in many years of service. However, this year, he felt an impulse. He yearned to make a mistake. This candidate was too exceptional, too good to overlook. A high school student, having received only a secondary education, without any financial assistance, policy support, or personnel aid, had independently conceived numerous concepts for the 8th-generation aircraft. In just a few hours during the examination, they successfully articulated these concepts and parameters while also producing a hand-drawn diagram. I must inform my professor, Li Aigua thought. Indeed, such a promising candidate must not be missed, especially for someone from Harbin Institute of Technology. During his doctoral studies, his advisor, Wang Hongzhe, had repeatedly lamented that while Harbin Institute of Technology lacked resources, it was deficient in talent, fresh talent. Those prodigies who had come from doctoral and master's programs seldom remained, ultimately venturing elsewhere. Only those undergraduates who persisted at Harbin Institute of Technology were of paramount importance. With this in mind, Li Aigwa steeled himself, no longer hesitating, and promptly dialed Wang Hongjia's number. The call connected swiftly. A voice of confusion greeted him. "Hello? Professor, this is Li Aigwa." Just as Li Aigwa began to speak, a robust hand snatched the phone from him and abruptly hung up. He was taken aback and turned to see that it was Major General Chu who had acted. With unprecedented speed, Major General Chu terminated the call and then, with a serious expression, addressed Li Aigwa. "Old Li, you should know that calling outside the evaluation group violates the regulations." Li Aigwa was momentarily stunned. Then he glanced at Major General Chu. Tentatively, he inquired, "You're not allowing me to make a phone call. Surely that does not contravene any regulations, does it? Are you also taken with this young man?" Major General Chu stood tall, unhesitatingly asserting, "Not a problem." Chapter 8. The three parties gather at the examination venue. Just kidding. There's only one talent like this. Major General Chu would never tolerate anyone notifying the outside world under his very nose. Moreover, and most critically, he could not permit, nor would he allow, such a high-caliber talent to slip through his fingers. The military possesses its own universities and research teams. Major General Chu had the confidence to provide the best resources to someone of this caliber. Li Aigwa was momentarily stunned, his neck visibly throbbing with veins. "Damn it." He slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed with anger. "Major General Chu, I respect you, but in the competition for talent, fairness is paramount. I do not wish to jeopardize our amicability, yet you cannot play these games." Major General Chu understood the implications of Li Aigwa's words. He chuckled, gesturing towards the wall, where a gilded plaque hung in the office of the grading committee. The plaque bore two phrases: "Always just and fair," and "Always treat equally." This encapsulated the responsibility of the grading committee, which was to uphold their regulations without any instances of malpractice. At this moment, Major General Chu seized upon this principle. After all, Li Aigwa's attempt to phone the outside world was also a violation of the committee's rules. However, this transgression was not grave. After all, when one gains admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, the institution is often unaware of the applicant's score until the admissions office has already been contacted. Could one claim that Tsinghua or Peking University possesses foresight? Surely, there must have been someone from the grading committee who informed them. This situation is akin to secretly snacking during class. Was it wrong? Yes. But was it serious? Not particularly. It largely depends on how the teacher handles the matter of the snack. Now, Major General Chu assumed the role of the stern teacher, decisively targeting Li Aigwa's weakness, adamantly forbidding him from making that call. "If you want to let me call, I can simply leave, can I?" Li Aigwa devised another scheme. As long as he exited this office, he could retrieve his phone and make the call without pretense. "You cannot leave," Major General Chu interjected, positioning himself in front of Li Aigwa. "According to the regulations, you are the supervisor for this examination. As a supervisor and a leader, you are obliged to remain in the grading committee's office at all times to oversee the grading teachers." Major General Chu's sincerity was palpable, inciting within Li Aigwa an urge to strike him. Damn it. What now? Li Aigwa felt a surge of confusion. It seemed he could only pray for one thing, that when he contacted his teacher Wang Hongjia, he would utter the first two characters of his name, Li Ai. At that moment, he could only hope that his teacher would recognize his identity from those two characters. Just then, the phone resting on Major General Chu's desk rang. The screen indicated it was a return call from the previous caller, Wang Hongjia. Major General Chu, quick as a flash, hung up the phone. Li Aigwa inhaled deeply. It appeared that this talent was indeed about to be claimed by the military. In Kyoto, outside a laboratory, Wang Hongjia held his phone, listening for a moment before hearing the call disconnect. He removed his reading glasses, wiping them in confusion. It was his habit to clean his glasses, whether there was a need or not. While polishing his glasses, he recalled the words just spoken. "I am Li Ai." Who is Li Ai? Wang Hongjia pondered. "Is it my doctoral student, Li Aigwa? It's been nearly 20 years since he graduated under my tutelage. The last time we met was several years ago during the New Year festivities. If it weren't for something significant, he wouldn't reach out to me. If I recall correctly, he should currently be in some grading committee office in Kyoto. By regulations, as a supervisor, he is not permitted to contact the outside world." Wang Hongjia contemplated. So why would Li Aigwa be calling him? Especially when it would mean breaching protocol. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck Wang Hongjia. He was taken aback. Could it be that Li Aigwa had found an exceptional candidate? But why did he hang up? Was it inconvenient to discuss? Or perhaps there were others vying for the same talent. With that thought, Wang Hongjia hesitated no longer. He swiftly removed his lab coat, exited the laboratory, and hailed a taxi. As he settled into the ride, he asked the driver, "Comrade, how many examination venues are there today for the college entrance exam?" Soon, the taxi sped away, raising a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, the plaque of the laboratory remained brightly illuminated. Qian Shuesan Laboratory, located in Kyoto. Wang Hongjia felt fortunate to be in Kyoto. engaging in exchanges at the Qian laboratory. Had he been at Harbin Institute of Technology, he would scarcely have made it in time. At Lonka Institute, Li Yong looked towards Elder Qin, addressing him with respect. Elder Qin, what should we do now? It's already afternoon, and the Chinese language examination should have concluded. Li Yong felt a sense of urgency. After all, his nephew was well-versed in the concept of the 8th-generation fighter. He worried that if the essay topic for the Chinese language examination pertained to the design of the 7th-generation aircraft, his nephew might inadvertently divulge critical information. Regardless, he believed it would be better to wait at the examination site than at Lonka Institute. Elder Qin regarded Li Yong, nodding gently. Then let us proceed. Li Yong wasted no time, immediately preparing to drive to the examination venue where his nephew was located. Take me with you, Wang Jiang insisted. Following Li Yong into the car, who wouldn't he want to meet this top-tier genius? A high school student contemplating the concept of an 8th-generation fighter? I must see whether this child has horns on his head or a tail behind. Where is he? Inside the office, Major General Chu eagerly inquired. Who knows? Li was scoffed. Major General Chu chuckled. Then I shall search later. After all, there is another math examination this afternoon. I will wait at the entrance of the examination venue. No fear of missing him. Upon hearing this, Li's heart sank. He could only hope his teacher would quickly grasp his intentions and arrive promptly. After all, he was merely a minor leader and could not suppress this major general. However, his teacher was a prominent figure in the military-industrial field. His arrival would undoubtedly put Major General Chu in his place. The car assigned to Li Yong was an Audi A4, neither too expensive nor too cheap. Wang Jiang, seated in the back, couldn't he help but ask, by the way, Old Li, where are we meeting your nephew? At the examination venue of number 5 high school, Li Yong replied. There's another math examination this afternoon. We can wait for him at the entrance. Wang Jiang nodded in agreement, urging, drive faster. Elder Qin's health isn't suited for prolonged car rides. I understand. Li Yong pressed down on the accelerator, and the car's speed gradually began to rise. Wang Hongzhe, feeling somewhat fatigued, emerged from the 2nd high school and hopped into a taxi. Driver, take me to the 5th high school. He swiftly located Li Igwa's social media post and discovered that the geolocation tagged in it corresponded precisely to the Eastern District. Subsequently, he traversed nearly all the high schools in that area in record time, leaving no stone unturned in his search. Yet, despite his exhaustive efforts, he could not find any trace of Li Igwa. It seemed likely that Li Igwa was indeed at the examination hall of the 5th high school. All right, the driver acknowledged, accelerating the vehicle. At this moment, a multitude of people was gathering at the examination site of the 5th high school. Chapter 9. The notables arrived to collect their children in the examination room. Major General Chu leisurely stretched and made his way toward the exit. Li Igwa, quick on his feet, hurriedly followed in Chu's wake. What's the matter? Chu glanced back and chuckled. Old Li, you're the leader here. Why are you following me? You should be supervising those exam invigilators under your charge. Li Igwa chuckled in return, asserting, the invigilators are seasoned veterans. They take their responsibilities very seriously. My presence would only imply a lack of trust in their professionalism. Besides, he took a deep breath. I can go wherever I please. Chu was momentarily taken aback by Li Igwa's unexpectedly coarse remark, but being a rugged man himself, he brushed it off with a hearty laugh. All right then, let us see if your teacher from Harbin Institute of Technology can make it here within 2 hours. With that, Major General Chu strode toward the examination hall's entrance, unaware of which specific hall Pei Su was in. Rather than searching each hall individually, it made more sense to wait at the entrance for Pei Su. Surely, the exam must conclude at some point. Soon, as Major General Chu accompanied Li Igwa to the entrance, they found the area teeming with parents, eagerly anticipating the conclusion of the mathematics exam. At 3:43 p.m., the crowd was indeed substantial, straining to reach the front. Chu couldn't help but marvel at the sea of parents behind him. Just then, a modest yet unassuming Hongqi vehicle approached. Glancing over, Chu was momentarily stunned. What on earth? The vehicle itself was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the license plate, Jing 00019. This number could be interpreted as the 19th plate starting from 000 or as a random assortment of digits. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The significant detail was that Chu had seen this plate before, approximately 2 years prior. A high-ranking official from the military had taken him to Lonka Institute for a collaboration meeting, where he had caught a fleeting glimpse of the plate. Possessing an exceptional memory, Chu recalled it distinctly despite the time that had passed. Hongqi 00019. Truly remarkable, he exclaimed, recognizing the significance. Li Igwa nodded in agreement. Having also encountered this plate recently when a representative from Lonka Institute attended a government meeting to discuss urban development and technological strategies. The owner of this plate was an esteemed academician from Lonka Institute. As the door of the Hongqi swung open, Li Yong, Wang Jiang, and Qin alighted in succession. Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. 2 academicians? My goodness, this city is truly a hidden gem. It appeared that someone in the 5th high school examination hall was indeed related to an academician. Meanwhile, Wang Jiang, having just exited the vehicle, lit a cigarette and inadvertently caught sight of Major General Chu, who had turned to look at him. Hey, Wang Jiang paused for a moment. Isn't that the Major General who transferred to the military district 2 years ago? Li Yong glanced over and nodded in surprise. Yes, I remember him. He is quite accomplished. Wang Jiang mused. Indeed, this city is full of surprises. It seems there is a connection between this young Major General and someone here. Likely a familial bond. Otherwise, why would a distinguished military general, especially a young one, be present in such a public setting? Both groups simultaneously expressed their astonishment at the hidden talents within the city. Just then, a taxi came to a halt nearby, unnoticed by either party. Outside the examination hall, a photographer turned to Lu Saran and asked, Sister Lu, what questions do you think we should pose to the first person who exits the examination hall? Lu shrugged. It's just a task from the station. We'll probably ask the same few questions as always and read from the script. As a star reporter for CTV News, she had previously achieved an 8% rating with her groundbreaking stories. Yet here she was, reduced to covering the mundane topic of college entrance examinations. She had been accustomed to interviewing leading figures in scientific research and military advancements. As Lu Saran lamented her situation, she inadvertently caught sight of a Hongqi vehicle. A Hongqi? She turned her head slightly. Although luxury cars were common in the capital, Hongqi was a rarity. Upon closer inspection, she saw a slightly portly middle-aged man smoking beside the car, accompanied by a slender middle-aged figure. The moment their faces came into view, she instinctively gasped. Goodness! The photographer, puzzled, inquired, What is the matter, Sister Lu? Lu Saran urged, Quick, point the camera at those two. The photographer, still confused, questioned, What is so special about them? Lu Saran laughed. You're simply not well informed. Look at that license plate, 00019. The owner is the lean middle-aged man. His name is Li Yong, a leading academician at Lonka Institute. And the man smoking is Wang Jiang, also an academician. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as several captivating headlines flashed through her mind. Shocking. Hidden talents in the capital. 2 academicians from Lonka Institute come to collect their children. Simultaneously, Lu Saran noticed that the 2 academicians seemed to be gazing at someone. Following their line of sight, she was taken aback to see an even more astonishing figure. Chu Jinhua, the youngest major general in the capital, standing at the entrance of the examination hall, seemingly awaiting someone. Stunning. Hidden talents in the capital. The youngest major general is here to pick up his child. Another captivating headline formed in her mind, and curiosity surged within her. These 2 groups represented the pinnacle of various fields. Who could they possibly be waiting for? Meanwhile, she noticed another taxi quietly arriving and pulling up to the roadside. Due to heavy traffic, a taxi pulled over nearby, and a middle-aged man wearing gold-framed glasses exited the vehicle, slowly approaching while holding an old-fashioned briefcase. Chapter 10. Carrying Pei Su and running away? After all, you are the youngest major general. At 4:20 p.m., there remained 40 minutes until the mathematics examination concluded. Inside the examination room, Pei Su meticulously reviewed his math paper, repeatedly confirming the absence of errors. The mathematics exam began with vigor, but concluded in exhaustion. Upon thorough checking and confirming his answers, Pei Su estimated his score. The math section seemed manageable, likely yielding around 130 points, with the last problem not being particularly difficult. However, he pondered that the Chinese examination would likely drag his score down significantly. This thought left him somewhat despondent, as he had focused excessively on his essay, neglecting other questions. It would be unrealistic to assert he had no regrets now. After all, who wouldn't he desire a better score? According to the college entrance examination standards, Pei Su's Chinese paper was destined to receive a low score. Pei Su's cousins were deeply entrenched in the research field, either from prestigious 985 universities or notable institutions like Harbin Institute of Technology and Beihang University. His older sister from his aunt's family, Su Zhihui, served as the chief designer in a military research team at Kyoto University. Meanwhile, his cousin Zhao Lin from his second aunt's family was the young third-in-command at a military laboratory in Shanghai. Each year during family gatherings, his aunts would boast about their children. If he failed this exam, Pei Su feared he might be unceremoniously removed from the family chat group by his mother, who cherished familial bonds. Hoping for the best, Pei Su checked his paper once more. Outside the examination room, Lu Saran fixated on the man who had alighted from the taxi. He donned gold-framed glasses, held a briefcase, and wore a slightly faded white shirt. At first glance, he appeared unremarkable. However, the more Lu Saran observed, the more familiar he seemed. Finally, she gasped, Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology? Goodness, Wang Hongzhe. He is undoubtedly a top figure in military research. Throughout her journalistic career, there had been 3 instances where she was instructed to withhold news initially, awaiting higher directives due to concerns about leaks. Notably, Wang Hongzhe had participated in 2 of those military projects. It could be said that he was among the elite in domestic research. To her astonishment, he had now arrived at Wuzhou. The photographer murmured, This place is truly a treasure trove of hidden talents. At that moment, 3 groups of people shared a common thought. Kyoto is indeed a place of remarkable talents. Inside the examination room, at 4:30 p.m., with half an hour remaining until the exam ended, Pei Su raised his hand to signal the invigilator. Teacher, I would like to submit my paper. The invigilator kindly inquired, are you certain there are no errors? Pei Su nodded affirmatively. Very well, submit your paper. After handing in his answer sheet, Pei Su turned to leave the classroom. Upon stepping outside, he was startled to find several middle-aged teachers scrutinizing him intently. You must be Pei Su, Wang Lan said with a friendly smile. Unable to contain his curiosity, he had stepped out for a moment to catch a glimpse of this legendary youth, a prodigy contended for by the esteemed Li Aigua and Major General Chu. It was he who had meticulously detailed the concepts and parameters for the 8th generation fighter. Who could resist seeing him in person upon knowing which examination room he occupied? Pei Su instinctively nodded but quickly grew puzzled, asking, Teacher, how do you know me? Wang Lan feigned mystery, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing, young man. Your work is impressive. I must take my leave. With that, Wang Lan hurriedly departed with several other teachers, aware that their presence outside was technically against the rules. Yet, their curiosity had compelled them to step out, eager to meet this brilliant young man. Pei Su, somewhat bewildered, glanced at his watch, 4:31 p.m. Time to head out. Outside the examination room, Lu Saran's eyes remained glued to the scene. She mused, Kyoto is indeed a place of hidden talents. Let me count how many groups are waiting outside. First, there were academicians Wang Jiang and Li Yong from Lonka Institute. Next, the young Major General Chu Jianhua from the Kyoto Military District. Then, the eminent military research leader Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology. That made 3 groups. Each individual was a prominent figure in their respective fields, now gathered here, likely awaiting their children. Just then, the photographer suddenly exclaimed, Sister Lu, the first student is coming out. The mathematics exam was scheduled from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., and according to the regulations, students could submit their papers half an hour early. Thus, from 4:30 p.m. onward, students would gradually begin to exit. Lu Saran turned her gaze toward the examination room, and, as expected, a handsome young man was walking toward the exit. As this striking youth emerged from the examination room, Lu Saran prepared to approach for an interview, but she witnessed a scene she would never forget. She saw, as the young man stepped out, Li Yong and Wang Jiang from Lonka Institute, Major General Chu Jianhua from the military, and Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology, all simultaneously advancing toward him. Lu Saran exclaimed internally, could it be that these 3 groups are all here for this young man? In that moment of her astonishment, Li Aigua, standing beside Major General Chu, spotted his teacher Wang Hongzhe and, filled with excitement, shouted, Teacher, over here, that's him. He pointed at Pei Su, who was waiting for the security guard to open the door. Pei Su. The onlooking parents. Lu Saran. At that moment, Li Yong also called out, Nephew, come over here. Wang Jiang chuckled, Nephew, come here, I have something to discuss with you. As the push-pull door at the school entrance gradually opened, an unexpected event unfolded. Major General Chu dashed toward Pei Su, scooping him up in an instant and turning to flee. Lu Saran, Li Aigua, Li Yong, Wang Jiang, and Qin Lao, Wang Hongzhe. Major General Chu had lifted Pei Su and was sprinting away, muttering, indeed, geniuses always attract attention. These folks are all here for this kid. Without employing unconventional methods, it would be quite challenging to take him away today. Li Aigua stood frozen in shock, then erupted in anger. Chu Jianhua, do you even care about your reputation? Shouldn't the normal procedure entail fair competition? What nonsense is this? Picking him up and running away. Upon hearing these words, Major General Chu could not help but chuckle. Was it a jest? The esteemed academicians from the Dragon Science Institute were present, as well as Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology. These 2 groups were of incomparable stature. Who would engage in fair competition with you? It is only the foolish who seek fairness in competition. The priority is to secure the talent first. From his military experience, Major General Chu had learned one vital principle. Results surpass all else, regardless of origin. Seizing the opportunity to recruit this talent before such distinguished figures was the sole method to draw this young individual into the military. As the saying goes, when vying for a position, rather than courting the favor of HR, one should find ways to outmaneuver other candidates. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Lu Saran, momentarily stunned, clenched her teeth. To carry someone away? Truly audacious. After all, you are the youngest major general in the Beijing military region. You don't find any issue with this approach, do you? Chapter 11. The Triad of Recruitment. Pei Su. He was being lifted by a stranger and whisked away. The onlooking parents could only watch in shock. Nearby, Uncle Li Yong stared blankly at the scene. Wang Zhang's cigarette had burned down to the filter, his mouth agape in disbelief. Wang Hongzhe stood frozen, lost in thought. Lu Saran, who had intended to interview Pei Su, fell silent as well. At that moment, no one anticipated that Major General Chu would simply carry Pei Su away. In the midst of this urgency, Li Aigua reacted swiftly, shouting, Kidnapper! Catch the kidnapper! The assembled parents were suddenly filled with righteous indignation. In the vast expanse of China, Only two matters could rouse the ire of the populace: human trafficking and drugs. Regardless of the truth, they were determined to intervene. At that moment, parents surged forward like players on a football field attempting to intercept a running back, all striving to stop Major General Chu. Suddenly, an elderly security guard seized a pitchfork and, as Major General Chu passed by, deftly tripped him, causing him to fall to the ground. A throng of parents quickly surrounded him, pinning him down. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Li Aigua hurried over to explain. The parents turned to him, and after a lengthy explanation, he managed to extricate Major General Chu from the situation. Soon, Major General Chu stood at the roadside, dusty and disheveled, casually brushing off the dirt from his clothes as if nothing had happened. "Old Chu," Li Aigua remarked sarcastically. "You certainly have a talent for this, carrying someone away and expecting it to be reasonable?" Major General Chu replied gruffly, "It's just age. My body isn't what it used to be. If it were my 20-something self during those grueling training days, I would have long since made off with the person." Nearby, Lu Saran, having overheard, burst into laughter. Remarkable. There was no hint of remorse for what he had done, only a sense of magnanimity in accepting the consequences. Just then, Li Yong stormed over, seething with anger. "Where do you intend to take my nephew?" "Chu Jinhua." Major General Chu cast a serious glance at Li Yong. "Director Li, please be lenient." He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "The military is in dire need of talent. This child has drafted parameters for the 8th-generation aircraft. The army truly needs him." Li Yong, initially furious, was momentarily taken aback by Major General Chu's words. "Parameters for the 8th-generation aircraft? What do you mean?" He turned to Pei Su. "What exactly have you done?" All eyes shifted to Pei Su, who, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat. "Wasn't this year's college entrance examination composition about designing a 7th-generation aircraft? I thought I would take a risk and aim for high marks. So I included concepts and parameters for an 8th-generation aircraft, and even drew a design diagram." Li Yong, Wang Jiang, Old Qin, Wang Hongzhe. None of them had seen Pei Su's exam paper, yet upon hearing his explanation, they fell into a contemplative silence. Clearing his throat, Li Yong felt a wave of awkwardness. Wang Jiang quickly approached, placing both hands on Pei Su's shoulders, and said earnestly, "Child, please tell us about the parameters of your 8th-generation aircraft." Initially, Wang Jiang believed Pei Su was merely the inventor of the 8th-generation aircraft concept. However, it now appeared that the young man had concealed much more, even having developed substantial parameters for it. Just as Pei Su was about to speak, Major General Chu interjected, "Let me go first. I was here before you." Wang Jiang shot a disapproving glance at Major General Chu. Although he felt a bit intimidated, Chu persisted. The pressure in such a moment was immense. But for Pei Su's sake, he was willing to risk it all. "Hold on, one at a time." Pei Su raised his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. He never anticipated that so many would seek him out. Chu Jinhua turned to Pei Su. "Kid, why not join the military? Do you prefer the Beijing Military Academy, the Shanghai Military Academy, or the People's National Defense?" The Beijing Military Academy and the Shanghai Military Academy were not of paramount importance. Yet when Chu Jinhua mentioned the Central Military Academy, the onlookers couldn't help but be astonished. The People's National Defense? To the average person, it might seem like just another military academy. However, for those present, the People's National Defense was far more than a mere academy. It stood as the pinnacle of military education in the country. It was the highest institution of learning for the armed forces. Countless officers, including retired major generals and lieutenant generals, served as instructors there. They were astonished, marveling at Chu Jinhua's connections that could facilitate entry into the People's National Defense. They were equally taken aback at his willingness to leverage such connections to recruit Pei Su. What a generous offer. At that moment, Li Aigua couldn't help but click his tongue. Having spent years in the education sector, he understood the uniqueness of the People's National Defense. As the foremost military institution, it did not recruit from the public, but selected from active duty officers. Moreover, entry was contingent upon competition. It could be said that if Pei Su were to gain admission, by the time he turned 30 and perfected the 8th-generation aircraft project, he would be promoted to a military rank. A major general by 30? That would make him younger than even Chu Jinhua. Chu Jinhua was willing to utilize such connections for Pei Su. What a remarkable commitment. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, Pei Su turned and said, "I won't go." Chu Jinhua was visibly taken aback. His eyes widened. "You won't go? Do you understand the significance of the People's National Defense? This is the highest military academy. Have you heard of Huangpu Military Academy? The Huangpu of that time pales in comparison to the current People's National Defense." Pei Su nodded. "I know, but I won't go. While the People's National Defense is indeed excellent and suitable for advancing in military fields, it is not the right fit for me." With that, he resolutely declined. Damn it. Major General Chu took a deep breath and continued to present his terms. "If you agree to my proposal, I will apply for research funding for you each month, totaling approximately 1.5 million yuan annually at the military level. Additionally, I will personally cover all your tuition fees." Upon hearing this offer, not only was Pei Su moved, but everyone else present was equally astounded. 150,000 in research funding? Such boldness is truly commendable. Even Lu Saran, observing from a distance, felt a wave of shock. In this uncertain situation, Major Chu boldly offered an annual research fund of 1,500,000. Such audacity. No wonder he is the youngest major general in Kyoto. Indeed, he is formidable. All eyes turned towards Pei Su. Wang Jiang eagerly patted Li Yong's back, urging him, boldly, quickly persuade him. Such a promising talent must come to our Lonka for great development. Yet, Li Yong, with a profound gaze, unexpectedly refrained from persuading. I respect his thoughts, he said calmly as he looked at Pei Su. Coincidentally, Pei Su met his gaze, and they nodded at each other. Li Yong would never impose his uncle's authority to compel Pei Su to choose a path he does not desire. To him, pursuing what one believes to be right, choosing the industry one deems appropriate, and forging ahead unrelentingly is the most suitable path in life. Any suggestion that instills even a hint of doubt contradicts one's true intentions. Therefore, respecting his thoughts without offering any counsel is the best advice. Chapter 12. It truly is the 8th generation aircraft. What do you think, young man? Excitement flickered in Major Chu's eyes. Of course, rather than considering this 1,500,000 as your research fund, it could be viewed as your living expenses. Wouldn't you agree? Major Chu, like a comrade, draped his arm over Pei Su's shoulder and whispered, "You control this sum. Spend it however you wish. However, if you truly wish to conduct research on that type of aircraft, 1,500,000 would certainly be insufficient, wouldn't it? Projects of this caliber often start in the billions. In the face of billions, what is 1,500,000? Thus, you may consider this as your annual living expenses while engaging in exchanges within the realm of national defense." The crowd was left in astonishment. What a blatant misuse of public funds. Yet, in truth, Major Chu's words held no fault. Such phenomena do exist within the realm of scientific research. After all, in genuinely cutting-edge fields, the research conducted by scientists cannot be unveiled in a short time. To encourage scientists, the state often accommodates their material needs in reality. What appeared as a misuse of public funds was, in fact, merely a so-called unspoken rule, tacitly accepted by all. It is akin to a company receiving project funds of 5 million when only requiring 450,000. The remaining 50,000 could be reimbursed among colleagues for their additional expenses during that period. This is all part of the unspoken rules. However, in Major Chu's rhetoric, it seemed as though Pei Su was reaping significant benefits. Indeed, the conditions sounded incredibly enticing. An annual living expense of 1,500,000 would sway anyone. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Pei Su smiled and shook his head. "I appreciate it, General, but I am not accustomed to residing in a military academy." Major Chu quickly seized the opportunity. "I can arrange for you to be a day student." The mention of day students left the crowd somewhat numb. Meanwhile, the eavesdropping Lu Saran was plunged into utter shock. Goodness, Major Chu was indeed pulling out all the stops. "No need," Pei Su beamed at Major Chu. "General, I am not accustomed to studying in a military academy. It feels rather distant to me. However, we still have opportunities for collaboration. After all, since you have reviewed my essay, you must understand that I require military support to bring it to fruition." This statement left Lu Saran both astonished and curious. She was amazed that a high school student could articulate such flawless reasoning. She was also intrigued by the connection between Pei Su's essay and the project. What project necessitated military assistance? Reflecting on the peculiarities of this year's Kyoto College entrance exams Chinese paper, Lu Saran stiffened, contemplating an idea that even she found hard to believe. Perhaps this young man had outlined the design for the 7th generation aircraft in his essay. However, Lu Saran would never have guessed that she had not overestimated Pei Su, but rather underestimated him. The essay had never detailed the 7th generation aircraft. It was, in fact, a concept for the 8th generation. Alas, after another rejection, Major Chu felt a tinge of disappointment. He longed for this opportunity. Perhaps the military yearned for an exceptional young genius, one who could propel various projects forward. Ideally, he would be a young prodigy, bursting with potential. Regrettably, Pei Su had different aspirations. Yet, as Pei Su himself noted, the 8th generation aircraft project indeed required military support. Without the military's endorsement, Lonka Institute could not advance its research. After all, to develop an 8th generation aircraft, one must conduct wind tunnel tests, right? Crucially, this aircraft requires simulations of flight tests in a space environment, necessitating collaboration with the Aerospace Bureau. If Lonka Institute were to reach out to the Aerospace Bureau for access to their space wind tunnel laboratory, they would need to inform the military, who would send personnel to supervise. Coincidentally, both Lonka Institute's headquarters and the Aerospace Bureau's headquarters are located in Kyoto. As Major Chu pondered, he suddenly realized that while he may never possess the genius that is Pei Su, this very genius would undoubtedly become ubiquitous in the future. A sense of calm washed over him, and he broke into a broad smile. "Young man, it seems we will be seeing each other quite often." Pei Su shrugged. After Major Chu stepped back, Wang Jiang was the first to approach. "Nephew, do you remember me? I am your uncle's colleague." Wang Jiang appeared exceedingly enthusiastic, leaning in closer. He whispered, from what I just heard, it seems you have a design concept for the 8th generation aircraft in mind? Pei Su nodded solemnly. Indeed. Wang Jiang exclaimed with excitement. Could you share it with us? Of course, Pei Su replied, sitting down and beginning to speak. As for the 8th generation aircraft, if one follows my design proposal, it is certainly achievable. First, the computing power must reach at least H100 military-grade graphics cards, costing between 4,000 to 5,000, to establish a local AI server. H100, NVIDIA's high-performance graphics card, capable of approximately 20 trillion AI calculations per second, including power supply, wiring, and cooling equipment. The weight of this AI local server would be around 50 tons. As Pei Su gradually elaborated, a clearer vision emerged before Li Yong, Wang Jiang, and Old Qin. Wait. Wang Jiang interjected. How do you know that there are domestic military-grade graphics cards comparable to the H100? Pei Su chuckled in response. Well, as a Chinese person, I mentioned it in my essay. First-generation technology is released, second-generation technology is hidden, and third-generation technology is researched. On the surface, military-grade graphics cards indeed have yet to rival the H100. However, I believe that behind the scenes, not only are there cards comparable to the H100, but perhaps even those that can surpass the H200 may have already been developed. H200, an upgraded version of the H100, capable of 30 trillion AI calculations per second. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiang was momentarily speechless, astonished by the maturity of this child. He had seemingly grasped the psychology of the Chinese people. Indeed, there are hidden military-grade graphics cards designed to match the H200 specifications. However, he was astonished by the child's mature perspective. It seems that geniuses often mature early. With this thought in mind, Wang Jiang continued to inquire. What is the key to integrating AI? Pei Su looked at Wang Jiang. He naturally remarked, for the intelligent connected space station. At the utterance of this phrase, it seemed as if all questions and doubts were instantaneously resolved. Indeed, Wang Jiang murmured, AI is not merely employed for piloting aircraft and pushing performance to its limits. It also plays a crucial role in the intelligent connected space station, facilitating maintenance tasks in the vastness of space. Without AI, the space station would be incapable of promptly receiving and addressing the issues faced by fighter jets. However, with AI, the development of technology through the direction of the intelligent connected space station will significantly mitigate safety concerns once this aircraft is born. In the realm of space, it may even prove safer than in the atmosphere. Upon grasping all of this, Wang Jiang felt as though a celestial path was unfolding before him. At this moment, only one question remained. He turned to Pei Su and softly inquired, Pei Su, the concepts you are discussing, are they rooted in the 7th generation aircraft or the 8th generation? All eyes turned to Pei Su. With a slight smirk, she replied, I have never claimed that the concepts I propose pertain to the 7th generation aircraft. This statement struck Wang Jiang like a bolt of lightning, instantly clarifying the multitude of questions that had been entwined with him throughout the morning and into the afternoon. Elder Qin was indeed correct. The 6 keywords mentioned by Pei Su were far too advanced. Multifunctional, space warfare, intelligent connected space station, 30-degree sharp turns, next-generation AI big data, and automatic versus non-automatic stealth systems. Among these, only multifunctionality and automatic versus non-automatic stealth were technologies they currently possessed. The remaining elements, internal gravity systems required for space warfare, the local database maintenance work needed for the intelligent connected space station and next-generation AI big data, as well as the various tasks necessary to achieve 30-degree sharp turns in space, required time for technological testing and extensive resources for thorough research. It was akin to constructing a skyscraper. One must begin from the ground up, lest the laws of gravity collapse the aerial edifice. In that moment, Wang Jiang had numerous inquiries he wished to pose to Pei Su, but as they formed on his lips, they crystallized into a single word. Why? He turned to Li Yong, overwhelmed by questions that culminated in that singular inquiry. He could not comprehend how Pei Su could conceive of 8th generation concepts when the technologies and ideas surrounding the 6th generation had yet to be publicly unveiled. A gathering of esteemed academicians and elites from the military and aerospace sectors had convened for an entire week, generating over 100 proposals. Yet they could not even shape the concept of the 7th generation aircraft. This sensation was akin to the physical principle that prohibits the construction of an aerial edifice. Yet Pei Su, single-handedly, rolled up her sleeves and soared into the sky, manifesting something extraordinary. Wang Jiang looked to Li Yong, hoping for insight that might quell his confusion. Yet, Li Yong was equally astounded. He had never anticipated that his young nephew's concepts were not grounded in the 7th generation but rather the 8th. Currently, the nation's most advanced technology was the 6th generation aircraft, yet Pei Su had directly envisioned the 8th. Moreover, given that technology must undergo experimentation, if they followed Pei Su's reasoning and resolved the insurmountable technical challenges to create a prototype, they could very well consider the 7th generation completed. Li Yong's emotions were complex. Their family was large, with his niece Su Zhihui and his nephew Zhao Lin both emerging as elites in the field of research. He had grown accustomed to the talents of younger relatives in this domain. However, Pei Su's emergence felt like a thunderous revelation. If Su Zhihui embodied the spirit of Gauss and Zhao Lin that of Einstein, Pei Su resembled none other than Newton himself, accelerating humanity's technological advancement significantly. At this moment, Elder Qin spoke slowly, drawing everyone's attention. The elder gently placed a hand on Pei Su's shoulder and remarked, "Your simple utterance has accelerated human research by at least 30 years. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment washed over the others. Initially, they found it an exaggeration. But upon reflection, it seemed plausible. The gap between the fourth and fifth generation aircraft had spanned nearly 30 years. And the interval between the fourth and fifth generation aircraft from Damao had even extended to 35 years. Pei Su, proposing detailed concepts for the eighth generation aircraft in an era when the seventh generation concept was yet to be established, had not merely accelerated progress by 30 years. Such an estimation felt grossly inadequate. 50 years of advancement would not be out of the question. This praise was an unparalleled honor for others. Yet Pei Su found it somewhat peculiar. Rubbing his head, he replied, "Elder Qin, please refrain from such flattery. I just turned 18 after my birthday. Your mention of 30 or 50 years is far too grandiose." He had scarcely completed his college entrance examination. And now he was being credited with accelerating research by 30 years, an odd notion indeed. "Very well," Elder Qin replied with a gentle smile. "How did you find the college entrance examination? What are your plans for the future?" At this, Li Yong and Wang Jiang grew serious, and nearby, Major General Chu also adopted a noticeably grave demeanor. Initially, he had not recognized the elder's identity. But now he understood. Elder Qin was among the first cohort of students to study abroad in the United States. Unlike those who pursued careers, Elder Qin had dedicated his focus to advancing national technology. Major General Chu held profound respect for such an elder, yet respect aside, he could not allow Elder Qin to take Pei Su away. Pei Su, with a pained expression, said, "I initially thought I could scrape together a place at the bottom of the 211 universities. However, this time the language examination was reformed, and I was preoccupied with writing the theories on the 8th generation aircraft. My answer sheet was utterly blank. I suspect I can only manage a second-tier university now." Hearing this, Li Yong cast a sidelong glance, but Elder Qin merely smiled nonchalantly. "No worries. The college entrance examination is merely a means to select ordinary talents. True geniuses possess a greater margin for error. Do you wish to attend Lonka University?" The elderly gentleman spoke with a gentle demeanor, casually revealing a shocking revelation. "Not long ago, I had a discussion with Xiao Li, and we felt it was imperative to establish a gifted class at Lonka University. If you are willing, you may attend there." "Lonka University? A gifted class?" "Xiao Li," Major General Chu exclaimed. "Are you referring to Li Yunchang, the current president of Lonka University?" Elder Qin gave Major General Chu a mild glance and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's him." Pei Su keenly sensed that Elder Qin was indeed a person of considerable influence. Chapter 14. The tragic heroism of the lone warrior and the solitude of late-life geniuses. Elder Qin, please wait a moment. Just as Elder Qin contemplated sending Pei Su to Lonka University, Wang Hongzhe finally stepped forward. With a smile, he remarked, "At Lonka University, every individual is like a dragon, and the People's Defense has also produced a plethora of talented individuals. However, we at Harbin Institute of Technology are in dire need of such a genius." As he spoke, Wang Hongzhe became visibly emotional. "Our Harbin Institute, after all, is one of the 7 sons of national defense. I won't mention other aspects, but in the aerospace sector, we have been involved in the design of the 4th, 5th, and 6th generations of fighter jets. Yet, we have far too few young talents. Beneath the splendid exterior of Harbin Institute, renowned for its contributions, lies its own suffering, with the development policies in their hometown. A significant number of talents have migrated to wealthier regions, leading to a dire shortage of fresh blood at Harbin Institute." "Stop it," Major General Chu interjected before Elder Qin could respond. He stated sternly, "Isn't there an abundance of talent at Harbin Institute? Your doctoral candidates could form a regiment." Wang Hongzhe shook his head. "It is not as you perceive. The ratio of doctoral students, postgraduates, and undergraduates at Harbin Institute is quite low, and among them, those specializing in aerospace design and nuclear engineering are even scarcer. We genuinely lack fresh blood nurtured from within." Elder Qin remained silent. This was indeed a painful truth for Harbin Institute. Once a leading figure among the 7 sons of national defense, it has now achieved a commendable standing. However, with the changes in their hometown and 2 decades of industrial development in 3 provinces, the youth have been leaving their roots. "Are you trying to play the emotional card?" Major General Chu chuckled. "Our military is in desperate need of talent. 40 years ago, there were still a group of devoted individuals dedicated to national research. But now, in this materialistic age, where can we find pure scientists? Therefore, our military also requires a genius scientist nurtured from the ground up, not only to expedite various research endeavors, but also to invigorate the military atmosphere and alleviate its rigidity." Major General Chu spoke with conviction, yet the others merely sneered. Anyone can espouse grand principles, and who cannot play the sympathy card? Can Pei Su alone break the predicament of Harbin Institute? Can she single-handedly alter the stern atmosphere of the military? Ultimately, it all seemed like a child crying for milk. All right, Wang Hongzhi sighed. Let us allow for fair competition and consider the child's wishes. Agreed. Major General Chu concurred without objection. Elder Qin nodded in acceptance. They had spoken for so long without inquiring about Pei Su's opinion. Let us agree on conditions and await her response. No interference, no coercion, no inducements. Wang Hongzhi's face darkened. Am I a black market entity? Coercion and inducements? Wait a moment. Li Yong glanced at Lu Saran, who was eavesdropping nearby, and whispered. Should we address this matter first? The group turned their gaze towards Lu Saran. Upon seeing her, they all felt a headache coming on. A reporter, an interviewer. Moreover, she was from a central media outlet. Major General Chu, Li Yong, and Wang Jiang had all encountered this exceptionally beautiful girl from central media before. Lu Saran, noticing the attention directed at her, smiled and approached Elder Qin, sweetly calling out, Grandpa. Grandpa? The group responded in unison. Pei Su was taken aback. Elder Qin chuckled and introduced her. This is the granddaughter of an old comrade from my days in the art troupe. Everyone gasped. This city truly harbors hidden talents. Even a reporter possesses such a notable background. Since they were acquainted, there was no need for caution. Major General Chu chuckled and turned back to focus on Pei Su. Little Pei Su, consider joining the People's Defense. It is far more prestigious than anything else. When you tell your family you've gone to the People's Defense, who wouldn't regard you highly? Moreover, confidentiality is easily maintained. Those unaware will think you are simply an officer attending for training. And all it takes is for the informed to sign a confidentiality agreement. Your future will be quite comfortable. Major General Chu said this earnestly. Pei Su pondered for a moment and asked, which holds a higher status, the People's Defense or Lonka University? Major General Chu hesitated for a moment, but replied, in name. The People's Defense is a Project 2110 institution, the military's 985 university. In contrast, Lonka University is regarded as a 985 university in a societal context. So in terms of societal ranking, Lonka University is slightly higher. Upon hearing this, Pei Su resolutely declined, then I will not go. Major General Chu felt somewhat disheartened. After so long in the field, he had never encountered such a peculiar child. After all, it was the People's Defense. Anyone in the military would be thrilled at the prospect of studying there, potentially staying awake with joy for 3 days and nights. Do you have any other requests? Feel free to voice them. Major General Chu insisted. Pei Su appeared contemplative. At the People's Defense, can one engage in romantic relationships? Major General Chu replied without hesitation. Absolutely not. That is strictly prohibited. Are you joking? Do you think the People's Defense is an ordinary university? It is a place for officers to study. Such personal affairs have no place there. Then I won't go, Pei Su declared decisively. Everyone was taken aback. Major General Chu could no longer hold his frustration. Are you heading to university solely to pursue romance? Pei Su nodded earnestly. You appear to be in your 40s. You must be married by now, right? Major General Chu proudly nodded. Of course. My wife and I hit it off and married right after graduation. Pei Su shrugged. See, you two experienced romance in university. You can't expect me to go to the People's Defense and become a monk. Major General Chu was left speechless. Wang Hongzhi immediately stepped forward. Step aside. Let me handle this. He directly presented Pei Su with an astonishing offer. At Harbin Institute, free romantic relationships are permitted. This is a victory. Harbin Institute wins. This is a second victory. Harbin Institute wins again. Lu Saran stood frozen in place. Is this even a condition? I won't go, Pei Su retorted, pouting. Harbin Institute's prestige is not as high as Lonka University, nor is its reputation as resounding. Wang Hongzhi looked dejected. Once, Harbin Institute was the leader in national defense, and they had their own glorious past. Li Yong struggled to suppress his laughter, patting Wang Hongzhi on the shoulder. Professor Wang, don't be too disheartened. Wang Hongzhi, however, remained somewhat unconvinced. Come to Harbin Institute, and I will provide you with the best academic resources. I can also offer substantial financial support. I have mentored countless doctoral students, and they have all thrived in various fields. Joining us would be beneficial for your future. Pei Su shook her head. I won't go. Wang Hongzhi, in despair, asked why not. Pei Su replied, the climate there is too cold. I cannot adapt. Wang Hongzhi departed in disappointment. Pei Su then turned to Elder Qin, smiling. Old man, I wish to find a reason to attend Lonka University. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin burst into hearty laughter. The genius class at Lonka University is a realm without restrictions. This year's cohort comprises madmen, prodigies, and exceptional individuals. You will never feel isolated there. Rather, vibrant youthful minds will resonate all around you. You will encounter one elite after another. 20 years, 30 years, 50 years down the line, each of you will grow into towering figures in your respective fields. Go forth, child. When a person's intellectual realm ascends too high, they yearn profoundly for a companion who can match their thoughts. As long as such a person exists, they will journey further. The crowd fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, the twilight years of a genius are often solitary. When one's thoughts reach a sufficiently elevated plane, any choice made feels akin to walking on a tightrope. In moments when no one can offer assistance, uncertainty looms over whether one's decisions are correct or if they can steadfastly tread that path. Einstein's later years were marked by solitude. The creator of the light quantum hypothesis was once so revered in his youth, yet in his twilight, he found himself so isolated that he desired to design an experiment to overturn his own findings. Ultimately, Einstein failed and passed away in solitude. The lonely hero often carries a sense of tragic grandeur. Creating an environment where geniuses can gather is the most compassionate solution for them. Until this moment, the crowd fell silent, each sensing that the genius class at Lonka University was indeed the most suitable place for Pei Su, not for any other reason, but simply because it harbored unique talents and extraordinary thoughts. Chapter 15. 500 points for Lonka University must be a typo. I am willing to attend Lonka University, Pei Su declared, his eyes gleaming as he turned to Elder Qin. I need to join the design team for the 8th generation fighter and become the lead designer. The 8th generation fighter is magnificent. While composing an essay, as he meticulously recorded the myriad data pertaining to the 8th generation fighter, it felt as though a dormant gene within him had awakened. It seemed destined that he was meant to create astonishingly grand artifacts in his lifetime. Elder Qin chuckled upon hearing this. Child, you are the originator of the 8th generation fighter concept. If I do not allow you into the design team, who else should I let in? However, we will need time to explore various technologies. By the time you complete your first semester, this project should be ready to take off. As he spoke, Elder Qin handed Pei Su a golden medal. This medal, round and square, resembled ancient coins and royal gold coins, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Inscribed upon the medal were two characters, Lonkai, an abbreviation for the genius class at Lonka University. Pei Su took the medal and pinned it to his chest. The choice was clear. Pei Su decided to join Lonka University. On one hand, Lonka University had great prestige. On the other, its direct supervisor happened to be the Lonka Institute, where his uncle served as an academician. Harbin Institute of Technology, located in the frigid northeast, was unsuitable for him. The atmosphere at the People's Defense was serious, filled with military officers. After much contemplation, he concluded that Lonka University was the best choice. Elder Qin, I shall take my leave with others, Uncle Li Yong said to Elder Qin. Elder Qin nodded in acknowledgement. On the way back to the Lonka Institute, Pei Su's phone incessantly chimed. He took it out to discover a flurry of messages in the family group chat. A loving family father. Pei Su, how did the college entrance examination go? Do you feel it went well? Mother, Li Yong, elder brother, how is it? Have you picked up the child? Pei Su gazed at this scene, feeling a wave of sentiment. His father, Pei Zhenghua, worked in the trade department of a state-owned enterprise and was currently negotiating matters in Korea, frequently on business trips. His mother, Lin Mingyi, was also busy with her business in another city, often away from home. Yet, both remained deeply concerned about Pei Su's studies. We've picked up the child, Li Yong said while driving, prompting Pei Su to use voice input on his phone. You won't believe the earth-shattering feat this child has accomplished. Upon hearing this, the lurking members of the family group chat emerged. Su Zhihui, what happened? Did my little brother score 700 points? Zhao Lin, uncle, stop teasing us. Just tell us. As these two chimed in, the group chat erupted with excitement. Li Yong chuckled heartily. Little Pei is going to Lonka University. You two are not far from Lonka University. Please look after him. Lonka University? When these three words were mentioned, the group fell silent for a moment before bursting forth with jubilation. Mother Lin Mingyi sent 10 red envelopes in rapid succession, causing the screen to buzz with excitement. Su Zhihui, what great news. How many points do you think he could score? Pei Su pondered for a moment and quietly typed a line in the public chat. If the other subjects don't go awry, the score should be close to 500. 500 points? At the Kyoto laboratory, a moment of disbelief flickered across Su Zhihui's face. She stared at the three words on her phone screen, stunned. Closing her eyes, she turned her phone over to cover the screen. Moments later, she opened her eyes and unlocked her phone, scrutinizing the three words once more. 500 points. Su Zhihui contemplated. Her eyes were not faulty, so where was the problem? 500 points to get into Lonka University? This is simply a dream. 500 points can't even secure admission to North Sports University. At most, it could land a spot at a first-tier school. But why is Uncle so certain that Pei Su can get into Lonka University? Su Zhihui fell into deep thought. Surely there must be a typographical error? I think it must genuinely be a mistake, right? The cutoff score for Lonka University has never been this low. It must have been a miscommunication on the phone input. Su Zhihui dismissed the matter. After all, her cousin getting into such a prestigious university was worth celebrating. With this in mind, Su Zhihui also sent out a few red envelopes in the group. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin followed suit, sending a few red envelopes as well. The group chat was soon filled with joy. Upon returning to Lonka University, Pei Su settled into the spacious three-bedroom apartment arranged by his uncle. Once in his room, he began to contemplate the golden opportunity before him. Must elevate to the next level, military-industrial system? After some exploration, Pei Su began to ponder a significant matter. The pinnacle of current fighter technology had reached the concept of the 7th generation. Thus, he had obtained the concept of the 8th generation fighter. However, now that the concept of the 8th generation fighter had emerged, he had not directly leaped to acquire the concept of the 9th generation fighter. Upon reflection, this seemed reasonable. If he could leap from one concept to another, within 2 years, he might be battling against an unknown extraterrestrial civilization. Moreover, there was another crucial detail that Pei Su needed to be aware of. He seemed to require contact with a specific medium to trigger the system. Much like when he was at the Lonka Institute and encountered that blackboard detailing the academician's explorations of the 7th generation fighter, which had activated the system and granted him the concept of the 8th generation. Thus, the golden opportunity currently presented itself with 2 layers of access. First, Pei Su must personally or indirectly engage with some important medium to trigger the system and attain higher military technology. Second, he could not simply leapfrog to the next level. With these thoughts in mind, Pei Su hesitated no longer. He promptly opened his door and made his way to the Lonka University library, recalling the knowledge he needed to acquire. In the library of Lonka University, one can find a plethora of the latest books and materials. Perhaps, it is a treasure trove of diverse media. Pei Su has procured over a dozen books, including, but not limited to, Exploration and Theory of the 5th Generation Main Battle Tank, The Exploratory Process of 4th Generation Defensive Military Vehicles, and Intelligent Life, Where is Humanity's Next Evolution? Among these, 6 pertain to military technology and 6 to life sciences. Pei Su first opened Intelligent Life, Where is Humanity's Next Evolution? Yet, after an entire afternoon of reading, he found no activation of the system. It seems that the military system cannot exploit this loophole, he mused to himself, feeling a sense of longing to see if he could indeed trigger a bug within the system. After all, transcending the limitations of the physical form to achieve mechanical ascension would be quite splendid. However, it was clear that the system, being of a military nature, could only interact with military-related media to activate its functions. Thus, Pei Su turned to the next volume, The Exploratory Process of 4th Generation Defensive Military Vehicles. Media detected. The current pinnacle of technology is the 4th Generation Defensive Military Vehicle, System Activated. Media, 1. Upon completion of media percentage. Acquire technology for the 5th Generation Defensive Military Vehicle, miniaturized rocket engine technology for military vehicles, and modular technology for the 5th Generation Infantry Fighting Vehicle. Chapter 16. What does it mean for Pei Su to independently devise the 8th generation aircraft? Time flew by. On June 25th, in the Lonka University Library, Pei Su was engrossed in his reading. The media percentage had climbed to 99. He was nearing the completion of the book. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello? Where are you? Today is the day for checking results. Also, the admission notice has been sent to me. It dawned on Pei Su that today was indeed the day for checking results. He logged into the website using the library's computer, entering his examination admission number and candidate ID. Soon, the results appeared before him. As he had anticipated, the total score was 499. 5 points, just shy of 500. This year, the cutoff for Beihang University had reached 520 points. Clearly, if he were to rely solely on conventional channels, Pei Su would only be able to enroll in a Tier 1 or Tier 2 institution. He captured a screenshot of his results and sent it to the family group chat. Almost immediately, the previously lively family chat fell into silence. 1 second passed, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ding. A new message appeared. Su Zhihui, what? Is it really 500 points? In the Kyoto laboratory, Su Zhihui stared intently at her phone, momentarily stunned. Why? Did I misread it? After some contemplation, she realized there was no mistake. Chinese language score, 705 points? What kind of absurd score is that? Su Zhihui remained in a daze for quite some time, suddenly feeling a twinge of concern for Pei Su, worrying he might succumb to despair. After all, the cutoff for Lonka University was exceedingly high this year. Thinking this, she hurriedly typed in the group, "Little brother, do not despair, all roads lead to Rome. And every path taken can yield great talents." Zhao Lin quickly followed suit, typing, "Indeed, think of your third brother. Although his exam results were poor, he is now serving in the military, contributing to the nation and society. Pei Su, I can enroll at Lonka University. Why would I follow my third brother into the military?" The third brother in question was the child of Li Yong's third sister, who had performed poorly on the college entrance examination and subsequently enlisted in the military. He was now in his second phase of service. Su Zhihui, but how can you get into Lonka University with 500 points? Zhao Lin. Yes, you can't get into Lonka University with 500 points. Even Beihang University is out of reach. Li Yong, stop arguing. The admission notice is here, look. Li Yong. Image, as Li Yong sent the image. Silence enveloped the group for an extended period. After a considerable pause, Su Zhihui tentatively reached out to Li Yong in private. Uncle, did you pull strings for him? Li Yong. Su Zhihui found it hard to fathom how Pei Su could gain admission with a score of 500. Whether through the Western Development Program or various policies. It was evident that there was no opportunity for admission with such a score to a top-tier institution. If such a possibility existed, it would surely be due to Li Yong's status as an academician, leveraging connections to secure Pei Su's admission. But this was unacceptable. Su Zhihui could not allow such an event to transpire. After all, given the current state of online discourse, even an academician would face severe repercussions for utilizing such connections. With this thought in mind, Su Zhihui quickly admonished her uncle. Uncle, please do not engage in such practices. You are seasoned. But the rapid evolution of the internet means that individuals of your sensitive status must tread carefully. Even the slightest misstep could be magnified. Li Yong. When have I ever pulled strings? This admission notice was earned by young Pei himself. How is it my doing? Su Zhihui gritted her teeth. Realizing that her approach was ineffective, she created a small group and brought Zhao Lin in as well, continuing her persuasion of Li Yong. Uncle, please stop joking. There are no outsiders here. The key point is, you are an academician. You are my mentor. By doing this, you are being irresponsible towards both yourself and Pei Su. If my little brother lacks the capability, forcing him into such a prestigious university would only harm him. He is only 17, and his values are just beginning to form. You cannot impose such chaotic notions upon him. Zhao Lin wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, uncle. Li Yong was left utterly bewildered. When have I arranged anything for him? Am I unaware of the gravity of my position in doing such a thing? His score and admission notice are entirely his own merit and have little to do with me. Su Zhihui remained unconvinced. Uncle, please do not say this to your own family. Zhao Lin. Indeed, uncle, who with a score of 500 could get into Lonka University? Su Zhihui initiated a video call. Her expression grave. To be honest, uncle, I have been closely monitoring my little brother's scores. He is capable of being admitted to a 211 university. But his performance this time was subpar. I understand that you care for him the most, but this cannot be the way forward. If you proceed like this, what will become of me and Zhao? What will become of Pei Su? What will become of yourself? As Su Zhihui articulated her thoughts with fervor, she firmly asserted, if my little brother lacks the ability, forcing him into such an arrangement will only lead to detrimental consequences. In both matters of academic integrity and professional considerations for her uncle, Su Zhihui felt compelled to address this issue. Upon hearing her words, Li Yong became enraged. Damn, this has nothing to do with me. Why do you all think it is connected to me? Pei Su's admission with 500 points is due to special circumstances and was reported. It has nothing to do with me. The entire reporting process is confidential. You two should stop prying. Su Zhihui fell silent. Zhao Lin also ceased speaking. However, observing their expressions, Li Yong's heart sank. He realized they still did not believe him. After all, both were elites in their respective fields, inherently driven and competitive. If this topic were to remain unresolved, Pei Su would likely be perceived as a beneficiary of connections in their eyes. With this thought, Li Yong clenched his teeth. I implore you, do not disclose what I have shared with you to the outside world. If this matter were to be leaked, the consequences would be 100-fold more severe than if I were to publicly engage in clandestine operations. Do you understand? Li Yong's expression was gravely serious. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin exchanged glances during the video call, sensing the gravity of the situation. Their uncle was not typically one to engage in deceitful practices. As their mentor and an academician at the Lonka Institute, Li Yong had always been perceived as humorous and steadfast in his principles. To suggest that he had manipulated the admissions process for Pei Su seemed implausible. The two remained silent, intently listening to Li Yong's subsequent revelations. What, uncle? Did you just say that my 17-year-old brother, through his own ingenuity, has devised a comprehensive concept for the 8th-generation aircraft? Are you implying that my underage brother, mere days before the college entrance examination, penned the detailed specifications for the 8th-generation aircraft in his Chinese exam? Are you suggesting that my brother, with his average grade sufficient only for a 211 university, independently discovered the 8th-generation aircraft's parameters in less than a week, without any assistance, and guided your institute in determining the trajectory for the 7th-generation aircraft? What do you mean by saying that following my brother's scheme would expedite the research for both the 7th and 8th-generation aircraft? How could it be that my brother inspired you and 7 aerospace experts at the Lonka Institute? Are you stating that, based on the concept and parameters of the 8th-generation aircraft, he has been exceptionally admitted into the newly established genius class at Lonka University? Upon learning the truth, the two expressed disbelief more times than they had in their entire lives. Chapter 17. Constructing the 8th-generation aircraft? At this moment, they found themselves enveloped in a prolonged silence. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin could not fathom the unfolding of events. How could it be that my cousin, whose usual academic performance only qualifies him for a 211 university, independently researched the intricate concepts and specifications for the 8th-generation aircraft and documented them in a Chinese composition? The surreal nature of this revelation struck them profoundly, akin to discovering that a destitute relative is, in fact, a figure akin to Bill Gates. An indescribable shock filled their minds. How could this be possible? Su Zhihui could not restrain herself from asking. Without resources, manpower, or financial support, how could my brother conceive such ideas? Li Yong chuckled at her inquiry. Who knows? Nevertheless, This is indeed the situation. The 8th generation aircraft project has now been officially initiated, entering the phase of exploration and research. This pertains to the most advanced technology our nation has ever seen. You must not leak this information. If it were to be disclosed, not only would you face severe repercussions, but I would also be subjected to harsh penalties. At this point, Li Yong grew concerned that his niece and nephew might inadvertently reveal the information. Thus, he added, for the time being, this entire matter has been classified as top secret. It is imperative that no one discloses any information regarding this issue through any means. Top secret. Upon hearing this, Su Zhihui felt an unexplainable shock within her. There are 3 levels of confidentiality: secret, confidential, and top secret. Having worked in the Kyoto Research Group for so long, she had encountered numerous secret-level events and quite a few confidential ones, but never anything of top secret status. What constitutes top secret? It pertains to matters of significant national importance. A simple example would be the examination papers for the college entrance examination, which are among the most easily recognized top-secret materials. Yet, throughout her extensive career, she had never encountered what could be classified as top-secret events. In the central media newsroom, Lu Saran organized the information at hand. Before her stood a blackboard adorned with a large photo of Pei Su. Sister Lu, a nearby photographer, inquired, "Should we suppress this report or release it?" Lu Saran rolled her eyes in response. "Are you foolish? This entire matter has already been classified as top secret. Even the information about this young individual falls under the same level of confidentiality. According to regulations, top-secret information must be safeguarded for at least 50 years. The 8th generation aircraft pertains to the latest national technology, and any misstep could bear catastrophic consequences. It is best if this report simply vanishes." With a calm demeanor, Lu Saran opened her computer, discarding all recorded files and collected materials into the recycle bin. Then, she clicked delete. Some reports can be forcefully published through gray areas, but others, if any information were to be leaked, could lead to disaster. Lu Saran recalled a colleague who had been sentenced to 3 years in prison for failing to adhere to regulations regarding a merely secret-level report. As for the 8th generation aircraft, should such information be disclosed by a journalist, it could very well lead to a minimum 10-year sentence, with the possibility of the death penalty at the upper limit. Pei Su, the genius class at Lonka University? Lu Saran narrowed her eyes. Neither Pei Su nor the 8th generation aircraft could be reported on. However, surely the genius class could be mentioned? "Director, I would like to request permission to conduct some research at Lonka University." At the Lonka Institute Library, in a tranquil space, Pei Su was engrossed in reading. As he gradually approached the end of the book, the progress bar of the medium continued to advance. Finally, when the medium reached 100, the military-grade system was triggered. He acquired technologies related to 5th-generation defensive military vehicles, miniaturized rocket engine technologies, and modular technologies for 5th-generation infantry fighting vehicles. Upon absorbing the newly acquired knowledge, Pei Su exhaled deeply. The start of the academic year at Lonka University is in the golden month of September. Yet it is only the end of June now. He has 2 months left. His gaze slowly fell upon the tidal explorations and theories of 5th-generation main battle tanks. Pei Su gently opened the book. Contact with the medium detected. Current leading technology pertains to 5th-generation main battle tank technology, triggering the system. Medium 1. Upon completion of medium percentage, technologies for the 6th-generation main battle tank engine, automation and intelligence technologies for the 6th-generation main battle tank, and collaborative AI technologies for infantry fighting vehicles will be acquired. Alright, let us begin. Reading is not Pei Su's forte, but he excels at learning about topics that pique his interest. He currently possesses knowledge of these technologies, but lacks the foundational knowledge to support them. Continuous study and research are necessary for him to independently construct the 8th-generation aircraft of his dreams. Knowledge in every field possesses interconnections. Just as the 6th-generation main battle tank and the 8th-generation aircraft will evolve towards AI technology, allowing AI to control them and unleash their utmost potential. 2 months and 60 days of diligent practice. The 8th-generation aircraft shall undoubtedly be mine. That night, Pei Su dreamt of a silver-white, exquisite fighter jet ascending gracefully. Its takeoff method differed from that of other aircraft. It was neither a helicopter's vertical liftoff nor a fighter jet's runway acceleration. Instead, it required a rotational acceleration through a mechanism akin to a particle accelerator, utilizing the formidable centripetal force generated by its 150-ton weight to soar into the sky with minimal consumption. The built-in gravity system allows pilots to endure a rotation speed of 3 revolutions per second with utter tranquility. The AI technology will engage at the peak of the aircraft's rotational speed, flawlessly controlling the plane as it soars towards the coordinates of space at an initial velocity of up to 10 Mach. When a beautiful silver light emerges from the depths of the dark cosmos, it embodies everything Pei Su yearns for, the 8th-generation aircraft. It is his muse and his David. Upon awakening, Pei Su is overcome by a surge of urgency. He longs to witness the birth of the 8th-generation aircraft, even if it is merely a model. A scale representation of just over a meter tall. That would suffice. He must earn money. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. He will earn money and then craft the 8th generation aircraft himself. Even a miniature version, as long as it is fully functional, would still be the 8th generation aircraft. He can hardly contain his excitement. That beautiful silver silhouette, akin to a splash of color in a colorless world, must carry epic-making significance in the boundless, frigid expanse of space. Earn money, then build the aircraft. Pei-Su is suddenly resolute. Chapter 18, Modifying Cars, Earning Money, Crafting the 8th Generation Aircraft Lonka Institute. In the office. What nonsense is this? Li Yong gazes at Pei-Su, his entire being jolted to attention. 3 million? You dare to ask me for 3 million? What do you intend to do with that? At 11 o'clock in the morning, Pei-Su knocks on Li Yong's office door to explain his need for funds. Initially, Li Yong thought Pei-Su was merely short on pocket money and was about to offer him 50 or 100 yuan. But Pei-Su boldly states he requires 3 million. 3 million? You are asking me for 3 million? Li Yong declares with righteous indignation. I have been engaged in scientific research for many years, and I have never had a balance of 3 million in my account. It is not that my superiors do not provide me with funds. Rather, I have never requested large amounts. Simply put, the money given to me would be of no use. Pei-Su scoffs. Isn't it still a matter of lacking funds? Li Yong coughs. The fact remains. In truth, most academicians are quite wealthy. What is an academician? It is the pinnacle of the academic world. Professors at universities can easily earn millions. For an academician to make money is exceedingly simple. They need only engage with a business for a brief conversation and establish a partnership to effortlessly secure millions. Yet, Li Yong truly lacks money. On one hand, he is indeed not adept at negotiating with corporate individuals and dislikes the smell of money. On the other hand, he has little desire for material wealth, preferring a simple life with 3 meals a day and a place to stay. Therefore, Li Yong genuinely does not possess 3 million. Not to say that I am implying anything. Li Yong glances at Pei-Su. What do you need such a hefty sum for? 3 million is no small amount by any measure. Is Pei-Su planning to indulge after the college entrance examination? Contemplating this, Li Yong becomes serious. Young Pei. As someone who has been through this, I must share something with you. Never, under any circumstances, should you indulge when you ought to be improving yourself. Nor should you seek to enhance yourself when the time calls for indulgence. Pei-Su looks utterly baffled. What do you mean? Seeing that Pei-Su seems not to comprehend his words, Li Yong decides to be more explicit. Your situation is rather unique. Your father is in trade, your mother, my younger sister, is in business, and your cousins are elites in the scientific field. I, your uncle, am an academician at Lonka Institute. In such a family, it is indeed possible for you to live quite comfortably. However, I hope you do not follow the path of the wealthy second generation, engaging in nefarious activities and constantly demanding money from your family to squander. Do you understand my point? Li Yong ponders for a moment and adds, places like bars, nightclubs, and businesses. Your uncle does not wish for you to enter such environments. Do you grasp my meaning? Upon hearing this, Pei-Su is both amused and bewildered. Uncle, what are you saying? Li Yong pauses. Are you not seeking money to go out and have fun? 3 million is quite a sum. Li Yong considers that a high school student suddenly asking for such an amount can only be related to leisure activities, right? No. Pei-Su shakes his head earnestly. I plan to use this summer break to create a scale model of the 8th generation aircraft. But indeed, I lack funds. Which is why I came to you. Li Yong's mouth drops open in astonishment. After a moment's hesitation, he pats Pei-Su on the shoulder and earnestly advises him. Perhaps you should just go out and enjoy yourself. I still have 100,000 in my bank account. You may take that to spend. There is a saying, it is not fear of the wealthy second generation squandering, but rather the fear of them undertaking grand projects. Pei-Su, intending to craft a model of the 8th generation aircraft during the summer break? Even if it is merely a scale replica, that is an utterly unrealistic endeavor. Creating a scale model requires an immense amount of funding. 3 million? To create a scale model of the 8th generation aircraft? That is quite impractical. Pei-Su purses his lips. If you want to give me money, I will earn it myself. Li Yong chuckles, giving Pei-Su a playful pat on the head. I do not believe you can produce a scale model in such a short time. Even if you compress funds and processes, it would still take at least 1 million to create a subpar model. But how do you plan on earning at least 1 million in just over 2 months? Just then, someone knocks on the door of Li Yong's office. He pauses, then goes to answer it. Standing outside is a slender young man wearing glasses and dressed in high-end clothing, exuding an air of affluence, like a wealthy second generation. Upon seeing this young man, Li Yong immediately feels a headache coming on. Xiaohua, why are you here again? I have told you that I will not modify your car. As the young man named Xiaohua enters, he immediately clings to Li Yong's leg. Academician Li, according to my investigation, you are currently the only one in the country with the technology to modify cars. My demands are quite modest. Only you can fulfill them. I am willing to pay 3 million, 100,000 more than last time. Is that acceptable? Li Yong sighs. It is futile. Moreover, are your requests even reasonable for a normal person? Li Yong counts off on his fingers. First, you want your tires to be bulletproof. Second, You require the safety of your vehicle to meet the standards of a fourth-generation military defense vehicle. Third, you wish to modify the engine of your Ferrari to achieve temporary low-altitude flight capabilities. Fourth, you want the speed of that Ferrari to exceed 480 kilometers per hour. No one can accomplish all four of these simultaneously. Xiaohua looks disappointed. Li Yong is exasperated. But Pei Su's eyes are as bright as stars. What a perfect opportunity. 3 million. Just right for me to apply my existing technology. If I help Xiaohua modify his car, I can earn 3 million in research funds, allowing me to create a scale model of the 8th generation aircraft. The subsequent conversation becomes a blur to Pei Su, only echoing the phrase 3 million over and over again. Fine then, academicianly, I shall not disturb you any further. Xiaohua leaves, somewhat dejected. The moment Xiaohua departs, Pei Su beams at Li Yong. I know what you were planning. Li Yong responds thoughtfully. If you possess that technology, then by all means, pursue it. I cannot earn that money, but if you can, then your funds for the model will be secured. Pei Su smiles. Do you not believe I can create a scale model? Li Yong shrugged. If you can actually pull it off, I'll give you my savings of 356,800 yuan as pocket money. Clearly, Li Yong did not believe for a moment that Pei Su could modify a car. In the entire country, there was no one with such capability. Transforming a Ferrari into a vehicle with defensive capabilities comparable to a fourth-generation military vehicle? That was utterly impossible. Moreover, it needed to retain the ability for low-altitude flight while ensuring its defensive features. Li Yong was a million times skeptical. It was a joke. If his nephew could truly achieve that, he would start to question whether his nephew was still human. Such technological prowess was beyond the reach of humanity. Chapter 19. Rising to new heights. Pei Su simply smiled at Li Yong's words, saying nothing. After all, the notion itself was rather astonishing. To convert a Ferrari into a military-grade defensive vehicle of the fourth generation? This was as unrealistic as transforming a fire-breathing dragon into Optimus Prime. Speaking of which, if a supercar truly possessed such formidable defensive capabilities, what would it be called? A defensive supercar? This thought flashed through Pei Su's mind. Stepping out of the office, he called out to Xiaohua, who was not far ahead. Friend, wait a moment. Xiaohua turned around. It was only then that Pei Su noticed the badge adorning the young man's chest. It was none other than the emblem of Lonka University's genius class. Seeing this, Pei Su couldn't help but smile. Hello, fellow student. Fellow student? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. However, upon seeing Pei Su produce his own Lonkai medal, he was taken aback. You must be Pei Su, right? Pei Su paused for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. That's me. Xiaohua suddenly became exuberant. I know you. The one who wrote about the 8th generation fighter in the college entrance examination essay. Pei Su stood there in astonishment. Wasn't this supposed to be a top-secret matter? How did Xiaohua know? Xiaohua chuckled. Of course, it is indeed a confidential incident. However, confidentiality is relative. Something is kept secret precisely because only a few are aware of its contents and recognize that it should not be widely known. Those who wish to know, if they have connections with the grading committee, will be informed. If they have ties to Lonka University, they will also know. Naturally, I learned about it through my connections with the grading committee. As he spoke, Xiaohua formally introduced himself. I am Xiaohua, also from Wuzhou. I remember you. You were in class 2 while I was in the elite class. I have a relative in the grading committee. I received a score of 55 on my essay. But he told me that there was someone whose score exceeded mine. I was very curious to find out who could achieve a perfect score of 60 despite the reforms in this year's essay grading. Thus, after the results were announced and the examination papers were no longer confidential, I went to the grading committee to review your original paper. As he continued, admiration appeared on his face. I must say, your perspective is quite bold, and your reasoning is quite sound. From my viewpoint, you are an extraordinarily remarkable individual. Upon hearing this, Pei Su was no longer in shock and retorted, in what way am I remarkable? Xiaohua pondered for a moment, pointing to himself. Based on my experience, your performance resembles that of Cao Cao, one of the warlords who rose to prominence in chaotic times. Pei Su inquired with a smile. If I am Cao Cao, then who are you? Xiaohua blinked. I am Qin Gong, my lord. Pei Su was momentarily taken aback. Cao Cao. Qin Gong. This person's thought process was truly intriguing. However, he began to understand the words of old Qin. Only the peculiar geniuses of the genius class could grasp his thoughts, just as he now comprehended Xiaohua's expressions. With that realization, Pei Su wasted no more time. I can help you modify the car. I can fulfill all your requirements. Xiaohua was momentarily stunned, then his excitement surged. Really? You are indeed Cao Cao. I am truly Qin Gong. Historically, Qin Gong was a key aide to Cao Cao, one of the earliest supporters. What a marvelous twist of fate. My requirements are simple. First, the car must be able to fly. Second, it needs to have the defensive capabilities of a fourth-generation military vehicle. Third, every part of the Ferrari must possess bulletproof features. Fourth, I need this car to reach a speed faster than ordinary supercars. As he spoke, Xiaohua winked at Pei Su. Not too difficult, right? Pei Su nodded. No. It is not difficult. Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback. Really not difficult? He genuinely believed it was quite challenging. The need to modify the car stemmed from his own affliction, a syndrome of lacking a sense of safety. This condition instilled a constant feeling of unease, especially in enclosed spaces. Thus, the vintage yellow Ferrari from 11 years ago needed to possess adequate defensive capabilities. To achieve this, Xiaohua had practically exhausted all his connections, even reaching out to Li Yong. Yet, even Li Yong claimed he couldn't manage it. Could Pei Su truly accomplish it? This thought filled Xiaohua with unrestrained joy. Do you believe in me? Pei Su looked at Xiaohua and smiled. Absolutely. Xiaohua responded without hesitation. Since you took the initiative to reach out to me, I should trust you completely. All right. Pei Su took the car keys and approached the Ferrari, examining it closely. The vintage yellow Ferrari, the 2011 model. What a relic. Nearly as old as Pei Su himself. Logically, it was a miracle it could still run. Yet for Pei Su, he knew it could be modified. With the car transformed, he could earn money and create the 8th-generation fighter. Pei Su declared, on the first day of school, I will drive the car over to find you. Xiaohua grinned. All right, I understand. After exchanging phone numbers, Xiaohua requested Pei Su's bank account number before turning to leave. In the evening, as Pei Su drove the vintage Ferrari and secured a venue for modifications for a month at the cost of 5,000 yuan, his phone pinged with an alert. To his astonishment, Xiaohua truly trusted him completely. Not long after leaving, 5 million yuan was transferred to Pei Su's bank account, accompanied by a message stating, "This is 5 million yuan. Logically, I have reserved 2 million for materials, but if you can find a way to save this amount, you need not return it to me, brother Pei." Upon reading this message, Pei Su smiled knowingly. He donned his work uniform and mask. Next, it was time to modify the car. The defensive capabilities of a 4th-generation military vehicle, he possessed the technology of the 5th generation. In the office of Lonka University, Jiang Mingtang was engrossed in his work. As the president of Lonka University, he was somewhat of a veteran in the field. By this stage in his career and age, he should have started to gradually withdraw, just like old Qin. Yet, he still chose to personally oversee many projects requiring his involvement. Across from him sat a middle-aged man in military uniform, cheerfully sipping tea. Old Jiang. It seems we haven't seen each other in years, the man remarked. Jiang Mingtang cast a sidelong glance at Chu Jinhua. Your father and I were comrades of the same generation. Now you dare to call me Old Jiang? The man sipping tea at the opposite table was none other than Major General Chu. Chapter 20. Surviving the bombardment of anti-tank shells? Jiang Mingtang's table. Major General Chu chuckled. Who are we kidding? This project is spearheaded by the bigwigs of the military district, aiming to collaborate with the Dragon Institute. In terms of work relations, aren't we colleagues? With a smile, Major General Chu ceased his jesting and leaned in to ask, by the way, Old Jiang, who do you intend to assign to oversee the 5th-generation defensive military vehicle project? Jiang Mingtang replied indifferently, you'll find out soon enough. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the office door. Come in, Jiang Mingtang said casually. The door swung open, and Li Yong entered. Old Jiang, what do you need? As soon as he spoke, Major General Chu stood up in shock. It's you? Li Yong was equally astonished. It's you? Jiang Mingtang observed their surprise with amusement. What is going on? Do you two know each other? Well, sort of, Li Yong said awkwardly. The truth was, back in early June, during his nephew's college entrance exam, a comical incident had occurred involving this young major general who had been sprinting down the street while embracing his nephew. It was hard for him to harbor any positive impressions of the young officer. Oh yes, we're quite familiar, Major General Chu said with a grin, extending his hand. Old Li, from now on, we'll be colleagues. Li Yong, still a bit confused, looked over at Jiang Mingtang. The project for the 5th-generation defensive military vehicle had been finalized. Jiang Mingtang simply stated, it's been settled. Is it? Li Yong frowned. I'm currently tied up with the 7th-generation aircraft project, and I can't spare the time. Really? Jiang Mingtang smiled. Didn't your remarkable nephew already devise a plan for the 8th-generation aircraft? The 7th generation? What is that worth? Once the 8th-generation project is established, we can have your nephew come to the Dragon Institute with you and the other academicians for research, can't we? Li Yong wanted to say more, but Jiang Mingtang waved his hand. All right, that's enough. This project is critical. The military has agreed to provide 150 million in funding, with the first 30 million deposit already transferred to the account. Their only requirement is for us to swiftly develop the 5th-generation defensive military vehicle within 2 months. Li Yong sighed. 2 months? How is that even possible? He was beginning to share Wang Jiang's pessimistic outlook on the project. Let us put in the effort. And even if it doesn't work out, we must demonstrate our commitment, Jiang Mingtang encouraged, patting Li Yong on the shoulder. Major General Chu, with a solemn expression, placed his arm around Li Yong's shoulder. The 5th-generation defensive military vehicle was necessary due to the obsolescence of the 4th-generation military vehicles across various military districts. A replacement was needed for the stationed equipment. September marked both the start of the school year for exam takers and the time for military districts to replace their equipment. Old Li, we're counting on you at the Dragon Institute. Major General Chu insisted. After all, I can hardly think of anyone else who could accomplish such a Herculean task in just 2 months. Time swiftly passed. The days flew by, and before long, it was late August. In the workshop, Pei Su was inspecting an old Ferrari, checking it meticulously. he tightened screws, ensuring that every component was intact and every function was operational. Externally, the vintage Ferrari appeared unchanged, yet in reality, Pei-Su had procured bulletproof glass and tires, along with a series of ballistic products, effectively fortifying the vehicle. Concurrently, two H100 computing cards were assembled to form a local AI server for analyzing road conditions. The engine had undergone explosive modifications. After a private aerospace research institute in the Northwest went bankrupt, a decommissioned rocket was auctioned off. Pei-Su invested $450,000 to acquire the abandoned rocket engine. By miniaturizing the rocket engine technology, he successfully fitted it into the Ferrari's minuscule engine compartment. This rocket engine operated on aerospace fuel. Additionally, the original engine was replaced with a smaller electric vehicle battery, employing a hybrid fuel and electricity model. Consequently, when utilizing the rocket engine, this Ferrari could unleash speeds nearing 500 kilometers per hour, while in regular use, it would rely solely on the battery. Most importantly, the defensive capabilities of the fifth-generation military vehicle were paramount. After all, what did a proper military vehicle look like? It featured several millimeters of steel plating as a base, layered with shock absorbers, buffers, and various materials, ultimately encased in thick armor. Visually, it resembled a compact tank. However, Pei-Su had mastered a simplified technology for the fifth-generation military vehicle. The ultimate shock absorption was achieved through a layer of carbon fiber panels enveloped in non-Newtonian fluid, replacing the original chassis of the Ferrari. While standard carbon fiber panels possessed high strength, they fell short of the fifth-generation military vehicle standards. The non-Newtonian fluid could provide exceptional cushioning and shock absorption. However, when combined, significant issues arose, as the high strength of the carbon fiber panels would amplify the hardness of the non-Newtonian fluid upon impact, potentially damaging the vehicle. To address this, Pei-Su employed the principle of incompressibility of air, integrating a mechanical device within the carbon fiber layer. When this layer, wrapped in non-Newtonian fluid, endured a powerful impact, the mechanical device would automatically trigger, creating an opening in the carbon fiber panel. The instant the hole opened, pressure would force air to rush outwards. This mechanism allowed the vehicle to achieve perfect shock absorption and cushioning, endowing it with the defensive capabilities of a fifth-generation military vehicle, capable of withstanding direct hits from tank shells without succumbing. The trade-off was that each time the mechanical device activated under extreme impact, it would forcibly expel some of the non-Newtonian fluid. It was estimated to withstand 3 ordinary tank shell side impacts or 1 frontal impact from a tank shell. Nonetheless, this was considered standard performance for a fifth-generation defensive military vehicle. Pei-Su had successfully realized this. Lastly, the most crucial feature was the low-altitude flight capability. Achieving low-altitude flight was also a formidable challenge. After integrating the carbon fiber panels and non-Newtonian fluid, along with the two H100-powered miniaturized AI local servers, the Ferrari appeared unchanged externally, yet its weight had significantly increased. However, Pei-Su had devised a solution to allow the considerably heavier vintage yellow Ferrari to soar into the skies. Chapter 21. The technical prowess of an 18-year-old to make this considerably heavier vintage yellow Ferrari take flight. We first need to focus on a key aspect, the rocket engine, which runs on aerospace fuel. If a rocket can ascend, why can't a sports car? The reason lies in the design of the car itself, which does not permit it to emit a long, fiery tail. Imagine being stuck in a severe traffic jam, with a long line of vehicles ahead and behind. At that moment, you press the launch button. Your automobile ignites like a rocket taking flight, unleashing a terrifying plume of flames from its undercarriage. As the asphalt melts beneath it, the vehicle ascends slowly into the air, soaring forward. Due to its low altitude, you effectively incinerate all the cars in your path with the elongated flame trail, causing their drivers to faint from the heat. Consequently, you will soon find yourself facing charges of manslaughter and destruction of public property. This illustrates the daunting challenge of achieving low-altitude flight in an automobile. Is it possible, akin to a helicopter, to leverage substantial kinetic energy to elevate a Ferrari into the sky? This is the crux of Pei-Su's endeavor to make this vintage yellow Ferrari airborne. He amalgamated the principles of rocket technology with those of helicopter mechanics, installing 16 turbofans beneath the Ferrari. Upon pressing the launch button, the car's internal chemical fuel is converted into kinetic energy, enabling it to ascend vertically. Given that the rocket engine has been miniaturized and its power significantly compressed, the flame trail, although reaching a staggering temperature of 2,500 degrees Celsius, does not extend the several dozen meters typical of a genuine rocket. When the Ferrari, powered by the turbofans, reaches an altitude of 15 to 20 meters, the flame trail emitted by the miniaturized rocket engine poses no danger to those on the ground. With the issue of the rocket's harmful flame trail resolved, this vintage Ferrari successfully achieves low-altitude flight. Thus, the transformation of this classic yellow Ferrari is complete, and all of Xiaohua's demands have been met. Firstly, it possesses exaggerated defensive capabilities without altering its exterior, surpassing even the requirements of the fourth generation. Secondly, when utilizing the rocket engine, This Ferrari can attain a maximum speed of 499 kilometers per hour, exceeding the speed of the world's fastest supercar, a Bugatti test vehicle, which reaches 490 kilometers per hour by neglecting safety and performance considerations. Remarkably, this Ferrari, enhanced with formidable defensive features, outpaces the fastest supercar by 9 kilometers per hour. As for conventional military-grade armored vehicles, their maximum speed is capped at 100 kilometers per hour, 499 times less than that of the fourth generation. Thirdly, and most importantly, this order worth 5 million will only cost 990,000, allowing Pei-Su to pocket a staggering 4 million. The prospect of such wealth fills Pei-Su with unbridled joy. 4 million is ample to craft a model of the 8th generation. If necessary, he can seek assistance from his uncle to reclaim his savings of over 300,000. For one must honor their bets. While reveling in thoughts of the future, Pei-Su suddenly turns and notices a middle-aged man in work attire, gazing blankly at him as if he has been there for some time. It is the factory manager. Pei-Su hurriedly stands up, recalling that he had only paid the venue fee for the first month, and now it is already the second month. In his fervor, he had completely overlooked this trivial matter. He quickly retrieves cash to hand to the manager, but Director Yao unexpectedly returns the money to him, speaking with utmost sincerity. Even a hint of reverence. Young Pei, would you consider working for me? Reflecting on Pei-Su's remarkable performance over the past 2 months since late June, Director Yao is filled with excitement. He recognizes Pei-Su as a rare genius in automotive modification. No, a once-in-a-billion talent. Although Pei-Su often prefers not to allow others to observe his work, Director Yao has nonetheless keenly perceived his extraordinary abilities. Come work in my factory. Even if just nominally, I will pay you 50,000 a month. Director Yao exclaims, having never encountered such a prodigy before. The technical prowess displayed by Pei-Su is simply extraordinary. Pei-Su smiles and politely declines, saying, "Thank you for providing the space and tools, but I still need to attend school and simply do not have the time to work for you." Director Yao is taken aback. "You are still a student?" Pei-Su nods. "Yes, I just turned 18 in July." The weight of those words, 18, resonates deeply within Director Yao's mind. He is momentarily dazed. 18 years old, and possessing such skill. Could this be the legendary gift of talent? He started this factory out of a passion for automobiles and the financial backing of his family's business. Director Yao has witnessed many automotive geniuses, but none quite like Pei-Su. In that moment, he feels a mix of awe and regret at the prospect of not being able to recruit such a kindred spirit. Yet, he quickly reconciles himself to the idea that if Pei-Su were 50, he would be a renowned automotive master, and at 30, a legendary figure in the industry. But at 18, he is beyond the reach of someone like Director Yao. With such talent, it is likely that the state will eventually seek him out. With this thought, Director Yao exhales with a smile and hands Pei-Su a cigarette. "Consider this a token of our acquaintance. You need not pay me for this month. Consider it your tuition. Although I only caught a glimpse of your work, each step you took has profoundly inspired my entire career. After nearly 20 years in this field, I realize how shallow my understanding has been." As Pei-Su gestures to decline the cigarette, Director Yao places it behind his ear and smiles. Then, "I wish you a future filled with grand achievements, Pei-Su." Pei-Su nods with a smile, and soon after, the roar of the Ferrari's engine fades into the distance. Although he has replaced the motor, Pei-Su, who adores the sound of internal combustion engines, records the engine's roar into the AI to replace the sound produced by the electric motor. With a thunderous roar, the Ferrari speeds away from the modification shop. Director Yao watches the yellow silhouette disappear, taking a cigarette from behind his ear, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. He muses, "Truly, heroes emerge in youth." The image of the young man will forever be etched in Director Yao's memory. Chapter 22. Worry. In the office of the Lonka Institute, smoke swirls around. Li Yong rests his hands on the desk, massaging his temples. He lights a cigarette, while across from him, Major General Chu, also smoking, wears a troubled expression. After 2 months of interaction, they have grown more familiar, and the previous awkwardness stemming from the incident where Chu forcibly took Pei-Su has diminished considerably. Yet now, both are beset by worry. How on earth do they create this damned 5th-generation military-grade armored vehicle? Li Yong, filled with frustration, exclaims. "With drones so powerful that they can flip tanks, what's the point of struggling to build this thing?" Major General Chu replies quietly, "Oldly, while I agree with you. From my perspective, every September marks a major equipment overhaul for the military region. The defensive military vehicle plays a significant role. On one hand, it can be positioned at close range to observe the devastating effects of weapons of mass destruction. On the other hand, unlike a tank, it lacks the weightiness of traditional armored vehicles while possessing comparable defensive capabilities. It can be said that the defensive military vehicle is an undisclosed entity. One would find no information about it online, yet it undeniably exists. Its inception dates back to the era of nuclear weapons. Prior to the signing of the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, our predecessors conducted numerous nuclear tests, not merely for the sake of experimentation, but to instill a sense of courage among the nation. However, The repeated failures necessitated the development of a means for close observation. During a nuclear test, the immense electromagnetic and shock waves would obliterate any camera in an instant. To address the electromagnetic interference, the concept of the Faraday cage was proposed. Yet, relying solely on a Faraday cage would prove futile, as the overwhelming shock waves at the moment of detonation would still annihilate all recording devices. Thus, after careful consideration, the defensive military vehicle was born. It remains absent from historical records, its creation solely driven by the need for a close observation apparatus during nuclear tests. However, it was later discovered that this Faraday cage observation vehicle possessed remarkable performance. Military districts are typically established in rugged terrains, and the observation vehicle excels in off-road capabilities while gradually leveling the surface beneath its weight. In the past, security concerns within military districts had remained unresolved. Yet utilizing military vehicles for transportation mitigated potential risks. Serendipitously, the defensive military vehicle became a staple within military districts. Presently, in September, as military districts undergo significant equipment upgrades, two individuals sit in their office, troubled and smoking. The cause of their distress? The inability to produce the required vehicles. Shortly thereafter, a high-ranking official arrives. Major General Chu glances at Li Yong and inquires, "Do you know which military districts require this project?" Li Yong, puzzled, responds, "What do you mean?" Major General Chu holds up two fingers, Kyoto and Modu, the two top military districts. "I can manage Kyoto since I am familiar with their leadership. But Modu may prove challenging." He sighs, "In the past 2 months, we have mobilized significant manpower and resources, yet we have only managed to produce a few prototypes. Even the most advanced T-401 can only be considered a fourth-and-a-half-generation vehicle, falling short of the standards for a fifth-generation defensive military vehicle." Li Yong remains silent. The T-401 is the finest defensive military vehicle they have developed in the past 2 months, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. They have achieved breakthroughs unattainable by fourth-generation vehicles. The name T-401 signifies its origins. The letter T represents the 20th position in the alphabet, indicating that their initial design has reached its 20th iteration. The designation 401 signifies that this vehicle is the fourth prototype developed in this 20th iteration. Their efforts have been commendable. Over the past 2 months, Li Yong and Major General Chu have made countless trips between Lonka Institute and the Kyoto Military District, mobilizing at least 40 research experts and the full production capacity of 3 factories. The creation of 20 initial design versions and the birth of the T-401 serve as testimony to their unwavering dedication to the pursuit of a fifth-generation defensive military vehicle. During these 2 months, they have been nearly exhausted. Li Yong sighs. Just then, a knock sounds at the door. "Come in," he calls casually. The office door opens, and 2 middle-aged men walk in. Instantly, both Li Yong and Major General Chu become solemn. "Commander Zhao, Commander Qi," Major General Chu greets the 2 men with a nod. The newcomers are none other than Zhao Linghua, the commander of the Kyoto Military District, and Qi Tianyun, the commander of the Moda Military District. Zhao Linghua, a striking figure even in his 60s, exudes youthful vigor. He smiles and asks, "How is it?" "Over the past 2 months, we have provided full support. Tomorrow marks the start of the university semester and the military equipment overhaul. Is the 5th-generation defensive military vehicle ready?" Li Yong's expression turns troubled, and Major General Chu hesitates to respond. "What's wrong?" Qi Tianyun, showing signs of gray hair, furrows his brow as if sensing something amiss. Li Yong hesitates, but ultimately decides to speak candidly. "The timeline for this project is exceedingly tight. Even with all our efforts, achieving such a technological breakthrough in a short period is challenging. After all, the nature of honesty at this moment differs significantly from that of later disclosures." Faced with 2 top military leaders, Li Yong finds it difficult to fabricate an excuse. "What?" At the Lonka Institute, Pei Su, driving a vintage yellow Ferrari, expertly parks in the lot. After retrieving the keys and ascending the stairwell, he intends to share good news with his uncle. However, upon reaching Li Yong's office, he overhears the sound of an argument. The office door is ajar, and voices intermittently filter through. "Old Li, you are the country's foremost military designer. Adept in all domains, from fighter jets to low-pressure sonar detectors. Your contributions to the 4th-generation defensive military vehicle are well acknowledged. Both Zhao and I have great faith in your abilities, which is why we entrusted this significant project to you despite the pressing timeline. But how can I account for the absence of the 5th-generation defensive military vehicle?" An elderly voice resonates with a heightened tone. Chapter 23. Can this Ferrari withstand a tank-S bombardment? Pei Su stands outside the office door, peering inside. Another middle-aged man speaks gravely. "Indeed. The standard for the 5th-generation defensive military vehicle is that it must withstand a direct hit from a tank shell. Regardless, the military equipment overhaul must proceed. Old Li, the T-401 you showcased, while claimed to be a 4th-and-a-half-generation defensive military vehicle, will have to be treated as a pseudo-5th-generation vehicle under the current circumstances." Pei Su, through the slightly ajar door, observes the scene within. He realizes that the 2 unfamiliar middle-aged men hold high ranks, as indicated by the stars on their military uniforms. Are there 2 serving lieutenant generals in the Kyoto military district? Pei Su is astonished. Typically, individuals of such rank would be leaders of military districts. He notices that the gray-haired officer speaks with a Modu dialect, while the other speaks standard Mandarin. It appears that the leaders of Modu and Kyoto military districts have convened. What a remarkable situation. Pei Su continues to observe. Nevertheless, the military equipment overhaul is imminent and cannot be halted. Zhao Lingua frowns slightly and states softly, tomorrow. You will go to the Kyoto military district and test all the defensive military vehicles. I ask for nothing more than for the T-401 to withstand a single tank shell. If it can do so, this 5th-generation defensive military vehicle project will be deemed a success. As Zhao Lin and Qi Tianyun exchanged glances, they turned to leave. They opened the office door and cast a fleeting glance aside. There stood a young man by the window, seemingly engrossed in the scenery. Though it was rare to encounter such youthful faces at the Lonka Institute, the weight on their minds prevented them from dwelling on it, and they soon departed. Inside the office, Li Yong and Major General Chu exchanged solemn looks, both letting out heavy sighs. Ah, Li Yong murmured, old Chu. I believe we're both aware of a certain truth. Major General Chu nodded in agreement. In unison, they declared, the defensive capabilities of the T-401 cannot withstand a single strike from a tank. After stating this, Li Yong added, not even from the retired Type 59. This meant that the T-401, which they had painstakingly developed, utterly failed to meet the defensive standards of a 5th-generation military vehicle. Currently, they faced a significant oversight, one that would surely mar their records. Damn it, Major General Chu gritted his teeth. That old Lin insisted I take charge. Is it necessary for the deputy commander to be in charge? He sighed heavily, given the tight timeline. Old Li, I don't blame you. Our efforts have only been visible to the 2 of us. Li Yong felt a surge of camaraderie towards Major General Chu. Indeed, their dedication over the past 2 months had been mutual. Major General Chu was responsible for mobilizing all resources from the military district and liaising with factories, while Li Yong led a research team, tirelessly conducting experiments, yet they still fell short. Although the T-401 had reached a level of 4.5 generations, it was still far from 5th-generation standards. It simply could not be done. As they lamented, Pei Su entered the office. I have a solution, Pei Su declared earnestly. Major General Chu glanced at him and sighed. Young man, I believe in your talent, but you're not your uncle, nor the second coming of an all-encompassing designer in the military industry. There is no feasible way. Li Yong nodded in agreement. Indeed, time is not on our side. They had never underestimated Pei Su. Both Major General Chu and Li Yong recognized his potential for greatness. However, they were acutely aware that time was slipping away, and they lacked the energy to pursue further endeavors. Tomorrow marked the day of a major equipment overhaul for the entire military. Could they truly conjure a 5th-generation vehicle out of thin air? Pei Su, observing their despondency, blinked and insisted, I truly have a solution. Sensing a flicker of interest, Major General Chu urged, then tell me, what is your plan? Pei Su produced a set of car keys and placed them gently on the table. Uncle, do you remember 2 months ago when that fellow named Xiaohua came to discuss modifying a vehicle? Li Yong struggled to recall Xiaohua, but, with Pei Su's prompt, began to remember. Ah, wasn't he the one who wanted you to modify a Ferrari to achieve the defensive capabilities of a 4th-generation vehicle? Li Yong questioned, puzzled. But our project requires a 5th-generation vehicle. Pei Su nodded, I know. I directly modified it into a 5th-generation vehicle. It's parked downstairs now. The office fell into stunned silence. You transformed it into a 5th-generation vehicle? It's downstairs? Li Yong and Major General Chu exchanged incredulous glances, their hearts momentarily halting at the weight of Pei Su's words. In the next breath, they dashed outside. Downstairs, they gazed at the Ferrari, which appeared unchanged. A cold wave of reality crashed over them, extinguishing the flicker of hope they had just felt. Li Yong let out a bitter laugh, not mocking others, but rather himself. How had he become so desperate? Had he forgotten the temperance he had cultivated? Upon hearing of a 5th-generation vehicle, he had rushed down without considering the consequences. Damn it! Major General Chu panted, pointing at the Ferrari and then looking at Pei Su. You're saying this Ferrari has been modified into a 5th-generation vehicle? Pei Su affirmed. Major General Chu chuckled self-deprecatingly and ruffled Pei Su's hair. Young man, one need not offer consolation in such a manner. To ignite hope only to extinguish it will only lead to greater despair. Pei Su was bewildered. But this is a 5th-generation vehicle. Can't you see the technological advancements in this car? Li Yong sighed, choosing not to elaborate further as he turned to head back upstairs. Major General Chu followed, whispering, do you think we could hastily add a layer of composite steel plating to the T-401 to withstand a single strike? That is quite unlikely. They said as they prepared to leave. Pei Su called out urgently, remember to bring the Ferrari tomorrow. It truly possesses 5th-generation defensive capabilities. Understood, came Major General Chu's response, though he remained skeptical that a Ferrari could withstand a tank's bombardment. So be it. The following day, Pei Su was set to attend classes at Lonka University, but suddenly recalled a pressing issue. This Ferrari was to be bombarded by a tank. What would happen to Xiaohua? Chapter 24. Uncle, I truly do not wish to die. Peisu sat in a taxi, pondering for a long while. The Ferrari was destined for destruction, but what about Xiaohua? After deep contemplation, he quietly pulled out his phone and sent Xiaohua a message. Brother, the depth of our friendship is akin to that of Chun Gong and Xiao Chao. Ding. Xiaohua replied with a question mark. Peisu continued typing. Chun Gong was the first general of the Cao Cao group and represented Cao Cao's lifelong ideal. Historical records indicate that Chun Gong admired Cao Cao's style to such an extent that he willingly relinquished his position as a county magistrate, signifying that he was a person who did not sweat the small stuff and was willing to sacrifice much. Would you agree? Xiaohua paused before responding. Yes. But Pei Gu, what exactly are you trying to convey? Peisu pondered for a moment, then said, if I told you that your Ferrari might suddenly be bombarded by a tank and rendered worthless, would you believe me? Xiaohua replied. What is a fifth-generation defensive military vehicle? The criteria for a fifth-generation vehicle can be simply understood as having the capability to withstand a tank's frontal bombardment. This is the standard for a fifth-generation vehicle. It must endure a direct hit from a tank shell while ensuring that the occupants remain unharmed by any external forces. Even if the vehicle becomes inoperable after sustaining such a hit, as long as it protects the lives within, it meets the criteria for a fifth-generation vehicle. Early that morning, Li Yong and Major General Chu gathered at the entrance of Lonka Institute. They exchanged glances and began summoning the vehicles they had been researching over the past weeks. T-101, T-201, T-301, T-302, and T-401. In total, 5 fourth-generation vehicles, each meeting the standards of their generation. Among them, the T-401 had even reached a level of 4.5 generations. Yet, they all understood the gravity of the challenge ahead, to withstand a direct strike from a tank. This is an impossible situation. Just as 5 fourth-generation vehicles were gradually heading towards the Kyoto military district, Major General Chu suddenly had an epiphany and dashed off in the distance. Li Yong was still perplexed by this turn of events. Suddenly, an old-fashioned yellow Ferrari sped toward them with lightning speed. Li Yong was taken aback. At this velocity, it must be reaching 200 miles per hour. The window rolled down, and Major General Chu leaned out. Strange, it seems the dashboard has been modified. The maximum speed is set to 1,000. And as soon as I started it, I shot past 200. This performance is rather explosive. Li Yong casually remarked, well, it is a modified car. After all, being a sports car, a certain level of speed is to be expected. But are you really planning to take such a vehicle to the military district? Li Yong was quite skeptical. Major General Chu shrugged. Anyway, Xiao Pei said this thing has the defensive capabilities of a fifth-generation vehicle. Li Yong rolled his eyes. You actually believe such nonsense? You're an old hand at this. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Major General Chu chuckled. Indeed, in this situation, it seemed they could only resort to such measures. The two settled into the old yellow Ferrari, speeding toward the Kyoto military district. Along the way, their exclamations filled the air. What the hell? How can we reach 300 kilometers per hour? Old Chu, we're speeding. The limit here is 80. This is insane. We're at 400. It turned out the car had been converted to electric, which explained its staggering speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Oh my god, it's almost 500. Close the window, close the window. I'm freezing. As it turned out, at 400 kilometers per hour, even the scorching September breeze could turn their faces as pale as paper. They hurriedly rolled up the windows, and the speed gradually decreased. Major General Chu noticed a red button in front of him, inscribed with small text, Flight Mode? He was somewhat intrigued. Flight Mode? Isn't that something for phones? Could it be that activating Flight Mode would automatically disable signals? Is this part of the modification? Li Yong pondered. It must be, after all. A car designed for speed shouldn't be distracted by incoming calls. Curiously, Major General Chu pressed the button. In an instant, the car's sound system came to life. Flight mode activated. AI autopilot engaged. Virum. The vehicle began to drive itself uncontrollably, the power of the electric motor surging dramatically. What the hell? Major General Chu exclaimed. This is a joke. I can't control the steering wheel. Li Yong concluded. This must be my nephew's handiwork. After all, Peisu advocates for AI control in the 8th generation aircraft with human assistance. This is quite familiar. 10 seconds remained until flight mode would fully engage. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Engage. In the next moment, the 16 turbofans beneath the Ferrari began to whirl madly, chemical fuel igniting and converting into kinetic energy, increasing the internal pressure of the fans, gradually lifting the car off the ground. The two men were utterly stunned, their minds frozen in disbelief. One stared out the window, watching as the towering trees aligned with their line of sight. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Altitude detected at 10 meters. Rocket propulsion systems engaged. Please input destination. Local server has built-in mapping system. The AI's prompt was a sample of Peisu's voice. Normally, Li Yong found it charmingly youthful, but in this moment, he wished it were the voice of a mature adult. At least that would sound more reliable. As they soared away from the ground, as flying cars became a reality rather than a fanciful dream, an overwhelming sense of primal panic took hold within them, a fear of the unknown. After all, They had flown in planes at heights of 8,000 meters, but they had never experienced being in a car, hovering merely 10 meters above ground. Please input destination. The AI's voice continued. Damn it. Major General Chu gritted his teeth. To the Kyoto Military District. Navigating to Kyoto Military District, the AI confirmed. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air. The surrounding landscape zipped past at breakneck speed. Major General Chu turned to look behind the car and saw long trails of flames shooting out. What the hell? He cursed repeatedly. Li Yong attempted to maintain his composure. Analyzing the situation, it seems the rear also has flame jets to maintain low altitude while providing thrust for rapid acceleration. The Ferrari's streamlined design ensures proper weight distribution, preventing it from tilting during propulsion. Pei-Su's modifications aren't half bad. Li Yong finally lost his cool, shouting, "Old Chu, call Pei-Su. Ask him what the hell he did. I don't want to die." Major General Chu quickly pulled out his phone, cursing, "Damn it, do I want to die? Who the hell wants to die?" The call connected. Major General Chu, what's wrong? Need something? Pei-Su's voice came through. Pei-Su. Major General Chu's desperate scream pierced the sky. I'm in the old yellow Ferrari you gave us, and something has gone wrong. I pressed a red button labeled flight mode, and now the damn thing is actually flying. We have no idea if we can survive this. Think of a way out, you modifier. In the taxi, the driver paused in shock. Huh? Pei-Su was momentarily stunned. I didn't tell you to take it for a test drive, did I? What is this about racing on the road? After a brief silence, Pei-Su continued. Flight mode is intended to make the car fly. You don't need to worry. Bullshit. Li Yong's voice cracked in disbelief. I'm not afraid of flying in planes, cruising on boats, or even submarines. I've experienced them all. But sitting in a car, unable to control anything, hovering at 10 meters above the ground? That's genuinely terrifying. Hurry up and figure out how to turn off this damn flight mode. Pei-Su felt a bit awkward. Well, actually, it's easy to solve. I designed an AI system. Just tell the AI what you need, and it will process your requests automatically. It's quite intelligent, powered by two H100 chips in a compact local server. Meanwhile, on the road to the Kyoto Military District in H401, driver Zhang Wei halted, gazing up at the sky in disbelief. What the hell? After a prolonged silence, he exploded in exasperation. At that moment, the intercom crackled. T401, T401, Zhang Wei, why have you stopped? The drivers of T301, T201, and others were inquiring. You guys, look up. A car is flying. As Zhang Wei's voice echoed, laughter erupted over the intercom. Haha, Lao Zhang, do not jest with me. Are cars really soaring through the sky? One might find it more plausible if you suggested aliens were floating above. Amidst the laughter, someone suddenly exclaimed, goodness. There truly is a car in the sky. It's Academician Li's vehicle. What on earth? Is this the latest technology from Lonka Institute? A flying car? On the roadside, vehicles came to a halt as drivers stepped out, gazing upwards in astonishment. Pedestrians on either side of the road stood frozen, as though they were participants in a magical performance, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the vintage yellow Ferrari soaring through the low sky. Is it merely my imagination? My dear, am I truly witnessing a car in flight? Surely, it must be a figment of my mind. Yet, I can assure you, there is indeed a car soaring above. Around the turn of the millennium, many middle and primary school students had penned essays titled One Day in the Future. Children would unleash their imaginative visions, pouring forth their fanciful ideas onto paper. In their dreams of the future, cars would glide through the sky, liberating their parents from the woes of traffic delays. They envisioned an era where sunlight would be abundantly harnessed, a gentle warmth accessible to every household, ensuring that even the most impoverished dwellings could bask in its glow. Countless futures were birthed from the pens of these children. Yet, as they matured, the harsh reality of their once whimsical notions became painfully apparent. In their youth, they spoke without restraint. But now, having come to believe they possess a clearer understanding of society and the rapid advancement of modern technology, they were left utterly astounded by the sight of a vintage yellow Ferrari ascending into the heavens, an experience rivaling the fabled predictions of the 2012 apocalypse. Is it true? Are cars indeed flying? In the live stream, 600 viewers exclaimed, look, there's a car in the sky. Suddenly, a plethora of videos flooded the internet, showcasing residents from various districts of Kyoto, all bearing witness to the vintage yellow Ferrari soaring through the low skies. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Lonka University, a bus passed by, and Xiaohua disembarked, idly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a video caught his eye, plunging him into profound contemplation. Family, I'm currently at No. 9 Road in the city. Look above. There's a vintage yellow Ferrari flying. According to my knowledge, this car dates back to 2011, categorizing it as an old sports car. Yet, it had evidently undergone modifications, allowing it to defy gravity. Staring at the fleeting image of the yellow Ferrari in the video, Xiaohua was engulfed in deep thought. Could that car possibly belong to me? A wave of confusion washed over Xiaohua. First, Pei-Su had messaged him, warning that the car might be bombed by a tank. Then, he stumbled upon this video. Yet, how could the car be in the city while Pei-Su mentioned it would be bombed? Xiaohu was perplexed as he stood at the entrance, waiting for Pei Su. Inside the Ferrari, Li Yong attempted to communicate with the AI on the small screen, saying, AI, I wish to deactivate flight mode. Can you assist me? Certainly. However, I am not called AI. My creator is Pei Su from the Genius class at Lunka University. You may refer to me as Xiao Su. Now, deactivating flight mode and initiating safe landing procedures. The length of the flame tail visibly diminished, indicating that the supply of chemical dyes was being reduced. Soon, the vintage yellow Ferrari successfully descended to the ground. Surrounding them was a sea of onlookers. Witnessing this scene, Li Yong realized the gravity of the situation and promptly instructed, navigate to the Kyoto Military District, automatically detecting speed limit zones and traffic lights. Understood. As the vehicle proceeded, Li Yong and Major General Chu soon arrived at the Kyoto Military District. At the entrance, the prominent Zhao Lingua from the Kyoto Military District and Qi Tianyun from the Shanghai Military District awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Li Yong and Major General Chu disembark, Zhao Lingua furrowed his brow. He, too, was a car enthusiast and immediately recognized the vintage Ferrari as a 2011 model. It was not that Li Yong and Major General Chu were unworthy of driving such a vehicle. After all, an 11-year-old Ferrari would only fetch a modest price of just over 100,000. However, Ferraris are flashy sports cars, and their ostentation was somewhat puzzling. Zhao Lingua found it odd that Li Yong, a mature and composed individual, and Major General Chu, who, while sometimes whimsical, was not particularly fond of sports cars, would arrive in such a vehicle today. Not wanting to dwell on the Ferrari, Zhao Lingua inquired, is the test vehicle on its way? The reporters are already waiting inside the military district. Li Yong and Major General Chu exchanged glances, their hearts momentarily relieved, only to be lifted again by Zhao Lingua's words. They understood that even the most fortified T-401 could not withstand a direct hit from a tank. They turned to regard the Ferrari, knowing they had no choice but to trust Pei Su. Chapter 26. The 140mm, 50 caliber smoothbore cannon trust, indeed, was their only option now. In the Kyoto Military District, Li Yong and Major General Chu exchanged glances. As designers, they were acutely aware that even the most advanced T-401 could not endure a direct strike from a tank. This was true even if the tank in question was the long-retired Type 59. They understood the limitations of the T-401, which could barely be categorized as a fourth-and-a-half-generation vehicle, falling short of the standards for fifth-generation military defense vehicles. At this moment, they had no choice but to place their faith in Pei Su. Yet, Li Yong and Major General Chu simultaneously turned to gaze at the vintage yellow Ferrari. A sense of trepidation gripped them. The Ferrari appeared largely unchanged, save for a layer of ordinary carbon fiber affixed to its exterior. While carbon fiber is indeed strong, they had previously contemplated using it to enhance the T-401's resilience against tank fire, but their attempts had failed. In a desperate bid, they had added a layer of iron sheeting to the T-401. Now, they could only hope that this additional layer would suffice to withstand the tank's onslaught. Let us proceed. The group ambled into the Kyoto Military District, with Li Yong behind the wheel of the vintage yellow Ferrari, while Major General Chu followed Zhao Lingua and Qi Tianyun. The Kyoto Military District boasted 2 tank testing sites, equipped with numerous test materials and surrounded by deep trenches, prepared for a variety of weapon tests, including rocket launchers and howitzers. Let us head to Test Site 1, Zhao Lingua commanded. Soon, the T-401 sped toward Test Site 1, also known as the Little Yellow Mountain Testing Ground, although the mountain itself was, in fact, white. This mountain was initially called Little White Mountain, but was renamed after the millennium due to severe sandstorms that gradually turned it yellow. Efforts to restore Little White Mountain through afforestation had proven futile, leading to its official renaming. Thus, the testing site was also designated as the Little Yellow Mountain Testing Ground. In no time, the T-401 convoy arrived at the Zhao Wangshan Testing Ground, where deep trenches had been constructed. Along the roadside, 15 formidable tanks stood, including the Type 59, Type 79, Type 88, and Type 96. Zhao Lingua softly remarked, "This test will be conducted in full view of the press." Li Yong and Major General Chu exchanged glances, both in unison questioning, "Where are the journalists?" A sweet voice chimed in, "Greetings, Academician Li and Major General Chu." It was Lu Saran, accompanied by a photographer, strolling towards them. Unlike her appearance during her time at Wuzhong, she now wore a sharp black outfit. Her hair neatly tied back, with the wind tousling her delicate wisps, and her eyes radiated intelligence and vigor. Li Yong chuckled. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be journalist Lu. Upon reflection, he found it hardly surprising. After all, such journalists often hailed from military channels. And Lu Saran was indeed one of the most outstanding military and technology reporters within the television network. She was also the granddaughter of an old comrade of Elder Qin, whose contemporaries had mostly ascended to high positions by now. Thus, it was reasonable for Lu Saran to lead the coverage of this significant military equipment overhaul. Academician Li, why is there a Ferrari parked here? Lu Saran inquired, astonished. Can such a car even traverse the military district? Most areas within the Kyoto Military District were desolate, and although modernization had been implemented, many regions remained uneven. While ordinary sedans fared adequately, a sports car with such a low chassis would surely suffer damage. It's fine, Li Yong replied with a smile. They had noticed the exceptional nature of the Ferrari upon arrival and had inspected it after disembarking. The vehicle's chassis had undergone special modifications, equipped with a layer of carbon fiber, which offered superior scratch resistance compared to any material available on the market. All right, Lu Saran promptly shifted to the main topic, directing the cameraman and lighting technician to set up. Meanwhile, the tanks began to line up. Old Zhao, today we can't possibly use the Type 59, can we? Major General Chu whispered to Zhao Lingua. Good heavens, do you think today can be treated so casually? Zhao Lingua replied in a hushed tone. Our report will be disseminated through state media. What do you think the viewership will be? How many experts will be watching? If those who are less informed may overlook it, there will undoubtedly be many knowledgeable individuals among the viewers. If they see us testing the defensive capabilities of the Type 59, won't that be laughable? The Type 59 tank is armed with a 100mm rifled gun, arguably the weakest among main battle tanks. Of course, this is due to the limitations of its era, as it was developed at the inception of the nation. And how many years have passed since then? What will today's test tank be? Major General Chu gazed at the 15 tanks. Zhao Lingua pointed to the most formidable of them, the Type 96 ZTZ. At that moment, Major General Chu and Li Yong felt as though they had been struck by lightning. The Type 96 ZTZ. This tank was several iterations more advanced than the Type 59. Once a king among tanks, it was equipped with a 125mm smoothbore gun. It is safe to say that the firepower of the Type 96's main gun vastly eclipsed that of the Type 59. Despite the seemingly modest difference of 25mm in caliber, the distinction between rifled and smoothbore guns was substantial. With the same caliber, the smoothbore gun, being a more advanced type, would deliver greater power. The principle lies in the smooth interior of the smoothbore barrel, allowing the projectile to achieve its maximum initial velocity instantaneously. However, the trade-off is that the barrel's lifespan is shorter, necessitating more frequent replacements. Now, considering the 125mm smoothbore gun, how could the T-401 possibly withstand such power? We're doomed. Major General Chu suddenly felt despondent. Li Yong was filled with trepidation. They could only hope for two things. First, they had added a layer of armor to the T-401 the previous night, hoping it would withstand the impact of a 125mm smoothbore round. Yet, they were acutely aware that, despite this addition, the T-401's defensive capabilities had not fundamentally improved. In fact, they could barely withstand a shot from the Type 59's 100mm rifled gun, let alone the Type 96's 125mm smoothbore gun. Should the T-401 fail to perform, their hopes rested on the old yellow Ferrari belonging to Pei Su. Soon, the recording personnel began to assemble, alongside several officers from the Kyoto military district standing by. As the countdown commenced from T-101, 10 seconds remained. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, fire. Boom. In that instant, the cannon of the Type 96 seemed to undergo a collapse, transforming from a long, dark barrel into a mirrored. The blinding flash distorted the light, creating an optical illusion. As the 125mm smoothbore round was discharged, its terrifying power erupted in an instant. Boom. A pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air. After a thunderous roar, the projectile struck the T-101 with extreme precision. Under the immense acceleration, the shell detonated upon impact, obliterating the T-101 and sending plumes of white smoke billowing forth, engulfing the area. From the distant trenches, Li Yong and Major General Chu's hearts sank. This was not the Type 96. It was the specially modified Type 96A1 tank, designed for testing and competition, tailored to specific requirements. It was based on the Type 96. This version, the 96A1, was not equipped with a 125mm smoothbore gun, but rather an enormous 140mm smoothbore gun with a 50 caliber length. The tank and military information introduced in this chapter and the following 3 chapters are all publicly disclosed by the state and do not involve any leaks or conjectures existing in a parallel world. Chapter 27. Jesus can't save you, but I can. What exactly does a 50 caliber length mean? We must comprehend what 50 caliber length entails and what the 96A1 represents. The 96A1 is not merely a variant of the Type 96, but rather a significantly modified version based on its foundation. The 96A1 before us is specifically designed for high-power testing. 50 caliber length mimics the 99A. Although the 99A's projectile caliber is only 125mm, its power and performance are unparalleled internationally. Why? The answer lies in the 50 caliber length. 50 caliber length means that the barrel's length is 50 times the caliber of the projectile it fires. This is a crucial technological advancement. A longer barrel allows the projectile to achieve greater initial acceleration. From a certain perspective, the 99A is also a 125mm smoothbore gun with a 50 caliber length. In contrast, the newly developed 96A1, designed for testing large defensive machines, is equipped with a 140mm smoothbore gun with a 50 caliber length. It can be said that, in terms of projectile power, this weapon is even more fearsome than the 99A. We're finished. Major General Chu's face turned ashen. He never anticipated such a turn of events. The test was not only not the weakest Type 59, but rather the new Type 96A1, which boasted even greater power than the 99A. A 140mm smoothbore gun with a 50 caliber length left Major General Chu feeling hopeless. It's over. Even Jesus can't save us now. Li Yong felt a tremor of dread. As professionals, they understood all too well. The concept of a 140mm smoothbore cannon with a 50 caliber length is quite remarkable, due to the extended length of the barrel. The initial acceleration of the projectile is significantly increased, thereby enhancing its armor-piercing capability. With a single round fired, who could possibly withstand its might? Even a cluster of 10 blue whales would be pierced through by its devastating power. Just as the two individuals contemplated this, the T-201 erupted in a thunderous explosion, disintegrating into fragments. Shortly thereafter, the T-301 and T-302 met the same fate. In just an hour, the vehicles, which had consumed 2 months of labor and resources to develop, were reduced to countless shattered pieces under the relentless bombardment of the 96A1. The debris scattered across the small yellow mountain, resembling not merely the remnants of fourth-generation vehicles, but rather the very essence of Li Yong and Major General Chu's dedication. This is a harsh reality, yet unavoidable. Such defensive military vehicles must endure live ammunition tests. While aircraft can be assessed in wind tunnels, and the destructive power of nuclear weapons can be calculated through advanced simulations, defensive military vehicles find themselves in a precarious position. Utilizing computers is resource-intensive, with every second of operation burning through vast amounts of funds. Unfortunately, there is no alternative to live-fire testing. With a resounding roar, the terrifying projectile fired from the 96A1 struck the T-301 and T-302, obliterating them in an instant. Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun's expressions grew increasingly grim as they realized a critical truth. Today could witness a catastrophic incident. Soon, it was T-401's turn. The crowd held their breath, focused intently. The appearance of T-401 left much to be desired. Originally designed to exude a sense of grandeur, the addition of rough iron plating transformed it from a valiant general into a mere vagabond, stripping it of its imposing presence. Yet, it was evident that T-401 boasted significantly thicker armor than the T-301 and T-302. Despite its unappealing exterior, its defensive capabilities had undeniably improved. The question remained, could it withstand the onslaught of the 96A1? The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. With the countdown's conclusion, the 96A1 unleashed a formidable shell towards T-401. The 140mm smoothbore cannon, with its 50 caliber thickness, resembled a fearsome weapon poised to unleash catastrophic power. A deafening roar filled the air as the projectile struck T-401. The spectators held their breath, clad in goggles, their eyes glued to T-401. A dazzling flash erupted from the vehicle, a brief yet vivid explosion illuminating the scene. Undoubtedly, T-401's defenses were formidable. It represented the standard for semi-fourth-generation military vehicles. Thus, when faced with the bombardment of the 96A1, it exhibited an almost sentient resistance. Countless explosions unleashed shockwaves potent enough to shatter flesh and bone. Accompanied by searing temperatures akin to those found on the sun's surface, surged towards T-401. However, its bulletproof glass was of the finest quality, the tires were top-notch, and it was enveloped in iron plating. Even when confronted by the high-velocity projectile, which human eyes could scarcely perceive, T-401 managed to exhibit a semblance of resistance in that fleeting moment. Just as Li Yong and Major General Chu felt a surge of elation, believing they had weathered the storm, a scene of despair unfolded. Approximately 2 seconds into the engagement, the resistance abruptly ceased. T-401's outer iron plating cracked and turned red, with portions melting into molten metal. Various alloys, including carbon, aluminum, and magnesium, along with numerous components, were utterly annihilated by the potent shell. The air was thick with smoke. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the atmosphere. T-401's remnants lay scattered about, debris strewn across the ground. The wind blew, dispersing the smoke. Li Yong gazed at the lifeless shell of T-401, a sense of desolation washing over him. Ultimately, it was not enough. Chu, gritting his teeth, felt a sense of frustration. His grievances were manifold. First, the time constraints were too demanding. Second, the testing tank was the formidable new Model 96A1. Third, it was utterly embarrassing to have journalists observing during such a critical moment. And fourth, he felt a pang of guilt as he witnessed Li Yong's despair. For a designer to witness the destruction of their hard work was an immense blow. Frustration coursed through Chu. Over the past 2 months, they had collaborated tirelessly, traversing between the Lonka Institute and the military district in Kyoto countless times, mobilizing untold resources to produce merely a dozen fourth-generation vehicles. Now, Those vehicles had vanished amidst the smoke, and no one would remember them, save for the project's chief engineer, Li Yong, and the project leader, Chu Jianhua. It seemed that their exploration into fifth-generation vehicles would require more time to mature. Lu Saran articulated her commentary. At present, it is evident that the collaboration between the Lonka Institute and the military has encountered insurmountable challenges. The pace of innovation is swift, yet materials lag behind, hindering technological advancement. Conversely, we must acknowledge that the new 96A1 possesses immense power. Even the semi-fourth generation T401 could not withstand its might. As Lu prepared to conclude her remarks, expressing gratitude to the audience, Li Yong interjected, "Who says this is our final vehicle? We still have one more." He gestured toward the side. Lu was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Li Yong. Zhao Lingua and Qi Tianyun followed suit, directing their gazes towards Li Yong's indication. There, they beheld an old yellow Ferrari. Chapter 28. Can the Ferrari withstand the 96A1? Intriguing indeed. At the entrance of Lonka, Pei Su alighted from his taxi. Upon stepping out, he spotted Xiaohu waiting for him not far away. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped his heart. "Pei Gu," Xiaohu waved him over. Pei Su approached with a hint of trepidation. Xiaohu lowered his voice. "What is going on? What did your message mean?" After a moment's hesitation, Pei Su resolved to share the complete story with Xiaohua. "I have indeed modified your Ferrari as per your request. It possesses both flight capabilities and meets all requirements. The only difference is that it does not embody the performance of a fourth-generation defensive military vehicle, but rather that of a fifth-generation vehicle." Pei Su added nonchalantly. "And the fifth-generation defensive military vehicle specifications allow it to withstand tank shells, at least capable of enduring a single strike without any casualties among the occupants." Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback. "But what does this have to do with my car being bombarded by a tank?" Pei Su swallowed hard, revealing the news of his uncle's involvement in the fifth-generation defensive military vehicle project, which ultimately ended in failure. "Xiaohua, regarding the compensation for this Ferrari, I will cover the costs," Pei Su whispered. He genuinely felt remorseful towards Xiaohua. After all, the latter had been eagerly awaiting this car, only for him to hand it over to his uncle for destruction. It was indeed his fault. "Compensation?" Xiaohua chuckled as if he had heard a jest, exclaiming, "Brother Pei, I'm delighted. Why would I be angry?" Pei Su was taken aback. "You're not upset?" Xiaohua shook his head. "Not at all." Pei Su pressed further. "I took your car without permission for a live-fire test with the fifth-generation defense military vehicle. Why aren't you angry?" Xiaohua blinked. "Why should I be angry? Who knows? When this car is reported in the future, my name might even be mentioned." Pei Su found it difficult to comprehend Xiaohua's thought process. Yet, he recalled that old Qin had once remarked that individuals from the genius class often possess unique perspectives. A normal person would certainly be furious in such a situation. Pei Su was prepared for compensation, only to be met with Xiaohua's unexpected nonchalance, leaving him at a loss. "Brother Pei," Xiaohua tugged at Pei Su's sleeve. "Tell me about the details of this car. I saw a video in the same city and spotted my Ferrari. It appears unchanged in appearance. So how does it possess the capabilities of a fifth-generation defense military vehicle?" Pei Su pondered for a moment and replied, "The core principle lies in a layer of thick non-Newtonian fluid wrapped within a carbon fiber exterior. It utilizes the principle that air cannot be compressed." In the Kyoto military district, Zhao Lingua spoke seriously. "Stop kidding around." Qi Tianyun nodded in agreement, his expression grave. "Indeed. Laoli, this is not how you throw a tantrum, especially with reporters present." "Throw a tantrum?" Li Yong maintained a demeanor of calm. At this moment, even Jesus couldn't save him. However, he chose to trust his little nephew, recalling a scene from 2 months prior. His nephew had slowly placed a packet of ketchup on the table in the cafeteria, uttering statements that were nothing short of astonishing. Back then, it had seemed unbelievable, akin to a miraculous spectacle. Thus, now, in a situation where even Jesus couldn't help him, he opted to believe in Pei Su. With this thought, Li Yong calmly stated, "This car was personally modified by Pei Su and possesses the defensive capabilities of a fifth-generation vehicle." Pei Su. Zhao Lingua and Qi Tianyun exchanged puzzled glances. Who is Pei Su? Is there an expert in the domestic field of defense military vehicles? Could he be a foreigner who has adopted a Chinese name? Yet, Lu Saran's eyes sparkled with interest. "Who are you talking about?" "Pei Su. Isn't today the day of the new semester at Lonka University? Could it be that during these 2 months of summer vacation, he transformed this Ferrari into a fifth-generation defense military vehicle?" Upon hearing Lu Saran's words, Zhao Lingua and Qi Tianyun exchanged glances, growing even more bewildered. "Pei Su. Lonka University starting? Summer vacation? What does any of this mean?" Just as they were lost in confusion, Li Yong had already entered the Ferrari, driving it directly toward the 96A1 tank. He rolled down the window and shouted back, "Fire at this Ferrari." At that moment, inside the 96A1 tank, Gunner Wang Hu and driver Li Hao exchanged glances. Fire? Given that the new 96A1 was developed after the 99A, it adopted the 99A's tank compartment design, transitioning from a 3-man crew to a 2-man crew. Li Hao hesitated, unsure whether to fire. However, Wang Hu, possessing more experience, advised, "Not yet. Wait for a message from the intercom. The two of them quietly awaited the transmission. Outside, Zhao Lingwa was exasperated by Li Yong's actions. Loudly, this is not how you throw a tantrum. This Ferrari stands no chance against the 96A1. It's an 11-year-old sports car with significant collectible value. There's no need to waste it here. Qi Tianyan joined in persuading Li Yong. Although they were top figures in the military district, Li Yong was also an academician. If he truly threw a tantrum, they would need to appease him, lest they anger the Lunker Academy, leading to an embarrassing situation for everyone involved. Just as they were anxiously trying to convince Li Yong to abandon the idea, Major General Chu stepped forward, declaring, I can attest that this car has excellent defensive capabilities and is ready for testing. Zhao Lingwa was taken aback. Major General Chu's statement shifted his perspective. In such a setting, especially in front of reporters, Zhao Lingwa knew that Major General Chu would not make baseless claims. With this in mind, Zhao Lingwa no longer hesitated and grabbed the intercom, shouting, Commence countdown to launch. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown progressed, everyone huddled in the trench, eagerly anticipating the outcome of the impending cannonade. 3, 2, 1, fire. Boom. The earth-shattering roar immediately resonated. Chapter 29. Jesus cannot save you, but Pei Su truly can. The T-401 could not withstand the terrifying attack. Could this old yellow Ferrari truly endure? In the trench, everyone held their breath, waiting for this almost definitive moment. At Lonka University, Xiaohua curiously inquired, Brother Pei, since you've wrapped a layer of non-Newtonian fluid in carbon fiber, utilizing the principle that air cannot be compressed to operate the mechanical devices and transfer the impact force, I wonder, is that alone truly enough for my Ferrari to achieve the defenses of a fifth-generation vehicle? Pei Su merely smiled faintly in response. Clearly, while you grasp my intent, you do not fully comprehend the key aspect of the combination of carbon fiber and non-Newtonian fluid. Let me put it this way. Carbon fiber has high rigidity and strength, but it is also brittle, and a single layer of carbon fiber would render the Ferrari inoperable in an instant. However, with the addition of the non-Newtonian fluid and the air venting mechanical system, the strength of the carbon fiber can be maximally utilized. Firstly, if a shell were to strike this Ferrari, we would witness a particular scene. The shell would impact the Ferrari, causing the carbon fiber to deform under the force of the impact. Smoke billowed in the Kyoto military district as everyone fixated on this moment. A brilliant white light emanated from the Ferrari as the carbon fiber suffered severe deformation under the tremendous force. But what follows? Xiaohua's voice echoed at the entrance of Lonka University. Pei Su smiled slightly next. The non-Newtonian fluid inside the carbon fiber will not have time to harden and will suffer an unprecedented penetrative strike. Yet because of this, it will absorb the shell's penetrating force entirely. Following that, the air venting system will detect the pressure, and the mechanical device will automatically trigger, expelling a portion of the non-Newtonian fluid from the vehicle. At this moment, the impact force of the shell will also be expelled. Simultaneously, we will observe a very fascinating phenomenon. It is indeed the carbon fiber panel that has begun to bulge gradually. Upon being penetrated, the non-Newtonian fluid hardens in a high-temperature environment while simultaneously generating expanding gases. These expanding gases forcibly reshape the distorted carbon fiber panel, actively supporting it and countering the impact force. One would witness an intriguing sight. The Ferrari resembles a porcupine, puffing up vigorously, expelling stone-like non-Newtonian fluid, while steadfastly withstanding the force of a cannonball. Pei Su softly remarked, This is the design of the carbon fiber panel. Xiaohua expressed his admiration, exclaiming, Truly ingenious. I have seen non-Newtonian fluids used for shock absorption, I have witnessed carbon fiber panels resisting explosions, and I have observed pressure being alleviated through the principle of incompressible air. Yet, I have never encountered a design that intricately combines all three. As he spoke, Xiaohua felt a surge of emotion. It seems my Ferrari has perished with honor, with truth, in a grand manner. Boom. At the Lonka Institute, a bizarre scene unfolded before the onlookers. The cannonball struck the Ferrari, a 140mm smoothbore cannon with a caliber 50 times larger, boasting an unprecedented level of destructive power and penetrating capability. It could be said that even 10 blue whales stacked together would be pierced through by such a shell. Yet, this Ferrari, as delicate as a cicada's wing, astonishingly endured. The carbon fiber panel deformed momentarily, then rapidly expanded, with fragments akin to stone splattering out, creating small craters upon impact. Upon closer inspection, those stone-like fragments began to cool, transforming into pools of liquid. Soon after, the bulging carbon fiber panels, as if buoyed by unseen support, resiliently resisted the initial wave of impact. The streamlined body of the Ferrari remained unscathed. As the dust settled, everyone gazed in awe, feeling a surreal sense of magic. Zhao Lingwa stood in shock, recalling the T-401's formidable appearance. The outer layer was composed of heavy steel plating, while within lay various alloys, accumulating a total weight nearing 15 tons, close to that of a lightweight tank. And this Ferrari? As an aerodynamic masterpiece, it was neither taller nor thicker than the T-401, and its armor consisted only of a thin layer of carbon fiber. Yet, against all odds, it had accomplished the impossible. A sense of incredulity welled up within Zhao Lingua as he beheld the Ferrari, battered on the outside, yet intact within. Who exactly was Pei Su? The classified documents rendered even figures like Zhao Lingua and Qi Tianyun unaware of Pei Su's identity. Where was Pei Su? Qi Tianyun anxiously turned to Li Yong. Such talent was certainly not one the military could overlook. Li Yong exchanged glances with Major General Chu, still reeling from the ethereal spectacle. This is impossible, Li Yong blurted. In a moment of despair, he chose to trust Pei Su. However, witnessing such a miraculous event instinctively prompted him to utter those 4 words. This is impossible. This is unreasonable. Slowly, Li Yong approached the Ferrari, disregarding Zhao Lingua and Qi Tianyun's inquiries, meticulously examining every aspect of the vehicle structure. A revelation dawned upon him. Li Yong exclaimed, "Is this the non-Newtonian fluid?" He observed the scattered non-Newtonian fluid beneath the car. As an academician, he swiftly grasped the fundamental reason behind the Ferrari's ability to withstand the 140mm smoothbore cannon's assault. Carbon fiber panels combined with non-Newtonian fluid. Li Yong articulated. It is the synergy of these 2 elements. Major General Chu looked bewildered. Huh? What do you mean, oldly? Look, Li Yong said, picking up the still wet non-Newtonian fluid from the ground. This is the non-Newtonian fluid encasing the carbon fiber panel. During the cannon's bombardment, the non-Newtonian fluid was subjected to high temperatures and the pressure of the deformed carbon fiber panel, resulting in the generation of expanding gases. As the gas compressed and its density increased, these expanding gases pushed back against the already deformed carbon fiber panel. The compressed air's molecules moved more rapidly, raising the temperature of the air itself. Coupled with the high temperatures from the cannonball, the non-Newtonian fluid within the carbon fiber panel entered a state of high temperature and high impact. While hardening, the expanding gases also supported the carbon fiber panel, continuously resisting the cannonball's impact. This is a rudimentary air venting mechanism. Li Yong glanced at the air venting mechanism within the vehicle. The coexistence of non-Newtonian fluid and air within the carbon fiber panel caused the air to compress, and the density of the non-Newtonian fluid increased accordingly. The high temperatures elevated the air's temperature, ultimately reaching a threshold that triggered the air venting mechanism. The incompressible air currents would carry the pressure away. The Ferrari was no longer merely the entity absorbing the cannonball's impact. It had transformed into a conduit of sorts, sustaining damage yet minimizing any aggressive force. Li Yong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. My nephew is a true genius. While carbon fiber panels have been utilized and air venting mechanisms have been implemented, and even non-Newtonian fluids have been used for shock absorption, the fusion of all these elements, intricately interlinked, to create a top-tier protective measure was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 30. The military science community requires a second pillar exaggeration. As Li Yong slowly articulated the characteristics of this Ferrari, Major General Chu exclaimed, bizarre, exaggerated, perverse. Each component was simple in isolation, yet the assembly of these components, considering real-world situations, and achieving the defensive capabilities of a 5th-generation military vehicle under exceedingly stringent conditions was no small feat. He had accomplished it. Nearby, Lu Saran's gaze flitted about, completely oblivious to the fact that today's interview was once again connected to Pei Su. The striking youth she had encountered during the examination seemed to have conceived such an ingenious idea in merely 2 months. Academician Li, old Chu, Zhao Lingua, his heart racing, urgently inquired, could this design, if applied to the T-401, meet the standards of a 5th-generation military vehicle? Li Yong, hearing this, initially nodded, then shook his head. Zhao Lingua paused, growing more anxious. Please, just tell me, can it or can't it? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yong replied, theoretically. The T-401's innate characteristics far surpass those of this Ferrari. If we were to directly transfer this setup to the T-401, its defensive capabilities might exceed those of a 5th generation. It would likely reach the level of 5th and a half. At Li Yong's words, the room fell silent. Until Lu Saran softly asked, so, can I interpret this as Pei Su, this young man, upgrading our defensive military vehicle by an entire generation in merely 2 months? Indeed. A higher tier, Zhao Lingua exclaimed, his face lighting up, while Qi Tianyun erupted in hearty laughter. Both felt a surge of exhilaration, a long-lost thrill born from this unexpected turn of events. They had once thought hope was lost. As a result, Li Yong threw a tantrum, insisting on producing a Ferrari. They all thought he was merely sulking. Yet, the Ferrari truly stood the test. They believed this particular model was irreplicable, but to their surprise, duplicating it on the T-401 meant elevating its standards directly to that of the 5th-generation defensive military vehicles. What a delightful triumph. Ha! Qi Tianyun erupted in laughter. He approached Li Yong, took a few steps aside, and whispered, academicianly, when can you introduce me to this young prodigy named Pei Su? Zhao Lingua then pulled General Chu aside, whispering, you know this young man Pei Su, right? Remember to send me his information later. Be quick about it. I suspect old Qi has already taken a liking to him. The two exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent smile. Such exceptional talent should undoubtedly belong to their military district. No chance of that happening. Li Yong shrugged at Qi Tianyun, saying, "My nephew just started university today in the genius class at Lonka University." Qi Tianyun was taken aback. The genius class at Lonka University? I had heard of it, but thought it was just a gimmick. I didn't expect it to be true. General Chu reported quietly to Zhao Linghua. It's a no-go, old Zhao. The kid is currently studying, and old Li is his uncle. Recognizing the futility of their pursuit, both esteemed figures felt a pang of regret, but ceased their entanglement. Zhao Linghua suddenly remarked, the cost for that Ferrari can be fully reimbursed by the Kyoto Military District. Qi Tianyun paused briefly before quickly responding. Our Moto Military District will also cover all expenses and return a new model Ferrari. Zhao Linghua shot a glance at Qi Tianyun, but said nothing more. It didn't matter. They couldn't secure the talent anyway. Whoever took the spotlight didn't matter. Meanwhile, Lu Su Ran swiftly concluded her remarks. This test showcased the military's formidable tank penetration capabilities and the applicability of new defensive vehicle technologies. Perhaps we can look forward to a future where every vehicle boasts the highest safety coefficients. However, the theme had shifted. Initially, Lu Su Ran aimed to document the live-fire testing of the fifth-generation defensive military vehicles. Now, however, due to the Ferrari S appearance, it had to be interpreted as an attempt by the military to transfer military technology to civilian vehicles. Yet, the essence remained unchanged. Throughout the interview, Lu Su Ran deliberately omitted Pei Su's name, revealing nothing. Once everything was settled, she departed the Kyoto Military District with her photographer and the recorded material. In the car, the photographer, while driving, couldn't help but ask, Lu Jia, are we really going to shelve this news report? Lu Su Ran shrugged. Of course, we must. Pei Su's identity is confidential, and until I receive clearance from above, I will not publish anything. The photographer sighed in disappointment. Another wasted trip. The 50+ gigabytes of material from last time went unused, and now this trip seems pointless. Not entirely pointless, Lu Su Ran said seriously, looking at the photographer. What we are doing now is, in fact, a monumental endeavor. I have a premonition that I will work with this young man again in the future. One day, all these documented stories will be exposed in full. Gazing out the window, Lu Su Ran became lost in thought. The aging Qin Lao was in need of a second pillar in the military science community. Perhaps by then, the news material she had kept hidden could elevate Pei Su to that pedestal, helping him secure his position as the second pillar. At Lonka University, Xiaohua's admiration was palpable. Wow, Brother Pei, you are incredible. To combine carbon fiber panels, non-Newtonian fluids, and air exhaust systems so ingeniously. Brother Pei, when you pass away, can I get someone to dissect your brain? As he spoke, Xiaohua excitedly brandished his arms. Then, I would be the one who dissected Einstein. And I would also be entered into history. Pei Su was stunned, utterly unable to comprehend Xiaohua's line of thinking. Just then, the phone rang. Pei Su glanced at the caller ID, realizing it was his uncle. He answered the call. As soon as the line connected, General Chu's excited voice trembled on the other end. Little Pei, that Ferrari of yours has truly saved us. Commander Chi from the Modu Military District has agreed to compensate you with a new model Ferrari. After discussing with your uncle, since this car belongs to someone else, but the modifications are your own, we will take full responsibility for the vehicle's alterations. Hearing this, Pei Su smiled, hung up the phone, and looked at Xiaohua. Everything had worked out splendidly. In a while, the military would provide him with a new Ferrari. Xiaohua was taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, Really? I wasn't even planning on accepting it. Pei Su glanced around the bustling Lonka University campus, filled to the brim with students, a veritable sea of humanity. In the large square, teachers held megaphones, repeatedly calling out to their students. Pei Su spotted a sign for the genius class in a corner. Qin Lao sat on a small stool, fanning himself with a palm leaf. Behind him stood several young individuals. Let's go, Pei Su said to Xiaohua as they made their way toward Qin Lao. Chapter 31. The Six Immortals Crossed the Sea. I reviewed the enrollment list for this semester. Xiaohua spoke quickly. From what I understand, this inaugural genius class includes a lot of unknown eccentrics, but also a few relatively well-known scientific prodigies, one of whom is called Chun Quebec Chun Ke. Pei Su was curious. He had not yet ventured into the research community and was unaware of many anecdotes. This Chun Ke is quite remarkable, Xiaohua continued. A couple of years ago, the Western Theater Command released a new modified version of the off-road cat vehicle, and he designed that. I heard he was exceptionally bright as a child, learning high school courses while still in elementary school. During high school admissions, there was speculation in the research community about whether he would attend Lonka University or study abroad, as he was offered very favorable conditions overseas, around $3 million a year and immediate entry into a research laboratory at Newton University for further studies. Surprisingly, he chose to study here. Moreover, he is also one of Qin Lao's closed-door disciples. In a sense, he holds a high standing in the research community, being a junior to your uncle. As Xiaohua spoke, he glanced at the young man standing behind Qin Lao, whose disheveled hair fell naturally. Pei Su asked, Is Chun Ke's status really that elevated? Xiaohua nodded affirmatively. Just then, Qin Lao spotted Pei Su and whispered a few words to Chun Quebec. Chun Ke immediately jogged over. You must be Pei Su, right? And you must be Xiaohua. He smiled. Hello, I'll take you to your dorms. The genius class students stay in single accommodations similar to those of faculty members, which are a bit far from the student dorms. The two nodded in agreement. Chun-Kei took the luggage from them and headed toward the distant dormitory building. It was a newly constructed apartment building, clearly completed within 2 years from project inception to construction. Compared to the aging Lonka University dormitories, which sometimes lacked air conditioning, this apartment not only had air conditioning, but also elevators. And they were single rooms. Chun-Kei led the two individuals to apartments 437 and 438, handing them the keys. He nodded at Pei Su, stating, I reside in apartment 436 next door. Mr. Chin has shared some of your remarkable achievements with me. From now on, we shall be classmates. Pei Su nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude. She hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to adhere to this hierarchical relationship. After all, her uncle was a student of Mr. Chin, and this Chun-Kei before her was also one of Mr. Chin's students. In a sense, her uncle and Chun-Kei belonged to the same generation. What about herself, then? Chun-Kei smiled, as if he had discerned her thoughts. In a certain sense, I am now your senior, rather than your junior. Pei Su was taken aback. Senior? Chun-Kei affirmed. Indeed, did you not know? The model of the Lonkai class is not a conventional educational structure. It resembles the ancient practice where a skilled master takes on a few apprentices to impart their lifelong expertise. Thus, you are not merely students of Mr. Chin. You are his disciples. There is a significant distinction between students and disciples. The former is a broad term, while the latter comprises the core individuals. Although you may not feel any concrete differences now, at least it sounds as though you are held in higher esteem. By the way, Pei Su. Chun-Kei seemed to recall something, looking at her with interest. I learned that during your college entrance examination, you drafted a design proposal for the 8th generation fighter jet. Yesterday, I overheard Mr. Chin on the phone with President Li Yunchang of Lonka University, discussing the first project assignment for the Lonkai class. This assignment requires us to form teams to develop designs centered around the concept of the 8th generation fighter. If you are willing, I would like to form a team with you in advance. What do you think? Pei Su was somewhat astonished. Was this matter truly classified at such a high level? How did everyone seem to know about it? Xiaohuo was aware of it, and now Chun-Kei was as well. All right, Pei Su thought for a moment before nodding. After all, Chun-Kei was a well-known research prodigy in the country, and his capabilities were certainly commendable. Constructing a scaled model of the 8th generation fighter was not something she could accomplish alone. With Chun-Kei and Xiaohuo assisting her, the pace of her endeavor would surely accelerate. In the afternoon at Lonka University, in the office, Li Yunchang held a list tightly in his hand, furrowing his brow as he reviewed it repeatedly. He glanced at the elderly man seated before him, hesitating several times before finally voicing his concerns. Mr. Chin, what caliber of students have you recruited this time? They seem rather mediocre. The inaugural Lonkai class comprises 6 individuals. Among them, I am only familiar with your student Chun-Kei and the proposer of the 8th generation fighter concept, Pei Su. That student named Xiaohua has commendable grades, having scored 55 on the college entrance exam essay despite the reforms in the exam in Kyoto, indicating his substantial understanding of the field. However, what about the remaining individuals? Number 4, Wang Qingyu, is a medical student from the First Medical University of Dongshi. What is he doing in the Lonkai class? Is he to serve as the school doctor? Number 5, Li Bei, is a discharged conscript. He lacks expertise in this field. What purpose does his presence serve? Does he possess some unique capability? And what about number 6, Zhang Ming? Why is his identity marked as confidential? What is his background? Li Yunchang was perplexed. The Lonkai class was intended to accommodate exceptional talents. One need not possess any other abilities, but a profound research capability was essential. This was the foundation of the Lonkai class, established to pursue higher technological advancements and unearth the most extraordinary research talents from a population of 1.5 billion. Yet, while Pei Su, Chun-Kei, and Xiaohuo posed no issues, what merit did Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming possess to be included in the Lonkai class? To exaggerate, an aspiring medical student, a conscript, and an individual of unknown background do not seem worthy of such an opportunity. At this moment, Li Yunchang harbored some doubts regarding Mr. Chin's recruitment methods. He questioned whether Mr. Chin's age had clouded his judgment. The first 3 individuals posed no concerns. Yet the latter 3 had considerable issues in their profiles. In response to Li Yunchang's skepticism, Mr. Chin merely smiled lightly. After sipping a glass of warm water, he spoke slowly. Xiao Li, the establishment of the Lonkai class was a decision we both agreed upon. Now, I wish to ask you a question. What is the fundamental purpose of the Lonkai class? In other words, what predicament does the establishment of the Lonkai class aim to address? Li Yunchang sighed upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he replied, our country's current research environment is excessively stern and cold, and due to issues of seniority and personal connections, many research talents remain overlooked. The inception of the Lonkai class serves, on one hand, to unearth these obscured talents, and on the other, to harness the strength of these young individuals to elevate our nation's technology to a new pinnacle. Li Yunchang hesitated momentarily before continuing. Mr. Chin waved his hand. encouraging him to express his understanding freely. Seeing this, Li Yunchang no longer hesitated. You are advanced in age, and your first batch of disciples, Wang Jiang, Li Yong from Lonka Institute, Li Jing from the Kyoto Laboratory, and Zhao Hongliang, the chief designer from the Eastern Theater Laboratory, have all established themselves in their respective fields, flourishing like blooming flowers. However, your second batch of disciples lacks a cornerstone. With your advancing years, and the first batch now in their 50s and 60s, reluctant to step into the limelight, the domestic research community is bound to face challenges upon your passing. We will likely require a young, fresh pillar in the research domain. This is one of the reasons I believe the Lonkai class was established. Mr. Qin did not appear angered. He simply nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. However, you may not fully grasp which of these reasons is the most crucial. He spoke softly. Elevating our nation's technology to a higher level is the key. You were born later and might not be aware of certain historical events. As he spoke, Mr. Qin seemed to reminisce about the past. In the 1940s, amidst war, I sought refuge in Qinjiagu, Hunan, practicing martial arts while evading conflict. During that time, I encountered some extraordinary individuals. One of my martial arts masters was among them. A uniquely gifted person whose bones were naturally sturdier than others, possessing an extra bone in his palm. His strength was formidable, but he could not make a fist, as the bone in his palm would pierce his skin. Thus, he adapted to practicing palm techniques. Remarkably, anyone who received his palm strike would writhe in pain. For while others merely delivered a fleshly slap, his strike was akin to a sharp blade piercing through. Additionally, I also met a remarkable person who traveled extensively, documenting various events around the world, aspiring to become a journalist. With his remarkable memory, he would write down his observations and thoughts each night, ensuring that every detail was accurately captured. We often corresponded through letters, where he shared stories from all corners of the world, and I expressed my understanding of future situations. Later, he enlisted in the army and perished on some unknown battlefield. I learned of his demise while studying in New York. Mr. Qin softly remarked. Perhaps it was that period of experience that solidified my belief that there undoubtedly exist some extraordinary individuals in this world. The individuals numbered 4, 5, and 6 on the list are precisely those exceptional beings. Initially, when Mr. Qin brought up those mundane matters, Li Yunchang felt a twinge of impatience. However, as he listened, he gradually became contemplative. Mr. Qin, are you suggesting they resemble the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique abilities? Mr. Qin nodded affirmatively. Indeed. According to my observations, Wang Qingyu, number 4, fell ill after consuming undercooked mushrooms during a trip to the south. Although she was hospitalized, her condition did not improve, leaving her with intriguing aftereffects. During her 16 waking hours, her cognitive speed surpasses that of ordinary individuals, as if an accelerator were operating within her. While we can only grasp one notion in a single second, she can comprehend numerous concepts concurrently. Upon hearing this, Li Yunchang was taken aback. Her thinking has accelerated? Does that mean her mind works faster than others? Mr. Qin nodded again. Precisely. Li Yunchang's anticipation grew. And what about the conscript Li Bei, number 5? Mr. Qin pondered for a moment. Li Bei is a rather unique case of congenital insensitivity to pain. Typical cases involve a malfunction in the nervous system that renders individuals incapable of feeling physical pain. However, they still experience sensations like fatigue and exhaustion. Li Bei, on the other hand, is the world's first case of a special kind of congenital insensitivity to pain. He not only feels no pain, but also does not experience fatigue, allowing him to engage in high-intensity thinking and design work for extended periods. The human brain has protective mechanisms that prevent most people from utilizing its full potential. However, his condition bypasses these safeguards, enabling him to maximize brain performance. Li Yunchang exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth? Is he that remarkable? We have such talent in the country? Even congenital insensitivity to pain has surfaced? And what about the last one, Zhang Ming? Li Yunchang queried, puzzled. Why is there no information on this individual? Mr. Qin contemplated. This child, Zhang Ming, has never attended school and hails from an orphanage. His age is uncertain, which is why the records lack detail. Upon hearing this, Li Yunchang grew anxious. He hasn't even received 9 years of compulsory education? Wouldn't placing him directly in the Lonkai class be detrimental? Mr. Qin shook his head. I understand your concern, but do not rush. This child possesses an extraordinary photographic memory. His comprehension ability surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Have you seen those online news articles about quantum speed reading? He embodies that ability, capable of finishing a book in mere seconds while retaining its content and grasping its essence quickly. Mr. Qin turned to Li Yunchang, who stood frozen in place, overwhelmed. Wow. 2 words instinctively surged from his heart. Chapter 33. Face and Substance. Initially, in Li Yunchang's imagination, the narrative was expected to unfold as follows. The first, Pei Su. The second, Chen Kai. And the third, Xiaohua. All possessed unique skills, each remarkable in their own right. Meanwhile, the fourth, a medical student, the fifth, a conscript, and the sixth, an orphan, seemed to be ordinary individuals unworthy of entering the Lonkai class. However, Unexpectedly, the plot revealed that they, too, were akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their distinct talents. Wang Qingyu, the 4th medical student, exhibited cognitive speeds several times faster than others. Li Bei, the 5th conscript, was a special case of congenital insensitivity to pain, capable of sustained high-intensity thought and computation. Zhang Ming, the 6th orphan, possessed an extraordinary photographic memory and comprehension ability, akin to the remarkable feats of quantum speed reading. Each of these 3 individuals was indeed exceptional. At this moment, Li Yunchang's doubts regarding these 3 began to dissipate. He pondered a matter instead. Mr. Qin, these 6 individuals are indeed qualified for the first Lonkai class. While I initially believed the first 3 had this qualification, it now appears that the latter 3 possess capabilities that may even overshadow the former. However, if a collective remains leaderless, it is not a sustainable strategy. After a brief contemplation, Li Yunchang inquired, "Who do you intend to appoint as the class leader?" The leader of the Lonkai class differs from conventional leaders, as the students are not merely students, but disciples of Mr. Qin. This class leader could also be seen as Mr. Qin's foremost disciple. If a group remains perpetually leaderless, it would struggle to unite. Pei Su, Mr. Qin stated without hesitation. The 8th generation aircraft project is nearing fruition, and I intend for him to take charge of this endeavor. Li Yunchang appeared somewhat surprised. After learning of the extraordinary talents possessed by these 6 individuals, the rankings on his list had quietly shifted. Previously, in his mind, Pei Su and Chun Kei were tied for first place. One had made significant contributions by creating a new type of all-terrain vehicle in the Western theater, while the other was a rising star who proposed the concept of the 8th generation aircraft. Xiaohu could be ranked second. However, now in his mind, the rankings of these 3 had plummeted. How could ordinary individuals compete with such rare talents? It seemed inappropriate to appoint either Pei Su or Chun Kei as the leader. Mr. Qin glanced at Li Yunchang, smiled, and asked, "Who do you believe should be the class leader?" Zhang Ming. Li Yunchang answered almost instinctively. Zhang Ming. With his remarkable photographic memory and comprehension ability, despite his orphanage background and lack of 9 years of compulsory education, could learn in a short period what others might take a lifetime to grasp and understand thoroughly. Perhaps, Mr. Qin replied non-committally. As the 8th generation aircraft project approaches completion, I plan to assign them tasks related to it. They will be divided into 2 groups, one of ordinary individuals and the other of extraordinary talents. The leader of the winning group will become the class leader. In the afternoon, the scorching sun had lessened its intensity. In the vast classroom, only 6 young individuals occupied the space, rendering it quite empty. Mr. Qin, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, wrote the assignment on the blackboard, speculations and designs for the 8th generation aircraft. He addressed the attendees softly. "This will be your assignment for the semester. Comprehend and design concepts and technologies related to the 8th generation aircraft, creating and discovering materials and devices applicable to it." Chen Kei's gaze immediately shifted to Pei Su. Xiaohu's eyes also turned toward Pei Su. Pei Su, seated there, felt several pairs of eyes upon him. When he turned his head, it wasn't just those 2 familiar faces. There was also a girl with a high ponytail, seemingly named Wang Qingyu, seated at the front, along with the crew-cut young man, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming. 5 pairs of eyes were fixed on Pei Su. "Teacher, this is unfair." Wang Qingyu raised her hand. Pei Su is the founder of the 8th generation aircraft concept. The project currently under government approval, which is about to be realized, owes its inception to Pei Su. You have now assigned the topic of the 8th generation aircraft, and we clearly cannot achieve the same progress as him in such a short time, Wang Qingyu remarked. Pei Su was taken aback. How did she know? Why does everyone seem to be aware of this? Is it truly a matter of utmost confidentiality? He harbored doubts about this. Xiaohu whispered, although Wang Qingyu is a medical student, her father is involved with the military project approval department. So it's not surprising that she knows. The military project approval department, as the name suggests, functions similarly to the broadcasting authority in the film industry. Any domestic cutting-edge military technology research and development must receive consent from this department. Wang Qingyu's familial background explains her knowledge, which is not astonishing. Pei Su was puzzled, however. Why? Right after old Qin mentioned the 8th generation aircraft, did not just Wang Qingyu, but also the conscript Li Bei and Zhang Ming look at me? Xiaohu scratched his head. There must be a group chat, as news tends to circulate. Perhaps Wang Qingyu shared what she knew with them. Pei Su felt helpless, but was also curious. Was Wang Qingyu's competitive spirit truly that fierce? Shouldn't a typical university be filled with laid-back students? Where did this intense rivalry stem from? But soon, the answer was revealed. Old Qin spoke softly. You will be divided into 2 groups. And at the end of the semester, you will be graded based on your final products. During this period, all expenses will be covered by the academy. Those who score higher can follow me to work on new projects, while those with lower scores will only be able to engage in ordinary military-related work with the school. Upon hearing this, Chen Kei's eyes widened, and he could not help but clench his fists. He whispered to Pei Su, "This is significant. Even the group with lower scores can collaborate with the school, whose superior unit is the Lonka Institute." Many projects from the Lonka Institute are allocated to Lonka University. So over time, upon graduation, we could directly enter the Lonka Institute, possibly even securing top-tier A-class contracts. However, if we could work alongside Old Chin on new projects, our future would be illustrious. Pei Su began to understand. It was merely a matter of a good choice versus a better one. Much like the facade and essence of ancient sects, the group with lower scores would serve as the facade, able to collaborate with the school and the Lonka Institute, ensuring immediate employment upon graduation with enticing contracts. The group with higher scores, on the other hand, would represent the essence, working closely with Old Chin on highly confidential top-tier projects. Chapter 34, Particle Accelerators and Chao Chao, Qinggong, Shijichai. This semester will last approximately 3 months. In December, we will head to the Beijing Military District, where the finest wind tunnel laboratory has been established, awaiting our experimentation. Simultaneously, we will conduct our aircraft tests in collaboration with the Beijing Military Industrial Research Group, the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory, and the Lonka Institute at that very wind tunnel laboratory. Old Chin softly stated, "This will be a splendid opportunity for you to showcase your talents. During this period, you will possess faculty-level access within the school, allowing you to peruse A1-level confidential materials. You may freely visit the library, which remains open 24 hours a day. Should you have any questions or require assistance, do not hesitate to approach me." Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. The Beijing Military Industrial Research Group, the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory, the Lonka Institute, were they already confronted with the top-tier bosses at such an early stage? Old Chin's words instilled a sense of pressure among those present. Pei Su pondered deeply. Why did these three entities sound so familiar? The Beijing Military Industrial Research Group had his cousin Su Zhihui. The Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory had his cousin Zhao Lin, and the Lonka Institute had his uncle Li Yong. It turned out that, after all the twists and turns, they were all family. Pei Su couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the following month, I will comprehensively cover various aspects of aircraft design with you, Old Chin said, as he slowly distributed 6 tickets to the group. These tickets are for a month later, for a trip to Huangdao, where the Beihai fleet is stationed. And our most advanced 6th-generation aircraft are currently there. You will accompany me to observe the aircraft. At that moment, as he received the ticket, Pei Su felt that this Lonkai class was indeed somewhat extraordinary. Outside, Li Yunchang observed the scene. As Old Chin stepped out of the room, he followed closely. Was the pressure on Old Chin too great? Li Yunchang frowned. I can see that this cohort of the Lonkai class is indeed brimming with talent. 3 prodigies, 2 elites, and 1 potential leader. However, isn't it a bit hasty to face the 3 strongest research institutions in the country directly? The 3 prodigies Li Yunchang referred to were, of course, the medical student Wang Qingyu, the conscript Li Bei, and the orphan Zhang Ming. The 2 elites, he noted, were Chun Ke and Xiao Hua, both lacking leadership qualities. Thus, the potential leader would naturally be Pei Su, who had the ability to unite others around him. Pei Su could be considered a leader, possessing the necessary capabilities. From this configuration, Li Yunchang believed that Pei Su's role as class leader was indeed advantageous. Because the class leader not only requires skill, but also strong coordination and leadership abilities. Given time, this inaugural Lonkai class will be recorded in history, as each member will become renowned top-tier research talents in the country. However, these 3 prodigies, 2 elites, and 1 potential leader have yet to mature. In an environment of competition, they are directly contending with the Beijing Military Industrial Research Group, the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory, and the Lonka Institute. Is the pressure not a bit overwhelming? The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Old Chin glanced at Li Yunchang and softly remarked, ordinary individuals cannot withstand such immense pressure, but for these children, it will only serve to further awaken their potential. We hold high hopes for them. We? Li Yunchang caught the key phrase in Old Chin's words. Who else is paying attention to this cohort of the Lonkai class? Many. Old Chin replied gently. Zhao Lin from the Beijing Military District, Qi Tianyun from the Shanghai Military District, and Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology are all closely monitoring and optimistic about these young individuals. Li Yunchang was momentarily stunned. It was a world of passing down the torch, with the elders keenly observing the newcomers and harboring great expectations for them. In that moment, he chose to remain silent. A month later, after Old Chin had thoroughly imparted all theoretical knowledge regarding aircraft, he led the group to Huangdao to observe the latest 6th-generation aircraft deployed by the Beihai fleet. Following that, they proceeded to the Jiangdu combat zone, where, due to geographical reasons, there is an abundance of military aircraft. After examining the aircraft stationed in the Jiangdu combat zone, Old Chin hurriedly took the group onto a plane bound for the Liangguang region, a province with a large population and the strongest military presence. There, they would find the most advanced and diverse aircraft models in the country. Old Chin repeatedly guided the group to observe real aircraft, enabling them to better comprehend the correlation between textbook knowledge and practical reality. After completing all these activities, 2 months had already elapsed. In November, Old Chin returned the group to Lonka University, prompting them to commence the design of the 8th-generation aircraft. At Lonka University, in the dormitory, they had just returned late at night after witnessing the military aircraft in Liangwang and attending the Zhuhai Air Show the previous day. However, Xiaohua and Chun Kei still knocked on Pei Su's door late into the night. Pei Su, how do you propose we handle this situation? The dark circles under Chun Kei and Xiaohua's eyes were quite pronounced, and Pei Su's were equally evident. Everyone was in the same boat. During the first month, they absorbed a plethora of theoretical knowledge, which was relatively easy. However, from the second month onward, they traveled extensively, constantly observing aircraft and experiencing the differences in actual machines. After several exhausting journeys, each one of them ended up with deep-set dark circles. Wang Qingyu had it even worse, as the only girl in the first Dragon Talent class. She initially put a lot of effort into her makeup. Eventually, it transitioned to light makeup, then to a bare face, and ultimately, she stopped washing her face altogether. Just like everyone else. A few days ago, during their most taxing period, everyone's faces were as dark as coal. Old Qin was equally worn out, given his age. He managed to hold on until last night. He brought everyone back to Lonka University and told them, I need to recuperate for a month. You all keep working hard. Before swiftly disappearing. If I may. Chun Kei's eyes flickered. It is now early November. By early December, we will conduct our first test of the 8th-generation aircraft in the Wind Tunnel Laboratory. That is, 1 month from now. If we can shine before so many people, the future will indeed be limitless. Chun Kei's gaze shifted to Pei Su as he whispered, Pei Su, what are your thoughts on this? Xiaohua and I are all ears. Xiaohua nodded earnestly, no objections. I am like Qin Gong, and you are Cao Cao. I will follow your lead. Chun Kei paused for a moment and said, then I shall play the role of Shiji Kai. I too will heed Cao Cao. Pei Su, feeling a headache coming on, chose to ignore their frivolity. In fact, I have already devised a well-formed plan for the 8th-generation aircraft. Pei Su's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Initially, Xiaohua, I modified your vehicle merely to earn some money for my 8th-generation aircraft scale model. However, with your assistance, it will no longer remain a mere model. I am now confident that I can manufacture a small, unmanned 8th-generation aircraft. The difference between a scale model and a small, unmanned aircraft is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Quickly tell us. Chun Kei urged impatiently. What exactly is your line of thought? The 8th-generation aircraft is quite a complicated matter. Pei Su replied softly. Are you familiar with a certain instrument used for accelerating particles? The particle accelerator. Chapter 35. Unintentionally, we create history. Are you referring to the cyclotron? Chun Kei furrowed his brow slightly. I know about that. Its formal name is the cyclotron. The cyclotron accelerates particles through two oppositely charged electromagnetic fields, allowing the particles to reach speeds previously unattainable and facilitating attempts and experiments in various cutting-edge fields. Are you suggesting that you intend to create a rotating acceleration band, allowing the aircraft to continually accumulate centripetal force, ultimately achieving the speed standard of the 8th-generation aircraft? Xiaohua pondered thoughtfully. If that is the case, we will face a few severe challenges that we must contend with. Chun Kei and Xiaohua exchanged glances, both speaking in unison. The most significant problem is how to ensure that the aircraft does not collide with the acceleration band during the acceleration process, thus causing an accident. This is the primary issue. Given the time constraints, they could not possibly construct such a large aircraft. Thus, we can hypothesize that this aircraft would have a width of 95 centimeters and a length of 225 centimeters. This would be somewhat akin to a small to medium-sized aircraft. To achieve acceleration, the corresponding acceleration band must be more than 3 times its width and possibly 30 times its length. In other words, if this 8th-generation aircraft has a wingspan of about 2 meters, its acceleration band would need to be a colossal structure, with a width of 4 meters and a length of 70 meters. I believe you have misunderstood my point, Pei Su said softly. Since you understand that the cyclotron accelerates particles through electromagnetic fields, utilizing the repulsive forces of the positive and negative poles, each time the aircraft passes a coil, it will receive an electromagnetic push. In a sense, I am not merely drawing inspiration from this concept. I am entirely replicating it. Pei Su's eyes shimmered. Imagine this. We do not need an exceedingly long acceleration channel. Rather, we require a mechanical device akin to a clock. Suppose we have an old-fashioned British clock before us. We would add a positive pole at the top and a negative pole at the bottom. The aircraft would act as the clock's hands. As this hand begins to traverse the dial, it will rotate in circles due to the forces exerted by the positive and negative poles. Electromagnetism is a marvelous phenomenon. While it accelerates an object, it also exerts a pulling force that firmly locks the object within its range. However, after several rotations, the aircraft's acceleration will surpass the constraints of the positive and negative poles, allowing it to break free from the clock. At that moment, its acceleration might well reach the second cosmic velocity, enabling it to escape Earth's gravitational pull and venture into space. Once she finished speaking, the apartment fell silent. Chun Kei paused for a moment, stood up, and addressed Pei Su. I have never encountered such a cunning Cao Cao. I feel unworthy to play the role of Shiji Kai. Pei Su, exasperated, remarked, historically, Shi Kai was one of Cao Cao's top advisors, strategizing for Cao and effectively laying the foundation for his early power. Unfortunately, he passed away young and exited the historical stage prematurely. I believe Pei Ji's idea is indeed feasible. Xiao Hua spoke softly. The crux of the cyclotron lies in the fact that particles themselves cannot escape the force exerted by the positive and negative poles. They will only experience continuous acceleration. However, if this is a tangible object, a heavy aircraft, once the acceleration reaches a certain threshold, the forces applied by the poles will no longer confine it, as it will have achieved the second cosmic velocity, qualifying it for space travel. Chen Kei's eyes sparkled. Indeed. I mean, we could even place this clock-like device that aids the aircraft's acceleration directly on top of the aircraft. Its acceleration would then be influenced directly by itself, without needing an external clock mechanism to provide acceleration. Pei Su's eyes lit up. Chen Kei had a point. Upon hearing this, Pei Su immediately recognized its significance. Exactly. Pei Su declared decisively. If this clock device were integrated with the aircraft, an intriguing phenomenon would occur. In outer space, since the aircraft we have created lacks the capability for prolonged space travel, with the addition of this clock device, the 8th-generation aircraft would be able to traverse space for extended periods. It could more swiftly reach the gravitational edges of various planets and utilize the gravity assist effect to complete its own acceleration. Xiao Hua seemed taken aback. You mean to say you've already thought this far ahead? This concept appears to be quite feasible. His eyes gleamed as he quickly grasped the implications of their discussion. Most spacecraft rely on the gravitational pull of various celestial bodies to achieve their acceleration. By harnessing the gravitational influence of multiple planets, spacecraft can attain speeds that far exceed the limitations of human technology. This phenomenon is referred to as the gravitational slingshot effect. However, a significant challenge faced by most spacecraft is the protracted duration required to execute this slingshot maneuver. Often, traversing from the gravitational edge of one planet to another may take years or even decades. Nevertheless, with the advent of electromagnetic acceleration, our initial velocity can be significantly enhanced, potentially having that lengthy timeline. The crux of the time-consuming aspect of gravitational slingshot acceleration lies in the initial phase of gaining speed. In the weightless environment of outer space, propulsion can only be achieved through the use of fuel. Yet, if a clock mechanism is integrated with the spacecraft, it could utilize this device to achieve the initial acceleration, in tandem with fuel propulsion, thereby considerably reducing the time required for the journey. Upon realizing this breakthrough, the three individuals were overwhelmed with joy. Had they just resolved a monumental issue in the history of spacecraft? No, they mused. Perhaps they had even ushered in an era of universal space exploration. The primary barrier to interstellar travel is not the performance of the spacecraft, but rather the vastness of the universe and the prolonged travel time required. Remarkably, they had inadvertently have the time needed to achieve gravitational slingshot acceleration. This serendipitous discovery filled them with exuberance, as if they had etched their names in history. It was reminiscent of 1936, when Qian Shuessen and 4 friends at the California Institute of Technology, driven by curiosity, founded the Rocket Club. At that time, they stood before flashing cameras, their youthful faces glowing with smiles, unaware that this so-called Rocket Club would eventually evolve into NASA. Chapter 36, Astonishment. Words fail me, I believe the clock mechanism is viable. Chen Kei asserted confidently. Xiao Hua nodded in agreement, stating, with the clock device, the spacecraft can rapidly achieve the second cosmic velocity, fulfilling the conditions for space travel, which coincidentally aligns with the standards proposed by Pei Su. Thus, both understood that only a spacecraft capable of spaceflight and engaging in space combat could truly be considered a Generation 8 model. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted their excitement. Pei Su turned to find that the two had forgotten to close the door. Outside, Wang Qingyu's lovely face bore a look of confusion. Did I overhear something I shouldn't have? She mused, somewhat disheartened. I just heard everything you said, but regrettably, I know very little about this field and cannot grasp its meaning. Otherwise, I could have learned from you. Chen Kei and Xiao Hua exchanged glances with Pei Su, as the concept of the clock mechanism originated from him. Thus, the implications of Wang Qingyu's eavesdropping would rest on Pei Su's judgment. It's all right, Pei Su replied. Much to their surprise, he smiled, unconcerned about the eavesdropping. You are welcome to attempt constructing the clock mechanism. After all, its principle involves accelerating the spacecraft through an electromagnetic field, enabling it to swiftly reach the second cosmic velocity and escape the Earth's gravitational pull. Wang Qingyu expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Although I do not yet comprehend what this entails, I appreciate your generosity. As a medical student transitioning to the Dragon Talent class, she was adapting to a new field. Despite her extraordinary cognitive abilities, which allowed her to process information at a significantly faster rate than others, she had spent the past 2 months tirelessly absorbing knowledge from this domain, becoming a novice expert with a knowledge base rivaling that of seasoned researchers. However, upon hearing Pei Su's words, she felt overwhelmed, as if the knowledge was still too complex to fully grasp. It was no wonder that the originator of the concept of the 8th generation aircraft was truly remarkable. Wang Qingyu cast a deep glance at Pei Su, nodded in acknowledgement, and departed to relay the news of the clock mechanism to her teammates. The three watched her leave, but Xiaohua soon pondered aloud. Our concept is essentially a larger-scale cyclotron, correct? Pei Su nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. A cyclotron is designed to accelerate particles, but it can be proportionally scaled to accelerate other objects as well, as the principle revolves around the cyclical acceleration of the electric field's positive and negative poles. However, Xiaohua hesitated, yet, different models of cyclotrons come with varying price points. For instance, a medical-grade high-energy cyclotron typically starts in the millions, with no upper limit, while research-grade models are somewhat less expensive, generally ranging from 5 to tens of millions. Chen Ke, upon hearing this, began to feel anxious. That makes sense. Our clock mechanism is essentially a proportionally enlarged cyclotron, and to achieve the second cosmic velocity, we cannot settle for a standard low-energy cyclotron priced in the hundreds of thousands. Thus, this alone could require an expenditure of tens of millions. Pei Su sighed in response. As for the financial aspect, I will consult with Elder Qin tomorrow and see if we can secure funding. After all, Elder Qin has stated that he will support any necessary endeavors. All right, it's getting late. I should rest now. Pei Su concluded as Chen Ke and Xiaohua bid him farewell and exited the apartment. Meanwhile, Wang Qingyu hurried back to her own quarters, summoning Li Bei and Zhang Ming to join her. I thought I was the only one here at this late hour, Zhang Ming remarked, glancing at Li Bei. Li Bei shot him a disapproving look. What are you thinking? Is now the time for your idle musings? Zhang Ming shrugged. Well, you called me here alone, and I've been running around for the past 2 months. I'm exhausted. Li Bei nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiment. All right, enough of that. I just came from Pei Su's apartment, where I overheard a conversation from their group. Wang Qingyu relayed, recounting everything she had learned to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, initially nonchalant, gradually shifted to a serious demeanor, then expressed astonishment. In contrast to Li Bei, who remained somewhat perplexed, Zhang Ming exclaimed, "This is truly a genius idea." Li Bei furrowed his brow. Where's the genius in this? I'm having trouble understanding. Wang Qingyu, with her cognitive abilities allowing her to think several times faster than others, contrasted with Li Bei's capacity for sustained high-intensity thought. Yet, in certain respects, they could not match Zhang Ming's exceptional memory and comprehension. As they observed Zhang Ming's reaction, both realized the magnitude of the so-called clock mechanism. It was indeed a remarkable invention. Incredible. This is an extraordinarily brilliant concept. Zhang Ming marveled. I've always known that Pei Su is an exceptional individual. He was able to conceive the concept of an 8th-generation aircraft, despite the fact that only 6th-generation models existed on the market, which is a testament to his brilliance. Yet, I underestimated him. At this juncture, Zhang Ming adopted a serious demeanor and began to elucidate the uniqueness of the clock device to the two individuals present. What defines an 8th-generation aircraft? It is the capability to soar into space. While larger aircraft can indeed achieve escape velocity merely through fuel propulsion, we have a mere month to construct such a colossal machine, which is insufficient time. Therefore, the clock device is a cutting-edge design conceived by Pei Su, specifically tailored for medium and small-sized aircraft. By utilizing the cyclical acceleration of electric potential fields, it enables these aircraft to attain escape velocity, fulfilling the requirement for space travel. I can assert that this notion is not one that an ordinary human could conceive. It is nothing short of ingenious. Qingyu, you have done well. Understanding this concept also addresses our most formidable lifelong challenge. He felt a profound sense of astonishment, as this idea seemed far beyond what any normal individual could imagine. What is a cyclotron? It is typically employed in the medical field and particle experiments. Yet, Pei Su has managed to ingeniously apply such a device to her aircraft. This is akin to the situation in 1916, before the Battle of the Somme, when Howard stood transfixed on a street in England, contemplating a significant dilemma. The barbed wire trenches and the enemies hidden behind them on the battlefield severely hindered the soldiers' offensive capabilities. Listening to the roar of the train and witnessing its swift, dragon-like momentum sparked a sudden inspiration within him. What if I could bring the train to the battlefield? Wouldn't that render the barbed wire useless? Thus, in 1916, the world's first tank, Mark I, thundered onto the scene, delivering an unprecedented shock to the world. At this moment, Zhang Ming felt a similar sense of awe. There were no more words to be said. Chapter 37. The Second Great Attempt? Intriguing. On November 2nd, in the office, Elder Qin revealed his hunched back, his aged skin marred by numerous small, dense bumps and the remnants of old wounds upon his lower back. Li Yunchang tenderly applied a medicinal patch. Moments ago, he inquired, Elder Qin, what about the injuries on your back? Old injuries, Elder Qin grumbled. Back in 42, in New York, 2 armed black men from a southern city robbed a bank. I was there to withdraw living expenses and received several cuts from them. Li Yunchang gasped. It was astonishing how such a life-threatening experience could be recounted so casually by this elderly man. Apply another patch. My back truly cannot bear it any longer. Elder Qin sighed deeply, requesting another patch before finally sitting down, feeling a sense of relief. The past 2 months of travel had nearly taken a toll on his frail frame, and now, he could finally rest for a moment. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking resounded from outside the office. Elder Qin, puzzled, opened the door. Pei Su appeared with a radiant smile. Teacher, I. Gazing at her bright countenance, Elder Qin suddenly felt an ominous premonition. What could it be? 15 million in research funding? Upon hearing this amount, Elder Qin was momentarily taken aback. Li Yunchang, standing nearby, visibly shuddered, revealing a pained expression. 15 million. Li Yunchang looked at Pei Su. His discomfort palpable. Do you realize how significant this sum is? This is clearly beyond the budget. Pei Su responded with composure. This funding is merely the first tranche. We will require more. What on earth? Li Yunchang shot up. 15 million isn't enough? You need more? Pei Su, Li Yunchang pondered for a moment. Could you enlighten me on the purpose of this funding? To purchase a cyclotron, Pei Su stated boldly. Li Yunchang and Elder Qin exchanged bewildered glances. You need a cyclotron to build an aircraft? Li Yunchang waved his hand dismissively. Isn't that used for medical and particle experiments? What does it have to do with aircraft? Absolutely not. This is no child's play. Building an aircraft has no connection to a cyclotron. What is a cyclotron? It is an expensive piece of equipment used in medical fields and particle experiments. Even a subpar, low-energy cyclotron costs at least several million, while a decent one starts in the tens of millions. Li Yunchang's discomfort wasn't solely about the money. He felt that there was no logical connection between building an aircraft and acquiring a cyclotron. Pei Su's approach seemed frivolous. Of course, he would not approve. However, just as Li Yunchang was about to conclude, Elder Qin appeared deep in thought as he looked at Pei Su. Why do you need a cyclotron to build an aircraft? Could you share your thoughts and reasoning with me? Certainly, Pei Su replied, taking a seat and articulating her ideas with great enthusiasm. What is the clock device? How does it address humanity's greatest challenges in space travel? How can a cyclotron enable your aircraft to reach escape velocity? How can your aircraft ascend into space directly? After listening to Pei Su's exposition, Li Yunchang stood there, momentarily at a loss for words, having grasped only a fraction of the concept. Meanwhile, Elder Qin was lost in contemplation. Are you suggesting that you intend to buy a cyclotron, modify it to attach to the aircraft, and allow it to spin like a clock's hand, thereby rapidly reaching escape velocity? Pei Su nodded in affirmation. Elder Qin inhaled sharply. Without further ado, he declared, shall we approve this funding? Li Yunchang's face was a portrait of anguish. This was 15 million. While it might have been manageable under normal circumstances, after all, the establishment of the Lonkai class had prepared them for substantial investments in each individual. This was a bottomless pit. Now that the floodgates had opened, with Pei Su requesting 15 million for the first time, who could predict how much she would demand next? Yet, since Elder Qin had spoken, Li Yunchang had no choice but to sigh and acquiesce. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, principal. Pei Su scribbled her bank account number on a piece of paper, nodded to both men, and exited the office. This is a monumental endeavor. It was only after Pei Su's departure that Elder Qin spoke softly. Why? Li Yunchang inquired, puzzled. I still don't understand the connection between a cyclotron and aircraft construction. He considered himself somewhat of a specialist, after all. He had a dual master's degree in physics and aerodynamics, and had pursued a doctorate at Harbin Institute of Technology. Today, he was a prominent figure in the research community. While Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology had only recently become a lecturer, they often shared meals at a local roast goose restaurant, where even half a goose was more than sufficient for a meal. Each time Li Yunchang bought half a goose, he would share it with Wang Hongzhe. However, while Wang Hongzhe continued to focus on his research, Li Yunchang chose to teach at Lonka University, gradually stepping into a political career and ultimately becoming the president of this prestigious university. He believed he had a fair grasp of the subject. Had he continued to focus solely on research, his achievements might not have paled in comparison to Wang Hongzhe's. Yet, the numerous concepts Pei Su had just articulated. He found himself somewhat bewildered, yet he could vaguely sense that this theory appeared to hold immense potential. This was a remarkable endeavor. Elder Qin spoke softly. If successful, they shall be inscribed in history. Inscribed in history? Li Yunchang's expression grew solemn. With Elder Qin's words, he too recognized the gravity of the situation. This funding must indeed be approved. Alas, let this grand attempt be attempted. Li Yunchang sighed, no longer feeling the sting of the 15 million. Just as he was about to depart, suddenly, 3 sharp knocks resounded at the office door. Come in, Elder Qin called. Wang Qingyu entered gracefully, a sweet smile gracing her face. Teacher, I wish to request funding. Elder Qin inhaled deeply, feeling an odd familiarity with this routine. How much do you need? 1 million. 1,000,005? Wang Qingyu tentatively suggested. This might cover the initial expenses. We may require further financial support later. Upon speaking, she noticed Li Yunchang's face had turned a ghastly shade, akin to bronze. Elder Qin, intrigued, asked, Are you also seeking this sum for the cyclotron? Wang Qingyu did not withhold, recounting the details of the time device that Pei Su had shared with her. A second great endeavor? Ultimately, Li Yunchang, feeling the pang of loss, acquiesced to the funding. That child truly possessed talent, willingly sharing such invaluable information selflessly. After Wang Qingyu's departure, Elder Qin gazed out the window, softly exclaiming. Li Yunchang muttered, "Indeed, he is quite selfless, and I find myself at a loss for words. Another 15 million in expenses. These once splendid days are losing their charm." Chapter 38. 8th Generation Aircraft, Work Progress, 100. November 4th, inside the apartment. Pei Su received a notification of a 15 million transfer to her bank account. Ordinarily, for research funding, a specialized bank account provided by the university is required, as a sudden influx of such a sizable sum into a regular account would lead to temporary freezing by the bank. Yet, the university's procedural pathways are perpetually cumbersome. Elder Qin had already ensured a smooth process, and the school had long been in contact with the bank. Therefore, the transfer record posed no issues. Asked the medical school instructors if they would consider selling us a cyclotron, Pei Su instructed Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Later that afternoon, he returned with news. They wouldn't sell, but could assist us in acquiring a new one through their purchasing channels at a cost of 10 million for a C3 type high-energy medical cyclotron. Proceed with the transfer. Pei Su commanded without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, this so-called cyclotron was in Pei Su's possession. In truth, it was quite large, comparable in size to a small delivery truck. Pei Gu, Chun Kei gasped, marveling at the cyclotron's grand and imposing appearance. Isn't this rather oversized? Can we really integrate this into an aircraft and ascend together? Pei Su nodded. It's not excessively large. Cyclotrons have progressively become larger over time. Back in the Soviet era, they developed one with an acceleration track nearly 2 kilometers long. Ours is merely a medium-sized model. Xiaohu observed for a moment and quietly remarked, Pei Gu, why do I have the feeling our aircraft will resemble a flying saucer? Pei Su inquired, what do you mean? Look, Xiaohu pointed to the cyclotron's track. If we intend to place the aircraft within this track, we must install numerous stability devices outside the cyclotron to maintain the stability of the electric potential field radiating outward. Ultimately, its form will inevitably take on an elliptical shape, resembling that of a flying saucer. Well, if it resembles a flying saucer, so be it. As long as it can reach space, it qualifies as the 8th generation aircraft, Pei Su replied nonchalantly. Xiaohua marveled. This increasingly feels like science fiction. More and more fantastical. On November 15th, Pei Su had been engaged in design work for approximately 2 weeks. They remained tirelessly in the medical room, conducting modification work. Outside the door, a blackboard read, "Personnel at work, do not enter." Inside, another blackboard was filled with a plethora of intricate formulas. Countless valuable formulas, data, and research notes were inscribed upon it. Pei Su stood before the blackboard, deep in thought. Beside him was the cyclotron-style 8th generation aircraft, now half-modified. After much contemplation, he took a dust-free chalk and wrote emphatically, Work Progress, 50. Currently lacking. Engine, fuel propulsion system, solar panels. In the office, a knock echoed as Li Yunchang opened the door, only to be greeted by Pei Su's radiant smile. Instinctively, he attempted to close the door, but Pei Su agilely wedged his foot in the doorframe, preventing it from shutting. Oh dear, please be careful not to hurt your foot. Come in, Li Yunchang relented, allowing Pei Su entry. Without pleasantries, Pei Su boldly declared, I need money, principal. I wish to request 5 million. Li Yunchang cast a glance at Pei Su, muttering to himself as he began counting on his fingers, each digit slowly being folded down. Ultimately, he clenched his fist and shook it at Pei Su. Pei Su, it is only the 14th day of November, and this is your 5th request for funding. The first was 15 million, the second 4 million, the third 5 million, the fourth 1 million, and now, the 5th for 5 million. In total, you have extracted 25 million from me. Li Yunchang sighed. Has this grand endeavor not yet come to fruition? Pei Su shook his head. Li Yunchang grumbled, no funding. I'm out of money. Pei Su, however, pondered aloud. 15 million, for million, 5 million, 1 million. That only adds up to 20 million. So, you are agreeing to my current funding request, right? Li Yunchang glared. If you know, then hurry up and get to work. Get out. Pei Su chuckled and turned to leave. Wait. Li Yunchang suddenly recalled something and called out to Pei Su. Pei Su turned around. Li Yunchang cautiously inquired, what do you intend to do with this money? Last time when you requested 1 million, I thought you were done needing funds. Now, for 5 million, what is your plan? Pei Su responded without hesitation. The aircraft engines still need some improvements. I plan to purchase a few rocket engines for modifications. Li Yunchang's mind struggled to comprehend, and he blurted out, how many exactly? About 4, Pei Su replied after a moment's thought. Oh, 4? It was only after Pei Su exited the office that Li Yunchang realized. Wait a minute. Did he just say he plans to buy 4 rocket engines? 1 engine, larger than himself, ISNT sufficient, and now he wants to buy 4? Li Yunchang felt a surge of frustration rising within him. His blood pressure was about to spike. As Pei Su stepped out of the office, he spotted Wang Qingyu approaching from a distance. Their eyes met, both acknowledging the dark circles under each other's eyes with a nod of mutual respect before passing by one another. Pei Su had not ventured far when he heard a wretched howl emanating from the office. More money. Li Yunchang's voice resembled that of a mother wolf bereft of her pups, lamentable and lacking in grace. Pei Su couldn't help but chuckle. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the end of November. The door to the infirmary swung open, revealing Pei Su, his dark circles glistening, as he stepped into the corridor. He opened the window to allow fresh air to circulate. Outside, snowflakes danced at the corners of his eyes, melting into dampness. Wiping his hand across his face, he momentarily lost himself in thought, the warmth of the liquid prompting him to gaze skyward. Flakes of snow began to fall. Sunlight streamed into the infirmary, illuminating the blackboard, which was pristine save for a solitary line. Work progress, 100. Chapter 39, Clocks, Discs, and Donkey Theory. It was snowing. The chill was biting. Pei Su wrapped his coat tighter around himself. This weather was notorious for its sudden shifts. In an instant, one could feel the cold and realize the need for additional layers. He possessed a well-worn overcoat, warm enough for most northern cities, except perhaps the northeastern regions. Yet, as he donned this coat, he noticed a startling realization. He had seemingly lost weight. The coat felt loose and empty. Turning back, he glanced into the dimly lit infirmary, where 2 folding beds were set up. In truth, there were 3 beds, with the third one nestled beneath a mountain of books, documents, and A4 papers, merely covered by a sheet to serve as a makeshift bed. Pei Su had slept on that bed for nearly a month. Everyone had lost weight, and the change was quite pronounced. Despite the necessity of allocating an hour each day for meals, they still experienced both hunger and discomfort simultaneously. This was due to the brain's unique energy consumption mechanism. It could not swiftly absorb energy from the body, but required a gradual conversion over time. Consequently, even with their stomachs filled with junk food and high-calorie snacks, their brains often struggled to keep up with energy demands. As a result, they had all shed considerable weight during this period. "I'll fetch a scale for us to measure our weights," Pei Su said, eyeing his gaunt companions sprawled across the beds. He soon borrowed a scale from the medical institute. One by one, the 3 of them weighed themselves. Pei Su's original weight was 74 kilograms, and he now weighed 65 kilograms, having lost 18 pounds in a month. Chen K's original weight was 80 kilograms, and he had shed 16 pounds, now weighing 72 kilograms. As for Xiaohua, already slender to begin with, he had gone from 55 kilograms to 52 kilograms, appearing quite emaciated. However, Chen K was elated, gazing at his angular face in the mirror, filled with joy. That evening, at the night market, they raised their glasses in celebration. "To our research," Pei Su said, looking at his companions. "Though it has cost us 40 pounds, we have succeeded." The bustling barbecue stalls were alight, filled with people. Yet the trio conversed with a hint of caution. "Brother Pei, although our flying saucer has been successfully created, from a research perspective, the project is far from complete. It has yet to undergo testing, and we cannot ascertain if any issues will arise." Xiaohua expressed unease. "How should we document this in the project manual?" "It will need to be submitted." At the beginning of November, Elder Qin had presented 2 project manuals to the groups to record various data and events throughout the project's progression. Among the most crucial elements was the one body. 3 tests. What does this entail? The one body refers to the official record of the flying saucer, while the 3 tests correspond to the first, second, and third testing phases. From a legitimate research project standpoint, completion required 3 significant tests. Pei Su smiled, unfazed. "It's of no consequence. We need not fill it out." Xiaohua remained slightly apprehensive, yet Chen Ke seemed to grasp Pei Su's intent. He chuckled and said, "Elder Qin has given us a short time frame, and testing is a lengthy process. We simply do not have the luxury of time to conduct these tests. We need not fill it out." "Elder Qin will not be angry." Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. However, just as he spoke, Pei Su shook his head. "That is not my point." He raised his beer glass, gazing at the pristine orange-yellow liquid and the frothy white bubbles, reminiscent of being on a beach. After taking a sip, he continued, "What I mean is, with my ideas and your refinements, our project cannot falter." Xiaohua was taken aback. "So confident?" Pei Su replied with a grin, "Absolutely confident." The 3 burst into laughter, raising their glasses in unison. Later that evening, upon returning to his apartment, Pei Su exhaled gently, a sense of relief washing over him. A sudden urge to see the flying saucer struck him, and he made his way to the infirmary, unlocking the door with his key. Switching on the light, he beheld the saucer-like craft before him. Its exterior was a confluence of stabilizing gravity devices and a gyroscopic accelerator, meticulously arranged to ensure the stability of the electric potential field. Inside, the assembly comprised the 8th-generation machine and numerous components, resembling a typical clock mechanism. The so-called clock mechanism employed rotational acceleration within the gyroscopic accelerator, utilizing the cyclical acceleration of positive and negative electric potentials to achieve substantial acceleration. Pei Su also provided a more accessible explanation for this device, the disk theory. When the gyroscopic accelerator activated, the scene mirrored that of an Olympic athlete spinning a discus to attain greater speed. The gyroscopic accelerator represented the athlete, and the aircraft was akin to the discus being spun. When the acceleration reached the second cosmic velocity, the discus achieved its maximum speed and was hurled high into the air. At that moment, the 8th generation machine would soar from the gyroscopic accelerator's chamber, dragging the accelerator along, akin to a donkey pulling a cart in a frenzied dash. Thus, Pei-Su pondered whether he might rename his theory, clocks, discs, and donkey theory. Nevertheless, such details were trivial. The creation itself was monumental, embodying Pei-Su's fervent dedication and boundless ingenuity. Firstly, in terms of speed, it could reach the second cosmic velocity, approximately 112 kilometers per second. Yet, this was merely the gyroscopic accelerator's limit, not the maximum potential of the 4 rocket engines Pei-Su had meticulously prepared. 2 of these engines had been transformed into solar engines, while the other 2 remained conventional fuel engines. 1 rocket engine and 1 conventional fuel engine were housed within the 8th generation craft, while the other 2 were positioned at the tail end of the gyroscopic accelerator. This arrangement provided a substantial enhancement to the 8th generation machine's maximum speed. When all 4 rocket engines roared to life, the scene would resemble a scenario where a weary donkey, burdened by a cart, had its driver dismount and began pulling the cart himself, thus achieving a remarkable feat. The capability to maintain both the cyclotron accelerator and the aircraft itself at a minimum of the second cosmic velocity, while simultaneously achieving an exceptionally high cruising speed, is a remarkable feat coupled with the various accelerations afforded by the gravitational slingshot effect. The ultimate velocity of this aircraft remains an enigma, even to Pei-Su. After all, the vastness of space is profoundly deep, fraught with uncontrollable variables. Nevertheless, Pei-Su has meticulously considered every conceivable factor to its limits. This unmanned aerial vehicle will stand as the world's first 8th generation aircraft equipped with mature technology, aptly named Shuiguang or Snowlight. Chapter 40. The Dragon Talent Class? Su Zhihui was taken aback. The name Snowlight was inspired by a significant snowfall earlier that morning, which blanketed the ground in a thick layer. As this aircraft is designed for space travel, where visibility is exceedingly low, it has been coated in a highly reflective silver paint. Consequently, it resembles a swift flake of snow descending from the heavens, casting a brilliant light in the eyes of onlookers. During flight, it will indeed manifest as a dazzling beam of light, ensuring it captures immediate attention. Since Snowlight lacks armaments, Pei-Su never entertained the thought of outfitting it with weapons from the outset. After all, in the realm of space, apart from a few vessels designated strictly for navigation, even the Americans have yet to develop the technology and capability to deploy military aircraft into space in the near term. In the absence of adversaries, there is no necessity for weaponry. Given this, the available space has been utilized to equip it with a dedicated AI local server for interconnectivity with space stations. Due to its compact size, Pei-Su opted not to install 1,000 H200 level AI chips, but rather approximately 24 H100 chips, supplemented by power supplies, wiring, and server frameworks. At first glance, one might perceive it as cumbersome. However, should one glimpse its internal structure, they would be awestruck by its unparalleled beauty. Countless circuit boards, wires, technologies, and the labor of many hearts converge within this flight apparatus, which boasts a diameter of no more than 7 meters. A dense network of wiring, 24 H100 chips, 4 rocket engines, a stable gravity device, and an internal air conditioning system coalesce to form the world's first 8th generation aircraft, Snowlight. Its existence will undoubtedly be etched into history. Pei-Su stood there for a moment, then turned to leave. Though he harbored concerns about personally testing Snowlight's performance, the mere sight of it instilled a sense of calm, akin to the chilling embrace of a cold environment. He resolved to trust himself, as well as Chun Kei and Xiaohua. Throughout the past month, they poured their fervent dedication into Snowlight, culminating in its creation. Snowlight is flawless, it requires no testing, for it is without fault. With this thought, Pei-Su locked the door and returned to his apartment, gradually succumbing to slumber. In the stillness of the night, while many had already found rest, others remained wide awake. Just a wall away, in apartment T435, Wang Qingyu summoned 2 colleagues, anxiously inquiring, "What do we do now? Tomorrow is the testing day. Our 8th generation aircraft is complete, and all functionalities have been established, yet we are out of time for testing." Li Bei, appearing increasingly gaunt, pondered, "We currently lack a testing venue. We can only proceed with actual testing tomorrow." Zhang Ming, feeling disheartened, remarked, "Indeed, time is not on our side. We can only place our hopes into Luo, praying it does not let us down." De Luo is the name of their 8th generation aircraft, a term steeped in mythology, signifying the highest heavens, and in this context, referring to outer space. The Jingda Laboratory is one of the most prestigious laboratories in the country, situated at Peking University. Su Zhihui, the principal designer for several projects at Jingda Laboratory, is in her 30s yet has already reached significant accomplishments. However, in the latest project, she is not the lead designer. In the late hours, within the office, Su Zhihui scrutinized design schematics on her computer, her brow furrowed. Just as she was about to leave, a gentle voice resonated. "I noticed your office light still on, so I assumed you hadn't departed yet." An elderly man entered the office with a warm smile. His name is Li Jing, the chief designer at the Kyoto Laboratory. for this 8th-generation aircraft project. The Jingda laboratory sought assistance from its superior, the Kyoto laboratory, which promptly appointed Li Jing as the project lead. Coincidentally, Su Zhihui was once a student of Li Jing during her university years. Li Laoshi, Su Zhihui greeted, taking a seat. She could not suppress her concerns any longer. Tomorrow is the testing day. Representatives from the Lonka Institute, the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory, and Elder Qin will all be present. Do you think our aircraft will perform well? Su Zhihui's primary apprehension was not the prospect of losing to the Lonka Institute, especially since her uncle, Li Yong, is an academician there. Losing to an elder is not shameful. However, her cousin Zhao Lin works at the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory, and losing to him would be somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, if the Jingda Laboratory were to lose to the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory, that would be even more humiliating, given their long-standing competition for supremacy. What? Are you worried about losing to Wang Jun? Li Jing inquired with a gentle smile. Su Zhihui nodded slightly. Wang Jun is the head of the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory, where her cousin Zhao Lin is employed. No need for concern, Li Jing reassured, shaking his head. This is a realm where hard power prevails. The Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory is not particularly adept in this field. In my estimation, they will likely fall short of our capabilities. Our focus should be on the other two, the Lonka Institute and Elder Qin's Dragon Talent class. Su Zhihui was taken aback at this. Teacher, I can understand my concerns regarding the Lonka Institute, as it represents the pinnacle of academia and research. It is the nation's face and holds the highest level of confidentiality. I can accept falling short of them. However, regarding the Dragon Talent class, Su Zhihui contemplated before continuing. Although Elder Qin is remarkably talented and remains active in cutting-edge technology at over 90 years of age, I have heard that the first cohort of the Dragon Talent class only consists of 6 individuals. I do not mean to belittle them, but these students are merely 18 years old. After 9 years of compulsory education, by the time they enroll in September, they only have 3 months until December. I find it hard to believe they could produce anything of exceptional quality. They are likely just there to gain experience. Li Jing shook his head at her words. Oh, Su, you still have much to learn. You are my student, and I am a disciple of Elder Qin. I understand better than most the remarkable methods he employs to nurture talent. He is anything but rigid. Throughout his life, he has consistently walked the path of righteousness without error. The first cohort of the Dragon Talent class is undoubtedly filled with exceptional talent. Moreover, to my knowledge, the young individual who proposed the concept of the 8th-generation aircraft is, in fact, a member of that inaugural Dragon Talent class. Upon hearing this, Su Zhihui felt a subtle sense of unease. The concept of the 8th-generation aircraft? A young individual? She couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed to resonate with someone she knew. Yes, perhaps it was Pei Su? Li Jing pondered for a moment. Many in the industry are paying attention to him, so it is likely that a few familiar faces will show up for tomorrow's test, such as Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology and Qi Tianyun from the Shanghai Military District. He casually remarked, in any case, I not only hold this young man in high regard, but also maintain the utmost respect for Elder Qin's methods of cultivating talent. Among the 3 factions participating in the wind tunnel test, aside from the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory, none should be underestimated. Well, it's quite late. You should rest early. With that, Li Jing exited the office, leaving Su Zhihui in a state of astonishment. Chapter 41. Snowlight and Great Luo, 2 8th-generation aircraft her own cousin? Remarkably, he is a member of the Dragon Talent class? Su Zhihui suddenly recalled the group chat she had with Zhao Lin and her uncle. She quickly retrieved the chat, relieved to find that the messages were still there. She scrolled through them one by one, see Chapter 16, and realized something she had never connected before. Her cousin, Pei Su, had detailed the parameters of the 8th-generation aircraft during the college entrance examination, which led to his special admission into Lonka University. Now, the laboratories in Jingda, the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory, Lonka Institute, and Lonka University are simultaneously engaged in 8th-generation aircraft projects. Pei Su is at Lonka University, so how could he not be a member of the Dragon Talent class? Thinking of this, Su Zhihui felt genuine happiness for Pei Su. After all, Elder Qin is a towering figure in the military science community, unparalleled to this day. In the midst of turmoil during the 40s, studying abroad in the 40s, and returning in 49 to develop technology for the nation, it can almost be said that Elder Qin was the principal leader of most projects at that time. Unlike Sen Qian, Elder Qin is one of the few scientists proficient in all fields. His most frequently quoted phrase is that the universe is a circle, and any knowledge, when it reaches a certain depth, will have key points that mutually corroborate. His most outstanding first-generation student is undoubtedly Li Yong from Lonka Institute, who happens to be her uncle. Being close to Elder Qin implies that Pei Su's future is exceedingly promising. Reflecting on this, Su Zhihui felt a sincere joy for Pei Su. Yet, she soon found herself troubled. The generational relationships seem increasingly convoluted. Her teacher is Li Jing from the Jingdu Military Industrial Laboratory, and Li Jing's mentor is Elder Qin, while Elder Qin's student is Pei Su. This means Pei Su and Li Jing are of the same generation, both disciples of Elder Qin. Meanwhile, she is Pei Su's elder cousin. Viewed in this light, the generational hierarchy is utterly chaotic. If assessed by generational terms, Su Zhihui would affectionately refer to Pei Su as little master uncle. Conversely, according to familial ties, Pei Su would call Su Zhihui cousin. How amusingly tangled. Su Zhihui gazed out the window, pondering how the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory was preparing. At that moment, the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory was eerily quiet, nearly devoid of sound. Yet, in an office, the lights blazed brightly. Zhao Lin sat before a middle-aged man, an uncontainable smile on his face. Teacher Wang, do you think we can outdo Li Jing tomorrow? Absolutely. The middle-aged man replied, equally cheerful. They glanced at a blackboard, upon which an aircraft blueprint was sketched. This was the 8th-generation aircraft developed by the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory, named Tianqi No. 1. Li Jing believes that since we are not a unit well-versed in combat aircraft and aviation, we cannot compete. Wang Jun chuckled. Little do they know. We have prepared for so long, just for today? Before so many witnesses, including Elder Qin himself, we will triumph over the Jingdu Military Industrial Laboratory. Thinking of this filled Wang Jun with immense satisfaction. In truth, Wang Jun and Li Jing had no deep-seated animosity. It was merely a rivalry between two cities, one named Shanghai and the other Jingdu, each unwilling to yield. To win was to symbolize one city triumphing over the other. Thus, this academic battle had raged for many years. As Jingdu is the capital, boasting greater resources with top-tier institutions like Lonka Institute situated there, the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory had consistently found itself on the losing side over the years. However, today, after such extensive preparation, they were determined not to lose again. At present, Wang Jun turned to Zhao Lin. Lonka University and Lonka Institute pose our greatest threats. As for the Jingdao Laboratory, although Li Jing has joined them, their level can only yield a pseudo-8th-generation aircraft at best. Our objective this time is to contend with Lonka Institute on equal footing. Unlike Li Jing, Wang Jun was unconcerned about Lonka University. Elder Qin is indeed formidable, and Li Yunchang was once on par with Wang Hongzhe as a semi-professional. Yet, time is too short. Lonka University does not possess the specialized equipment and conditions for developing 8th-generation aircraft. If anyone can overcome such limitations, Wang Jun could only surmise that Elder Qin's 2nd-generation disciples are becoming the pillars of support. The following day, early in the morning, at Lonka University, Pei Su, still bleary-eyed, received a call from Elder Qin. Everyone gather in the classroom. Soon, we will transport the aircraft and head to the Jingdu Military District. Understood. After waking, Pei Su tidied himself and, accompanied by Xiao Hua and Chen Kai, made his way to the classroom. Inside the classroom, everyone was struggling to stay awake. There was no remedy for it. After 3 months of intense labor, each individual had pushed their capabilities to the limit, nearly to the point of exhausting their bodies for the sake of research. This endeavor was not solely for self-presentation. It was also driven by a passion for the 8th-generation aircraft, or perhaps an obsession. Pei Su observed the expressions of his peers, his admiration for them deepening. In truth, Elder Qin had already discerned that when recruiting these individuals, they possessed a fervor and dedication beyond that of ordinary researchers. Pei Su longed to witness the birth of his muse, and the 8th-generation aircraft represented that muse. Others were either extremely dedicated, eager to showcase themselves in such an environment, or driven by an inner passion. In any case, each person had devoted everything they could muster to focus on this pursuit. In the classroom, Li Yunchang listened attentively, while Elder Qin stood at the podium, addressing Pei Su. Group 1, where is your 8th-generation aircraft? Pei Su rose and replied, it is stored in a medical room at the medical college. Elder Qin nodded. What is its size? Approximately the size of a medium cargo truck, Pei Su stated. Li Yunchang, hearing this, felt a sense of reassurance. Thankfully, with an investment of 25 million, they had indeed produced a substantial object. All right, I understand. Elder Qin turned to Wang Qingyu. Group 2, where is your aircraft? In our apartment, Wang Qingyu answered. Elder Qin inquired, what is its size? Wang Qingyu responded, about the size of a basketball. A cargo truck versus a basketball, what a stark contrast. One was considerably large, while the other was quite small. Li Yunchang fell into contemplation. It was hard to fathom why one aircraft, despite utilizing the same starting device, could be so large while the other was so diminutive. However, Elder Qin was not surprised. He nodded. All right, I understand. Not long after, a magnificent large truck, accompanied by a crane, was unloading the door frame of the medical room, dismantling the wall, and extracting a snow-white object the size of a medium truck. Its unique design captivated both Li Yunchang and Elder Qin, compelling them to steal a few glances. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Qingyu was directly placing his 8th-generation aircraft into the cargo truck. This was a blue ultralight airplane, enveloped in a hovering, translucent electromagnetic shield. Clearly, although the 8th-generation aircraft utilized a clock mechanism in its design, Wang Qingyu's model employed an alternative technology, Deluo, he called it. Chapter 42. Gathering at the Kyoto Military District soon. Both the Snow White object and Deluo were secured in the cargo compartment of the truck, which then set forth towards the Kyoto Military District. Others traveled in a large business vehicle, leading the way to the military district. By the time they arrived at the Kyoto Military District, it was already 9 o'clock. Pei-Su stepped out of the business vehicle just as an unpretentious red flag car approached from behind. There was nothing special about the car itself, but the license plate number, Jing A00019, was particularly noteworthy. Wasn't that his uncle's car? As expected, as the door opened, Li Yong and Wang Jiang slowly emerged. Uncle. Wang Shu. Pei-Su greeted them warmly. Little nephew, how have you been? How's life in the Lonkai class? Wang Jiang asked enthusiastically. Very well, I've learned a lot. Pei-Su replied with a smile. Wang Jiang's expression dimmed slightly at this. In a hushed tone, he suggested, why not consider the Lonkai Institute? Attending university isn't strictly necessary. Li Yong interjected, somewhat irately. Go on, don't be in such a hurry. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He cast a glance at Pei-Su. There are advantages to attending university, and you don't need to embark on a path that your peers cannot tread just for a better future. University is a singular experience. The majority of people only have this one chance to enjoy what is often referred to as the university years in the decades to come. You may find yourself reminiscing about those youthful days. As he spoke, Li Yong smiled and ruffled Pei-Su's hair. The melancholy of scrambling for food in the cafeteria, the sweltering heat during physical assessments, the bittersweetness before graduation, and the nostalgia that follows. These would all become precious memories in the future. Pei-Su pondered this. While he had yet to experience some of these sentiments, he could certainly relate to the chaos of competing for food in the cafeteria, which was notoriously crowded. The meals weren't particularly unappetizing. Rather, there was a scarcity of delicious options that often required one to fight for them. Hence, he had specifically appointed Xiaohua as the ingredient procurement officer, tasked with arriving punctually at the cafeteria each day at 10 in the morning to secure the first batch of steaming grilled fish rice, which was delectable. As they continued their conversation, another vehicle gradually came to a stop at the entrance of the Kyoto Military District. It was Wang Hongxia. As he stepped out, his gaze immediately locked onto Pei-Su. His feelings towards such a talent were always complex. If only he had brought Pei-Su to Harbin Institute of Technology back then. Alas, that thought was but a fleeting one. Wang Hongxia smiled and greeted everyone with enthusiasm. 2 more buses arrived, discharging a stream of personnel. Pei-Su spotted his cousin Su Zhihui and cousin Zhao Lin among them. It seemed these 2 buses were from the Kyoto University Laboratory and the Magic City Military Industry Laboratory. Su Jie, Zhao Gu, Pei-Su called out affectionately. They approached him, greeting Li Yong in the process. Beside them, Xiaohua and Chun Kei watched the scene, feeling a sense of astonishment. This wasn't merely a test of the 8th generation aircraft. It was evidently a family reunion. It became clear that Li Yong from the Lonkai Institute was Pei-Su's uncle. Su Zhihui, the chief designer of the Kyoto University Laboratory, was his cousin, and Zhao Lin, the young deputy director of the Magic City Military Industry Laboratory, was also his cousin. What a remarkable family network. Little brother, tell me. Su Zhihui inquired discreetly. Are you all planning something significant this time? Zhao Lin chuckled upon hearing this. Sister, you might be placing too much importance on him. Though he's in the Lonkai class and a student of Elder Qin, he's still relatively new. We generally believe that Lonkai University is merely here for exchange and learning. The term exchange and learning was merely a euphemism. Zhao Lin's implication was that Lonkai University was essentially here to accompany the stronger players. Given the short time frame, along with Elder Qin stepping back, Pei-Su and his peers had completed the project independently. Zhao Lin did not underestimate his younger cousin. He believed Pei-Su would ultimately surpass him. However, from a scientific perspective, transforming novices into leading scientists in such a brief span was quite unrealistic. Unexpectedly, Pei-Su considered this and nodded earnestly. Indeed, we are pursuing something significant. Our intent this time is to win. Even Su Zhihui, having been mentally prepared thanks to Li Jing's earlier warning, was taken aback by Pei-Su's declaration. Pursuing to win? She echoed, her gaze fixed deeply on him. I must witness this for myself. Zhao Lin chimed in with a smile. Let me, as your older brother, also witness this. Go for it, little brother. Pei-Su nodded at both of them. Inside the Kyoto Military District, a striking new yellow Ferrari sped towards them, capturing everyone's attention. Xiaohua was momentarily stunned. Pei-Gu this. Pei-Su recalled that the military district had promised to compensate Xiaohua with a new car, and it appeared this was the one. Sure enough, the new yellow Ferrari came to a halt, and Zhao Lingua along with Qi Tianyun stepped out of the vehicle. Zhao Lingua first nodded to everyone before handing the keys to Pei-Su, saying softly, return to its rightful owner. Thank you for September's incident. Pei-Su smiled and returned the keys to Xiaohua, saying, back to its rightful owner, Xiaohua. Xiaohua felt a surge of emotion. Pei-Gu. Everyone observed this exchange, and suddenly, someone had an epiphany. During the military's equipment overhaul in September, everything had gone smoothly, except for one thing. The replacement of the 4th generation defense military vehicle had been repeatedly delayed. It wasn't until December that the replacements began to roll out. Could it be that? The uninformed individuals felt as if a lightning bolt had struck their minds, realizing something profound. Was the fifth-generation defense military vehicle developed by Pei Su? Immediately, the crowd became restless, bombarding Li Yong and Wang Jiang with inquiries. Most of those present were industry insiders, so the two had no reason to conceal the truth. Is it truly his research? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. I recall that the new batch of defense military vehicles isn't simply fifth generation. It possesses the defensive capabilities of 5.5 generations. Typical fifth-generation military vehicles can withstand a single tank bombardment, keeping the occupant safe but rendering the vehicle itself inoperative. However, a 5.5 generation defense vehicle could endure a second tank shell. Did he develop a 5.5 generation defense vehicle? Li Yong shook his head. No, during that test. He didn't present a 5.5 generation defense vehicle directly. Instead, he modified a Ferrari into a vehicle possessing the defensive capabilities of a fifth-generation military vehicle. We have discovered a new application technology for carbon fiber panels. When applied to our fourth-generation-and-a-half vehicle, it naturally advanced to a fifth-generation-and-a-half defensive military vehicle. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into silence. The magnitude of this information was indeed overwhelming. They struggled to comprehend how the application of Pei Su's technology could transform a fourth-generation-and-a-half vehicle directly into a fifth-generation-and-a-half military vehicle. Was it truly a matter of elevation? Chapter 43. An airplane exhibition worthy of history. All eyes turned toward Pei Su. Once again, it circled back to him. Had this young individual truly dominated the realm of eighth-generation aircraft? At that moment, even the venerable Elder Qin did not realize that Pei Su had inspired Li Yong, leading to the birth of the A255. A smile involuntarily graced his face. Pei Su's recent performances replayed in his mind, segment by segment. Li Yunchang had remarked that this child possessed the potential to unite others, a quintessential talent. He had independently completed the project for the fifth-generation defensive military vehicle and was now making significant strides in the eighth-generation aircraft domain. It seemed that a successor had indeed emerged. Among the many gazes fixed on Pei Su, Su Zhihui and Zhao Ling appeared particularly complex in their emotions. In truth, their feelings were a blend of joy and sorrow. They felt elated for their outstanding cousin, while also grappling with a sense of melancholy. In the realm of scientific research, both Su Zhihui and Zhao Ling were undoubtedly gifted individuals. Without talent, they could not have risen to become the chief designer of the Beijing University Laboratory and a prominent figure in the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory at such a young age. Yet, compared to their cousin, their own talents seemed to pale in comparison. This cousin was displaying an extraordinary level of research aptitude at an astonishing pace, one that none could have anticipated. The complexity of emotions arose from being overtaken, even surpassed, in their strongest field by a younger generation. Testing an aircraft is a grand endeavor, not merely a simple evaluation of initial acceleration, but also a comprehensive assessment of numerous complex procedures. Consequently, after testing Tianluo No. 1, Tianqi No. 1, and the A255, the time had reached noon. The team paused their testing tasks and headed to the cafeteria for a meal. In the cafeteria, Pei Su savored a hearty dish of cabbage, pork, and vermicelli, which was delightfully aromatic. The military chefs were truly exceptional. Pei Go, Xiaohuo exclaimed, his mouth stuffed with rice, speaking with a hint of incoherence. This meal is unbelievably delicious. Why is this cabbage and pork vermicelli so much tastier than what we have in our cafeteria? Pei Su set down his chopsticks, took a sip of soup, and replied. The military's physical demands necessitate richer meals. Besides, we haven't been eating properly lately, which makes this taste even better. In truth, the dishes at Lonka University's cafeteria are not particularly unpalatable. There are quite a few delightful options. It's just that during our research, we were too engrossed to appreciate the flavors of our meals. Under such circumstances, even the most delectable food can feel as bland as chewing wax. Back then, we wished for protein bars to save time for research. Now that the research is complete, we can finally enjoy the taste of our meals. Xiaohuo fell silent, returning to his food. The intense focus on their research had taken a toll, resulting in the trio losing a staggering 40 pounds over 3 months. They were now quite indiscriminate in their hunger. Just as Pei Su finished his third bowl of rice, his mouth glistening with grease, he heard his name being called. Looking up, he saw Wang Qingyu and her companions. Wang Qingyu held a tray, followed by Li Bei and Zhang Ming, who promptly sat beside Pei Su. As soon as they settled, Li Bei and Zhang Ming began devouring their meals with fervor, while Wang Qingyu calmly stated, I would like to ask you for a favor. Pei Su paused his eating and inquired, what is it? Wang Qingyu replied softly, the clock mechanism was your inspiration. And our aircraft heavily relies on the acceleration provided by that mechanism. Therefore, during the afternoon's demonstration, I would like to invite you to help us explain the Deluo technology. Understanding the request as a matter of intellectual property, Pei Su nodded in agreement. Of course. Thank you. Wang Qingyu sighed with relief and began to eat heartily. In the afternoon, everyone reconvened at the wind tunnel laboratory. where it was now the turn of Lonka University's two teams. The eyes of Wang Hongzhe, Zhao Linghua, and Qi Tianyun were all fixed on Lonka University's group, particularly on Pei Su. As Elder Qin had previously noted, it was not just one person focused on Pei Su, but rather a multitude. As the proponent of the 8th generation aircraft concept, many were curious about what kind of aircraft Pei Su would unveil. Additionally, a new face appeared in the wind tunnel laboratory, Major General Chu. He stood at the side, smiling as he called out to Pei Su, "Little Pei. Long time no see. How have you been?" Pei Su felt a sense of warmth upon seeing Major General Chu and replied with a smile, "Very well. I was busy with something this morning, so I didn't come. I heard you were here at lunch, so I postponed my tasks to come see you this afternoon." Major General Chu approached, playfully raising an eyebrow. "Who is the young lady beside you? Is she your girlfriend?" "Just a classmate," Pei Su replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhao Linghua, unable to bear it any longer, beckoned Major General Chu over. Major General Chu smirked and moved aside. "Hello everyone, I am Pei Su. Today, I will explain an important technology of Deluo." "Hello everyone, I am Wang Qingyu. Today, I will explain other significant technologies of Deluo." As the two stood before the audience, the 8th generation aircraft named Deluo slowly entered the scene. Upon seeing the actual aircraft, the crowd fell silent. Wang Hongzhe curiously removed his reading glasses, wiped them with a cloth, and put them back on. Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion in the other's eyes. Major General Chu gaped at the model, which was only the size of a basketball, exclaiming, "Why is it so small?" Su Zhihui and Zhao Ling stood nearby, equally perplexed. "Why is the aircraft so small?" Li Jing and Wang Jun were similarly bewildered. An 8th generation aircraft, required to reach space, must attain a second cosmic velocity. But what is the standard for that? It's a speed of 112 kilometers per second. How could such a small aircraft achieve that velocity? The crowd remained puzzled. Nevertheless, Deluo had indeed entered the wind tunnel laboratory, and Zhao Linghua pressed the high-speed start button. As the internal wind pressure of the laboratory began to rise, a fierce gale swept through. Pei Su's voice resonated. "I must explain one of Deluo's core technologies, the clock mechanism. The clock mechanism draws inspiration from the cyclotron, leading me to develop a theoretical framework that I shall tentatively refer to as the clock, discus, and donkey cart theory. However, I must clarify that the Deluo is not an aircraft primarily developed by me, and thus, the donkey cart theory is not applicable. It is relevant only to the clock and discus theory." Just as Pei Su was about to elucidate the underlying principles, confusion enveloped the audience. Wait, Zhao Linghua interjected. Unable to contain himself, "I understand your eagerness, but please first explain what you mean by the clock, discus, and donkey cart theory." Chapter 44, Had I known, I would have snatched back Harbin Institute of Technology. Pei Su gazed deeply at the large aircraft named Tianqi No. 1, lost in profound contemplation. The engine of Tianqi No. 1 roared, producing a sound that was somewhat distinct. It was not akin to a conventional aircraft engine, but rather reminiscent of a rocket engine. Indeed, not far away. Wang Jun nodded in affirmation. The engine employed in our Tianqi No. 1 is not a traditional aircraft engine. Instead, it is a novel engine that amalgamates the advantages of both rocket engines and conventional aircraft engines. The benefit is that we can achieve the second cosmic velocity in a significantly shorter time. No sooner had he spoken than the roar of Tianqi No. 1's engine escalated within the wind tunnel laboratory. The tremendous noise reverberated, and the ceiling began to hum ominously. At that moment, astonishingly, the ceiling opened. As the ceiling gates swung open, Zhao Linghua promptly pressed the timer in his hand, his gaze fixed on the aircraft's timer, revealing an unmistakable astonishment. 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Tianluo No. 1 took 3 minutes to reach the second cosmic velocity, while Tianqi No. 1 achieved it in less than 2.5 minutes. This alone was sufficient to demonstrate that Wang Jun's Tianqi No. 1 outperformed Li Jing's Tianluo No. 1 in terms of performance. At this moment, Li Jing's countenance was far from pleasant. Su Zhihui, too, was astonished that a military laboratory in the Magic City, which did not specialize in aviation, had produced such an exquisite 8th generation aircraft. Ha! Wang Jun's heart roared with laughter. However, with everyone's eyes upon him, he endeavored to maintain an air of composure during this joyous occasion. He struggled to appear steady. But the sight of Li Jing's somewhat grim expression brought him a sense of inexplicable delight, akin to enjoying a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. Ahem. This is our Tianqi No. 1's innovative endeavor in the realm of engines. Traditional aircraft engines are remarkably stable, yet they lack the ability to provide acceleration comparable to that of rocket engines. Conversely, traditional rocket engines are exceedingly forceful, but are notoriously unstable and have a notably short lifespan. We have integrated the lateral mode of flight engines with the longitudinal mode of rocket engines, conducting over 3,000 attempts on the internal engine node structure, ultimately discovering a configuration that combines the merits of both. Our Tianqi No. 1 possesses the stability of conventional aircraft, while also boasting the fastest acceleration ever recorded. At this juncture, Wang Jun paused momentarily. Perhaps I may assert with some certainty that our Tianqi No. One is likely the fastest 8th-generation aircraft in terms of acceleration in the world. Applause erupted from Wang Hongzhe, who had witnessed this entire spectacle. What a magnificent conception. Rocket engines and traditional aircraft engines differ greatly. One could say they belong to entirely different domains. The ability to merge them is undoubtedly not an achievement that can be realized in a short span of time. This accomplishment indeed signifies that Tianqi one has undergone meticulous refinement. This ingenious concept left Wang Hongzhe in awe, and Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun echoed his admiration. Even at the Lonka Institute, Li Yong and Wang Jiang exchanged incredulous glances. Clearly, the maturity of Tianqi No. 1 surpassed that of Tianluo No. 1, rendering it a more technically advanced aircraft. However, the Lonka Institute was not to be underestimated. Greetings, everyone. I am Li Yong, here to elucidate our A255. The A255 boasts a length of 242 meters, a wingspan of 1311 meters, and an extreme flight speed of 119 kilometers per second. The technology of the A255 represents the pinnacle of what the Lonka Institute can achieve. As Li Yong began to gradually elaborate on the 8th-generation aircraft named A255, the aircraft, measuring over 20 meters in length, was introduced into the wind tunnel laboratory. Zhao Linghua pressed the activation button for the wind tunnel laboratory, eager to hear Li Yong's discourse. In fact, our approach shares similarities with our colleagues at Kyoto University Laboratory and the Magic City Military Industrial Laboratory. We are also striving to rectify the drawbacks of 8th-generation aircraft and enhance their initial acceleration. Tianluo No. 1 employs dual rocket engine technology, while Tianqi No. 1 utilizes a new engine that integrates rocket and aircraft technologies. We, too, have conducted approximately 14,000 attempts on the engine. Ultimately, we chose to utilize a turbojet engine as the core of this aircraft, which possesses the most powerful output in the world. In terms of acceleration to the second cosmic velocity, the time required will be minimized. Before Li Yong could finish his speech, a tremendous roar resonated within the wind tunnel laboratory. The ceiling slowly opened. The A255's acceleration exceeded the wind pressure of only 112 kilometers per second. It made a slight motion toward the ceiling. However, it did not exit the wind tunnel laboratory and instead settled back down calmly. Zhao Linghua instinctively pressed the timer in his hand, staring at the displayed value in disbelief. The time recorded was 1 minute and 58 seconds. The A255 from the Lonka Institute had astonishingly reduced the acceleration process to under 2 minutes. How could this be possible? Zhao Linghua nearly lost control, whispering in astonishment. In the midst of this awe, Qi Tianyun, Wang Hongzhe, Li Jing, and Wang Jun all wore serious expressions, overwhelmed by shock. The acceleration had indeed been compressed to under 2 minutes. Such power was quite alarming. How was this achieved? Even though turbojet engines are the domain of high-speed aircraft, the power required for this feat must surely be astronomical. Furthermore, this could not possibly be supported by an aircraft weighing only a few dozen tons. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonished disbelief, Li Yong, with deliberate composure, remarked, "Of course, this is primarily attributable to Pei Su. Pei Su, my little nephew, once imparted to me that the key to 8th-generation aircraft lies in their connection to space stations. Consequently, this aircraft's weight must allocate at least 50 tons for the establishment of a local AI server. Therefore, from the outset of our design, we did not consider any issues related to lightweighting the aircraft." As he spoke, Li Yong spread his hands. A 50-ton local AI server has already rendered this aircraft quite heavy. Why not add a bit more weight? Approaching this from the perspective of a weight-centric aircraft, we chose to create the most powerful turbojet engine in the world. At this moment, everything became clear. Had it not been for Pei Su, Li Yong would not have approached the design from a weight-centric perspective and would not have developed the world's most powerful turbojet engine. In other words, the A255 from Lonka Institute has outshone the laboratories of Kyoto University and Shanghai military industry, drawing inspiration partially from Pei Su's support. After much deliberation, it ultimately leads back to Pei Su. Wang Hongzhe, listening to this, felt an increasing pang of heartache. Had he known this child was a genius, he should have emulated Major General Chu and whisked him away immediately. He should have snatched him back to Harbin Institute of Technology. Chapter 45. What is a clock? A discus, and the donkey theory? All eyes turned to Pei Su. After all the twists and turns, it was still Pei Su. Is this child truly dominating the realm of the 8th-generation aircraft? At this moment, even old Qin, who stood nearby, had not anticipated that it was Pei Su who had inspired Li Yong, leading to the birth of the A255. A smile crept across his face. Pei Su's recent performances replayed in his mind in segments. Li Yunchang remarked that this child possesses the potential to bring others together, a typical talent for leadership. He had independently completed the 5th-generation defense military vehicle project and is now dominating the 8th-generation aircraft field as well. It seems that a successor has emerged. Amidst the multitude of gazes fixed on Pei Su, Su Zhihui and Zhao Ling appeared particularly complex. Indeed, their emotions were a blend of joy and sorrow. They felt elated for their outstanding cousin, but also a tinge of sadness. Both Su Zhihui and Zhao Ling are quite gifted in the field of scientific research. Without talent, one could not become the chief designer of the Kyoto laboratory or a key figure in the Shanghai Military Industry Laboratory in their 30s. Yet, in comparison to their cousin, their talents seemed to pale. Their cousin was exhibiting an extraordinary research talent at an alarming pace, a speed unforeseen by anyone. The testing of aircraft is an extensive endeavor, not merely about assessing initial acceleration, but also involves numerous intricate procedures. Thus, after the testing of Tianluo No. 1, Tianqi No. 1, and the A255, it was already noon. The group paused their testing and headed to the cafeteria for a meal. In the cafeteria, Pei Su enjoyed a hearty meal of cabbage, pork, and vermicelli, which was delightfully aromatic. Indeed, the military chefs are exceptional. Su Sugu, Xiaohuo exclaimed, nearly drooling, his mouth stuffed with rice, speaking somewhat indistinctly. This meal is truly exquisite. Why is this cabbage, pork, and vermicelli so much better than what we have in our cafeteria? Pei Su set down his chopsticks, sipped some soup, and replied, the military engages in considerable physical activity, hence the richer meals. Moreover, we haven't had the chance to enjoy good food lately. So it tastes remarkable. In truth, the meals at Lonka University's cafeteria aren't bad. There are indeed tasty options. It's just that during research, we became too engrossed and overlooked the joy of dining. In such circumstances, even the most delicious food tastes like cardboard. Back then, the three of us wished we could just consume protein bars to save time for research. Now that the research is complete, we can truly savor the flavors of our meals. Xiaohu fell silent, continuing to focus on his meal. The intense dedication to their research had taken a toll, causing the three of them to lose an astonishing 40 pounds over 3 months. They were indeed quite ravenous at this moment. Just as Pei Su was finishing his third bowl of rice, with oil glistening on his lips, he heard his name called. Hey, Pei Su. Upon looking up, he saw Wang Qingyu and her companions. Wang Qingyu held a tray, followed by Li Bei and Zhang Ming. The three sat beside Pei Su, and as soon as they settled, Li Bei and Zhang Ming began to devour their food with fervor. Wang Qingyu, however, remained calm and said, I would like to ask you for a favor. Pei Su paused his meal and inquired, what is it? Wang Qingyu quietly explained, the clock device was inspired by you, and our aircraft heavily relies on the acceleration provided by the clock device. Therefore, during the afternoon's presentation, I would like to invite you to help us explain the technology of the Daoyuo. Pei Su understood. It was essentially a matter of intellectual property. Wang Qingyu and her team learned about the clock device from him, and since Daoyuo heavily depended on this technology, having Pei Su present it would clarify the concept for everyone. Of course, Pei Su nodded. Thank you. Wang Qingyu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and resumed her meal with vigor. In the afternoon, they returned to the wind tunnel laboratory, and it was now Lonka University's turn. Wang Hongzhe, Zhao Linghua, and Qi Tianyun's gazes were fixated on Lonka University's team, primarily on Pei Su. Just as old Qin had previously stated, it was not one person but a multitude who were keenly observing Pei Su. As the originator of the 8th-generation aircraft concept, many were curious about what Pei Su would present. The wind tunnel laboratory in the afternoon also welcomed an additional guest, Major General Chu. He stood beside the wind tunnel laboratory, greeting Pei Su with a smile. Little Pei, long time no see. How have you been? Pei Su felt a warm familiarity upon seeing Major General Chu and replied with a smile, quite well. I was busy this morning, so I couldn't come. I heard you were here during lunch, so I postponed my matters to come see you this afternoon. Major General Chu approached, playfully teasing. Who is this girl beside you? Is she your girlfriend? Just a classmate, Pei Su responded, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhao Linghua, unable to bear it any longer, called Major General Chu over. Chu merely smirked and stepped aside. Hello everyone, I am Pei Su, and today I will explain an important technology of Daoyuo. Hello, I am Wang Qingyu, and I will explain other significant technologies of Daoyuo. As the two stood before the crowd, the 8th-generation aircraft named Daoyuo slowly made its entrance. Upon seeing the actual aircraft, the atmosphere felt eerily quiet. Wang Hongzhe, puzzled, removed his reading glasses, polished them, and put them back on. Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion. Major General Chu's mouth dropped open as he gazed at the actual aircraft, which was no larger than a basketball. Why is it so small? Su Zhihui and Zhao Ling stood nearby, equally bewildered. Why is this aircraft so small? Li Jing and Wang Jun were similarly perplexed. The 8th-generation aircraft, due to the need to reach space, must achieve the second cosmic velocity. But what is the standard for the second cosmic velocity? It is a speed of 112 kilometers per second. How can such a small aircraft attain that velocity? Everyone felt a sense of confusion. Nevertheless, Daoyuo ultimately entered the wind tunnel laboratory, and Zhao Linghua pressed the high-speed start button. As the internal wind pressure of the laboratory began to rise, a fierce gale erupted. Pei Su's voice gradually filled the air. I must explain one of Daoyuo's core technologies, the clock device. The clock device is inspired by the cyclotron accelerator, and I have developed a theoretical framework for it, which I shall refer to as the clock, disk, and donkey theory. However, I must clarify that the Daoyuo is not primarily my creation. Thus, the donkey theory does not apply here, as it is relevant only to the clock and disk theory. Just as Pei Su is about to elucidate the underlying principles, confusion reigns in the audience. Wait. Zhao Lingwa cannot contain himself and interjects. I understand your eagerness, but please, first explain what the clock, disk, and donkey theory entails. Chapter 46. Are there still experts? What precisely is the clock, disk, and donkey theory? The assembly finds it challenging to grasp the ingenious and whimsical words emanating from Su Hao. Faced with this theory, Pei Su explains, to comprehend the clock, disk, and donkey theory, one must first understand the meanings of clock, disk, and donkey. The so-called clock is, in essence, a different iteration of the cyclotron accelerator. Typically, cyclotrons feature extended tracks, allowing the aircraft to gain heightened acceleration. Yet, our clock device reimagines the aircraft as the pointer within the clock, while the acceleration path of the cyclotron serves as the clock's 12 o'clock face. Pei Su gazes at the audience and softly states, the clock device is, in fact, a modified version of a cyclotron accelerator. As the clock incessantly rotates, the aircraft, acting as the pointer, continuously gains acceleration throughout this rotational process, ultimately achieving the second cosmic velocity and breaking free from Earth's gravitational pull. No sooner had his words concluded than a deafening roar seized everyone's attention. The ceiling of the wind tunnel laboratory opened, signifying that Deluo had reached the second cosmic velocity within the confines of the wind tunnel laboratory. At that moment, Zhao Lingwa pressed the timer, noting the time, 1 minute and 34 seconds. 1.5 minutes. This speed surpasses that of all aircraft. It is significantly faster than the Lonka Institute's A255, the Kyoto University Laboratories Tianluo No. 1, and the Magic City Military Industrial Laboratories Tianqi No. 1. At this juncture, Wang Qingyu began to speak. Due to the clock device's influence, we had a sudden inspiration. Just as Commander Zhao demonstrated how effortlessly a stone could reach the second cosmic velocity, lighter objects gain greater speed when accelerated. Thus, from an extreme lightweight perspective, we have minimized all unnecessary weight and power consumption on the 8th generation aircraft. In this regard, we diverge entirely from the Lonka Institute's A255. However, I believe we have achieved a certain level of extremity. At this point, a glimmer sparkled in Wang Qingyu's eyes. If the Lonka Institute has perfected weighty aircraft, then we have taken lightweight design to an unfathomable extent. It can perform all functions except for AI capabilities, perfectly aligning with all 8th generation aircraft standards, excluding AI specifications. As Wang Qingyu elaborated, the audience could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. 1.5 minutes. Accelerating from 0 to a speed of 112 kilometers per second in merely 1.5 minutes. What an astonishing feat. To put it in perspective, among the myriad of data disclosed about current aircraft, the fastest is not the domestic 6th generation aircraft, but rather a test aircraft, the American X-15. The X-15's maximum speed reached 672 Mach, and it took approximately 2 minutes to accelerate from 0 to that velocity. 2 minutes. In contrast, this 8th generation aircraft, no larger than a basketball and named Deluo, not only adheres to all 8th generation aircraft standards, excluding AI specifications, but also brings the achievement of second cosmic velocity down to 1.5 minutes. Should this data be disclosed, it would undoubtedly shatter world records. However, Wang Qingyu added, although its acceleration is currently the fastest, this does not signify much. Much like a marine creature known as the mantis shrimp, which possesses a structure that allows its claws to deliver a strike equivalent to a small caliber bullet, traveling at a speed of 23 meters per second and exerting approximately 500 newtons of force. Yet, if it were larger, it would still fall prey to larger predators. At this point, Wang Qingyu lamented, if only we had more time, we could refine everything even further, perhaps integrating specialized AI computing components while maintaining extreme lightweight design. At this moment, the audience could not help but applaud the young woman. Indeed, quite remarkable. Major General Chu stepped forward, nodding at the two. Although Deluo's technology remains somewhat rudimentary, its conceptualization and practical application have genuinely astonished us. Wang Hongzhe also nodded slowly. Indeed, the clock device centered around the cyclotron has effectively addressed significant challenges faced by small 8th generation aircraft. Zhao Lingguo wore a broad smile. Perhaps future 8th generation aircraft will adopt the clock device for acceleration. The assembly nodded in agreement. The clock device is the crowning achievement of Deluo. Its uniqueness lies in its ability to provide additional power beyond the engine without imposing significant burdens on the aircraft, thereby enhancing acceleration and ultimate speed. A magnificent endeavor. The clock device holds immense potential. Pei and Wang, we should discuss collaboration further. Li Jing and Wang Jun exchanged glances, both exhibiting appreciation. They keenly recognized the vast potential concealed beneath the surface of the clock device, understanding that it could provide additional power beyond the engine. In other words, it could amplify the kinetic energy of all aircraft, enhancing maximum speed and acceleration. Lu Saran whispered, quickly, capture this moment. The photographer hurriedly snapped what may very well become a historic photograph. In the image, the backdrop is a wind tunnel laboratory, its ceiling opened to reveal a cerulean sky. In the foreground stand Pei Su, Wang Qingyu, Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming together, while Li Jing, Su Zhihui, Wang Jun, and Zhao Ling stand in another group. These individuals exude vigor and ambition. Meanwhile, the two military district commanders, Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun, stand to the side. Their astonishment unmistakable. Major General Chu stands behind, earnestly observing Pei Su, admiration nearly overflowing from his eyes. Wang Hongzhe, Li Yong, Wang Jiang, and Old Qin form a line, smiles adorning their faces. The individuals present here can be considered the creme de la creme of military science. Click. A flash of light flickered. Yet, just as everyone assumes that De Luo is the brainchild of Pei Su, Wang Qingyu, and their collaborators, Pei Su sheepishly scratches his head and admits, De Luo was developed by Wang Qingyu, Zhang Ming, and Li Bei. The 8th-generation aircraft that Xiaohua and Chen Ke and I have created has yet to be showcased. The room fell silent. Major General Chu exclaimed, "Are there still experts?" Chapter 47. The ultimate 59 seconds of memoir. As Pei Su and Wang Qingyu serve as the narrators for the De Luo, the crowd initially assumes that De Luo is the 8th-generation machine developed collectively by all members of the Dragon Talent class. They remain oblivious to the existence of another machine, one that Pei Su has primarily researched. The eyes of the crowd converge on Pei Su. Zhao Linghua, somewhat perplexed, inquires, "But aren't you the narrator for De Luo?" Indeed, Pei Su replies matter-of-factly. "The clock mechanism technology on De Luo was provided by me, which justifies my role as its narrator." "Oh, that certainly seems reasonable." Zhao Linghua muses, bemused by this delightful misunderstanding. He quickly gestures for Major General Chu to bring Pei Su's 8th-generation machine over. Upon hearing this, Major General Chu exits the wind tunnel laboratory. Shortly thereafter, a startled exclamation resounds from outside. "What the?" It is the voice of Major General Chu. The crowd, hearing this, steps outside the wind tunnel laboratory, puzzled. Although Major General Chu is not typically a composed individual, what could possibly elicit such an outburst from a man of his rank? Upon exiting the laboratory, they are left speechless. What the? Before them lies an oval-shaped, disc-like aircraft, its silvery hue reflecting a unique sense of science fiction under the sun's rays. This is no mere cinematic flying saucer. It is a genuine UFO, exuding an unparalleled quality. As the disc comes into view, even Elder Qin cannot help but feel a flutter in his eye. Though he had witnessed the true forms of Shuiguang and De Luo earlier that morning, the absence of sunlight then rendered the experience different. Now, in the sunlight, Shuiguang radiates an extraordinary beauty, transcending ordinary science fiction to evoke a sensation of fantasy merging with reality. Bathed in sunlight, it appears as a flowing liquid light, emanating an air of mystery and obscurity. Its silvery color, coupled with surrounding sensors and an almost golden ratio oval design, creates an overwhelming sense of unreality. Moreover, it is astonishingly large, comparable to a small truck. After witnessing the relatively basketball-sized De Luo, the impact of seeing this truck-sized Shuiguang is even more profound. Gulping, Major General Chu points at Shuiguang and asks, "Is this the 8th-generation machine you've researched?" Pei Su nods affirmatively. "Yes, indeed." A moment of silence ensues. Major General Chu decides to dispatch Li Ming, instructing him to maneuver this extraordinary machine into the wind tunnel laboratory. However, Li Ming is adamant in his refusal. "Chief, while I am the top pilot among my peers, I have only flown conventional aircraft. I've piloted planes, rockets, and even tanks and armored vehicles. But I've never operated a UFO." He is genuinely concerned about the potential for disaster. Pei Su quickly reassures him. It is equipped with an AI module, highly intelligent and capable of autonomous flight. Skeptical yet intrigued, Li Ming reluctantly climbs into the disc and activates the AI system. "Shall I use the sensors to automatically scan the route?" he tentatively asks. "Yes," the AI responds. "Please specify the destination." Li Ming continues, "The wind tunnel laboratory ahead. I need you to navigate precisely inside, scanning the surroundings to avoid collisions." "Understood." To his astonishment, the disc begins to move. Li Ming's eyes widen at this unbelievable spectacle. Meanwhile, onlookers witness this almost surreal scene unfolding before them. Ultimately, they can only exclaim, "Science fiction has become reality." It is indeed astonishing, leaving even these scientific minds in awe. "Pei Su, you truly are remarkable." Inside the wind tunnel laboratory, the disc-shaped 8th-generation machine successfully enters. Standing before the audience, Pei Su announces, "Greetings, everyone. The 8th-generation machine we have developed is named Shuiguang. It was born at the end of November, coinciding with a snowstorm that lasted a day and a night. I felt it was a calling, a silent understanding, hence the name, Shuiguang." Pei Su elaborates on the origin of Shuiguang with a passion akin to unveiling his life's greatest achievement. Addressing the assembly, his tone fluctuates between fervent, gentle, light, and grave, as if presenting a matter of utmost significance. He has come to view Shueguang as the muse of his life, akin to his own David. From the moment he sketched the concept of the 8th generation machine during his college entrance examination, he resolved to create it. This ambition stemmed not from any external motivation, but from an intrinsic love for advanced technology, a fervent passion bordering on obsession. At that moment, he knew he was destined for this path. Now, standing before the titans of the military science community, Pei Su exudes confidence as he meticulously narrates the intricacies of Shueguang. The clock mechanism, the discus, and the donkey theory are manifestations of Shueguang's design. The clock mechanism operates like a timepiece, while the discus reflects the internal 8th generation machine, achieving sufficient acceleration akin to an Olympic athlete's spinning discus. Regarding the donkey theory, it pertains to the donkey cart principle. I have installed a rocket engine and a solar-powered modified rocket engine within Shueguang. In other words, both the cyclotron and the aircraft itself possess adequate propulsion capabilities. During most flight operations, one side engages while the other remains idle, ensuring maximum endurance. The imagery, Pei Su spreads his hands, is akin to a donkey pulling a cart. Thus, we arrive at the clock mechanism, discus, and donkey theory. Shueguang is both an embodiment of this theory and a testament to my efforts in enriching it. Upon hearing this, the crowd's confusion dissipates. They now comprehend the essence of the clock mechanism, discus, and donkey theory. It is both tangible and holds significant research value. The clock mechanism alone harbors immense potential, let alone the innovative idea of housing two engines within the cyclotron and aircraft. Zhao Lingwa interjects. I recall the hand-drawn diagram you submitted during the examination, detailing the 8th generation machine. You mentioned allocating 50 tons for the installation of an AI local server. However, why did you ultimately deviate from that design concept, opting for a disk-like aircraft instead? With a smile, Pei Su responds. That hand-drawn diagram had already indicated the direction for a large 8th generation machine. Now, I have developed a medium-sized 8th generation machine. Does this not signify that our 8th generation technology has matured? Hearing this, Zhao Lingwa chuckles. What a bold statement. I like it. Pei Su's meaning is quite straightforward. Exceptionally so. He essentially conveys that he has not only completed the previous task, but has also resolved a more significant issue for them. The notion that with greater ability comes greater responsibility rings true in Pei Su's assertion. The large 8th generation aircraft was born the moment Pei Su sketched the design by hand. The A255 developed by the Dragon Institute is a product based on that very sketch. Subsequently, Pei Su turned his attention to solving the problems associated with the mid-sized and small 8th generation aircraft. Remarkably, he succeeded in his research. His words are audacious, and his actions are as steady as a seasoned veteran, exhibiting extraordinary strength. At this moment, Zhao Lingwa felt a profound admiration rise within him. Is it shameful to respect someone a generation younger? Yet, Zhao Lingwa felt no embarrassment. This individual possesses remarkable abilities that demand respect. Age is no measure of one's capabilities. Suddenly, Zhao Lingwa lifted his head, hearing the familiar hum. The wind tunnel laboratory's ceiling had opened. He exclaimed, "How can it be so fast?" Although it seemed they had engaged in extensive discussion, it had only been about a minute, if not less. The shocking data left Zhao Lingwa momentarily stunned, taking a couple of seconds before he pressed the timer. Time, 59 seconds. Zhao Lingwa stood there, utterly dazed. What's wrong? Others noticed his stupor and rushed over, eagerly peering at the timer. Chapter 48. Can youth be anything but audacious? As the crowd was puzzled, they moved closer to observe the new timer in Zhao Lingwa's hand. This innovative timer boasts numerous functions, providing a wealth of data. Today's maximum temperature, 5 degrees. Minimum temperature, -3 degrees. Weather forecast, possible light snow. Humidity, 50. Current temperature, 26 degrees. Time, 5,909 seconds. 59 seconds? Someone murmured almost incredulously. The crowd quickly grasped this crucial piece of information. 59 seconds? How is that possible? Although they could clearly sense that the speed of the Shueguang was significantly faster than that of the Daoyuo, the A255, and the Tianqi No. 1 and Tianluo No. 1. 59 seconds seemed implausible. This defied the laws of science. A strong sense of absurdity surged within them. Wang Hongzhe, witnessing this scene, was equally bewildered. He couldn't help but look at Elder Qin, asking, Elder Qin, did you already know about all this? 59 seconds to reach the second cosmic velocity. What an astonishing figure. A simple calculation reveals that the second cosmic velocity is 112 kilometers per second. If one were to accelerate from 0 to that speed in 59 seconds, it would mean an acceleration of 0.18 kilometers per second. This is an extraordinary figure, an accumulated acceleration of 180 meters per second. Even on an international scale, no such fast accelerating aircraft exists. Yet Pei Su, alongside a handful of young individuals not much older than Wang Hongzhe, managed to produce such an astonishing acceleration figure in just 3 months. Who would believe that? It felt almost magical. When Wang Hongzhe looked at Elder Qin, he noticed surprise lurking deep within the elder's gaze. It appeared that Elder Qin had not anticipated Pei Su's remarkable capabilities in this domain. At that moment, Zhao Lingwa, having regained his senses, hastily declared, "The data is erroneous. There is a delay." Upon hearing this, the crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. What? So the data was flawed? They mused. How could a child possibly advance this industry to such a fantastical extent? Surely, the data should have been over a minute. Thus, compared to the 1.5-minute Daluo and the 2-minute A255, although still astonishing, it seemed less unbelievable. However, just as they thought this, Zhao Lingwa's voice pierced through the wind tunnel laboratory. The actual data should be around 57 seconds. I pressed it 2 seconds late. An earth-shattering revelation. What? Are you joking? Old Zhao? Wang Hongzhou exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Zhao Lingwa replied calmly, I wouldn't dare joke in such a serious setting. Li Jing furrowed his brow. 57 seconds? That figure is quite unbelievable. Wang Jun added, I too find it hard to imagine. Meanwhile, Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin exchanged glances, a sense of unreality washing over them. How could one describe this feeling? It was as if they believed their cousin was a promising young scientist destined for greatness, only to suddenly discover that he had replaced his brain with an AI server. In summary, he does not behave like a human. If he were an ordinary human, how could he have developed such a formidable aircraft in just 3 months? That is impossible. Indeed, my cousin must have been possessed by someone else, or perhaps he has been upgraded with an AI brain, achieving mechanical ascension. They both found it utterly surreal and struggled to accept this reality. 57 seconds. The number seemed destined to be etched within the walls of the wind tunnel laboratory. All eyes turned toward Pei Su, eager to glimpse the true identity of this individual who had seemingly subdued half of the military science community. At that moment, Pei Su pushed open the window and gazed outside, exclaiming in wonder, it's snowing again. Outside, delicate snowflakes drifted down. If the late November snowfall heralded the arrival of Xueguang, then this early December snow resembled a divine radiance enveloping it. The crowd watched the young man admiring the snow, their hearts captivated. This young man is indeed somewhat frightening. That evening, in a room, Pei Su looked at Lu Su Ran, a hint of bashfulness gracing his smile. Hello, Reporter Lu, we meet again. Yes, we do, Lu Su Ran replied with a sweet smile. In fact, I sensed long ago that we would frequently encounter each other. And now it seems that way. Pei Su chuckled softly, indeed. Lu Su Ran collected her thoughts and smiled, as per tradition. I would like to conduct an exclusive interview with you. My first question is, I am curious about your feelings when you sketched the design of the 8th-generation aircraft during your college entrance examination. Did you foresee what would happen in the future? How do you intend to approach life moving forward? Pei Su pondered for a moment. That is indeed a thought-provoking question. All right, for my final question, Lu Su Ran continued. Looking at Pei Su, you are 18 years old, and only 6 months have passed since your college entrance examination. During this time, you have completed the design of a large 8th-generation aircraft, a 5th-generation defense vehicle, and a mid-sized 8th-generation aircraft. I can't help but wonder, do you see yourself as an all-rounder in the military research field, like your uncle and your mentor, Elder Qin? Pei Su's face broke into a slightly audacious smile. Why not? Lu Su Ran was taken aback, not expecting Pei Su to make such an audacious claim. Although these reports would not be released to the public immediately, however, this does not imply that these reports are destined to remain in obscurity. One day, at the right time, in the right place, and under the appropriate circumstances, they will be revealed in their entirety. Initially, I assumed that Pei Su would articulate some official, formulaic statements, but it appears she possesses a distinct personality. Lu Su Ran's face also broke into a smile. Indeed, if one cannot be audacious at the age of 18 or 19, when else is it appropriate to be so? This, in fact, accentuates individuality. Chapter 49. Can scientists be called such if they do not undertake private work? Inside the room, just as Pei Su departed, Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin entered the reception area. Lu Su Ran crossed her legs and greeted them with a smile. Hello to both of you. Hello, journalist Lu. Su Zhihui responded, glancing at Lu Su Ran. She was well aware of Lu Su Ran's esteemed status. Most of the individuals she interviewed were the pillars of military science, such as Wang Hongzhou, Li Yong, and Wang Jiang, who were, theoretically speaking, significant figures. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin understood that. Although one was the chief designer at the Beijing University Laboratory, and the other was a rising star at the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory, they were still subordinate to others, which theoretically meant they would not secure this interview. As the two pondered this perplexity, Lu Su Ran spoke up. I have heard you are Pei Su's elder siblings, and I am curious about your feelings when witnessing your younger brother shine so brightly in such circumstances. The astonishment on Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin's faces was fleeting, quickly replaced by a knowing smile. Indeed, Su Zhihui nodded. From an elder sister's perspective, it is only natural to feel delighted seeing one's younger brother excel. Zhao Lin candidly added. However, from a researcher's viewpoint, the saying there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts comes to mind. Observing a younger peer surpassing oneself in accomplishments evokes a complex array of emotions. Perhaps one could interpret it as jealousy, or maybe envy. It is indeed a complicated feeling. Lu Su Ran nodded in understanding. Have you ever contemplated, as I have, that in the near future, he may become a pivotal figure in this field? What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing her words, Zhao Lin and Su Jihui exchanged glances, both smiling knowingly. We anticipated this situation long ago. They replied in unison. This left Lu Su Ran and the photographer momentarily bewildered. Su Jihui stood up and remarked, "Journalist Lu, you may find this hard to accept, but working in this field grants us clearer judgment than most. We are well aware that with his talents, skills, and capabilities, he is destined to become a key figure in this domain." Lu Su Ran was genuinely surprised by this revelation. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "From your perspective, whom do you think Pei Su can be compared to in the current military science realm? Li Jing, Wang Jun, Wang Hongzhe, or perhaps your uncle Li Yong? Or the academician Wang Jiang from the Dragon Institute?" In response, they both shook their heads. Su Jihui and Zhao Lin exchanged a glance. If previously they lacked a perfect understanding, at this moment, they could confidently declare, "Old Qin." Lu Su Ran fell silent. "Hello, academician Li Yong. Today, I wish to inquire about the manufacturing process of A255 and gather some insights. Additionally, I would like to know your thoughts on your nephew Pei Su." Li Yong sat in the reception area, his expression sincere. I will never forget a seemingly ordinary afternoon when he covered 5 chicken nuggets with a packet of ketchup. Declaring it AI. You cannot imagine my expression. I appeared composed, yet inside I felt as though I had seen a ghost, as if my nephew had been possessed. After the interview concluded, Lu Su Ran left, content with a wealth of material. In the cafeteria of the Kyoto Military District, Old Qin was dining with Pei Su and 5 others. Compared to the calm Pei Su, Xiaohua and Chen Kai appeared somewhat uneasy, while Wang Qinyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming seemed increasingly anxious. As individuals with unique abilities, they felt entirely overshadowed by Pei Su. According to Old Qin's words 3 months prior, those with lower scores could only collaborate with the school on military science research projects. Were they to part ways from now on? Everyone looked to Old Qin, who took a bite of rice and sipped some seaweed soup before slowly stating, "Pei Su, regarding the actual manufacture of the 8th generation aircraft, someone will be responsible for liaising with you. It's Major General Chu from the Kyoto Military District, whom you know." Pei Su nodded. Old Qin continued, "Your performances have been remarkable, showcasing the potential of each individual. I have witnessed your efforts. However, do not perceive this as an endpoint. It is merely the beginning. You possess top-tier resources and extraordinary talents, along with a passion for this country and an aspiration for advanced technology. In other words, you are all destined to be innate scientists. Therefore, I will gradually entrust many ultra-precision projects to you." As Old Qin wiped his mouth and delicately chewed a morsel, Wang Qinyu and the others grew increasingly anxious. Finally, the impatient Li Bei, having served in the army, could no longer contain himself. He whispered, "Old Qin, does this mean we can only follow school projects in the future?" Old Qin looked at Li Bei with skepticism. "Who said that?" Li Bei was taken aback. "But you mentioned earlier." Old Qin chuckled, shaking his head. "Initially, that was indeed the case, but your performances have changed my mind. You are all individuals with unique abilities, yet it seems you lack some coordination, preventing you from maximizing your potential. Therefore, Pei Su, you will be the class leader from now on, with the authority to allocate all students in the first Dragon Talent class." Upon hearing this, it was not Pei Su, who had gained power, that first rejoiced, but rather Wang Qinyu and the others who were assigned to his group. How wonderful. Working on projects alongside the school is entirely different from working with Old Qin. Yet Old Qin shifted his tone. "However, your current expenses have been excessive. Your 2 groups alone have already surpassed 50 million in 3 months. This year's research funds are severely depleted, so henceforth, I permit you to undertake private projects. All earnings can be kept without needing to be handed over to anyone." Upon hearing this, the group felt as though they might faint. What was this? This was the highest privilege of a scientist. As the saying goes, a scientist who cannot undertake private work is not a good scientist. And now, Old Qin had granted them this authority. From this point on, they could openly accept private work. Long live Old Qin. After the meal, as Pei Su prepared to leave, Major General Chu approached him. "Old Zhao wishes to ask you a favor, with compensation." Major General Chu said quietly. Pei Su was taken aback. The commander of the military district in Kyoto wished to meet with himself and entrusted him with a matter. Chapter 50, 5 million? 50 million. In the office, Major General Chu led Pei Su through the door. Zhao Lingwa stood by the window, slowly turning to reveal a smile. "Pei Su, my dear classmate. I wonder if you have heard of the Grand Military Competition?" Upon hearing this, Pei Su pondered. The term Grand Military Competition was familiar to him. However, he was somewhat perplexed. Was this not a matter pertaining to the military? What relevance did it have to him? And why was Zhao Lingwa bringing it up at this moment? Zhao Lingwa began to elucidate. The Grand Military Competition is essentially a contest between military districts. The Kyoto Military District and the Magic City Military District belong to the Central and Eastern Theater Commands, respectively. Kyoto and Magic City, 2 of the nation's foremost metropolises, are often described as Kyoto is politically inclined, while Magic City is commercially driven. Thus, in private, I often engage in rivalry with Qi Tianyun for the honor of our cities and military districts. You know, soldiers place immense value on honor. Every soldier is thus inclined. Myself included. Zhao Lingguo regarded Pei Su with a sincere expression. So, do you now understand why I seek your assistance? Pei Su suddenly grasped the situation. He chuckled. I see. Given your demeanor, it seems that a grand military competition against the Magic City Military District is imminent, and you wish to collaborate with us. Am I correct? Zhao Lingguo beamed. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. It is now December. In 6 months, in June, we shall face the grand military competition. Our Kyoto Military District represents the honor of the Central Theater Command, while the Magic City Military District embodies the glory of the Eastern Theater Command. The true competition will hinge on 3 factors. First, the physical limits of our soldiers. Second, the tactical cooperation among our forces. Third, the practical applications of technology. Zhao Lingguo stated calmly, in terms of physical prowess, our Kyoto Military District is significantly disadvantaged. Due to geographical constraints, our soldiers' physical qualities cannot compare to those of the soldiers from the Xinjiang, Tibet, and Mongolia regions. Furthermore, I have learned that since last year, Qi Tianyun has integrated cutting-edge military-grade AI into our district's elite training programs, capable of accurately analyzing each soldier's physical abilities and limits. We are at a disadvantage, and this one step is a chasm apart. Hence, I cannot ascertain whether our Kyoto Military District can defeat the Magic City Military District in terms of physicality. After all, Zhao Lingguo scoffed. Magic City is exceedingly wealthy. The Magic City Military District has invested nearly $1.5 billion in their life intelligence AI without a blink. Pei Su could not help but resonate with this sentiment. Wealth had almost become a stereotype of Magic City. However, Zhao Lingguo continued, in terms of tactical cooperation, we have produced 16 commanders and 2 Blue Force commanding officers. Our tactics surpass any military district and theater. His gaze fixed upon Pei Su, filled with fervor, an embodiment of a soldier's relentless pursuit of supreme glory, which was a passionate and fervid gaze. Pei Su, we in the Kyoto Military District aspire to triumph in this grand military competition against the Magic City Military District. For this, we require formidable technology. It must be a large weapon that cannot be countered. Ideally, it should be deployable alongside tanks. Thus, Zhao Lingguo earnestly implored, Pei Su, I ask you to assist me. Help us, and aid the entire Kyoto Military District in developing a new type of tank and formidable weaponry to accompany it. Upon hearing this, Pei Su could not help but feel the fervent emotions emanating from the elder before him. Soldiers are willing to sacrifice so much for collective honor. Yet, Pei Su remained composed. First and foremost, Commander Zhao, I must pose a critical question. Why do you choose for me to manufacture a tank and not a new type of aircraft? From any perspective, constructing an aircraft would be a superior choice. Zhao Lingguo chuckled, because you, from Lonka Institute, have created the large 8th-generation aircraft A255 and the medium-sized 8th-generation aircraft Snowlight. No matter how talented an individual may be, they can only achieve so much, correct? He continued with a teasing tone. Could it be that you can produce an even more advanced aircraft? Pei Su narrowed his eyes. That is uncertain. According to the system's assessment, Pei Su provided the technology for the 8th-generation aircraft, and now Lonka Institute has produced the 8th-generation aircraft A255. Since the technology was supplied by him, this aircraft could not trigger the system's next level. However, why could Pei Su not create an 8th-and-a-half-generation aircraft, or even a 9th-generation aircraft? The system does not provide rigid technology, but rather, upon acquiring the so-called technology, Pei Su can instantly comprehend everything within that technology and achieve a reciprocal understanding. This is a rather terrifying concept. One could say that if all knowledge in this world were a circle, the system not only aids Pei Su in breaking through that circle, but also allows him to rapidly expand his own knowledge base to encompass the circle itself. The emergence of the system has not stifled his creativity. Pei Su can still utilize his own capabilities to ponder and attempt to create more advanced warplanes. Observing Pei Su's expression and response, Zhao Lingguo's demeanor grew serious. He stepped closer to Pei Su, visibly excited. Could it be that you can indeed manufacture an 8th-and-a-half, or even a 9th-generation aircraft? Pei Su nodded. It is not impossible. Zhao Lingguo was momentarily stunned, grappling with the implications. Wasn't technology an insurmountable peak? Scientists, while developing these technologies, are akin to climbers, wielding their knowledge as tools to ascend toward greater heights. What then? Was Pei Su? Had he not simply soared to the summit in a flying saucer? Zhao Lingguo's thoughts were in disarray. He composed himself and deliberated carefully. Ultimately, he shook his head. No, I still wish for you to assist me in creating a formidable tank and various powerful weapons. Pei Su inquired, what is the rationale? If I can develop an 8th-and-a-half, or even a 9th-generation aircraft, the Kyoto Military District is certain to prevail. Zhao Lingguo chuckled, precisely for that reason. His gaze was intensely fervent as he scrutinized Pei Su, as if he had discovered the most precious treasure beneath the heavens. Time will tell, time will tell. Zhao Lingguo laughed. If you were to unveil an 8th-and-a-half generation aircraft now, Qi Tianyun would undoubtedly cease to compete with us, gaining victory for years to come. Pei Su, Major General Chu. The two were taken aback, not having anticipated Zhao Linghua's reasoning. Very well, it is settled then. Zhao Linghua regarded Pei Su, his tone growing serious. All expenses related to this tank project will be borne by our Kyoto military district. Any costs, any expenditures, including your living expenses, we will fully cover. Be it purchasing a house or a car, it matters not. As long as it does not involve illegal financial matters, it is inconsequential. Upon completion, this amount, Zhao Linghua raised his hand, slightly bending his wrist. Pei Su looked at the hand and asked, 5 million? Not entirely, Zhao Linghua replied calmly. If we lose, it will be 5 million. If we win, that figure will rise to 50 million. 5 million and 50 million. Pei Su exclaimed, yes, yes, yes. It's done. Chapter 51. 1 billion for Pei Su's yearly usage rights. 50 million, 50 million, 50 million, 50 million, 50 million. Zhao Linghua's subsequent words were somewhat lost on Pei Su. All she could recall was the figure of 50 million. With such a sum, where could one not indulge? Thus, Pei Su wandered out of the office in a daze. Inside the office, Major General Chu could not help but remark, Old Zhao, are you not being a tad unreasonable? 50 million? Are you jesting? Zhao Linghua cast a sidelong glance at Major General Chu. Isn't it a matter of lacking funds? Spare me, Chu retorted, rolling his eyes. This year's balance still has over 1,500 million. You're giving them mere pocket change, taking advantage of a college student's inexpensive labor? Zhao Linghua became flustered at this. Hey, don't put that label on me. The funds in the account have origins and destinations. In reality, only about 1,500 million can be utilized. Hearing this, Major General Chu muttered, so it's still exploiting cheap labor? Winning against the Magic City Military District? How improbable is that? Pei Su, not being a member of the military district, had never witnessed the grand competition among the armed forces. Thus, she could not grasp the enormity of the challenge. The Kyoto Military District and the Magic City Military District were akin to two level 100 bosses, having exhausted every means and maximized every resource. The two military districts were locked in a fierce contest, relying on someone as extraordinary as Pei Su for a turnaround. And yet, she was offered merely 50 million? This struck Major General Chu as rather unjust. Winning the grand military competition would yield greater funding in the following year. At this point, he could not help but voice, isn't giving just 50 million a bit unreasonable? Zhao Linghua rolled his eyes. Are you foolish? Do you genuinely believe I am a simpleton or a capitalist who relishes exploitation? I am reserving this money for a significant purpose. As he spoke, Zhao Linghua picked up the red desk phone and dialed a number. Hello? Old Qin, there's a matter I wish to discuss with you. Oh, you've guessed it? Where are you? I'll come to find you. At the military district's entrance, Old Qin lounged in a chair, basking in the sun while speaking on the phone. He lazily replied, June of next year will be the day you compete against Qi Tianyun. This pertains to who will secure more funding in the following year, affecting the victory of the Central Military District and the Eastern Military District. I had surmised you would attempt to poach this child from my side. However, I can tell you outright, that is quite improbable. A vehicle gradually came to a halt by the roadside. Zhao Linghua and Major General Chu alighted and approached Old Qin. Zhao Linghua forced a smile. Old Qin, matters are not so simplistic. Everything has its price. To my knowledge, you published a paper in 2009 exploring the feasibility of a secondary nuclear deterrence project. At that time, due to the severe international situation, you concluded in that paper that to realize this project, at least 200 billion in funding and a minimum of 50 years would be required. If I recall correctly, you were part of the radical faction back then. And to this day, Zhao Linghua paused, I suspect you have not abandoned that somewhat ethereal project. Old Qin opened his eyes, his languid demeanor dissipating in an instant. His voice took on a weighty tone. The circumstances were dire, with NATO poised to strike. Had our nation found itself in the worst-case scenario, I could envision no other recourse but to detonate the moon, leading to mutual destruction with the world. Zhao Linghua's expression turned grave. Indeed, but your efforts back then were not in vain. The paper on secondary nuclear deterrence resonated both domestically and internationally, causing what could have been a tumultuous year to pass without turmoil, even keeping the ambitious NATO in check. What is secondary nuclear deterrence? Major General Chu, upon hearing this, began to uncover a hidden narrative from years past. Yet, it seemed to involve a plan to detonate a large nuclear bomb on the moon, triggering a nuclear fusion within, thus destabilizing the ecological balance of the solar system and leading to Earth's catastrophic collapse. If memory serves me right, Zhao Linghua softly remarked, in 2014, personnel from the State Council conducted a clandestine meeting with you. The contents were never disclosed to the public, as they were contemplating whether your secondary nuclear deterrence plan had potential for continuation. Old Qin nodded. Indeed. And the final outcome? Zhao Linghua narrowed his eyes. I suspect the so-called secondary nuclear deterrence plan was ultimately rejected by those at the State Council, for it was deemed too radical. Yet, in my view, it could serve as a far more terrifying means of mutual destruction than the simultaneous detonation of 1 million nuclear warheads. Old Qin merely gazed at Zhao Lingua. What exactly are you trying to convey? Nothing much. Zhao Lingua inhaled deeply, revealing a smile. Such matters are too distant. But what I wish to say is, if you desire to pursue this project, substantial funding is required. The 200 billion shortfall from 2009 remains unaddressed. I propose a collaboration. Pei Su, this talent is one I truly admire. He is the most exceptional young individual I have encountered. 1 billion. Zhao Lingua gestured with his fingers. 10 billion. Loan this child to me for a year. Old Qin's eyes suddenly widened. Major General Chu couldn't hide his astonishment. So this was the intended use of the 10 billion in the account. Old Qin remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately shaking his head in refusal. Why? Zhao Lingua queried, puzzled. I have read your original paper on the secondary nuclear deterrence project. While radical, it is the only means to save the nation in dire circumstances. This project still holds immense value today. You have been striving to develop methods for secondary nuclear deterrence. Now, 10 billion is presented before you. And the cost is merely a child's yearly usage rights. Could you not consider it as a year of training for him in the military? Old Qin looked at Zhao Lingua, resolutely shaking his head. No. Zhao Lingua appeared a bit dazed. Is the price too low? Old Qin replied with a tone of conviction. My time is limited. The 6 children from the first Dragon Talent class are my last students. And I require more time to observe them. I must find someone with a similarly radical disposition to inherit my project. At this, Old Qin coughed a few times and slowly turned to leave. Zhao Lingua felt a sense of loss, staring blankly at the old man's retreating figure. He suddenly realized that this elder truly had little time left. He was among the first cohort of overseas students, and was also among the first to return to support the nation, having practiced authentic internal martial arts. He appeared to be in his early 80s despite being over 90, yet he was genuinely aging. His back had begun to curve in a distorted hunch. Meanwhile, Pei Su found Xiao Hua and the other 5, relaying the private job that Zhao Lingua had assigned her involving 50 million in full detail. 50 million. Upon hearing this figure, everyone present was momentarily dumbfounded. 50 million, divided among 6 of us, amounts to over 800,000 each. Xiao Hua murmured, 800,000. The possibilities for what we could do with that are endless. Chen Ke pondered, I've always wanted to buy an Audi A6, which costs 450,000. Wang Qingyu murmured to herself, Hermes, LV, Chanel, Gucci, Armani, Dior, Versace, YSL, Burberry, Prada. Zhang Ming, filled with excitement, exclaimed, with this sum of money, I can finally settle my mortgage. The house I purchased for my parents back home still has over 700,000 in loans. Li Bei also felt a surge of restlessness. If I acquire this money, I could procure an abundance of books, domestic, international, from New York, London, Singapore, Paris, and Tokyo, those rare volumes that are not sold to foreigners. If I offer a sufficiently high price, they will surely sell them to me. Each person was lost in reverie, contemplating what to do with their newfound wealth. Chen Ke yearned for an Audi A6 priced at 450,000. Wang Qingyu, with her innate appreciation for beauty, craved luxury goods. Zhang Ming had used his severance pay as a down payment for a home for his parents, which still bore a significant outstanding mortgage. Li Bei aspired to become a learned individual, thus wishing to use this money to acquire books that would typically not be available to him. Is this what we call a private endeavor? The group gazed at Pei Su with sparkling eyes, as if beholding a savior. Yet, Chen Ke expressed a hint of concern. Can we assist the Kyoto Military District in defeating the Shanghai Military District and triumph in this grand military competition? After all, this matter pertains to the allocation of military funding for the coming years, and the Shanghai Military District will undoubtedly enlist the finest scientists to bolster their technological prowess. No sooner had he finished speaking than a hand rested upon his shoulder. Chen Ke turned to find it was Xiao Hua, placing his hand on Chen Ke's shoulder. Xiao Hua appeared quite relaxed. Trust, Chen Ke, belief requires no justification. As long as we firmly believe in our inevitable victory, defeat is not an option. In that instant, Chen Ke grasped Xiao Hua's meaning and smiled. Indeed, among the 6 individuals in the inaugural Dragon Talent class, there were 2 exceptional talents, 3 extraordinary individuals, and 1 capable leader. There was no reason for them to fail. This time, facing Li Jing from the Kyoto Laboratory, Wang Jun from the Shanghai Military Industrial Laboratory, and Li Yong and Wang Jiang from the Dragon Institute, their 8th generation machine had triumphed, hadn't it? Thus, the group unanimously decided to proceed. If they excelled in this private endeavor, each of their lives would undergo significant improvement. Just then, the ringing of Pei Su's phone jolted everyone awake. They turned their gazes toward him, noticing his puzzled expression. He picked up the call. Hello? Ah, Commander Chi? You're looking for me? No. Commander Zhao has not reached out to me. All right, I'll come find you right away. After hanging up, Pei Su's expression turned unusually peculiar. He looked at the others. I have some rather special news to share. It seems we may have a second private endeavor. However, this second task appears to conflict with the first. The group pondered thoughtfully. Commander Chi's call to Pei Su needed no further elaboration. It was undoubtedly regarding the upcoming military competition in June next year. After a moment of contemplation, they collectively stated, Let us see what the price is. They were not soldiers, thus lacking the sense of honor tied to military victory. Scientists have to make a living too, right? In such circumstances, it was essential to consider who would offer the higher price. Pei Su, the highest bidder wins. At Shaohuang Mountain, when Pei Su arrived, Qi Tianyan stood on the hillside, gazing into the distance, revealing only his silhouette. Beside Qi Tianyan stood an aide, aged in his 40s or 50s, significantly older than Major General Chu. You've arrived. Qi Tianyan turned to Pei Su, offering a warm smile. Pei Su nodded. If I am not mistaken. Qi Tianyan approached Pei Su and inquired. Old Zhao has already contacted you and presented you with quite generous terms. Pei Su pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed. He certainly cannot conceal such matters from someone of this stature. No worries. Qi Tianyan stated directly. Have you considered developing within the Shanghai military district? Here. You would enjoy the finest resources available domestically. Our Eastern Theater is the most economically powerful of all, and here, many of your ideas could gradually materialize. Pei Su smiled and politely declined. Qi Tianyan expressed mild regret, but was not disappointed, as he had anticipated this outcome. 5 minutes prior, he had placed a call to Elder Qin. Elder Qin, 20 billion for a year. Let us have this child for just 1 year. Qi Tianyan had conveyed to Elder Qin. I will only need him for a year. The following year, he will return to assist you. Elder Qin had refused. Therefore, Qi Tianyan was already aware that winning over the young talents of the Dragon Talent class was an unrealistic endeavor. I would like to ask for your assistance in researching a particular technology. Without further ado, Qi Tianyan continued. Have you heard of exoskeleton armor? Pei Su nodded. I have heard of it. The so-called exoskeleton armor is essentially a humanoid device centered around carbon fiber plates. Initially, it was designed to enable individuals with limb disabilities to regain normal physical function. However, people later realized it could be applied in individual combat scenarios. Consequently, this industry experienced rapid growth. Today, exoskeleton armor has evolved to its third generation. The first generation of military exoskeletons emerged about a decade ago, consisting solely of mechanical components without any power systems, akin to the Russian anti-mine exoskeleton device, which weighed merely 6 kilograms yet could counterbalance 100 kilograms. It can be said that the first generation of military exoskeletons laid the foundation for its future development. The second generation emerged in 2020, crafted from a core of carbon fiber and carbon alloy frameworks, which further enhanced load-bearing capacity while simultaneously improving metrics such as strength and speed, as well as joint flexibility. By 2024, the third generation of military exoskeletons was born. This time, military leaders began pursuing human-machine connectivity, seeking a triadic synergy between humans, exoskeletons, and tactics, as all industries began to embrace intelligence and collaboration. Pei Su was well aware of this. He then inquired, so you intend for me to research a set of exoskeleton devices? Precisely. Qi Tianyan replied calmly. If we can advance our exoskeleton technology, it may enhance tactical capabilities and individual combat effectiveness. After all, military, technology, and tactics are interconnected. Enhancing one aspect may lead to breakthroughs in another. Pei Su nodded in agreement, acknowledging this truth. Indeed, much like how the advent of tanks led to the emergence of tank infantry cooperation tactics, progress in any field invariably catalyzes advancements in the other two domains. So what is your offer? After a brief moment of contemplation, Pei Su posed the crucial question. The price is 35 million if you win, or 20 million if you do not. Qi Tianyan revealed a figure. Pei Su was not surprised by this. Exoskeletons are inherently designed for individual combat, and their costs are substantial, often exceeding $200,000 for a single unit. Therefore, they can only be deployed within special forces, and so far, there has been no large-scale rollout. Furthermore, in terms of operational significance, exoskeleton armor is not as critical as one might imagine. Even in today's tank-centric environment, the reason is that while tanks have faced threats from suicide drones, they remain robust armored vehicles capable of mobility and firepower, with the key advantage of having been developed for nearly a century. In contrast, exoskeletons, though advanced, still have a long way to go. The future holds considerable promise. However, at present, it remains shrouded in uncertainty and discontent. Therefore, the proposed price is quite reasonable. Yet, Pei Su now faces a dilemma. On one hand, there is Zhao Lingua from the Kyoto Military District, offering a guaranteed 50 million, with no assurance of 5 million. On the other hand, there is Qi Tianyun from the Magic City Military District, guaranteeing 35 million, with no assurance of 20 million. How should he choose? After a moment of contemplation, Pei Su inquired, may I provide my response later? Of course, Qi Tianyan replied, assuming Pei Su needed to consult Elder Qin, which did not surprise him. Take your time, my child. Once you have made your decision, come back to me. Additionally, our Magic City Military District will always welcome a talent like you. After saying this, Qi Tianyan entered his off-road vehicle, with his aide at the wheel, and they drove away. Pei Su contemplated returning to share this news with the others. What? Both sides have offered us private jobs. But these two jobs conflict with each other? Upon hearing this, the initial joy among the group dissipated, replaced by a sense of concern. Previously, accepting private jobs was a straightforward endeavor, simply a matter of securing either 5 million or 50 million. However, with Qi Tianyun's involvement, their worries took on a more sophisticated tone. Choosing Zhao Lingwa did not merely signify earning 5 million or 50 million. It felt akin to incurring a loss of 35 million or 20 million. Who should we accept a private job from? One voiced. My main concern is that if we opt for the Kyoto Military District, will we lose the opportunity to collaborate with the Magic City Military District in the future? Indeed. I share your apprehension. Pei Gu, Elder Qin mentioned that you are now the leader of the Dragon Talent class. You must decide, and we shall follow your lead. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Pei Su. After a brief moment of reflection, Pei Su proposed, what if we pursue both opportunities? Both? Chen Kai was the first to voice an opinion. I find that rather implausible. If we accept the commission from Commander Qi or Commander Zhao, there could still be future collaboration with the other party. However, if we attempt to juggle both, while one side may remain oblivious to our intentions, the other is likely to suspect we undermine their project, jeopardizing future opportunities. I do not believe such prominent figures would resort to petty grievances against us, Pei Su countered. Yet, I understand your concerns. His eyes sparkled with determination. As long as they both perceive that we are exerting our utmost effort, isn't that sufficient? Exerting our utmost effort? The group exchanged puzzled glances. How can one measure such effort in technology? You see, I have an idea. Pei Su leaned in to share his thoughts in hushed tones. Commander Zhao's commission involves us developing a tank and one or more large-scale destructive weapons. How do we ensure they feel we have given our all? It's quite simple. The 99A is our most advanced tank, yet by standards. It is merely a third-and-a-half generation tank. From what I gather, there must be fourth-generation tanks domestically. If we manage to produce a fifth-generation tank, they will surely believe we have exerted ourselves to the fullest, correct? The group fell silent. Is this even a feasible plan? They pondered. The concept of developing a fifth-generation tank seemed far-fetched. Xiao Hua and Chen Kai were already accustomed to Pei Su's thought process, but Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming stared at Pei Su in disbelief, as if encountering an enigma. This notion that if I earn 500 billion, my family will respect me is absurd. Yet Pei Su remained unaware of their skepticism. He continued, as for Commander Qi's commission, it involves developing military exoskeleton armor. Currently, the best exoskeleton armor is merely third generation. If we create a fourth generation exoskeleton, it will convey the impression that we have labored diligently to develop it over an extended period. Pei Su spread his hands nonchalantly. So? Isn't that quite simple? The group remained silent. I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to hit him, Wang Qingyu remarked. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. Li Bei echoed their sentiments. Pei Su, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by that? Do you hear the absurdity of what you're saying? Wang Qingyu retorted, frustrated. We only have 6 months, leader. 6 months for 6 people to develop a fifth-generation tank, which is a whole generation and a half more advanced than the 99A. And we also need to create a fourth-generation exoskeleton armor. Where will we find the time or technology for that? Zhang Ming and Li Bei chimed in. Exactly. Where's the time or technology? It's worth noting that the first-generation military exoskeleton emerged in 2010, followed by the second generation in 2020, and the third generation in 2024, with significant gaps in between. Achieving such groundbreaking research in 6 months is impossible. I possess the necessary technology, Pei Su asserted. The trio fell silent for 2 seconds. The leader is brilliant. The leader is magnificent. We were wrong, they exclaimed sweetly. Chen Kai scoffed. What a ridiculous transformation from arrogance to submission. Chapter 54. True empathy. The notion of pursuing both opportunities is, in fact, quite simple. As long as both parties believe they have exerted their utmost effort, that is sufficient. The means to convey such an impression is straightforward, pioneering research. The 99A is a third-and-a-half generation tank, yet there are likely hidden fourth-generation tanks. Thus, I will simply develop a fifth-generation tank for you. If they claim I am not striving hard enough, that would be quite unreasonable, wouldn't it? As for Commander Qi, even simpler. Developing fourth-generation exoskeleton armor may be challenging for others, but for Pei Su, it is not particularly difficult. Let us head back. As dusk settled, Zhao Lingwa invited the group to rest for the night. However, Elder Qin decided to depart. He gathered everyone by the vehicle. Once inside, he observed their exuberant expressions and inquired, what is going on? Why are the children so excited? Oh, we have accepted 2 private jobs. Since Elder Qin permitted them to take on private work, Pei Su felt no need to conceal this and shared it openly. 2 private jobs? Quite impressive, Elder Qin smiled, acknowledging Pei Su's capabilities. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Did the Kyoto Military District really assign you 2 private jobs? Oh, not quite, Pei Su clarified. Commander Zhao from the Kyoto Military District and Commander Qi from the Magic City Military District each assigned me a private job. Each assigned a private job? Elder Qin echoed. Intrigued, he paused for a moment, tentatively inquiring, is it related to the grand military competition? Indeed, Pei Su nodded. What are you planning? Elder Qin exclaimed in astonishment. Are you looking to have your cake and eat it too? Pei Su nodded, responding with a sense of certainty. Having my cake and eating it too is perfectly reasonable. Elder Qin fell into silence, reflecting, straddling two boats seldom leads to a favorable outcome. If only my legs were longer, that wouldn't be an issue, Pei Su smiled. Elder Qin chose not to elaborate further. Having witnessed countless events in his nearly century-long life, he refrained from judging Pei Su's dual ambitions. In his view, if Pei Su truly possessed such capabilities, then the notion of having one's cake and eating it too would be inconsequential. Conversely, if Pei Su lacked the necessary abilities yet still aspired to straddle two boats, the eventual consequences would be profoundly impactful. Both scenarios held merit. The former showcased Pei Su's potential, while the latter would serve to temper his character. The following day, back at school, Elder Qin conducted his usual lessons in the classroom. And by noon, the class had concluded. Brother Pei, what would you like to eat? I can bring it for you, Xiaohe said, preparing to accompany Chun Kei to the cafeteria. Pei Su, however, intended to visit the library. Without lifting his gaze, he replied, a serving of braised chicken rice. All right. At the library, Pei Su scanned his student ID, and the display immediately revealed a series of densely packed characters. Student, Pei Su. Major, none. Class, Dragon Talent Class. Category, Red Military. Access level, A1. The absence of a major was due to the Dragon Talent Class not being managed by any college, but rather directly overseen by the highest administrative authority of the school. Li Yinchang. The designation Red Military indicated that Pei Su would don a red graduation robe upon completion, a special attire reserved for those in military specialties. The A1 access level was a privilege granted by Elder Qin, typically reserved for select military educators. Ascending to the second floor's confidential area of the library, Pei Su found himself surrounded by classified materials, which were categorized into 3 zones based on their confidentiality levels, C1, B1, and A1. The A1 access level permitted Pei Su to peruse all confidential documents within the library, representing the pinnacle of access rights. He pondered the intricacies of exoskeleton armor, tanks, and large destructive weaponry. Picking up a book titled Attempts to Integrate the 4th-Generation Exoskeleton Mechanism and Power System, authored by Wang Hongxia, he felt a surge of excitement. With keen focus, he delved into the text. As he read, he encountered passages that elucidated profound principles while presenting challenges designed to familiarize the reader with the theoretical concepts. The complexity of exoskeleton technology became increasingly apparent to Pei Su. It was not merely a matter of materials, but rather the formidable challenge of maintaining high-intensity, load-bearing capacity and pressure resistance while ensuring robust joint flexibility. Any external apparatus is bound to impose certain constraints. Even the simplest garment can create a subtle sensation of restriction, albeit less conspicuous. However, in terms of data, wearing any garment, even a loosely fitted wrist guard, can affect joint mobility to a degree. This notion becomes starkly evident in the context of exoskeleton armor. Materials such as carbon fiber and carbon alloys are essential to uphold strength, enabling users to lift heavier loads and achieve greater speeds. Yet, the very strength of these materials often compromises flexibility. Physics dictates that as strength increases, ductility diminishes. Thus, exoskeleton armor is first constrained by materials science and, secondly, by safety considerations. Often, exoskeleton armor does not provide true safety, but merely augments the user's strength and speed. The joints of most exoskeletons are vulnerable. Even a drop of water or a stray stone could short-circuit their internal circuitry, let alone the potential penetration from a bullet. Pei Su envisioned what the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor must embody, immersing himself in the mindset of a soldier clad in such armor. He approached the librarian for a piece of paper and a pen, determined to articulate his theories. As the saying goes, one can only truly empathize by standing in another's shoes. Now, Pei Su envisioned himself as a soldier. Chapter 55. Pei Su presents the Practical Development Bible. I am a soldier, situated within a dense rainforest. Due to the challenging terrain, transport vehicles cannot reach this location. Thus, I require exoskeleton armor to lift heavy objects and traverse this jungle. The moisture here threatens to short-circuit my armor. Should that occur, not only would I fail to transport my cargo, but my personal safety would also be gravely jeopardized. After all, the batteries in exoskeleton armor are high-powered energy sources. Any malfunction could prove catastrophic for an ordinary individual. Therefore, I hope that the exoskeleton armor I wear incorporates waterproof mechanisms at the joints. The terrain is intricate, with dense foliage. The items I carry are often obstructed by rugged branches. Hence, my exoskeleton armor must exhibit exceptional flexibility to navigate these obstacles. Furthermore, the objects I transport are electrically charged, and if they come into contact with water, I could face electrocution. Thus, the armor must possess insulation properties and, ideally, be capable of forming a Faraday cage to ensure complete electrical isolation. Pei Su meticulously recorded his standards on paper. First, the joints must be waterproof. Second, it must possess high flexibility. Third, it must be insulated. Fourth, it must maintain a certain level of high strength. Fifth, It necessitates a certain level of intelligence. Specifically, it must be equipped with a compact AI. While it need not possess exceptional intelligence, it must be capable of making immediate judgments based on the information provided by sensors, thereby aiding users in adapting to various scenarios and environments. 6th, 7th, and 15th, it must be bulletproof. Time and again, he wrote and contemplated. Pei-Su increasingly immersed himself in the persona of that soldier. He resembled an immortal warrior, clad in rudimentary exoskeleton armor, repeatedly sacrificing his life merely to test the potential enhancements of the armor. Only after completing these standards did Pei-Su feel himself gradually detach from the identity of the soldier in the rainforest. He suddenly realized that dusk had fallen outside. Surrounding him were Xiaohua, Chun Ke, and others, all wearing expressions of concern. "Why are you looking at me?" Pei-Su instinctively asked. Xiaohua hesitated, pointing towards Pei-Su's face. Pei-Su touched his face and discovered it was damp. "What is happening?" Pei-Su queried in confusion. "Why am I crying?" Xiaohua gestured towards the ceiling. "You're not crying. The ceiling is leaking, and you've been sitting here, so we were worried." Pei-Su raised his head and noticed the ceiling was indeed leaking. He instinctively wiped his face with his clothing, slightly annoyed. "Why didn't you remind me?" "Mainly because you were too focused." Xiaohua and Chun Ke exchanged glances. Chun Ke, feeling resigned, added, "I heard that people in somnambulism shouldn't be awakened. And since you seemed so engrossed and didn't respond to me, I was a bit scared to disturb you." Turning his head again, Pei-Su spotted Wang Qingyu, Zhang Ming, Li Bei, and even a school doctor waiting outside the confidentiality area. Seeing this scene, a warm feeling surged within Pei-Su. "Thank you. I was too focused just now and didn't notice." He picked up the paper and handed it to the others for inspection. Although the paper was smudged by the water from the ceiling, Pei-Su had written the characters in large print, allowing everyone to discern the blurred text. There were a total of 15 standards. As they examined each one, their astonishment grew. Gulp. Gazing at the exceedingly stringent criteria, they couldn't help but swallow hard. "Pei-Gu," Xiaohua murmured. "I'm starting to doubt whether we can simultaneously complete the commissions from the Kyoto Military District and the Magic City Military District within 6 months." Upon hearing Xiaohua's words, the others shared his sentiments. In truth, many features in the standards for the 4th generation exoskeleton armor were unnecessary. For instance, insulation, Faraday cage, and waterproofing. None of these features would affect whether the exoskeleton armor met the 4th generation standards. However, if such standards were included, the armor would undoubtedly be highly practical. Conversely, the difficulty of development would increase significantly. One of the standards stipulates that it must be capable of transforming into a Faraday cage-like device in a short time to assist the user in insulation against electric shocks. Merely this aspect challenges the limits of flexibility within the exoskeleton industry. Coupled with other requirements, even elite individuals like Xiaohua and Chun Ke, not to mention those with unique abilities like Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming, felt an overwhelming sense of impossibility. These standards would elevate the completion level of the exoskeleton armor substantially, while the difficulty would grow exponentially. To fulfill various practical standards while also enhancing its performance to 4th generation levels is undoubtedly a formidable task. Squad leader, Wang Qingyu hesitated before voicing her thoughts. "If we genuinely aim for a dual-purpose approach, we must manufacture both the 5th generation main battle tank and the 4th generation exoskeleton armor within 6 months. In reality, for newcomers like us, achieving this is the utmost limit of our capabilities. You've added numerous practical standards, and indeed, once developed, it will be a highly mature product. Yet, with our current productivity and research capabilities, it is utterly impossible to complete the designs for these 2 high-completion works within 6 months. Thus, Wang Qingyu hesitated but ultimately chose to express her most sincere and candid thoughts. "My suggestion is to abandon everything, to create for the sake of creation. We merely need to provide a conceptual framework. Truly mature products will naturally be developed by future generations. Therefore, we should not harbor any guilt." As she spoke, Wang Qingyu's confidence grew, and the shame on her face dissipated entirely. She was persuading herself. "No, you are mistaken." Just as she believed her words embodied the singular truth in the room, Pei-Su solemnly shook his head. He then articulated the first rule of the inaugural Dragon Talent class. All research must be designed from the perspective of the user. Disregard all forms of hollow idealism, and prioritize all forms of pragmatism. Only by viewing this creation from the user's standpoint can we identify avenues for improvement. Upon hearing Pei-Su's words, the others did not yet realize that this would become a cardinal principle in the history of the Dragon Talent class. Later, some would refer to this segment of speech as the Bible of Practical Development. Chapter 56, The Trembling Deputy of the Military Science Approval Department. Everything must begin from pragmatism. All that scientists create cannot deviate from reality. Everything must consider the user's perspective and strive to encompass comprehensive functionality. As long as development is grounded in these 2 principles, failure is impossible. At this moment, in the library of Lonka University, Pei-Su sat at the entrance, enjoying a meal of Huangmin chicken rice, while others stood by, gazing at him. Regarding the production of the exoskeleton armor, I have already formulated part of the answer in my mind. Grant me a little more time for study, and I can provide sufficient technical insight. Speaking thus, Pei Su checked his progress. Media percentage. 4. Acquiring technology for the 4th generation exoskeleton armor will take approximately 1 month. Similarly, obtaining the technology for the 5th generation tank will also require about a month. He chewed on the now cold golden rice, greedily savoring the flavor of the broth. Pei Su mumbled, I'll give everyone 2 months. After 2 months, we will officially enter the production phase. During this time, any knowledge we do not understand must be inquired from Elder Qin. Do not be shy. After all, Elder Qin has permitted us to undertake this private project. The 2 commissions we accepted pertain to the actual combat capabilities of 2 major military districts, even 2 major battle zones. The more private projects we take on, the happier Elder Qin will be. 2 months to complete all theoretical knowledge acquisition. For the others, this will be an exceedingly arduous task. After all, merely reading a book and achieving comprehension, applying it practically, cannot be accomplished in just a day or 2. Ordinary individuals cannot elevate their knowledge to this level within 2 months. Yet, how many ordinary individuals are present here? Xiaohua. During the year of sudden reform in the college entrance examination essay in the Kyoto military district, still managed to achieve a score of 55 based on his abilities. Chen Kai, a 2nd-generation disciple closely following Master Qin, is indeed extraordinary. It is not merely because he is by Master Qin's side that he has become remarkable. Rather, it is his inherent exceptional nature that allows him to be in such esteemed company. As for Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming, these 3 individuals possess unique abilities that further distinguish them. Consequently, there was little dissent among the group regarding this matter. The challenges they faced were substantial, yet the rewards were equally immense. With a commission of 50 million from the Beijing military district, alongside 20 million from the Magic City military district, this financial windfall enabled everyone to pursue their aspirations. This is the essence of capitalizing on knowledge, a point of great significance to Pei Su. In the inaugural Dragon Talent class, some participants hailed from affluent backgrounds, such as Pei Su, Xiaohua, and Wang Qingyu, while others came from more modest means. The stark disparity in their circumstances could complicate their interactions. Therefore, earning money together to bridge these gaps is indeed a prudent course of action. Perhaps Master Qin's intention in allowing them to take on private projects was to foster closer bonds through shared financial success. The following day, a Saturday at 7 o'clock, Pei Su arrived at the library and was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. To his surprise, Xiaohua and the others had arrived even earlier. Engrossed in their studies, each individual's gaze was imbued with an intense passion for advancing technology, a defining trait of every member of the first Dragon Talent class. Each one harbored a fervent love for technology, or rather, an almost obsessive drive towards achieving higher levels of technological advancement. By 4 in the afternoon, Pei Su decided to take his leave, as he had numerous tasks awaiting his attention. For instance, the 4th generation exoskeleton armor project, along with the 5th generation tank and large destructive weapon project, required approval from the Military Science Approval Department. Such approvals necessitate considerable advanced preparation, prompting him to log onto the official website to complete the necessary documentation and submit it. Meanwhile, at the Military Science Approval Department, Wang Xiaoyan was preparing to conclude his workday. As the second-in-command of the department, he had long relinquished ambitions for further advancement, content to diligently fulfill his responsibilities before returning home to his wife and daughter. His gaze fell upon a photograph on his desk, a family portrait where his daughter stood at the center, flanked by her parents, all wearing radiant smiles. Had Pei Su been present, he might have recognized his daughter in the photograph, resembling a younger version of Wang Qingyu. Wang Xiaoyan sighed, reflecting on the complexities of family life. His daughter was currently enrolled in the Dragon Talent class at Lunka University, a highly classified institution with a security level surpassing all other departments at the university, including specialized military units. This high level of secrecy meant outsiders were typically barred from entry, and Wang Xiaoyan had been so preoccupied with work that he had not had the opportunity to visit his daughter. A sudden thought struck him. Since his daughter was part of the Dragon Talent class, working closely with Master Qin, she must have completed some significant projects by now. With this in mind, he reopened his computer to conduct a search. Upon entering the name Wang Qingyu, 4 interfaces suddenly appeared on the screen. Interface 1, Research Project on the 8th Generation Military Aircraft, approved. Interface 2, 5th Generation Tank and Large Destructive Weapon Project requested by the Beijing Military District, pending approval. Interface 3, 4th Generation Exoskeleton Armor Project requested by the Magic City Military District, pending approval. Upon seeing the 2 pending projects related to the Magic City and Beijing military districts, Wang Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. What was this? He cautiously clicked into the projects to review the details, and with each passing moment, his heart raced. Notably, Master Qin was absent from the list of project participants. Furthermore, the participants for both projects were identical, comprising 6 individuals: Pei Su, Xiaohua, Chen Kai, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming. Most alarmingly, the termination date listed for both projects was June. June. What significant event might that entail? As the second-in-command of the Military Science Approval Department, Wang Xiaoyun immediately recognized the implications. The grand military competition. He was jolted upright, realization dawning upon him. What did this mean? A phrase surfaced in his mind. 1 fish, 2 meals? He attempted to regain his composure. Surely not, surely not. Would these young people dare to undertake such a reckless endeavor? Were they unaware of the potential consequences? Playing both sides, wasn't that akin to being a fence-sitter? Moreover, the grand military competition between the Beijing Military District and the Magic City Military District involved not just these two districts, but also the rankings of the Central and Eastern War Zones. A matter of great honor that both regions held in high regard. Furthermore, the victors would receive substantial financial backing from the National Academy in the following year. In other words, this could involve hundreds of billions and numerous high-ranking officers. Surely it could not be true. Wang Xiaoyun pondered. Could a group of recent high school graduates, newly entered into university, dare to take such a gamble? Yet, soon he felt a sense of unease. It was precisely because they were a group of audacious young university students that they might undertake such a perilous risk. He felt a tremor of fear. Chapter 57. Wang Xiaoyun. What an absurdity. 1 fish, 2 meals? However, even he found the prospect terrifying. This involved hundreds of billions in military funds, dozens of major generals, and potentially even full generals. It was unimaginable that anyone else could attempt such a gamble. Yet these were young people, a cohort of fearless individuals, the first members of the Dragon Talent class. What others dared not attempt, these young individuals would. What others hesitated to claim, they would boldly embrace. Thus, Wang Xiaoyun felt a genuine apprehension. This situation was indeed alarming. Surely not, surely not. He steadied himself. The Dragon Talent class is backed by Master Qin. Wouldn't even the leaders of the National Academy give him some respect? With Master Qin supervising, they should not act recklessly. But were they truly unlikely to overstep? Wang Xiaoyun remained somewhat uneasy, meticulously reviewing the details of the two projects. The research materials for the Beijing Military District outlined the development of a 5th-generation tank and at least one type of large destructive weapon. It was described as such. The 5th-generation military tank would far surpass the 99A, a super tank designed to eliminate the current vulnerabilities posed by drones in the tank domain. The standards for this 5th-generation military tank include 1. Robust artificial intelligence. 2. Powerful information gathering capabilities. 3. Exceptional defense and firepower. 4. Superior adaptability to all environments. With this in mind, I, Pei Su, have resolved to create an all-terrain amphibious tank capable of operating in air, land, and sea. It will possess brief flight capabilities, extended endurance on water, and standard operational capabilities on land, adaptable for use across all 3 domains. Its firepower is approximately 3 times that of the 99A, with a speed limit of around 300 kilometers per hour, and it is equipped with an optical field system to counter drones. It will incorporate the same artificial intelligence as the 8th-generation fighter jet, boasting a computational power increase of about 1,000. As I read through these descriptions, Wang Xiaoyun's blood pressure began to rise. Could these be the utterances of a rational individual, stronger than the 99A, a 5th-generation tank? It is important to note that the most powerful tank currently in the country has not yet been publicly unveiled, and the 99A is the officially recognized strongest tank. The 50 caliber smoothbore cannon's power is already among the top in the country. Any enhancement requires extensive experimentation. Yet this child speaks as if it were trivial, claiming it is 3 times more powerful than the 99A? What nonsense. And 300 kilometers per hour? Understand that the maximum speed of a tank is merely 100 kilometers. Its heavy armor restricts the speed limit inherent to tanks. What's worse, achieving the aforementioned capabilities is already a formidable challenge. Yet this Pei Su dares to suggest it could be amphibious? Really? A tank that can fly, swim, and run? Who would believe that? At that moment, a bold thought crossed Wang Xiaoyun's mind. Could it be that his daughter has been deceived? Indeed, every father instinctively worries about his daughter. Moreover, Wang Xiaoyun has no son with his wife. Wang Qingyu is their only child, intensifying his concern. He felt increasingly unsettled, yearning to rush to Lonka University to see his daughter. Nonetheless, he managed to retain a semblance of rationality. With trembling hands, he gradually opened the second project, 4th-generation exoskeleton armor. The 4th-generation exoskeleton armor is standardized for joint flexibility above 99 and a weight limit of 8 kilograms. We will implement numerous substantial functions while adhering to these standards. Function 1. Possesses insulation capabilities. Function 2. Can rapidly change its form in about 0.3 seconds. Capable of adopting the shape of a Faraday cage to assist the user in hazardous electrified areas. Functions 3 to 15. After reviewing all the functions, Wang Xiaoyun felt a darkness enveloping him. Is this something a human can conceive? It is exceedingly comprehensive. Indeed, the cost of exoskeleton armor is high, limiting its deployment to special forces. And special forces often face a variety of scenarios. Sometimes they are dispatched to combat fires. At other times they accompany police to apprehend suspects, and on occasion, they are tasked with crowd control. In various situations, such as train stations, apprehending suspects, and major competitions, the exoskeleton must meet diverse requirements. From the perspective of special forces, an exoskeleton armor boasting 15 functionalities is nothing short of miraculous. It effectively addresses the myriad challenges faced by special operations, potentially alleviating many operational difficulties. However, from Wang Qiaoyun's viewpoint, this is sheer folly. What a joke. To not only complete the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor, but also to incorporate a staggering 15 practical, yet highly challenging functionalities. Wang Qiaoyun initially pondered that at least one of these projects had to be feasible. Yet, it seems none of them are credible. Are these projects even viable? I might as well eat my computer, Wang Qiaoyun mused. Yet, this concerns his daughter. He finds it difficult to imagine how his clear-headed and independent daughter could have been brainwashed into participating in these projects. The pressing matter at hand is not to verify the feasibility of these projects, but to eliminate one of them. The question remains, which one should be discarded? Wang Qiaoyun gazed at the 2 projects, feeling overwhelmed. The documentation also listed the names of the parties involved. For the first project, the party is Kyoto Military District. For the second project, the party is Magic City Military District. There are no specific names provided. However, most military science projects typically require the inclusion of specific individuals' names. If only the unit name is provided, it usually indicates one of 2 scenarios. Scenario 1. The individual filling out the documents is completely uninformed, believing it is akin to corporate collaboration and thus simply writing the name of the party organization. Scenario 2. The unit name is recorded because the collaborating entity is the highest authority of the party unit. In other words, if it is Scenario 2, then the parties for these 2 projects are Commander Zhao Lingua of the Kyoto Military District and Commander Qi Tianyun of the Magic City Military District. At that moment, Wang Qiaoyun felt dizzy. He was at a loss for how to choose. Resolutely, he decided, I will choose whoever I point to. Magic City Military District. Rejected. With a gentle click of the mouse, Wang Qiaoyun declined the exoskeleton armor project. A wave of relief washed over him. The verification can wait. However, if this dual engagement is discovered, his daughter could also be implicated. Chapter 58. Simultaneously researching the 5th-generation tank and 4th-generation exoskeleton. At this moment, in the Magic City Military District, Qi Tianyun sat in his office, accompanied by an aide. This aide, named Huang Aijuan, is a major general in the Magic City Military District. Should Qi Tianyun retire without an external appointment, Huang Aijuan is likely to be selected as the next commander through internal promotion. In essence, Huang Aijuan holds a position in the Magic City Military District akin to that of Major General Chu Jinhua in the Kyoto Military District. Old Huang, Qi Tianyun said softly. In 6 months, the day of the grand military competition will arrive. Huang Aijuan nodded. Today alone, about 15 major generals have called me. Qi Tianyun chuckled bitterly. Today, 7 lieutenant generals have also contacted me, inquiring about our chances of victory. This is of utmost importance. Although there are still 6 months until the grand military competition, today alone, there have been inquiries from 15 major generals and 7 lieutenant generals to the Magic City Military District regarding this matter. It seems to be a contest between the Kyoto Military District and the Magic City Military District, but it also represents a competition between the Central and Eastern Theater Commands, with implications for hundreds of billions in military funding in the years to come. Can such a significant project be entrusted to Pei Su and her team? Can she deliver? Gazing out the window, Qi Tianyun felt as though he were walking on a tightrope over an unfathomable abyss. Choosing Pei Su is akin to selecting a stick without a discernible exterior. One cannot ascertain its true material until one has traversed a distance. If it is a wooden stick, it could be disastrous, as the gaps between the wood could lead to an imbalance in weight and result in a fall into the abyss. Qi Tianyun is acutely aware of one thing. He is growing older. It is time for him to step down. Most likely, after 2 or 3 more grand military competitions, he will gradually depart from this military stage. To land safely, he must perform well in these upcoming competitions. He does not necessarily need to win. Convincing others that one has exerted their utmost effort can indeed be a form of victory. Thus, he opted for Pei Su. In truth, he had numerous alternatives available to him. Whether it be Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology, Li Yong or Wang Jiang from Lonka Institute, or even Wang Jun from the military laboratory in the Magic City, all were commendable choices. Wang Hongzhe, associated with Harbin Institute, was uninvolved in factional alignments, while Lonka Institute remained entirely neutral, unaffected by the 2 principal military districts. Wang Jun, being a local, would naturally be amenable to collaboration. Furthermore, each of these 3 entities possessed formidable technological prowess. At this juncture, what he truly sought was a stable landing. Qi Tianyun continued to analyze his requirements. What he needed was a smooth execution. Choosing Pei Su might yield substantial returns, yet at present, he was not in pursuit of extraordinary tactics for victory, but rather a steady resolution. Hence, seeking Wang Hongzhe or Wang Jun would be more prudent. Upon reaching this conclusion, Qi Tianyun promptly turned on the office computer and accessed the official website of the Military Science Approval Department. The multitude of project names from the Magic City Military District flooded his screen. He swiftly clicked on a feature to sort them by date. Soon, one project emerged before him. Pei Su's submission regarding the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor. Upon encountering the term 4th-generation exoskeleton armor, Qi Tianyun admitted he was indeed tempted. However, his pursuit remained that of stability. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a shocking revelation. Not approved? Approver, Wang Chaoyan. Reason, insufficient technological capability. Project documentation lacks feasibility and is overly nebulous. Upon reading this, both Qi Tianyun and Huang Aijuan were momentarily taken aback. What on earth is old Wang thinking? What issues could this project possibly have? Huang Aijuan exclaimed, reaching for the phone to directly contact Wang Chaoyan. In a sense, the Military Science Approval Department was on par with the military district itself, often due to its responsibility for approving nearly all major military science projects. It could wield even greater authority than the military district. Yet, within the military districts, hierarchies existed. How could a mere Wang Chaoyan, being the third in command of the approval department, stymie them on such a pivotal project? Was he out of his mind? Hold on, Qi Tianyun interjected, stopping Huang Aijuan. He contemplated the situation and searched for Pei Su's name on the approval department's project listings. Owing to his status as the commander of the military district, Qi Tianyun possessed elevated access privileges. Instantly, multiple projects associated with Pei Su appeared before him. When Qi Tianyun noticed another project from the Kyoto military district that had been approved, he couldn't help but clench his fist. As expected, I knew it. Huang Aijuan glanced at it, momentarily stunned, and quietly muttered, what does this mean? Has he lost his mind? This kid dares to double dip in such a critical setting? Is he insane? Who would have anticipated such audacity? To attempt to juggle two substantial commitments in a setting of this caliber? It was akin to accepting a project from Tencent, yet simultaneously pursuing an order from ByteDance. Anyone would surmise that if he solely focused on one, he could undoubtedly excel. Double dipping? In a domain involving dozens of major generals, a handful of lieutenant generals, and hundreds of billions in military expenditures? He must be mad. Huang Aijuan exclaimed. Commander. He inhaled deeply. Young people can sometimes be recklessly fearless. Since Wang Chaoyan has already rejected this project, we can choose to overlook it. After all, while Pei Su is undeniably exceptional, the tallest trees attract the strongest winds. He may excel in aviation and armored vehicles, but that does not guarantee his prowess in exoskeleton armor. Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute is already working on the development of 3rd-and-a-half-generation exoskeleton armor technology. With our financial support, success is assured. The military laboratory in the Magic City is also an expert in this field. Choosing either of these options would be far superior to selecting Pei Su. Huang Aijuan's words prompted Qi Tianyun to pause. He had been mulling over the situation until Huang Aijuan pointed at the title on the computer screen, incredulous. Commander, look at this. This kid is utterly brazen. He intends to simultaneously research the 5th-generation tank commissioned by the Kyoto Military District and our 4th-generation exoskeleton armor within 6 months. How is that even possible? Qi Tianyun's gaze gradually solidified, and finally, he spoke in a calm tone. Old Huang, contact Wang Chaoyan immediately and instruct him to approve the project for me. Huang Aijuan was perplexed. What are you thinking? Any rational person can see there's a problem here. The 5th-generation tank and large-scale lethal weaponry, and the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor technology. How can either be completed within 6 months? Moreover, Pei Su's team consists of only 6 individuals. The prospect of completing both tasks simultaneously is evidently impossible. Yet, Qi Tianyun remained unfazed, insisting that Huang Aijuan contact Wang Chaoyan. Was this not sheer folly? Nevertheless, Qi Tianyun merely cast a calm glance at Huang Aijuan. Old Huang, had you not pointed this out, I might have genuinely considered refusing. But your reminder has led me to believe that Pei Su is indeed the one capable of providing the stability I seek. Observing Qi Tianyun's resolute demeanor, Huang Aijuan found himself utterly baffled. Then let me ask you, Qi Tianyun said with a smile, if Pei Su is double-dipping, who benefits from it? Huang Aijuan paused, realizing, clearly, we, the Magic City Military District, and they, the Kyoto Military District. Exactly, Qi Tianyun replied with a grin. You know old Zhao. After years in the field, he has hardly made any mistakes. As long as we examine the recent projects of the Kyoto Military District, we can ascertain whether old Zhao has reached out to any other research institutions while collaborating with Pei Su. As Qi Tianyun spoke, he accessed information regarding the Kyoto Military District. Soon, a plethora of projects appeared before him. However, the only recent project was the 5th-generation tank initiative that Pei Su had presented. Thus, a conclusion emerged. Zhao Linghua had indeed only engaged Pei Su. At this moment, Qi Tianyun finally allowed a smile to break through. It's secured. It's stable. We can achieve a smooth landing. Huang Aijuan remained puzzled. Stable where? Qi Tianyun glanced at Huang Aijuan, surprised that he did not comprehend his point. He shook his head. Old Huang, you are still not looking far enough ahead. You must understand, In most cases, a variable remains a variable either due to its overwhelming quantity or its uncontrollable nature. However, if both old Zhao and I engage the same group to undertake this task, the outcome will be entirely different. Qi Tianyun continued with a smile. For the sake of double-dipping, Pei Su will endeavor to present an image of exerting his utmost effort to both parties. Consequently, he will strive to balance the technological demands on both sides. Thus, we will have only one outcome. Either we all succeed together, or we all falter together. Qi Tianyun's words plunged Huang Aijuan into deep contemplation. He pondered for a few seconds before inquiring, but if we seek out Wang Jun, wouldn't that guarantee our victory? Qi Tianyun shook his head. No, it is not that simple. While seeking Wang Jun or Wang Hongzhe may indeed present a possibility of winning, it equally carries the chance of defeat. Huang Aijuan found it difficult to comprehend Qi Tianyun's line of reasoning. Why would we lose? At that moment, Qi Tianyun began to elucidate the crux of the matter. The Lonkai class represents a variable, while Pei Su is the variable within the variable. If the Lonkai class aims to achieve dual benefits, they will strive to balance the technological prowess of both parties. Thus, Pei Su becomes an unpredictable factor. He looked at Huang Aijuan and asked, "Have you ever encountered a high school student capable of sketching a hand-drawn diagram of a fifth-generation fighter jet for the college entrance examination?" Huang Aijuan was left speechless. It should be unprecedented, right? Qi Tianyun smiled, his hands clasped behind his back. He has created large-scale fifth-generation fighters, fifth-generation defense vehicles, and medium-sized fifth-generation fighters. Each endeavor is something that others find exceedingly challenging. His defeated opponents include an academic uncle, a cousin from a prestigious laboratory in Kyoto, and a cousin from a completed experimental lab in Shanghai. Even the finest research institutions in the country have succumbed to him. Qi Tianyun paused momentarily, while Huang Aijuan attempted to argue during this brief silence. But we cannot confirm whether he has achieved similar remarkable accomplishments in the field of exoskeletons. Qi Tianyun chuckled. Precisely. We are back to square one. It is precisely because of our uncertainty that we must resolutely choose him. After a moment of silence, Huang Aijuan remarked, "Because you cannot definitively say whether he can truly develop the fourth-generation exoskeleton armor, right? You finally grasp my meaning, old Huang." Qi Tianyun nodded. He spoke softly. "If I were to entrust this project to the Long Institute, could they develop the fourth-generation exoskeleton armor for us within 6 months? Clearly not. What about Wang Hongzhe? Wang Jun? The same applies to them. Much like the difficulty they face in creating a 7th-generation fighter after producing a 6th-generation one. But Pei Su may be capable. That is the possibility I seek. This child aspires to achieve dual benefits, simultaneously securing major projects from both the Kyoto Military District and the Shanghai Military District. To avoid accountability later, he will strive to enhance the technological capabilities of both sides, ensuring that each believes he has exerted his utmost effort. Therefore, if Pei Su genuinely develops a 5th-generation tank, he will undoubtedly make every effort to develop the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor as well. If he can only create a 4th-generation tank, he will not provide us with the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor. This is the essence of shared success and shared failure." As he spoke, Qi Tianyun sighed. Shared success would be ideal. I have known old Zhao for many years. It would be wonderful if we could all land safely. From the myriad possibilities of mutual destruction, he glimpsed the hope of a shared victory. The two parties, initially destined for mutual ruin, found potential for collaboration through Pei Su. Such formidable technology, even in the event of loss, would be a dignified defeat. Thus, they would achieve a shared success, allowing both sides to land safely. It was at this moment, upon hearing Qi Tianyun's words, that Huang Aijuan finally comprehended his profound intent. A surge of admiration and a deep prayer filled his heart. He admired Qi Tianyun's far-reaching foresight and prayed that Pei Su could once again create a miracle, enabling the two aging commanders to land safely. With this, he no longer hesitated. He picked up his phone and dialed Wang Chaoyan. "Hello? Old Wang. I apologize for disturbing you so late, but you need to get up immediately. Turn on your computer and grant approval for Pei Su's collaboration with our Shanghai Military District on the military science project. The documents? Fill them out again. I don't care about that. Just copy a version and send it up. What do you mean it doesn't comply with the procedures? You figure it out. Commander Qi instructed me to contact you." "All right, that's it." At that moment, Wang Chaoyun, who had just gotten into bed, stared at the ceiling with dark circles under his eyes, irritated as he opened his computer. What kind of deity have I offended that makes the commander so concerned about this project at this hour? He truly regrets it. Chapter 60. Only Pei Su can ensure a smooth landing for both commanders. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto Military District, Major General Chu had just finished a long day of work and was about to close the office door. Suddenly, he noticed that the lights in Zhao Linghua's office were still on. He couldn't help but step inside. The office door was not tightly shut, and a faint whiff of tobacco wafted out. Major General Chu peered inside and caught a glimpse of Zhao Linghua, sitting at his desk, intensely focused on his computer screen. His expression seemed agitated. With a cigarette in his left hand and a mouse in his right, he was clicking away at something on the computer, breathing somewhat heavily. Yes, this is it. Shared success, smooth landing. A few unintelligible murmurs, already low in volume, reached Major General Chu's ears, leaving him utterly perplexed. Could it be? He paused in his breath as a bold thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that Commander Zhao is feeling lonely at night, logging onto some illegal websites? But wait. Major General Chu quickly dismissed that notion. Zhao Linghua had a wife, a stunning beauty from the art troupe of yesteryears, who had maintained her figure remarkably well. Logically speaking, their marital life should be harmonious, right? Was there a rift in their relationship? Major General Chu stood outside the door in silence for a moment. He resolved to be a considerate subordinate, pretending to know nothing, and quietly leave. He cautiously began to move, carefully avoiding the two potted plants just outside the door. However, he forgot that the man inside the office was an outstanding officer, the top graduate of the National Military Academy, fully skilled in reconnaissance, strategy, and close combat. Moreover, the shoes he wore were commuting shoes with carbon plates. The sound of his footsteps on the wooden floor was subtle. Yet, a commanding voice echoed from the office. Who is outside? Major General Chu felt a sudden rush of dread. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the door open and stepped into the office, deciding to take the initiative. Old Zhao, Major General Chu exclaimed, you are a married man. How can you engage in such behavior? If you are having conflicts with your wife, hiding here is not the solution. And at your age, such actions are detrimental to your health. I am primarily concerned about your well-being, old Zhao. Major General Chu's tone was stern. Zhao Linghua looked utterly bewildered. What are you rambling about? I haven't done anything. Look. As Zhao Linghua turned his computer screen, Major General Chu realized that it was not some illicit website, but rather the official interface of the Military Science Approval Department. What does this mean? Major General Chu was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Linghua turned to him with a smile. As you can see, I have discovered a hope for a smooth retirement. Smooth retirement? Major General Chu pondered thoughtfully. He sat before the computer, meticulously examining the specifics of the project. He was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Therefore, given that Pei Su intended to play both sides, and since both of our major military districts had chosen him, he would undoubtedly strive to balance the technological prowess of both parties. Consequently, two potential outcomes could emerge. Either we would triumph together or falter together. Major General Chu also revealed a hint of excitement in his smile. The forthcoming grand military competition between the Kyoto Military District and the Magic City Military District would certainly bear significant consequences. Yet Pei Su was the sole individual capable of ensuring a stable landing for both sides. At this juncture, Major General Chu's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance as he softly remarked, moreover, should we choose not to select this child, we might achieve victory. But we could also incur substantial losses. This child possesses an extraordinary potential. His lower limits may not be low, yet his upper limits are exceedingly high. At their peak, they surpass even the Dragon Institute, Kyoto University Laboratory, and the Magic City Military Industrial Laboratory. Zhao Linghua nodded in agreement. Indeed, during such times, it is unnecessary for old Qi to sustain any injuries. It is best for everyone to land safely. Because of Pei Su, there emerged a glimmer of hope for peace in this war, which bore implications for the two elderly commanders' smooth retirement. Because of Pei Su, this competition, which would involve hundreds of billions in military funding and numerous major and minor generals, would unveil an unprecedented unknown situation. The following morning, at the T-437 apartment, when Pei Su opened his eyes, the morning sunlight streamed in. He had enjoyed a restful slumber. Instinctively, he reached for his phone. With bleary eyes, he discerned that two individuals had sent him WeChat messages. His gaze gradually sharpened. The first message read, Commander Zhao Linghua of the Kyoto Military District. The project has been approved. I appreciate the technical support provided by your side. The second message came from Commander Qi Tianyun of the Magic City Military District. The project was rejected yesterday, but I have arranged for it to be approved now. We can commence work here, and I look forward to the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor you will provide. Pei Su took a deep breath and opened the class group chat. There were two groups, one that included Elder Qin and one that did not. The group with Elder Qin spoke in a formal manner, lacking the freedom of expression found in the other group, which was filled with lively exchanges. Wang Qingyu initiated the conversation. Has everyone woken up? Are you on your way to the library? He continued to prod. Come on, all members, stop sleeping. Xiaohua, go wake Pei Su. Wang Qingyu then announced, today, we are heading to the library at 7 o'clock to discuss tank-related matters. Pei Su glanced at the time. It was 6:55. He quickly responded. See you at the library at 7. At 7, in the library, within an empty study room, Pei Su ushered everyone in, closed the door, shut the windows, drew the curtains, and turned on the lights. The harsh brightness of the incandescent bulbs cast a pallor on everyone's faces. Let us commence our discussion, Pei Su said, surveying the group. We need to procure materials for our 5th-generation tank. Who has connections? Xiaohua raised his hand. I have connections. My grandfather worked in a military factory and is now retired, but he should still have contacts. I will consult him. Pei Su nodded. Excellent. If anything proves difficult to procure, you can reach out to the military district. Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Chapter 61. You understand me, and I understand you. Even if you do not understand, artificial intelligence is a crucial component of the 5th-generation tank. Pei Su turned to Wang Qingyu. Wang Qingyu, I hope you will specialize in this area over the next 2 months. I will entrust you with all the AI code to compile a specialized artificial intelligence for our 5th-generation tank. Wang Qingyu nodded, understood. AI, in a broader sense, involves continuous high-frequency computations. Typically, an AI design team requires substantial database support and a dedicated group of quick-thinking individuals to identify and rectify errors within vast datasets. Wang Qingyu, with her rapid cognitive processing, was perfectly suited for this field. This was her comfort zone. Li Bei, Pei Su mused, I need you to undertake 2 tasks. As a military person, even as a conscript, you have certainly absorbed the discipline of the armed forces. First, I need you to instill a sense of discipline within the team. This is our most crucial endeavor. We must exert ourselves fully to accomplish these seemingly impossible tasks within 6 months. Achieving the impossible is, in itself, a miracle. To create miracles, one cannot rely solely on luck. It necessitates relentless effort, with only a slim hope of witnessing the birth of a miracle. Thus, the second task, while you cultivate discipline within the team, I need you to specialize in armor protection. Pei Su spoke softly. AI, defense, offense, speed, and energy are the quintessence of all major weaponry, a new age star. Before the advent of AI, defense, offense, speed, and energy constituted the 4 iron corners of all significant weaponry. With the emergence of AI, it embodies 2 meanings. The first is synergy. On a vast battlefield, any weapon must collaborate with others to maximize its effectiveness. The second is autonomy. Many modern technologies have become beyond human control, such as 6th-generation aircraft and specialized armored vehicle operators, who cannot fully harness these technologies' ultimate capabilities. Pei Su meticulously assigned tasks to each individual. All right, I understand. Synergy, Li Bei replied, his gaze sharp as he nodded. As a conscript, he grasped the significance of synergy. If a weapon's creation were intended for solitary combat, it was doomed to fail. Only through understanding synergy can technology achieve its fullest potential. Turning to Zhang Ming, Pei Su regarded the young man, who was of a similar age to himself. In early September, he had appeared somewhat unrefined. But now he donned a down jacket and simple jeans. His overall appearance was ordinary, yet his demeanor had transformed remarkably. This was Zhang Ming's strength. He possessed the ability to rapidly memorize and comprehend concepts. In other words, he could swiftly grasp and apply knowledge, exhibiting an impressive capacity for analogical reasoning. If one merely had a good memory, they could only replicate other styles. However, because Zhang Ming understood, he could create an outfit that suited him best. Your abilities are exceptional. So you will be responsible for the most critical aspect. Over the next 2 months, you will oversee energy, specifically the tank's diesel and the batteries within the exoskeleton armor. Zhang Ming recognized the significance of this task and nodded. No problem, leave it to me. I will reach the pinnacle of this field in half a month, not 2. If I fail, I will come to you directly. Pei Su chuckled at his words, patting Zhang Ming on the shoulder. No need for such exaggeration. Your capabilities are indeed impressive, but this industry is not so easily navigated. The energy sector is quite unique. Every researcher in this field can be regarded as a materials science expert. This industry typically exhibits a pattern of gaining strength with age, much like physicians. While some theoretical knowledge may indeed be simple, this field places immense emphasis on practical experience. Mere theoretical understanding is insufficient. It requires time for experimentation, refinement, and financial support to develop progressively within this domain. Zhang Ming is acutely aware that energy constitutes a crucial element in these 2 private projects, and it is also one of the most challenging fields to master rapidly. Hence, he refrained from making grandiose claims, nodding earnestly in agreement. Then there is you, Chen Quebec. Pei Su turned to Chen Ke and said, I need you to become an expert in the field of speed, particularly in engine technology, within 2 months. How can we enhance the efficiency of exoskeleton armor that draws energy from high-energy batteries? How can we increase the speed of the 5th-generation tank that utilizes diesel? These are the matters you must contemplate. Upon hearing this, Chen Ke stood up solemnly and nodded, understood. The room fell silent as everyone turned their gaze towards Pei Su. He then produced a stack of several books, including but not limited to the 5th-generation tank, from concept to 35 attempts by Wang Jun. The future directions of new energy for tanks by Li Jun, and what lies ahead for the 4th, 5th, and 6th-generation tanks by Wang Hongxia. He placed the books on the table and quietly opened the first page of the first book. Among them was also another work by Wang Hongxia on exoskeleton armor. The group watched him in silence as time ticked away. The self-study room in this secure area was eerily quiet, with no interruptions until someone finally broke the silence. Pei Su, Wang Qingyu inquired, you have assigned each of us tasks. What are you planning to do? In which field will you conduct your research? Everyone nodded in agreement. Looking towards Pei Su slowly lifted his head to address the group. With an air of calmness, he stated, in the next 2 months, I shall become an expert well-versed in all fields. I must understand what you understand, and what you do not understand, I must also comprehend. It is as simple as that. The audience was left astounded, feeling that his words were exceedingly presumptuous. His tone was so natural, his demeanor so composed, as if this monumental achievement were a matter of course. In this manner, Pei Su's words, though seemingly arrogant, strangely imbued those present with a profound sense of empowerment, leading them to believe that if they diligently followed Pei Su's guidance, they could indeed accomplish all that lay ahead. Chapter 62. The first day of the new year. In essence, Pei Su's message was clear. You must understand what I understand, and what you do not understand, I shall also grasp. To become a master proficient in all fields, this is the simplicity of it. Time flowed like a white horse, days passing by. As the chimes heralding the new year rang out, the campus of Lonka University was nearly deserted. Students had returned home to celebrate. Only a few leisurely on-duty teachers remained. However, for Pei Su and his companions, this was a fortuitous circumstance. The library at Lonka University, usually bustling, often had specialized military instructors examining materials, which could disrupt their research. With the holiday, it had transformed into their most tranquil sanctuary. From dawn till dusk, from December to the first day of the new year, January 29th, they virtually resided in the library, each person consistently progressing according to Pei Su's meticulous plan. Today, the temperature plummeted to -15 degrees outside, yet the atmosphere within was warm and inviting. In the study room, 6 individuals occupied distinct positions, engrossed in their reading. By the window, Pei Su set down his book and stretched languidly. The sound of popping joints briefly captured the attention of his companions, but soon they returned to their focused tasks. Pei Su opened the window, and radiant sunlight poured in. After 2 months of diligent study, he gazed at a panel visible only to him. Medium, 100. The system detected completion of the medium and awarded him the 4th-generation exoskeleton mechanical device automation system. 4th-generation cutting-edge technology for exoskeletons, 4th-generation mechanical wind energy propulsion and weight reduction technology, and the complete code for the 4th-generation exoskeleton device. An overwhelming surge of memory and knowledge flooded Pei Su's mind. He could hardly contain a gasp. These technologies indeed represented the standards for the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor. However, there was one distinction: the super soldier code. This was a vast database of data. Fed by this database, the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor would ultimately possess an astonishing capability to autonomously anticipate the next action of the human body in any high-intensity movement scenario, thereby reducing the energy expenditure required for subsequent actions. For instance, in a rigorous cross-country operation spanning approximately 50 kilometers, typical exoskeleton armor would fail to assist the user and might indeed increase their burden. Yet, the super soldier technology could predict the next high-intensity movement, enabling features such as shock absorption and cushioning. Thus, a normal individual performing a standard movement could utilize the super soldier system to alleviate their burdens. The reduction in energy expenditure could reach an astounding 66. In other words, if an elderly person could typically walk 5 kilometers before feeling fatigued, donning this exoskeleton armor would, accounting for its own weight, allow them to traverse at least 10 kilometers before exhaustion set in. One could say that the super soldier technology effectively doubled the physical endurance of its users. For an average adult, this might seem inconsequential. However, exoskeleton armor was originally designed to complement special forces, whose physical capabilities are inherently among the best in the human population. Consequently, nearly every special forces member equipped with the super soldier technology would emerge as a veritable super soldier. Now, with the exoskeleton armor technology matured, only the tank technology remained. But let us not forget that, back in the summer, Pei Su had uncovered the medium in the library at Lonka University. The technology he had mastered was not that of the 5th-generation tank, but rather that of the 6th-generation tank. See Chapter 17 for details. However, Pei Su was reluctant to forge ahead with the 6th-generation tank directly. He needed to adopt a gradual approach, akin to the graphics card vendor who meticulously squeezed every ounce of progress. After all, this endeavor was twofold. Should he develop a 6th-generation main battle tank for the military district in Kyoto, what would become of the military district in Magic City? At that juncture, Chi Tianyun would require not the 4th-generation exoskeleton, but rather the 5th-generation variant. Of course, this was not unattainable. It merely demanded considerable time. Thus, a measured approach to technology was viable. Tap, tap, tap. Pei Su placed his hands on the table, rhythmically drumming his long fingers, the rhythmic sound gradually drawing everyone's attention. Xiaohua, how is the material procurement progressing? He first directed his gaze towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua gestured an O with his hand, indicating it has long been resolved. In the beginning, the Central and Southern Military Factory, along with the 70-100 Military Factory, hesitated to finalize contracts upon learning that we were simultaneously tasked with producing technology for both the Kyoto military region and the Magic City military region. They feared becoming entangled in an inexplicable dispute, ultimately leading to a breakdown in negotiations. However, a few remote military factories did agree to fulfill our orders. Pei Su nodded, anticipating this outcome. Wang Qingyu, seated in a swivel chair, swiftly approached, holding a laptop on her lap, which she placed in front of Pei Su. The screen displayed two interfaces simultaneously. This was the AI I had trained for 2 months, utilizing an open-source DP system. The first interface was an AI system designed for exoskeleton armor, capable of promptly capturing a myriad of environmental variables. Pei Su inquired, "What is the reaction time?" 003 seconds. Wang Qingyu replied. Impressive, Pei Su acknowledged, maintaining a calm facade while feeling astonished internally. A reaction speed of 003 seconds was an extraordinary feat within the AI industry, typically achievable only by large corporations after years of training and investments exceeding $1 billion. Yet, Wang Qingyu had accomplished this in merely 2 months, independently. Pei Su couldn't help but feel envious of her capabilities. Perhaps he should consider a trip to Yunnan after all. The second AI system pertained to 5th-generation tanks. It featured voice communication, integrated numerous challenges faced by tank drivers, and incorporated a plethora of solutions, including an embedded system for 25 northern dialects. I had not developed southern dialects due to their complexity and high costs. I included an SP life monitoring system to assess the driver's physical condition, and a US self-communication system that enabled interaction between the AI and the external environment, albeit without granting the external parties command over the AI. After detailing the systems, Pei Su expressed satisfaction, saying, "Excellent work." Of course, Wang Qingyu retorted playfully, "My LV and my Hermes depend on this performance." Chapter 63. With me, you are a miracle. I presented the 15 collaborative tactics developed for the exoskeleton. Li Bei, also in a swivel chair, rushed over and opened a TXT file on his computer to share with Pei Su. The 15 collaborative tactics emerged from my understanding of Wang Qingyu's AI system, designed for inter-AI connectivity and collaboration. Given our AI's limited computing power, we could support a maximum of 15 individuals. I employed a godlike perspective, perceiving these 15 individuals as a sophisticated machine, where each component was crucial. Any damage to a component would not directly impact the entire machine. This 15 collaborative tactic effectively consolidated up to 15 exoskeleton armors. Calmly, Li Bei explained, I contacted Xiaohua to inquire about the materials he procured, and an astonishing collaborative tactic concept formed in my mind. Should any exoskeleton armor sustain damage, unnecessary materials from others could be disassembled and reassembled onto the damaged armor, thus enhancing durability. These 15 armors are managed by a remote AI server, so when one gets damaged, the sensors of the others send error reports to the AI, prompting it to scan the damaged armor and propose modifications. Pei Su, surprised, nodded in approval, very well done. Li Bei's 15 collaborative tactics left him equally astonished. This strategy harnessed the multi-functionality of AI, akin to a brain, while the 15 exoskeletons represented various organs of a body. When an organ is impaired, it may no longer possess the ability to send error reports to the brain, yet other organs can still detect anomalies and notify the brain. The brain can then utilize sensors from other organs to locate and thoroughly examine the faulty one. This tactical design indeed elevated the durability and safety of the exoskeleton armor to unprecedented heights. It's my turn now, Zhang Ming exclaimed, hastening towards the desk, casually placing his laptop down. He then retrieved a highly coveted high-energy polymer battery, delicately setting it on the table. The compact battery, encased in green, revealed a thick layer of graphene through its unsealed seams. Pei Su's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the battery. What is this? What is its energy consumption? Why is there such a thick layer of graphene? Zhang Ming chuckled. It's a super polymer high-energy battery. I accompanied Xiaohua to a military factory where I observed their research on high-energy batteries, which inspired some innovations. Any high-power artificial product requires substantial heat dissipation. However, I couldn't create a portable water cooling system, and even if I did, a small volume of water wouldn't be practical. Thus, I conceived an alternative idea. Zhang Ming's gaze turned distant. Our exoskeleton armor is primarily composed of carbon fiber and carbon alloy, allowing for rapid transformation. I wondered if we could utilize the armor itself as a heat conductor to dissipate thermal energy. Ultimately, I believe I succeeded. In this world, no other high-energy battery of equivalent size can surpass the power of the one before you. This battery, costing approximately 78,643 yuan, can sustain our exoskeleton armor for about 145 hours of low-power operation or 36 hours of high-power operation. Zhang Ming's declaration astonished everyone present. What? 36 hours? Is this battery nuclear-powered? Amid the astonishment, Zhang Ming looked to Pei Su, who also smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Only upon seeing Pei Su's expression did Zhang Ming smile back, feeling a subtle yet profound sensation. Although he was the same age as others who praised him, he felt no excitement until this peer recognized his excellence, igniting genuine joy within him. Why was that? Suddenly, a loud crash startled everyone. A large engine model appeared on the table. Chen Kai, panting, pointed at the engine model, stating, "This is the electric motor model I designed for the tank. I can't specify the exact power, but I guarantee that even a 99A tank wouldn't require such an exceptional engine." Pei Su examined the engine structure. and to his surprise, he found it intriguingly unconventional. Unlike most tanks that relied on diesel engines, Chun-Kei had no intention of using diesel as a power source, opting instead for electrochemical energy hybridization. Chun-Kei connected a pipe to the engine for the storage of chemical fuel. On the other side was the battery compartment. Are you planning to electrify the tank? Pei-Su couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Chun-Kei chuckled. Diesel is an antiquated concept. The cost of batteries is indeed high. But I reasoned that since the Kyoto Military District is financing us, we might as well proceed. The power of this electric motor entirely depends on the quality of the batteries. Of course, even if the batteries are subpar, at $50 each, they can still make this tank soar. Upon hearing this, Pei-Su burst into laughter. Excellent. This is splendid. The others turned their attention to Pei-Su. In the next moment, as if rehearsed, they chorused, "What about you? What have you achieved in the past 2 months?" As peers, each bore a rebellious spirit, unwilling to concede to anyone. This was not an ultimatum, it was a challenge. They wanted to see if Pei-Su could maintain his position as squad leader. Pei-Su smiled once more, pulling over a blackboard and scribbling a plethora of terms. Amphibious land, sea, and air tank technology, 4th generation exoskeleton armor super soldier artificial intelligence technology, and the tri-cooperative technology of man and machine. He looked at the crowd and declared, "You all have performed admirably. However, the catalyst for any transformative change has always been me. Without my involvement, you would merely be a legend. With me, you can achieve miracles." Chapter 64. What does it mean for a tank to soar? What does it mean for a super soldier to reduce physical exertion by 66? What does it mean for the tri-cooperative technology to elevate human subjectivity, the tank's functionality, and the aircraft's kinetic energy to unprecedented heights? What does it mean that with the integration of amphibious technology, a tank can indeed take flight? During an hour and 25 minutes of exposition, the crowd finally understood what it meant for a deity to descend, what it meant to be unstoppable, and how the disparity between individuals could be even more significant than that between man and beast. From the outset, every gaze was filled with a sense of eager challenge. Each attendee believed themselves to be a rising star, and indeed, they were unique. Xiao Hua was a quintessential polymath. Chun-Kei was the closest disciple of the venerable Qin. Inheriting his prowess, Wang Qingyu, afflicted with a lingering ailment from wild mushrooms, could think several times faster than others. Li Bei, a patient with a rare pain disorder, could engage in intense thought for hours, even days. And Zhang Ming possessed an extraordinary memory, able to grasp knowledge with remarkable speed. Each individual could learn in mere moments what others took years or decades to comprehend. They all saw themselves as the stars of tomorrow. Yet, as Pei-Su continued his discourse, they realized that he was akin to the sun at noon. When the sun shines, do the stars remain visible? No, for the brilliance of the sun eclipses them. Thus, in that moment, everyone finally recognized the unwavering solidity of Pei-Su's position as squad leader. Chun-Kei was the first to yield. With a serious expression, he stood and respectfully bowed his head to Pei-Su, declaring, "Squad leader." Xiao Hua also rose, "Squad leader." Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming, with complex expressions, stood as well, nodding in deep acknowledgement of Pei-Su's authority. "Please, be seated," Pei-Su said, twisting open a bottle of mineral water and taking a sip before nodding to the group. As they settled, Xiao Hua softly suggested, "Pei-Gu, shall we commence our work?" "Yes, let's begin," Pei-Su replied. "In March, the 2 commanders will visit, and I hope they won't come on the same day." By the end of February, the fervent work was progressing thoroughly. Each person was wholeheartedly immersed in the grand undertaking. Tanks? Let's build tanks. Exoskeleton armor? Let us create exoskeleton armor. Is it challenging? Of course. Theory often diverges from practice, and textbooks never reveal the myriad unexpected occurrences during production. With the new semester commencing, students began to notice activity resuming at the abandoned factory in the school's backyard, originally established for automotive repair students. The factory had fallen out of use after complaints about its distance from the school prompted the administration to invest in a new facility, leaving the old one to languish. In the office, "Principal, here are this year's feedback letters," the director of education, Jiang Wan, said, placing a stack of letters on Li Yunchang's desk. Li Yunchang nodded slightly, inquiring, "What do they say?" "Mostly complaints about the cafeteria's food. Recently, some letters have mentioned that the factory in the backyard seems haunted, with loud noises at night, causing unrest among students." "Is the cafeteria's food really that bad?" Li Yunchang pondered briefly. "Inform the contractor that we won't renew the contract when it expires this year. We will retender." Jiang Wan nodded. "Understood, Principal." "And about the haunted factory?" Li Yunchang snorted. "Haunted? It's likely just some students causing a ruckus at night." He continued, "Tonight, you gather a few teachers, and I will lead a team to check out that factory." Jiang Wan nodded solemnly. "Yes, Principal." Since its abandonment, the factory had initially seen little activity. However, some adventurous college couples began to frequent the nearby woods for escapades. The school bore the responsibility to intervene, as such activities were unsanitary and could lead to undesirable incidents. Therefore, the disturbances in the factory were likely due to college couples. "Tonight, We will set out to catch them. As evening fell, Li Yunchang changed from dress shoes into casual sneakers, while Jiang Wen gathered several male teachers. Distributing flashlights and cameras, the group followed Li Yunchang toward the school's backyard. Meanwhile, inside the abandoned factory, a voice exclaimed, "Pei Go! It seems we've succeeded. Our amphibious technology is finally implemented." Another voice responded with laughter. "Quick, start it up. Let us see if it works." A voice chimed in. "But who knows how to drive a tank? Are you foolish? Pei Go designed it with a foolproof system. There's a big red button inside. Just press it." A female voice teased, seemingly tapping the man's head playfully. "Come on, let us finalize the adjustments. In 5 minutes, we'll start it up." As time ticked away, someone counted down, 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Puff, puff. A newly unveiled yellow Ferrari illuminated the night as its dual headlights flickered on, casting intense beams of light that culminated in a magnificent and imposing tank. Yet, this tank bore an unusual design. Its cannon was significantly elongated compared to conventional tanks and exhibited a diamond-like structure, diverging from the traditional rectangular form. Drenched in a silver-black hue, it resembled a dark coat on a rainy night, emanating an aura of sharpness and coldness. As a figure slipped inside the tank and activated a mechanism, the tracks beneath it underwent a remarkable transformation. They seamlessly retracted into the tank, replaced by approximately 50 jet nozzles. With the ignition of the jets, a plume of fire erupted. The searing temperature scorched the ground into charred darkness. The formidable thrust gradually propelled this colossal machine skyward. The roar of the electric motor had reached its zenith. This silver-black tank was ascending from the earth. Chapter 65. The tank has taken flight? How on earth did you achieve this? What is the weight of this silver-black tank? It is fair to assert that it weighs more than an ordinary tank. Firstly, it is equipped with AI. Although this tank may not boast the AI scale of 50 tons and 1,000 computational cards like an 8th-generation fighter, it can still accommodate a medium AI computational server. Secondly, in order to fulfill its tri-service capabilities, it necessitated modifications to its underside, roof, and rear. Consequently, the tank's exterior appears quite peculiar. Its roof is adorned with propellers, and its rear houses exhaust pipes larger in diameter than any sports car. Beneath it, around 50 jet nozzles are installed to expel flames generated by chemical fuels at high temperatures. Additionally, the elongated cannon further contributes to its substantial weight. Due to its multitude of functions, the tank's empty weight has approached 80 tons. 80 tons, what does this signify? The largest terrestrial mammal, the African elephant, weighs approximately 6 tons. Thus, this silver-black tank is akin to the combined weight of several African elephants. In other words, the engine housed within the tank possesses the power to lift a multitude of elephants into the air. As the silver-black tank ascended, those hidden in the shadows gradually emerged, none other than Pei Su and his companions. They had no choice. Having accepted clandestine work simultaneously from both the military districts of Kyoto and Modu, they were now navigating the delicate balance of their operations. If manufacturing occurred within both military zones at once, their ruse would be exposed. Pei Su sensed that both parties might already be aware of his duplicity. However, as long as they did not hold him accountable, they seemed content to feign ignorance. Hence, he too would act as if he were unaware of their awareness. Ultimately, they chose a derelict factory as their production site, once a practical training ground for automotive repair students. Now repurposed by Pei Su and his team to create 5th-generation tanks and 4th-generation exoskeleton armor. The thunderous ascent of the silver-black tank filled the air with noise. Even though they were far removed from the main campus, Pei Su pondered that rumors of hauntings in abandoned factories were circulating among the students. Thus, the dormitory might still catch faint sounds of their activities. 10 seconds passed. 15 seconds. 30 seconds. As the tank sustained its low-altitude flight for a full 30 seconds. Cheers erupted. We did it. It has truly taken flight. This spectacle was nothing short of magical, akin to envisioning a multitude of elephants soaring through the sky or swimming across the ocean. Yet, they were witnessing this surreal moment. The tri-service tank had been born. The technology had succeeded. Pei Su's tri-service innovation had faced skepticism over the past 2 months, but at this moment of elevation, admiration filled their hearts. Cheers resonated as Wang Qingyu produced drinks to celebrate, and everyone drank in jubilation. However, amidst their revelry, beams of light suddenly pierced through the trees, accompanied by the sounds of approaching footsteps, rustling branches, and conversations. They could hear it. Large gatherings? This could be a legal issue. Suddenly, Jiang Wen emerged from the woods, his expression grave and resolute. "You students, come with us," he declared. Yet, as he spoke, he froze, goosebumps rising on his skin. Before him loomed a massive black object suspended in the air. He recognized it as a tank. The combination of tank, flame, flight, and a new Ferrari overwhelmed his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. At that moment, other teachers emerged from the woods, their faces stern as they attempted to apprehend Pei Su and his companions. They too were struck dumb by the astonishing sight unfolding before them. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the hum of the electric motor and the puffs of the jet flames. What are you all standing around for? Arrest them. Li Yunchang, standing at the back, was still puzzled until he stepped out of the trees. His first sight was the silver-black tank soaring above. His second glance caught the propeller whirling rapidly atop it. His third revealed the 50 jets expelling flames, no longer merely red, but tinged with blue, indicative of intense heat. His fourth gaze fell upon Pei Su and his companions, Xiaohua, Chen Kai, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming. Li Yunchang fell into a prolonged silence. Was today an ill-fated day? Was he ensnared in a nightmare? Was this merely a dream? What on earth was this surreal sight? He, like Jiang Wan and the other teachers, was rendered speechless by the overwhelming spectacle. In the woods, a few captured couples stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing the most incredible phenomenon. What the hell? A girl murmured. The boy, mesmerized by the flying silver-black tank, exclaimed, damn. That's unbelievably cool. What is a man's romance? It is mecha, tanks, and airplanes. When a man witnesses a tank so astonishingly stylish that it can fly, his composure is a testament to his mental fortitude. Li Yunchang stood there in silence for a full minute, having regained his senses. The situation was undeniably awkward. They had initially set out to capture couples engaged in romantic escapades, but unexpectedly, they managed to apprehend someone as significant as Pei Su. Upon seeing Pei Su, Li Yunchang felt a headache coming on. What troubled him even more was the sight of a tank. How on earth did it manage to take flight? Chapter 66. Several university students. How could they possibly possess the technical prowess to construct a fifth-generation tank? Silence enveloped the scene. Li Yunchang remained silent for a full minute. Even with his extensive experience and having faced numerous tumultuous times, he found himself at a loss for words when confronted with the astonishing reality of a tank soaring through the air. He wanted to speak, but found himself utterly speechless, commonly referred to as a mental crash. Gasps of astonishment echoed around him. The teachers who had intended to reprimand the students, along with the couples who had sought thrill but had inadvertently been caught, all emitted sounds of awe that seemed instinctive to humanity. The world felt surreal. A mouse could serve as a bridesmaid to a cat, and a tank could ascend to the heavens like an aircraft. In response, Jiang Wan muttered to himself, has our nation's technology truly reached such heights? Li Yunchang approached Pei Su, switching off his flashlight while urging others to do the same. He casually draped an arm over Pei Su's shoulder and whispered, what is the story behind this tank? Pei Su blinked innocently, replying, we're building tanks. The Dragon Talent class accepted a commission from the commander. Which commander? Li Yunchang inquired with confusion. Zhao Lingua or Qi Tianyan? Pei Su blinked again, both. Li Yunchang lowered his voice once more. Isn't old Qin teaching you every day? I've seen your schedule, from dawn till dusk. When do you find time to build tanks? Pei Su responded quietly. Precisely because our days are so packed, we come at night to work on the tanks. Li Yunchang was taken aback. So, this ghostly occurrence was indeed their doing? Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for these youngsters. The life of the Dragon Talent class was far from the leisurely existence typically associated with university life. There were no early morning classes or afternoons free for leisure. In the Dragon Talent class, such notions were unrealistic. Old Qin regarded the 6 children, including Pei Su, as his most cherished second-generation disciples. Their days were filled with classes from morning to night, with assignments that were quite challenging, only slightly easier than those of some high schools across the provinces. Yet somehow, these children still found time at night to build a tank. What was even more astonishing was that they had actually succeeded. Realizing this, Li Yunchang couldn't help but express his genuine admiration. Wait a moment, he refocused, lowering his voice again. What makes this tank capable of flight? Pei Su answered straightforwardly. Because we constructed a 5th-generation tank. We aim to make it an amphibious vehicle, capable of traversing land, sea, and air. Land, sea, and air? Li Yunchang echoed. Pei Su nodded, indeed. An amphibious tank, as the name implies, can fly in the sky, drive on land, and swim in water. We just completed this functionality today and wanted to give it a try when you unexpectedly showed up. Pei Su then spoke conspiratorially. I wonder if you sensed something or what, but you arrived quite swiftly. Li Yunchang recognized the subtle sarcasm in Pei Su's tone. However, he found himself unable to reprimand the boy. Each member of the Dragon Talent class held a unique status. They possessed teacher-level privileges, and Old Qin was overseeing them. To put it plainly, even if Pei Su were engaged in some intimate activities with a girl in this abandoned factory, Li Yunchang, despite being the nominal supervisor, would have no authority over him. The real management of the Dragon Talent class lay with Old Qin. This thought caused Li Yunchang some distress. However, he quickly devised a plan. You all should disperse for now. He turned to Jiang Wan and the other teachers with a grave tone. I hope everyone can promptly forget what transpired today. None of you are military professionals, and I must stress that what you have witnessed is classified as a national secret. Should this information leak, the consequences will be dire. Therefore, I need you to delete any recordings, temporarily surrender your phones, and sign a confidentiality agreement upon returning. As he spoke, Li Yunchang picked up a phone and called the school office. Hello? Teacher Chin, where is the key to the cabinet with the confidentiality agreements? Under the carpet? All right, I understand. After hanging up, he turned to Jiang Wan, his expression serious. Soon. You will escort these students and other teachers to Teacher Chin's office, retrieve the confidentiality agreements, and ensure everyone signs and fingerprints without exception. If anyone neglects this, the responsibility will fall on you, and dismissal may merely be the least of the consequences. Jiang Wan, still reeling from the shock of the tank's ascent, felt a surge of anxiety. How serious was this? As the head of the educational department, such a decision was not made lightly. It typically required extensive deliberation. Yet, Li Yunchang had directly stated that should any information be leaked, even resignation could be the least of their worries. Understood, Principal. Jiang Wan replied firmly. Li Yunchang nodded. And the teachers and students recognized that the scene before them was not meant for their eyes, quickly retreating under Jiang Wan's guidance. The site was left in disarray. And at that moment, the silver-black tank gently descended. Li Yunchang gazed at it, feeling a headache brewing. It was too late to call old Qin. He would address this matter tomorrow. With that thought, he tossed a set of keys to Pei Su. You've worked too late. The dormitory is already locked. I've arranged an apartment for you at school, along with a few vacant ones nearby for you to rest. Pei Su accepted the keys, feeling grateful. Thank you, Principal. You are truly too kind to us. However, Li Yunchang seemed to have forgotten that each member of the Dragon Talent class was already assigned a teacher-level apartment. His concern was perhaps a tad excessive. Enough, he began with a stern look, which soon softened into a smile. I've always valued results. Initially, I aimed to catch couples and combat superstitions, yet unexpectedly, I've captured such a significant prize. Now that the tank is complete, hurry back and rest. As he spoke, Li Yunchang felt a pang of sympathy for the youngsters. He had not noticed before, but now it was evident that nearly every one of them bore dark circles under their eyes. They had truly endured hardships. Should he mention it to old Qin tomorrow? Perhaps suggesting a reduction in their class schedule? Li Yunchang's mind wandered through various thoughts. Yet he failed to consider one crucial detail. How Pei Su managed to receive commissions from both the Beijing Military District and the Shanghai Military District simultaneously. June was the month of the grand competition, and today was the end of February. Tomorrow, March 1st, was the day when both commanders, without prior communication, had chosen to visit the school to review project outcomes. Li Yunchang suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten a crucial element. No, university students. Are you attempting to create a fifth-generation tank? The 99A is merely a third-generation model, is it not? The most advanced tank that is yet to be unveiled is only a fourth generation, correct? Here we go again. Much like the eighth-generation aircraft that seemingly appeared out of thin air, a mere figment of imagination, he turned to inquire of Pei Su. But the group had long since vanished, leaving only the sleek silver-black tank and an eye-catching new yellow Ferrari. Chapter 67. The two commanders inspect results. Pei Su. The mere mention of this name in Li Yunchang's mind was always accompanied by astonishment and enigma. Indeed, enigma. There were far too many matters that Li Yunchang struggled to comprehend. An 18 or 19-year-old youth at the dawn of life. Yet, from an intellectual standpoint, individuals in this age group have just embarked upon their university journey, their reservoir of knowledge still flourishing. However, Pei Su was distinctly unlike the clear-headed, yet naive university students most would envision. During the college entrance examination, he had released hand-drawn schematics of the eighth-generation aircraft, thereby assisting the Lonka Institute in producing the A255. He also modified a vintage yellow Ferrari, transforming it into a vehicle with fifth-generation military defense capabilities, enduring bombardment from a 140mm smoothbore cannon with a 50-fold caliber. Consequently, he aided the nation in swiftly producing a semi-fifth-generation defense vehicle. Subsequently, he devised a unique set of theories involving clocks, iron discs, and donkeys, allowing him to fabricate a medium-sized eighth-generation aircraft, the Snowlight. Equipped with mature technology in a remarkably short span of time, Pei Su had only been active for about 8 months, and within this time frame, along with the aforementioned fifth-generation tank, he had accomplished 4 near-epic-making research endeavors. Where did his vast knowledge come from? Li Yunchang was perplexed. However, he soon found solace in the realization that one cannot compare oneself to an anomaly. There are disparities even among extraordinary individuals. For instance, while Wang Qingyu and Li Bei possessed similar formidable abilities, neither could rival Zhang Ming. Yet, even the extraordinary group that included Zhang Ming was utterly overshadowed by Pei Su. Relegated to mere subordinate roles, Pei Su's capacity to suppress 3 extraordinary individuals was indeed unfathomable. Not wishing to linger on this matter, Li Yunchang resolved to attend to the aftermath. Whistling a cheerful tune, he climbed into the tank. The vehicle appeared to require only 2 individuals for complete operation. This experience momentarily astonished Li Yunchang. He knew how to drive a tank, having studied for a few months during his time at Harbin Institute of Technology. Although he had not acquired a license, he was familiar with the basic driving mechanisms. First, as it was nighttime, he needed to activate the night vision system. Oh, the night vision system hadn't been installed yet. Never mind. Li Yunchang crawled out of the vehicle and approached the Ferrari, intending to turn on the lights. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. I don't have the car keys. How can I turn on the lights? Forget it. I'll drive in the dark. Climbing back into the tank, he switched on the main driver's light, only to discover that it too had not yet been installed. Helpless, he took out his phone, activated the flashlight, and after a brief inspection, managed to maneuver the tank into the factory. Just as he was about to depart, a wave of curiosity washed over him. He had just spotted a blue button, beneath which was inscribed a line, Ocean Mode. Could it be that pressing this button would enable the tank to navigate through water? I am quite eager to ascertain what this ocean mode entails. Li Yunxiang chuckled and pressed the button. In the next instant, he was horrified to discover that the hatch had been completely locked. The tank's air conditioning activated automatically, and he could clearly see the height of the tank noticeably drop. There seemed to be some alteration at the tracks. Damn, I can't get out. Li Yunxiang suddenly realized that to withstand water pressure and prevent seawater from infiltrating, the hatch would inevitably lock when ocean mode was activated. However, he had no idea how to deactivate ocean mode. Was he to be trapped inside? This is bad. There is no mobile signal inside the tank. Li Yunxiang opened his phone to call for help, only to find there was no signal. A little known fact, even without a signal, one can still dial 110. But how would he explain it? Oh, this tank was constructed by my students. Out of sheer curiosity, I crawled inside to see what this ocean mode was about, and accidentally locked myself in. How embarrassing. Utterly mortifying. In an instant, Li Yunxiang abandoned the idea of calling for help. What to do now? After a moment of silence, Li Yunxiang decided to wait. After all, Pei Su and his group would surely return tomorrow. The next day, at apartment 437, early in the morning, the shrill ring of a mobile phone jolted Pei Su awake. With a slight headache, he rose from bed, only to suddenly notice a beautiful girl lying beside him. Pei Su's mind momentarily went blank. What happened yesterday? He vaguely recalled that after successfully developing the amphibious capability, everyone was rather elated. So they ventured to a 24-hour convenience store outside the school and purchased a case of beer, 10 bottles of Jiang Xiaobai, 5 bottles of water-soluble vitamin C, to mix with the liquor, a bottle of whiskey, a bottle of brandy, and a plethora of snacks to accompany their drinks. It seemed that they had all indulged to the point of oblivion. Pei Su glanced at the girl beside him. Oh, it was Wang Qingyu. At the foot of the bed, his friends Xiao Hua and Chun Kei were soundly asleep, each clinging to the other's legs in a rather undignified manner. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Li Bei, lying on either side of the bed, slowly sat up, clearly awakened by the incessant ringing of the phone. Everyone was awake now. They exchanged glances until Pei Su cleared his throat. Hurry and freshen up. We have much to do today. Thus, they all rose and returned to their respective apartments to wash up. Once everyone had departed, Pei Su finally turned to his phone. He redialed the earlier call, which connected swiftly, revealing Zhao Linghua's voice. Hello? Commander Zhao? Pei Su poured himself a glass of warm water, smiling as he spoke. When will you arrive? I'll come to the entrance to meet you. No need. I'm already here. Zhao Linghua's voice sounded somewhat peculiar, as though he were suppressing laughter. I just don't know why I ran into old Chi at your school gate. Pei Su was taken aback, quickly dressing and splashing water on his face, exclaiming, I'll come to get you right now. With that, he hung up the phone. At the school gate, Zhao Linghua, with a faint smile, ended the call. Opposite him, Qi Tianyun cast a glance and shook his head. How boring. Just amusing children. Zhao Linghua shrugged. It's none of your business. I enjoy it. Qi Tianyun was speechless. Old Zhao used to be quite composed. Why has he become so nonsensical now? Has he been influenced by the youngest major general from the Kyoto military region? Gradually, Zhao Linghua became serious. He and Qi Tianyun walked shoulder to shoulder, speaking in hushed tones. Old Qi, whether we can achieve mutual success this year depends on this child. Qi Tianyun's expression turned grave as he nodded. Indeed. The wind tousled their hair, causing their clothing to flutter in the breeze. Chapter 68. The journey of 100 miles begins with the last 90. A smooth landing is by no means a trivial matter, especially for individuals of the caliber of Qi Tianyun and Zhao Linghua. Their every move is scrutinized by countless observers. If the grand military competition is akin to a precarious tightrope walked by many, then Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun are the two valiant souls who have ascended this singular bridge. The rivalry between the central and eastern military regions, a contest involving hundreds of billions in military funding, and the competition for supremacy between the Kyoto Military District and the Magic City Military District. All of this pressure weighs heavily upon them, leaving them somewhat breathless. Achieving a stable outcome requires the satisfaction of every stakeholder. Before Pei Su's arrival, I had contemplated this matter deeply. Zhao Linghua turned to Qi Tianyun and whispered, For 15 days, 15 full days, I confined myself to my office, pondering day and night, only to despairingly conclude that one of us is destined for infamy. Qi Tianyun nodded gravely, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, exhaling smoke in languid rings that mingled with the atmosphere, his gaze reflective. I, too, have considered this, longer and more intently than you, but I find no path to a mutually beneficial resolution. The weight of expectation is unbearable for both of us. The smooth landing of either will inevitably lead to the other's disgrace. There can be but one victor in this grand military contest. However, the appearance of Pei Su sparked a new idea, one that could secure our peaceful retirement. Zhao Lingwa spoke softly. Qi Tianyun nodded in agreement. They exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, technology that satisfies everyone. Indeed, the key to mutual success lies with Pei Su. Should Pei Su succeed in developing the 5th-generation tank and the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor, neither commander would face any reproach, for in the eyes of others, Zhao Lingwa and Qi Tianyun would have done their utmost within such a brief time frame. Yes, we must strive for excellence. Only advanced technology can convince others in the military districts that both commanders have done their best. To achieve this, we must trust Pei Su, for he is the sole individual capable of such a miracle. May I have a cigarette? Zhao Lingwa asked, a touch of urgency in his voice. Unable to suppress his anxiety, Qi Tianyun, too, felt the tension. Their physicians had sternly advised them against smoking, emphasizing the detrimental effects on their health. Orders had even been issued to prohibit them from smoking altogether. They had indeed refrained for a time, but the current situation rendered them nervous, despite their esteemed ranks and experiences that few could fathom. As they finished a cigarette, a young man approached briskly from the school entrance, handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an energy akin to a morning sun. However, as he drew nearer, the commanders noticed the pronounced dark circles under his eyes. It was Pei Su. The effects of a hangover were clearly visible. He swayed slightly as he walked, yet upon facing the two commanders, he quickly summoned a radiant smile and began to concoct a strategy. The current scenario was delicate. Both commanders were aware of Pei Su's dual dealings, and he was equally cognizant of their awareness. Yet this matter was taboo. It could not be mentioned and must be treated as if it had never occurred. Thus, Pei Su beamed, Commander Zhao, please follow me. Zhao Lingwa nodded and trailed behind him. Qi Tianyun, observing this young man who was scarcely older than his grandson, finally grasped why Zhao Lingwa had just sought to amuse the boy. How amusing. Unable to suppress his playful spirit, he asked, and what about me? Pei Su wiped away a bead of cold sweat and replied, Commander Qi, my classmate will be here shortly to pick you up. He must have overslept. I apologize on his behalf. Zhao Lingwa could hardly contain his laughter, feigning astonishment. Oh, Commander Qi, this Long Ku University truly harbors hidden talents. Who did you entrust your exoskeleton armor order to? With a suppressed chuckle, Qi Tianyun replied, that's a secret for now. All I can say is, he is also a member of the Longkai class. Their light-hearted banter left Pei Su feeling somewhat exasperated. Was this all a jest at his expense? Without further ado, he declared, Commander Qi, are you coming or not? If not, I will arrange a cab to take you back. Qi Tianyun's expression faltered, realizing he had perhaps pushed the joke too far and annoyed this young genius. He quickly responded, of course, I'll come. I want to see what this 5th-generation tank is all about. Zhao Lingwa trembled with suppressed laughter. It was unwise to jest so casually. Their camaraderie was not yet so familiar as to allow such levity. The two commanders exchanged glances, barely holding back laughter, while Qi Tianyun bore a serious expression. They followed Pei Su into the Long Ku University campus, making their way toward the rear courtyard. In the schoolyard, within an abandoned factory, Li Yunchang gazed at his phone, which was down to 9% battery, engulfed in silence. It was 10 in the morning on a Saturday, and logically, these youngsters should have arrived by 6 or 7. Why had they not come? As the saying goes, the journey of 100 miles begins with the last 90. Li Yunchang understood this well. He had spent the entire night inside the tank, though the space allowed him to lie down. Being confined in such an enclosed environment for too long had his mind racing with anxieties. He wondered if the children had abandoned their plans to visit the factory or if they had forgotten about the tank altogether. This was untenable. He was now ravenously hungry, his stomach growling incessantly. He finally comprehended the meaning of the journey of 100 miles begins with the last 90. The closer one gets to the end, the more challenging it becomes to persevere. He had exhausted all means to pass the time, playing on his phone, sleeping, even reviewing the tank's manual. Now with only 9% battery left, if those children truly forgot about the tank, and his phone died, the next time he opened the tank's cockpit, he might just find the lifeless body of the Long Ku University president. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Yunchang sighed, knowing he had no other choice. He dialed emergency services. Even though his phone had no signal inside the tank, he could still make the call. Hello. Please provide as detailed a description of the time and location of the incident as possible. As the call connected, Li Yunchang listened to the voice on the other end, finding himself in a dilemma. To admit that the president of Long Ku University had locked himself inside a tank made by students out of sheer playfulness was somewhat embarrassing. No, he had to fight against this embarrassment. Thus, Li Yunchang tentatively remarked, I need you to make a phone call to Jiangwan, the head of the academic affairs office at Long Ku University. Can you do that without monitoring the conversation? Miss Yao Ling responded with confusion, interpreting Li Yunchang's somewhat nonsensical statement as ramblings born of a dire situation. Lowering her voice, she asked, are you in danger right now? If so, you can simply hum. Li Yunchang, in a rush, insisted, I am not in danger. I just need you to call Jiang at the Academic Affairs office. I have something urgent to discuss with him, but I currently have no mobile signal and can only call emergency services. Miss Yao Ling was taken aback. Is this really what you're using an emergency line for? Sir, please do not misuse public resources. Li Yunchang grew more frantic. No, I genuinely need to reach him. When I called, the automated voice said to press 1 for reporting emergencies and 2 for assistance. I pressed 2. Miss Yao Ling replied, Sir, you may have misunderstood the meaning of assistance. It is synonymous with reporting an emergency. Regardless of your choice, we will. Wait, sir, are you certain you are not in danger? Without hesitation, Li Yunchang affirmed, of course. A sigh of relief was heard on the other end. Soon after, Miss Yao Ling, maintaining a professional tone, said, I apologize. But I have received another emergency call. Please allow me to disconnect. With that, the call ended, leaving Li Yunchang dumbfounded. Damn it, how could he be so honest? They probably think I'm just a nuisance. He glanced at his phone and was shocked to see that the battery was down to 5%. He quickly redialed the emergency number. Hello? A familiar voice answered. It was Miss Yao Ling again. This time, Li Yunchang dropped the pretense and revealed, I am Li Yunchang, the president of Longkou University. If you don't believe me, I can prove it. I urgently need to contact Jiang from the Academic Affairs office. I know his mobile number. Can you call him for me? Miss Yao Ling fell silent for a moment. Sir, your actions are obstructing public duties. If this continues, I will have to report it to my colleagues. Just a friendly reminder, obstructing public duties can result in a prison sentence of up to 3 years. Prison sentence? Li Yunchang felt despair wash over him. I really need to speak with him. I'm begging you. Taking a deep breath, Miss Yao Ling asked one last time, Sir, are you in danger but unable to express it? If so, please make any sound to indicate. Li Yunchang fell silent. This time, without hesitation, she ended the call. He looked at his phone. The battery was now at 1%. It was about to shut down. Desperation struck him as he imagined the scene days later when Pei Su would find him lifeless in the tank's cockpit. The thought was terrifying. No, I must survive. In a life-or-death situation, what does dignity matter? The pride of being the president of Longkou University is worthless. With that resolve, Li Yunchang dialed the emergency number once more. Miss Yao Ling answered, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Please, I implore you not to waste public resources. Kindly hang up and do not obstruct my colleagues from performing their duties, all right? I am Li Yunchang, the president of Longkou University. I am trapped in an abandoned factory on campus, inside a tank. The hatch is closed, and I cannot get out. I have no mobile signal. I believe I am in grave danger. Please, send someone to rescue me. Li Yunchang's plea left Miss Yao Ling momentarily speechless. She doubted whether this was a prank or a serious situation. However, the urgency in his tone suggested authenticity. According to national protocols, they were obligated to assist anyone in danger. All right, sir, we're on our way. After a brief pause, she added, please describe your location in detail. Is the abandoned factory to the east, west, south, or north of Longkou University? Are you the only one trapped inside the tank, or are there others? Before she could finish her sentence, the connection was lost. Inside the tank, darkness enveloped him, as Pei Su had not yet installed any lighting. As the last glimmer of light faded with the phone's shutdown, panic set in. Wife, I miss you. Son, I miss you. Qin Lao, I miss you too. Pei Su, you little rascal. The more he thought, the angrier he became. What was the point of designing this ocean mode so meticulously? Are you really planning to submerge this tank 1,000 meters underwater? I can't open this hatch. The safety mechanisms are too stringent. At that moment, he realized there was no AI inside the tank to assist him, nor did he know how to disable the ocean mode. He was trapped, utterly helpless. Damn it. Once I get out, I will make sure Qin Lao assigns more homework to these kids. Li Yunchang plotted as he contemplated the future. Meanwhile, at the Longkou University police station, officers Wang and Zhang were browsing their phones. Working in a campus police station could be quite complex. When busy, they were swamped. But during downtime, it was rather comfortable. Suddenly, the phone rang. Officer Wang set down his phone and answered the landline. Hello? Hello, I am the operator, number T1100394. Someone just called for help from Longkou University, claiming that President Li Yunchang is trapped inside a tank in an abandoned factory on campus. Upon hearing the operator's voice, Officer Wang was momentarily stunned. The president? Trapped in a tank? How is that even possible? He struggled to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Are you saying that the president, a person of great responsibility, somehow ended up in an abandoned factory that no one visits, and now he is stuck inside a tank? Is it really that complicated? Can't he just open the hatch, enter the tank, and then exit? Isn't it as simple as putting an elephant in a refrigerator? Officer Wang was momentarily at a loss, his mind nearly short-circuiting. Chapter 70. The utmost elimination of weapons. All right, we're on our way. The call from the dispatch department was significant, and despite his skepticism, Officer Wang felt compelled to verify the situation. What's going on? Officer Zhang inquired, having noticed Wang's silence. Is it yet another squabble between a pair of young lovers? At the university's police station, the cases they handled were often minimal. Most incidents involved youthful couples, brimming with hormones, who encountered minor disputes in their daily lives. One partner would deem the other irretrievable, leading to frustration that escalated into a crisis. Occasionally, these seemingly affectionate pairs would amplify trivial issues until one contemplated self-harm, prompting the police's intervention. Seeing Wang pensive, Zhang assumed he was correct and sighed. These kids, at such a tender age, how can they be so hopeless? Just last month, 3 girls expressed a desire to end their lives, and 2 heartbroken boys attempted to drown themselves. The societal atmosphere was undeniably disheartening. Wang shook his head. It's not that. It's something else. Oh. Zhang paused, and Wang relayed the dispatch's message in detail. Are you joking? You mean to say the principal, that incredibly busy principal, accidentally got locked inside a tank? But where would Lonka University even acquire a tank? Wang shrugged. Who knows? What perplexes me is how someone could enter, but not exit. It's as absurd as fitting an elephant into a refrigerator. After forcing the iron gate open, the officers entered the abandoned factory, only to be met with a scene that left them both contemplative. Wang stared at the extraordinary sight before him and took a long moment before asking, Zhang, does our country still possess tanks that utilize tires instead of tracks? Before them stood a sleek black and silver tank, quietly positioned at the center of the factory. Nearby, various tools lay scattered on a shelf, wrenches, screwdrivers, and jacks. Once Zhang regained his focus, he approached the tank and knocked on the exterior. The sharp sound surprised him. The tank's surface felt distinctly unusual. Though both officers were merely local police at Lonka University, they were, in fact, veterans. Zhang had been a tank operator before injury forced his retirement. If not for his circumstances, he might have been among the elite tank members today. Consequently, upon striking the tank, he sensed something was amiss. It felt unique. Indeed, the design incorporated carbon fiber plates and non-Newtonian fluid mechanical systems, bestowing the tank with 5th-generation defensive capabilities. Additionally, to counter modern threats like drone attacks, it was fortified with a thick layer of armor. Hence, the unusual texture. There was an undeniable difference between the feel of carbon fiber and alloy. Wang, growing anxious, leaned closer to the tank and confirmed he could hear knocking from within. Indeed, someone is trapped inside, he declared. Calm down. Opening a hatch shouldn't be difficult. Zhang observed the tank, his gaze flickering with intrigue. It was rather peculiar. The vehicle had tires instead of tracks, a propeller on top, and even a propulsion system at the rear. Was it meant to fly, race, or swim? Years of experience as a tank operator led Zhang to recall a recent conversation with an active-duty comrade who mentioned that the nation had developed a 4th-generation tank, superior to the 99A. Could this bizarre contraption before him be that very tank? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, while Zhang was still in shock, Wang grabbed a wrench from the shelf and climbed atop the tank. He paused when he couldn't open the hatch and attempted to pry it open, but to no avail. Meanwhile, inside the tank, Li Yunchang suddenly heard a familiar voice, detecting violent attempts to open the hatch. Should we engage extreme annihilation protocols? Startled, he recognized the voice. It was Pei Su. Yet, it was impossible for her to be present. The only explanation was that the tank's AI had utilized her voice as a sampling template. He dared not speak, fearful of the frightful implications of the annihilation protocols. If activated, the officers outside could be in grave danger. Realizing the urgency, Li fell silent, and the AI's voice ceased as well. In truth, time was of the essence. In the 3 months since Pei had installed the AI, it had not been fully operational. It merely had a voice function capable of performing basic tasks. The design was incomplete, lacking features for human activation. Now, sensing the violent attempts to breach the hatch, the AI had awakened. If Li had chosen to disable the ocean mode at that moment, the AI could have complied. His concern for the officer's safety, however, cost him another chance to escape. Time slipped away, and at the university, Pei was leading 2 commanders towards the abandoned factory. Su, over there. Xiaohuo ran up, breathless. I can't find the principal, and he isn't answering his phone. He should be here for this. Pei pondered briefly, then replied, call for Elder Qin. If the principal is absent, we must have Qin here to maintain order. For an incident of this magnitude, a figure of Qin's stature is imperative. What about the reporters? Xiaohuo asked. Pei halted, momentarily taken aback. In such circumstances, reporters are unnecessary, I believe. When have I ever encountered them? Only during tests or when the final product was unveiled. Today is merely a routine inspection by the commanders. I misspoke. Xiaohuo smacked his forehead and exclaimed, it's a recorder, not a journalist. There exists a significant distinction between a recorder and a journalist. A journalist records information for dissemination, whereas a recorder merely documents events for the sake of record-keeping. Most military science projects necessitate the presence of a recorder to capture pivotal moments. After all, these recordings and materials may prove beneficial for future research and development endeavors. Upon hearing this, Pei Su recognized the oversight in her considerations. However, finding a recorder at this point seemed rather impractical. Engaging a recorder and having key figures present at the scene are merely procedural necessities. Military science projects often entail numerous processes that must be adhered to. The presence of prominent individuals is crucial for ensuring accountability. Should any discrepancies arise, or if negotiations encounter hurdles, It is essential for both parties' key figures to engage in dialogue. Although Pei Su is in full charge of these two projects, these procedures stem from the collective wisdom of predecessors who have traversed similar paths in military science research. Elder Qin had already imparted these protocols to Pei Su and her colleagues during lectures. Their conversation was not deliberately hushed. Zhao Lingua, having overheard, approached with a smile. I know a recorder. I'll find someone. Pei Su nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Commander Zhao. It's a minor matter. Zhao Lingua made a phone call and then proceeded to the school gate, returning shortly thereafter with a striking young woman and a photographer. To Pei Su's surprise, the enchanting woman was none other than Lu Saran. Clad in her characteristic sharp black attire, her long hair was tied back, and a microphone was embedded in her collar. The accompanying photographer struggled to keep pace, burdened with equipment. Sister Lu. Upon recognizing Lu Saran, Pei Su called out. Lu Saran smiled warmly. It's good to see you again. Zhao Lingua explained. I inquired with the television station, and they informed me that Xiao Lu was nearby, so I had her come over. Lu Saran, upon hearing this, smiled sweetly and tucked a stray hair behind her ear. While it appeared fortuitous, the reality was quite different. Lu Saran had prepared in advance to interview Pei Su, as her journalistic instincts indicated that every individual in the inaugural Longkai class represented a significant interview opportunity. Consequently, Lu Saran had rented an apartment in the vicinity of Longkai University, opting not to stay near the television station. Therefore, when the station's leadership inquired about reporters' locations in the group chat, Lu Saran was quick to seize the opportunity. All of this was orchestrated with Pei Su in mind. Lu Saran had long regarded Pei Su as a key figure in the future of military science, making an investment in her professional journey. If all reports concerning a future pillar of military science were to originate from her, Lu Saran would undoubtedly find herself enshrined in history alongside this legendary figure. Perhaps, in due time, it would become a celebrated narrative. As the group engaged in conversation, not far off, Chen Kai, Wang Qingyu, Zhang Ming, Li Bei, and others were also bringing Elder Qin over. Elder Qin, grandfather. Both commanders and Lu Saran greeted him. Elder Qin nodded and turned to Pei Su. Go ahead. Take a look at your tank. Certainly. Pei Su led the way. Before long, they arrived at the abandoned factory. Traversing a narrow path and parting the dense foliage, Pei Su advanced confidently, only to find himself frozen in place. What's wrong? The others gradually emerged, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they too were taken aback. The iron gate of the abandoned factory had been opened. Two police officers in civilian uniforms were present, one wielding a wrench atop the tank, laboriously attempting to pry open the hatch, while the other stood nearby, hammer in hand, striking the hatch repeatedly. Damn it! Old Zhang tossed aside the hammer. Unable to contain his frustration, the quality of this tank is absurdly good. After 200 or 300 hits, I could have cooked a meat pie. The hatch hasn't even warped. The strength is simply astonishing. Old Wang sighed in exasperation, adding, who knows? Let's just get the person out. The two officers were so engrossed in their task that they failed to notice a crowd watching their actions with keen interest. Zhao Lingua was the last to emerge from the woods. With age weighing on him, coupled with a desire to converse discreetly with Qi Tianyun, he lingered at the back of the group. However, upon stepping out of the woods and arriving at the factory entrance, witnessing the unfolding scene caused his eyes to redden. Stop right there, Zhao Lingua bellowed. Who authorized you to tamper with my precious tank? This is no ordinary piece of machinery. It's a tank developed by Pei Su. It potentially represents the 5th generation of tank technology. How could it be subjected to such destruction? Hearing the outburst, the two officers jumped, startled by the sudden appearance of a large crowd, and quickly leaped down from the tank to explain themselves. We received a report stating that someone was trapped inside, so we came to rescue them. Trapped? Zhao Lingua exclaimed incredulously. What difficulty is there in opening a tank? Besides, who would be foolish enough to wander into such a remote location and end up stuck inside a tank? What kind of idiot would do that? As Zhao Lingua continued his tirade, Pei Su's expression grew increasingly grave. Xiao Hua subtly tugged at Pei Su's sleeve, whispering, Brother Pei, the tank's ocean mode has been activated. I know, Pei Su responded, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If the ocean mode is engaged, the hatch would be completely locked. After all, the ocean mode is designed to withstand extreme water pressure while submerged, necessitating the hatch's sealing to prevent leakage. It was unforeseen that someone had become trapped within. Commander, let me handle this. Pei Su quickly reassured Zhao Lingua, whose anger lingered, though he reluctantly nodded. I want to see what kind of fool is trapped inside. How could someone possibly get locked in a tank? It's as simple as putting an elephant in a refrigerator. To get in and not out? What kind of idiot is that? Zhao Lingua grumbled, and Qi Tianyun concurred. Indeed, logically, the hatch can be opened from both inside and outside in the same manner. Unless the person inside is a complete idiot, how could they end up trapped in there? While the two conversed, Pei Su had already approached the tank, positioning himself near the hatch, and softly called out, Xiao Pei, I'm here, master, please instruct, responded the AI within, having detected Pei Su's presence. Deactivate ocean mode, Pei Su commanded, feeling a wave of anxiety. This was indeed an unexpected situation. The hatch in ocean mode cannot be opened. And due to time constraints and incomplete manufacturing, the AI had only been equipped with basic voice functionality. Moreover, apart from Pei Su and other members of the Lonkai class, no one else could activate the AI's voice recognition. Thus, this led to the current predicament. Those confined within the depths, if they lack understanding of the operational sequence for disengaging the ocean mode, may indeed find themselves trapped. Yet, he could not help but ponder how this tank, seemingly intact, had suddenly activated its ocean mode. Moreover, who would actually be confined inside a tank? This notion was rather adorably foolish. Soon, the AI voice responded, understood, disengaging ocean mode. With a series of mechanical clanks, the tank underwent a profound transformation. The tracks reappeared as the tires retracted beneath the vehicle. The propeller on the roof expanded outward, reverting to its former state. The external sensors withdrew significantly, and the external horn retracted. These alterations left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Even the two police officers were taken aback. Officer Zhang exclaimed, "What on earth is this? A Gundam? I've never seen a tank that can change form." Chapter 72. How could a principal be trapped inside a tank? A tank that can transform? As the gates of the abandoned factory swung open, the morning sun illuminated the silver-black tank, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The sounds of mechanical components shifting echoed as the tank morphed at an astonishing pace. This spectacle appeared so bizarre, so surreal, that it bordered on the incomprehensible. What in the world is this? Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun exchanged bewildered glances, both feeling their minds falter. A tank that can transform? Is this a Gundam or some kind of mecha? And what exactly is ocean mode? Why is it being disengaged? Meanwhile, Lu Saran's eyes sparkled with excitement. She quickly tapped the photographer on the shoulder, urging, "Hurry, capture this moment." In truth, the photographer had already lifted his camera, fixated on recording the extraordinary transformation. As a former top photographer for a geography magazine, Wang Jie felt he had never witnessed such breathtaking beauty. The culmination of 2 decades of photographic artistry immersed him in the exquisite spectacle of the tank's transformation. The dark luminescence glided across its surface, and the myriad movements of mechanical parts revealed a uniquely masculine romance, an industrial beauty that was utterly mesmerizing. He possessed 2 cameras, one, a new Nikon renowned for its razor-sharp backgrounds and creamy portraits, the other, a Canon, a pinnacle of performance forged from years of meticulous craftsmanship. In that instant, Wang Jie hesitated not. He brandished the Nikon, and the silver-black tank blurred into an ethereal haze across the photograph, while the derelict factory behind it appeared strikingly sharp and defined, rendering the tank itself enveloped in a dreamlike beauty. Simultaneously, he recorded the entire scene onto a small SD card with his new Canon. At that moment, the crowd was enraptured by the astonishing revelation that a tank could indeed transform. Even Elder Qin was transfixed, his eyes gleaming with a rare sense of wonder. Once the transformation concluded, a soft click signaled the hatch's automatic reopening, revealing a narrow gap. This time, officers Wang and Zhang managed to pry the hatch open. As the 2 officers explored, Zhao Linghua approached Pei Su with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Little Pei, could you enlighten me about this ocean mode?" "Ocean mode?" Pei Su exclaimed, smacking his forehead. "Oh, it's nothing much, amphibious capabilities. I thought I had clearly explained it in the project documentation." Zhao Linghua's gaze faltered, and he stammered, "You really made it work?" Indeed, the project documentation on the official military approval website had stated that the 5th-generation tank possessed amphibious technology, capable of brief flights and aquatic navigation. However, the idea seemed utterly implausible. How could such a heavy behemoth possibly take flight? How could it navigate through water with such dense materials? Yet, Pei Su had accomplished this feat, transforming a colossal iron mass into an amphibious wonder. "Yes, it has been accomplished," Pei Su replied, nodding nonchalantly. Rather than being indifferent, his focus remained fixed on the tank, curious to discover the identity of the unfortunate soul trapped within. Just then, Zhao Linghua noticed the tank's hatch opening and could not suppress a scoff. He stepped forward, climbed to the tank's hatch, and peered inside, muttering, "Let us see which fool would willingly confine themselves in my precious tank, nearly ruining its paint job." Zhao Linghua's expression was one of pained concern. By all accounts, Pei Su's tank was constructed with carbon fiber plating, adorned with military-grade camouflage paint. This specialized military paint differed significantly from standard vehicle paint, boasting remarkable strength. Not even 10 officers could mar its surface. Yet, Zhao Linghua felt a pang of anguish. This was a treasured tank, the key to his smooth retirement. In a moment of chaotic concern, Zhao Linghua peered inside and was taken aback. The person confined within showed no inclination to rise, instead curling up, burying their head in their knees. What was going on? Were they intending to remain in his beloved tank and cause havoc? Despite his irritation, Zhao Linghua extended his hand to assist the individual. When they hesitated to take his hand, he could not help but bellow, "Come out! Get out of my precious tank!" The individual flinched, letting out a resigned sigh as if mustering the strength to move. Finally, they extended a hand and clambered out of the tank. The interior was dim, and only once the person emerged did the crowd recognize their face. Zhao Linghua's expression froze in disbelief. Li Yunchang? As the crowd recognized the individual, they were momentarily stunned. Li Yunchang? Everyone was at a loss for words. Xiaohua murmured, so that SYI couldn't reach the principal. Turns out, the one trapped in the tank is him. Upon hearing this, Li Yunchang buried his head even lower, his face flushed with embarrassment. Today, he thought, was indeed a day of social demise. In this moment, he regretted not having refrained from calling the police. At least 2 fewer spectators would have gathered. Li Yunchang's eyes were vacant, surrendering to despair. He gazed upward only to be met with the factory ceiling, unable to see the sky. In that instant, he felt tears welling up. This day would forever be etched as one of the darkest moments in his life. The most humiliating day. The crowd regarded Li Yunchang in silence. Now, the embarrassment shifted onto Zhao Linghua. He had initially wondered who could have been trapped inside, only to discover it was Li Yunchang. Upon reflecting on the recent past, Zhao Linghua felt a wave of headache at the thought of having vehemently berated the individual inside the tank. Was it truly appropriate for the commander of the Beijing military district to have lambasted the esteemed president of a top-tier 985 university? Should this incident become public, it could undoubtedly instigate turmoil within both the academic and military spheres. Chapter 73. You are about to break the Guinness World Record. Li Yunchang found himself in an exceedingly awkward position, as did Zhao Linghua. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Observing the discomfort, Pei Su stepped forward and whispered, President, what on earth are you doing inside the tank? This inquiry incited Li Yunchang's irritation. Was I not merely curious? I thought I would take a look at the tank. Then I stumbled upon a button labeled Ocean Mode. Upon pressing it, I found myself unable to exit. Pei Su, visibly nervous, replied, actually, to deactivate Ocean Mode manually, one simply needs to press the adjacent Land or Flight Mode button. Li Yunchang retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief. How was I to know? I did not design the tank. What if I pressed the land button and it malfunctioned, leading to an explosion? I would be finished. Pei Su hesitated, contemplating her words. All right, enough of this chatter, Li Yunchang sighed, rubbing his stomach. This incident is not your fault. My curiosity got the better of me. Let us keep this matter confidential. I haven't eaten since last night, and I must head to the cafeteria. Without further ado, Li Yunchang disregarded the presence of the many dignitaries, succumbing to his hunger. Given his age and health, he could no longer endure a day without sustenance. In fact, he was already beginning to feel faint. Pei Su addressed the others, Xiaohua, Chen Ke, you two escort the president to the cafeteria. After he eats, please take him to the infirmary for a checkup. Who knows what might arise from being locked away all night at his age? Xiaohua and Chen Ke nodded in agreement. Wang Qingyu and the others, equally concerned, followed suit. Meanwhile, the 2 police officers present were somewhat flustered. They cleared their throats and stated, since the matter is resolved, we shall take our leave. Once you are free, please find a moment to provide a written account. Zhao Linghua coughed lightly. Comrades, what you have witnessed is military confidential information. Any written account may risk a breach of secrecy. Old Zhang appeared troubled. What if the communications department calls for clarification? I will inform the relevant authorities separately. There is no need for concern, Zhao Linghua assured him. With that, the 2 officers felt relieved, arranging a time to sign a confidentiality agreement before exiting the premises. At that moment, the abandoned factory was left with only Pei Su, the 2 commanders, Elder Qin, and Lu Su ran along with the photographer. Suddenly, Lu Su ran could not suppress her laughter, while the photographer, surrounded by such distinguished figures, stifled his amusement. Zhao Linghua, still embarrassed, struggled to shake off the earlier awkwardness. Qi Tianyun, though attempting to maintain composure, also found it challenging. Elder Qin, however, seemed less restrained, a smile breaking through his weathered facade. What a peculiar situation we have here, Qi Tianyun remarked, shaking his head. The group quickly regained their composure. Subsequently, Zhao Linghua approached the gleaming tank, marveling. It is truly magnificent. Does it have a name? A name? Pei Su stepped forward. Indeed, it is called Black Mirror. This is a unique naming convention of the Dragon Talent class. The previous model, Snow Light, was named for the snowfall during its inception. This one, Black Mirror, derives its name from 2 aspects. First, the carbon fiber shell reflects light, shining like a dog-esque coat under sunlight. Second, due to the members of the Dragon Talent class being occupied with classes during the day, they only have time to work on the Black Mirror at night. An excellent name, Zhao Linghua remarked, growing increasingly fond of it. Please, tell me about its capabilities. No need, Commander. Pei Su responded, rummaging through the abandoned factory until she unearthed a manufacturing manual. She handed it to Zhao Linghua with care. This manual details the specifications and testing parameters of the Black Mirror. You may refer to page 23 for its current capabilities. As Zhao Linghua perused the manual, his demeanor shifted from casual indifference to solemn focus, then to breathless intensity, ultimately becoming lost in thought. His expression reflecting a profound transformation that drew the attention of those present. Qi Tianyun, unable to contain himself, queried, What troubles you, old Lan? Can't even manage your expression? Is there something wrong with the tank? Yet Zhao Lingwa remained entranced, lost in a daze. Qi Tianyun, seizing the manual from him, turned to page 25. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Qin had approached, peering curiously over his shoulder. As they both read, their expressions mirrored one another's. Shifting through seriousness and heightened breathlessness to a state of utter bewilderment, the same sequence of reactions. What is happening? Lu Su Ran wondered, her curiosity piqued, yearning to glimpse the manual. However, as a mere recorder, her duty was to document present events, not delve into classified details. Just as Lu Su Ran's desire intensified, Zhao Lingwa broke the silence. He turned to Pei Su, asking, "Are you saying this tank can reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour? What?" Lu Su Ran gasped. A tank capable of 300 kilometers per hour? Can that even be called a tank? That speed is more akin to a sports car. Pei Su nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed, our estimates indicate a land speed of 320 kilometers per hour, an aerial speed of 400 kilometers per hour. And in ocean mode, approximately 70 knots. 70 knots. Lu Su Ran's breath caught in her throat. This was surreal. While such statements might seem reasonable to the average person, they were astonishing to professionals well-versed in such data. Consider, for instance, the astonishing land speed of 320 kilometers per hour. Even more remarkable is the ocean mode, where the tank's speed surpasses mainstream military vessels, which typically sail at 30 to 45 knots. With the Black Mirror achieving a staggering 70 knots, equivalent to nearly 12,000 kilometers per hour. Are you telling me that this tank surpasses military ships that cost billions to manufacture? You are on the verge of breaking a Guinness World Record. Chapter 74. This tank redefines the landscape of land warfare. 70 knots? Zhao Lingwa's voice rose an octave, trembling with disbelief. Are you certain this data is accurate? Pei Su nodded, affirming the truth of the matter. Although untested, our colleague Wang Qingyu, well-versed in AI, had derived results after countless calculations on Lonka University's local AI server cluster during the development of the tri-service technology. Zhao Lingwa's voice trembled as he asked, "Could you repeat that?" Pei Su articulated each word. After approximately 1.5 billion data computations on Lonka University's T143 series local AI server, we arrived at two conclusions. Once the ocean mode is activated, the Black Mirror's cruising speed on water is 115 knots. In the same mode, at depths between 300 to 500 meters, the speed averages around 70 knots. Zhao Lingwa's voice cracked with disbelief. What? 115 knots. Meanwhile, Lu Saran, a silent observer, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. A speed of 115 knots translates to 207 kilometers per hour. This surpasses the Guinness World Record. No vessel on Earth can achieve such a terrifying velocity. What does a speed of 207 kilometers per hour on water signify? Everyone is familiar with typhoons. When a typhoon reaches a level 12, it is classified as a hurricane, with speeds exceeding 118 kilometers per hour. Most hurricanes originate over the ocean. The most fearsome hurricane recorded in history was Hurricane Irma in 2017. Hailed as the strongest tropical cyclone in the Atlantic. Its speed peaked at 300 kilometers per hour, with an astonishing maximum of 321 kilometers per hour. This hurricane is marked as the most destructive, lethal, and swift in human history. Experts once stated that if you saw Irma's cyclone from afar, your chances of survival were zero. Note, although Irma did not cause as much destruction as Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines, data suggests that if Irma had struck near a city, damages would have exceeded $100 billion, with casualties reaching at least 1/5 of the city's population. This statement has now been overshadowed, because if you were aboard the Black Mirror, floating on the ocean, and spotted Irma's cyclone from a distance, you could unleash the maximum speed of the ocean mode and race against Irma with a difference of 100 kilometers per hour. Even more astonishingly, the Black Mirror can fly. When you pilot the Black Mirror and find yourself near the most terrifying hurricane in human history, you can activate flight mode and soar at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Incredible, Lu Saran murmured. It made her feel as though the phrase humans can conquer nature had truly materialized into reality. With this tank, even when faced with the most dreadful Hurricane Irma in recorded history, survival is within reach. Meanwhile, Elder Qin clutched his heart, overwhelmed by the terrifying data. The impact was substantial, causing discomfort, yet his heart swelled with unprecedented joy. How wonderful. Watching the young man confidently converse next to Zhao Lingwa filled him with pride. Initially, he regarded Pei Su merely as a potential successor. However, it has become evident that Pei Su's capabilities and talents far exceed his expectations, and his achievements are rapidly surpassing many. A thought suddenly surged in Elder Qin's mind. After my passing, he will undoubtedly take my place. This child is extraordinary. Hold on a moment. I need to collect my thoughts, Zhao Lingwa said, propping his face on his hands, struggling to stifle laughter. However, suppressing laughter proved exceedingly difficult. He went from a quiet chuckle to uncontrollable laughter. Who could witness this and not smile? The data is astounding. The mechanism is remarkable. The prospect of a smooth retirement is assured. He no longer needed to say anything else. Even if the commander-in-chief of the Central Theater arrived, Zhao Lingwa could stand tall. present the black mirror, and declare, "Commander, I have done my utmost." This tank would leave anyone speechless. Zhao Lingua straightened his posture, laughing heartily. His gaze turned to Qi Tianyun, who was visibly envious. "I can't help but feel a mix of admiration and jealousy. It's impossible not to envy such an incredible tank and technological prowess. This is far beyond a fifth-generation tank. It's practically a modified version of one. Who would have imagined that before the emergence of the Black Mirror, a tank could reach 300 kilometers per hour? Or that a tank could achieve 200 kilometers per hour on water? And who would have thought that a tank could even fly, and at such incredible speeds?" Qi Tianyun couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Zhao Lingua. Meanwhile, the camera flashes continued unabated as photographers became increasingly enthusiastic. Lu Saran picked up another camera to capture different angles, aware that this moment would be etched in history, in an era when tanks were losing prominence. Here was an opportunity to revive their glory. "If the issue of drone suicide attacks could be resolved, I would wager," Lu Saran whispered to the photographer, "that tanks would once again dominate land warfare." What does modern warfare entail? Tanks have fallen out of favor. Genuine ground combat often involves personnel using drones for reconnaissance and suicide attacks, reporting coordinates for artillery bombardment. But now, should the Black Mirror address the fundamental issue of drone suicide attacks, tanks will reclaim their status in land warfare. After all, this machine instills fear. With its speed and high maneuverability, artillery bombardments would be futile against it. While Lu Saran and the photographer were engrossed in conversation, Zhao Lingua had composed himself. "I just reviewed the manufacturing manual. You mentioned that this tank is equipped with a weapon called the Ultimate Annihilation Weapon. What exactly is that?" At this moment, everyone's attention sharpened. All eyes fixed on Pei Su. He fell into deep thought, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. "The Ultimate Annihilation Weapon, although already manufactured, possesses a highly intricate principle and unique functionality. Should I attempt to describe it merely with words, it is likely that the audience would not comprehend. However, I find myself without a suitable venue for demonstration." Upon concluding her explanation, Pei Su glanced around. "This place is vast and deserted. Can we not conduct the test here?" Zhao Lingua suggested. Pei Su shook her head. "That is not feasible. If the Ultimate Annihilation Weapon were to be activated, this factory, the surrounding forest, and this land would face grave consequences. Moreover, this weapon has the capacity to strike targets up to 5 kilometers away. Thus, should we proceed with the test, I cannot guarantee that an innocent student, located beyond that distance, would not be harmed. The path leading to the abandoned factory is occasionally traversed by students, as the dormitories and cafeteria of the business department are somewhat distant, making this shortcut appealing during the day. Although they may not enter the factory itself, they would certainly be within the 5-kilometer radius." Hearing this, the crowd gasped, unable to fathom how a weapon mounted on a tank could have such an extensive range. Without hesitation, Zhao Lingua proposed, "Then let us test it at Ziowangshan." Pei Su nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, a tank gradually made its way to the Kyoto military district. At the entrance, Major General Chu, idly smoking, was taken aback upon seeing the sleek, black tank. "Goodness, that cannon is exceedingly long." His attention was not drawn to the propeller atop or the transmission tubes, but rather to the strikingly elongated barrel, more exaggerated than the 96A1 used in the previous defense vehicle tests. "That must be a 70 caliber shell," he muttered to himself. Just then, a defense vehicle approached, its unique design unmistakable as the mass-produced 5th-generation half-defense vehicle. Inside were Pei Su, Zhao Lingua, Qi Tianyun, Elder Qin, and Lu Saran, along with a photographer. As the window rolled down, Zhao Lingua beckoned, "Old Chu, hop in." This 5th-generation half-defense vehicle, produced by Lonka Institute, accommodates up to 8 individuals and is slightly lighter than its 4th-generation counterpart, resulting in increased speed. Upon hearing this, Major General Chu entered the vehicle, and they set off towards Ziowangshan. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Lingua persisted in questioning Pei Su. "Please, enlighten me about this Ultimate Annihilation Weapon. Even if your verbal explanation falls short, you must at least specify the type of lethal weapon it is. Otherwise, I cannot appropriately plan for safety measures during the test." The ride was remarkably smooth. The 5th-generation half-defense vehicle, named Baiyu, was specifically designed for select military districts. Its exterior was coated with a dust-repellent white paint, rendering it akin to a square piece of white jade. Its performance had been optimized to the extreme, including excellent shock absorption. Although the military district was characterized by mountainous terrain, the vehicle exhibited no signs of instability. After a brief contemplation, Pei Su softly remarked, "The Ultimate Annihilation Weapon is not a singular entity, but rather comprises 3 distinct weapons. Currently, I can succinctly describe the second and third weapons. The second weapon is a self-locking miniature missile. Each missile is equipped with a sensor and AI chip, costing approximately $150,000. It can accurately lock onto any data-bearing enemy, disregarding the hindrances posed by jungle environments, making it exceptionally suitable for decapitation strategies in Southeast Asia." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingua exclaimed, "Is this weapon intended for use in Southeast Asia?" Pei Su replied, "Yes and no." At the end of January, My conception of the ultimate annihilation weapon included only the first and third weapons. However, that night, I had a dream. I seemed to return to the years of the Vietnam War, likely influenced by a modern history book I had read that morning. The harrowing battles faced by our predecessors left me in deep sorrow upon waking, lost in thought. We have always believed that the research conducted by the Lonkai class should be from the user's perspective. However, I suddenly realized that I could also design something from the enemy's perspective. How could I create something that would instill the greatest fear in them? Thus, this micro self-locking missile was born, unaffected by jungle conditions, and equipped with an AI chip. Almost the most suitable missile for the Southeast Asian environment. It can execute both decapitation tactics and firepower coverage plowing strategies. Wow, Zhao Lingguo exclaimed, you are truly a genius. Designing from the user's perspective is impressive, but creating a weapon from the enemy's viewpoint is rather terrifying. Only by considering the enemy's perspective can one acquire clearer insights. Southeast Asia has always acted with impunity. Due to environmental factors, along with a reluctance to engage in widespread conflict and the support of obscure forces, they have felt emboldened. However, with this micro self-locking missile, by June, when the footage of the military competition is unveiled internationally, Southeast Asia may find itself subdued for a time. At this moment, Major General Chu appeared astonished, yet somewhat bewildered. A micro-missile? Specifically targeting Southeast Asia? Only Pei Su could conceive such a radical idea. But what of the third weapon? Zhao Lingguo eagerly inquired. Leader, may I inquire about the greatest predicament currently facing tanks? Without hesitation, Zhao Lin responded, suicidal drone attacks. Indeed. The emergence of such low-cost drones has not merely affected tanks. It has fundamentally disrupted the conventional landscape of ground warfare. What does the battlefield resemble? Initially, artillery ravages the terrain. However, it is impossible to completely annihilate an expansive area. Remnants of defeated forces will invariably remain. Consequently, the army advances, with tanks following suit, leading to a fragmentation of the battlefield, urban combat, gunfights, and information warfare, until the advent of drones. These inexpensive drones, costing merely a few $100s, armed with missiles, can swiftly obliterate tanks, armored vehicles, and personnel. War is a costly endeavor. The expense of a single missile could fund the creation of dozens of drones. Thus, it is evident that drones have irrevocably altered the dynamics of ground warfare. Tanks, now increasingly vulnerable to drone attacks, no longer bask in the glory they once enjoyed when the first tank, named Mark I, was unveiled on the British battlefield. I have resolved this dilemma. Pei Su remarked nonchalantly. Zhao Lin and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Lin endeavored to maintain a steady tone. Yet he couldn't help but tremble as he asked, have you truly solved this problem? Pei Su nodded affirmatively. The ultimate weapon of annihilation is a system that encompasses high-frequency sound waves, a bipolar electromagnetic field, and a laser weapon system, all situated adjacent to the cannon. The cannon's substantial length is due to its dual purpose. It not only fires conventional shells, but also unleashes infrasound, electromagnetic fields, and laser beams. The high-frequency sound waves can obliterate any adversaries attempting to approach the tank. The bipolar electromagnetic field creates intense interference within a 50-meter radius, rendering all suicidal drones ineffective. The laser weapon is designed for instances where a drone is not intended for a suicide attack, but serves as a delivery system for missiles. We can remotely target such drones with laser beams, which have a range of 5 kilometers. At this juncture, Zhao Lin was left utterly speechless. Lu Su ran and the photographer exchanged glances, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over them. Qi Tianyun was consumed with envy. While only Elder Qin managed to retain his composure, he quietly queried, as you mentioned, the laser weapon is intended to neutralize distant threats. However, I am curious. Given the complexity of the weapon you have developed, particularly the laser system, which requires precise targeting of an enemy up to 5 kilometers away, even the most skilled operator cannot guarantee consistent accuracy, can they? In response, Pei Su simply smiled gently. I have already considered that. Therefore, the ultimate weapon of annihilation can be operated either by a human operator or autonomously by AI. Elder Qin nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. Qi Tianyun, meanwhile, was consumed by envy. Why does Zhao Lin possess such a remarkable treasure? Who wouldn't desire such a magnificent creation? Had I known Pei Su possessed such prowess, I would have deemed exoskeletal armor insignificant in comparison to a tank. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin felt an overwhelming sense of elation. This is it. My career will not merely culminate in a tranquil retirement. It shall be a retirement adorned with glory. Zhao Lin laughed heartily. Excellent. Well done. Just as he reveled in laughter, the defense vehicle arrived at Shaowang Mountain. The tank had already made its way there, with the elite tank operator Li Fengxiang having entered the tank and driven it to the Dahuang Mountain testing ground. The testing site comprised 12 reinforced concrete structures, each designed to withstand the most extreme conditions, even the proximity of a nuclear explosion, without succumbing to destruction. As Zhao Lin disembarked, he began to speak. These 12 concrete structures require approximately 3 years for replacement. Under normal circumstances, if testing is frequent, They must be replaced every 2 years. If testing is infrequent, perhaps they may last 4 to 5 years before replacement. Turning to Pei Su, he inquired, "Do you believe your black mirror can destroy these concrete structures?" Pei Su smiled in response. "Commander, what is the cost of one of these structures?" 150,000. Zhao Lin replied softly. Each structure serves as a formidable wall, with 7 layers of alloy plates embedded within the steel and concrete exterior: carbon alloy, magnesium alloy, aluminum alloy. Zhao Lin gazed at the 12 pristine concrete structures, a broad smile gracing his face. "Pei Su, these structures were replaced last December. At that time, I contemplated whether to equip them with an additional layer of carbon fiber, integrating it with a non-Newtonian fluid mechanism, reminiscent of your initial design for the 5th-generation defense vehicle. However, after testing, I ultimately abandoned the idea." Curious, Lu Su Ran asked, "Why did you decide against it?" Zhao Lin chuckled. "The defensive capabilities were excessively potent. Almost all weaponry struggled to destroy them. I once had the factory construct a prototype, and after testing, we found that even with the 96A, it took an entire afternoon to finally demolish it." Shaking his head, Zhao Lin continued, "The intent behind these structures was to test destructive capabilities. Yet such overwhelming defense was counterproductive, leading me to abandon the concept." Lu Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. "So, it was deemed unfeasible due to excessive defensive strength? That is truly a remarkable statement. In the initial design phase, while compiling data for the 5th-generation tank, I asserted that our tank's firepower would be approximately 3 times that of the 99A. In truth, we have indeed achieved that." Pei Su gazed at the formidable cannon and remarked, "In fact, its power may exceed 3 times that of the 99A, possibly even 4 or 5 times. But due to time constraints, we have not had the opportunity for comprehensive testing." At this revelation, a sense of absurdity permeated the hearts of the onlookers, particularly Zhao Lin and Qi Tianyun. "How long has this project been underway?" In December, Pei Su simultaneously accepted commissions from both the Kyoto Military District and the Shanghai Military District. And now, it's March 1st. Merely 3 months have elapsed. Moreover, these young individuals have not devoted every single moment to tank manufacturing. They still attend classes during the day. This level of initiative, this manufacturing prowess, this technical expertise, truly, it is disheartening to compare. Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun exchanged glances, each sharing the same sentiment. The disparity is indeed stark. In comparison to Pei Su and her team, their own military factory and manufacturing team seemed diminished. Graduates from top universities, with years of industry experience, were overshadowed by a handful of freshmen. Who can one turn to for justification? Thus, Old Qin spoke slowly. "How did you manage to amplify the tank's power to such an extent? Although this cannon barrel is thicker and longer than any I have seen, in my estimation, the Black Mirror's power should not reach this level." Pei Su smiled lightly. "Indeed, you are correct. From a conventional perspective, the firepower of a tank shell could not possibly achieve such exaggerated levels. I made some subtle adjustments to the traditional tank's firing mode." Subtle adjustments? The corner of Old Qin's mouth twitched slightly. "If you consider a change that enhances the power of a shell to 3 or 4 times that of the 99A as merely subtle, then humanity's thousands of years of research would seem to have taken a laughably small step. Do you remember?" Pei Su smiled, recalling a recent discussion in the Wind Tunnel Laboratory, where I presented a theory involving clocks, discs, and donkey devices. Upon hearing this, Old Qin's expression shifted slightly, as if he grasped something. "Are you implying a cyclotron?" Pei Su nodded, smiling. "Precisely. I stood on the shoulders of giants, once again leveraging the remarkable invention of the cyclotron, which enabled the creation of this unparalleled black mirror." Old Qin's expression grew complex. "The cyclotron can indeed be applied here? Upon reflection, it is feasible, yet the implementation poses significant challenges. It is evident that you have indeed exerted considerable effort to conquer such a formidable technology in just 2 or 3 months." As they observed the exchange between Old Qin and Pei Su, the others were left in a fog. Zhao Linghua could no longer contain himself. "Could you two refrain from such an esoteric conversation? You understand, but we are utterly baffled. I do not comprehend it at all." Not being a specialist himself, Zhao Linghua struggled to align his thoughts with theirs, rendering him unable to grasp Pei Su's explanations. Old Qin began slowly. "This cannon barrel is not an ordinary one. It is a cyclotron-type barrel that frequently alternates its electromagnetic poles. Within the category of third-generation weapons designed to neutralize threats, it incorporates a high-frequency electromagnetic field weapon. It utilizes the properties of this high-frequency electromagnetic field to create polarities throughout the barrel, which are continuously exchanged." Pei Su nodded, stepping forward to whisper, "Since the firing of the shell occurs instantaneously, I initially believed my idea would surely fail. However, I pondered a new concept. Could I keep a shell in a state of charge? I transformed this barrel into an elongated miniature cyclotron, allowing the shell to be in a constant state of rotational acceleration. Consequently, a 170mm smoothbore shell is expelled. This is no ordinary 170mm smoothbore shell with a 50 caliber length. The shell, prior to firing, has already undergone acceleration through the cyclotron within the barrel. The longer the charge period, the greater the rotational speed, enhancing its penetrative and destructive capabilities. Therefore, Pei Su asserted earnestly, a single shell from this tank can wreak havoc, fulfilling my fundamental requirement for the firepower to be at least 3 times that of the 99A. Zhao Linghua, upon hearing this, felt overwhelmed yet impressed, his mind spinning. The principles involved were undeniably complex. However, he could vaguely discern Pei Su's design. First, the black mirror undergoes a charging process prior to firing, with the shell remaining in the barrel, benefiting from the acceleration of the cyclotron. Second, the parameters of the shell are 170 millimeters with a 50 caliber length. It is the combination of these two designs that endows the black mirror with cataclysmic firepower. Throughout the afternoon, during the journey back to Lonka University, Zhao Linghua would intermittently break into a chuckle. It is only natural. Who could possibly refrain from laughing? One could say that the black mirror, equipped with advanced neutralizing weaponry, is prohibitively expensive and challenging to mass produce. Yet, in light of its numerous advantages, can the cost truly be a concern? In this day and age, who are we? We are from the esteemed Wuchang. We are members of the upper echelons. Does money truly matter to us? Upon alighting from the vehicle and returning to Lonka University, Pei Su approached Qi Tianyun and softly remarked, Commander Qi, let me show you your exoskeleton armor. Qi Tianyun nodded at this, though his expression bore a hint of disappointment. The performance of the Black Mirror was astonishing. Both the tank itself and the advanced neutralizing weaponry were somewhat exaggerated in their capabilities. He genuinely envied whether the exoskeleton armor could provide him with a similar level of surprise. Qi Tianyun mused that it likely could not. As the group made their way to the abandoned factory, Zhao Linghua walked beside Pei Su and suddenly said, Little Pei, you have done remarkably well. I have come to understand the phrase love is a constant feeling of indebtedness, and I find myself increasingly fond of you. Pei Su was taken aback, feeling a chill run down her spine. Commander, I am not I know, and I am not either. Zhao Linghua interrupted Pei Su, nonchalantly stating, It's just that you are working so hard, and I have only offered you such minimal conditions. It feels somewhat unfair. How about this, whatever you desire? I shall grant you. Upon hearing this, Pei Su's eyes lit up. If the commander felt that he had given too little, then perhaps he could provide more. It would be even better if he could help me and my classmates each acquire a home in Kyoto. Zhao Linghua chuckled, truly a clever one. However, the housing prices in Kyoto are rather exorbitant. Could we perhaps revise that request? Commander, you see, I am truly making a request, and you do not seem pleased. As they continued walking, they soon returned to the abandoned factory. With Pei Su leading the way, they opened the large doors and ventured deeper. The group followed closely behind, and they immediately spotted the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor resting on the table, resembling a suit of golden silk armor. Chapter 79, Super Soldier. A resplendent golden hue, reminiscent of the gilded armor of ancient emperors. Upon the first sight of this exoskeleton armor, anyone would have an immediate impression. It resembled a work of art, entirely devoid of the typical characteristics associated with exoskeleton armor. There was no sense of technology, no coldness, no breathability. It appeared like an ancient artifact, akin to the protective golden silk armor worn by ministers and emperors during feudal dynasties. Qi Tianyun stared in astonishment. Is this the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor you manufactured? Pei Su responded, Indeed. The group regarded the golden silk armor, then turned their gazes back to Pei Su, lost in contemplation. Is this truly an exoskeleton armor? Its capabilities encompass, but are not limited to, 1. Morphing its form, 2. Boasting 9,994 joints of flexibility, 3. Featuring an integrated AI chip, and 4. Possessing unparalleled collaborative tactics, including 15 synergistic strategies, all of which Zhao Linghua gradually became envious of during the 5-minute presentation. Indeed, it is human nature to be greedy at times. Even when one possesses something excellent, the sight of something superior can evoke a desire to possess it. The two commanders were enveloped in awe at the technological marvel of the exoskeleton armor. Yet, what I previously mentioned were merely trivial features. Pei Su remarked that the true innovation lies in a technology known as the Super Soldier system. Are you suggesting that this AI technology, dubbed Super Soldier, can reduce human physical exertion by 66? What a jest. Upon learning this, Zhao Linghua felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy, while Qi Tianyun nearly fainted from laughter. However, Elder Qin furrowed his brow, not out of disbelief, but because he found it somewhat incredulous. Reducing physical consumption has always been the primary function of exoskeleton armor. What is the role of exoskeleton armor? Simply put, it serves two purposes. First, to diminish human physical exertion, and second, to amplify the work done under equivalent physical conditions. In other words, when the Chinese realized the difficulty of achieving immortality, the exoskeleton armor emerged as a substitute for cybernetic transcendence. The aspirations for exoskeleton armor can be likened to a template for cultivating immortality. If you desire immense strength, the exoskeleton armor can deliver. If you wish to scale walls, the exoskeleton armor can facilitate that. Remarkably, an exoskeleton armor could even enable flight. Thus, reducing physical consumption is a critical aspect of exoskeleton armor. Over the years, Elder Chin has also monitored this field. To date, the most advanced third-generation military-grade exoskeleton armor has achieved a reduction in physical consumption data of 15. Do not underestimate 15. This figure is already astonishing. If paired with top-tier international running shoes, that number could even rise to 20. Yet, Pei Su has managed to elevate this figure to an astounding 66. Even Elder Chin found this somewhat baffling. In response, Pei Su merely smiled and donned the golden-threaded armor onto Elder Chin. Sir, walk around and see how it feels. Elder Chin, skeptical yet curious, took a few steps. Upon doing so, he sensed something was amiss. Why is this? At over 90 years of age, although he had practiced internal martial arts in his youth, which had its benefits, his advanced age had taken its toll. The current Elder Chin appeared healthy, yet in reality, his physical state had deteriorated significantly. He required a firm grip and gritted teeth to walk without a cane. However, once clad in this remarkable golden-threaded armor, he discovered that walking had become remarkably effortless. He felt a peculiar sense of joy, even attempting a backflip on a whim, which he surprisingly executed flawlessly. His delight was palpable, akin to discovering a treasure of unparalleled value. Those present, however, were taken aback by the spectacle. Grandfather, Lu Su Ran exclaimed, startled. You're too old for such antics. Elder Chin chuckled in agreement, but was reluctant to remove the golden armor. He walked, leaped, and traversed the area like a child who had just learned to walk, exploring his newfound mobility. Why? Zhao Linghua, observing Elder Chin lost in his own world, was filled with confusion. What is the principle behind this super soldier technology? Why is the enhancement so substantial? To put it plainly, Elder Chin, a man in his 90s, donned this golden-threaded armor and could run, jump, and even perform a backflip. An astonishing feat indeed. The principle, Pei Su explained with a smile, is quite simple. The Super Soldier system is a comprehensive AI predictive behavior system. It can respond to the user's muscle movements within 0.003 seconds. Utilizing open-source DP code, it is enhanced by a specialized AI tailored for the Super Soldier system. Even an elder like Elder Chin, equipped with our 4th-generation exoskeleton armor, can effortlessly execute complex maneuvers, with joints remaining unrestricted and remarkably agile. Elder Chin paused and nodded in agreement. Qi Tianyun's smile threatened to split his face in two. Previously envious of Zhao Linghua, he now felt satisfied. Under normal circumstances, the technological sophistication of exoskeleton armor cannot be compared to the Black Mirror. However, Pei Su's creation is a quintessential example of numerical prowess. The figures are extraordinarily high. The technology is exceptionally advanced. Gazing at the golden-threaded armor adorning Elder Chin, Qi Tianyun was torn between the desire to touch it and the fear of displeasing Elder Chin, embodying a wishful yet hesitant demeanor. This time, it was Zhao Linghua who felt a surge of envy. Yet, it ultimately did not belong to him. So he consoled himself. It's all right. It's all right. The Black Mirror is excellent too. At that moment, the two commanders exchanged a knowing glance. They felt reassured. Regardless of the outcome of the upcoming grand military competition, the war zone would witness their utmost efforts. It was no joke. They had developed the 5th-generation tank. And now they had produced a 4th-generation exoskeleton armor with a 66 reduction in physical exertion and equipped with Super Soldier AI. Was this not a demonstration of their dedication? The prospect of a stable landing was assured. The two commanders were elated. Lu Su Ran was also delighted, initially thinking this was merely a record. She was astonished to find it was 2 records, both showcasing groundbreaking innovations. In the future, when these records are revealed, few would suspect that such cutting-edge technology was crafted by a group of university students. The photographer was equally thrilled. He had captured what he perceived as nearly exquisite, bordering on art, the Black Mirror. Having once served as a photographer for a geography magazine, he felt this trip was not in vain. He had witnessed beauty. Without a doubt, Elder Chin was the happiest among them all. For the first time, he felt that walking was an effortless endeavor. It was easy and invigorating, devoid of fatigue. He truly did not wish to part with it. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Elder Chin declared, I shall keep this on. It will be useful for my visits to various projects. The others raised no objections. As they watched Elder Chin strut around in his golden armor, Zhao Linghua quietly approached Pei Su, having something to share with her. Chapter 80, Secondary Nuclear Deterrence Plan? Outside the gates of Lonka University, the two commanders felt a deep sense of satisfaction as they prepared to depart. After today's demonstration, both were content. Whether it was the annihilative weaponry of the Black Mirror or the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor featuring Super Soldier AI, both would undoubtedly be the most striking advancements in the upcoming military competition in June. Their long-desired stable retirement plan was finally coming to fruition. A win-win situation. Today, both commanders were in high spirits. Take care, commanders, Pei Su bid them farewell. Elder Chin, clad in the golden armor, had wandered off, while Lu Su Ran, after completing her documentation, was busy returning to edit the footage. Thus, it fell to her to see the two off. Yet, before parting, Zhao Lingwa gazed at Pei Su with keen interest and suddenly remarked, "Child, are you aware that your teacher, namely old Qin, once embarked upon a rather extraordinary project?" Pei Su shook her head slightly, puzzled. "No, I am not aware. It was indeed a remarkable endeavor, probably back in 2009, during a period of severe national circumstances. Beneath the facade of peace, we were actually contending with threats from NATO and various other organizations. Great powers are inherently perilous, even the bear of that time. The state of affairs in 2009 was akin to a match igniting a fraying rope, the end of which was labeled peace. This peace held firm until the rope snapped. Yet everyone knew that in 2009, a moment's carelessness could lead to everything unraveling. This was not mere paranoia. Genuine crises existed that ordinary people were unaware of. As the international situation was exceedingly grim, we were at risk of a coordinated assault from the world's mightiest nations." As he spoke, admiration flickered across Zhao Lingwe's face. In that seemingly peaceful yet internally tumultuous year, old Qin published a paper. The content described a project worth hundreds of billions. Upon its release, it immediately ascended to the top of the New York academic paper website. The premier military research lab in the USA declared it an idea that could lead to mutual destruction across the entire solar system. The president of the Bear even called overnight to negotiate a collaboration after old Qin's paper was published. Southeast Asia, in turn, behaved as docile as a kitten. With a single paper, he resolved the most turbulent year. He continued, in the subsequent years, the Tianhe 1 was born in 2010. The Jiaolong first ventured into the depths of 5,000 meters in 2011, and in 2012, Chang'e 2 captured high-definition images of the moon. By 2013 and 2014, Zhao Lingwa spoke softly. The tranquility of 2009 was achieved through a paper by your teacher. However, the project was so formidable that the leaders at the national level initially dismissed him as merely posturing, fabricating a project for the sake of national security to buy time. Yet later, they realized he was utterly serious. Even now, more than a decade later, he continues to pursue this project, known as the Secondary Nuclear Deterrence Program. At this point, Pei Su felt both astonished and bewildered. "What does this have to do with me?" She smiled and replied, "Commander, you are sharing so much with me, but I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend." Zhao Lingwa regarded her with profound significance, patting her shoulder. "You are the most exceptional student in the first Dragon Talent class. In the future, you will become synonymous with old Qin. You will embody him. Perhaps, after his passing, this vital project may even be entrusted to you." He whispered, "In this project, I possess no political stance. However, I can assert that the Secondary Nuclear Deterrence Program represents the pinnacle of scientific research. It stands to be the greatest technological advancement in the world, potentially altering the global landscape." Pei Su inquired softly, "What landscape?" Nearby, Qi Tianyun slowly interjected, "Unrivaled in the world. If this project is realized, we will be invincible, for we shall hold the fate of an entire galaxy in our hands." A self-deprecating smile crossed his face as he added, "But will this project truly be completed? I fear it may not happen, at least not for several decades." Qi Tianyun glanced at Pei Su and added, "Even if you were to undertake this project." Pei Su retorted, "But I don't even know what this project entails. You two are speculating so far ahead. Who can predict the future?" The two commanders laughed heartily. Indeed, who can predict the future? Perhaps there will come a crisis necessitating the birth of the Secondary Nuclear Deterrence Program. Or perhaps, in the future, the nation will be prosperous and the world will resonate in harmony, rendering this project unnecessary. Who can say what the future holds? Off you go, kid. As they boarded the vehicle, Zhao Lingwa rolled down the window and shouted, "Deliver the goods directly to me as soon as they are ready. The sooner the better. Remember to come and watch the grand military competition in June." Pei Su nodded. Qi Tianyun also lowered the window and gently advised Pei Su, "Put in your best effort. Child, you need only build one tank, but for the exoskeleton armor, I estimate you'll need to create several sets." With that, both Zhao Lingwa and Qi Tianyun wore expressions of mischievous delight. Pei Su, somewhat perplexed, bid farewell to the two commanders. By the time she returned to her apartment, the sky had darkened. Upon opening the door, she found Xiaohua, Chen Kai, Wang Qingyu, and others gathered, engrossed in a game of card play. "I'm out of this round," Xiaohua lamented, concealing his cards within his clothing. "You all go ahead. I can't continue with this hand." Chen Kai sighed in agreement. In their game, the inevitable victor was none other than Zhang Ming. "Isn't this just cheating?" Xiaohua exclaimed, throwing down his cards. "With such a good memory, I'll never play cards again in a place where this guy is present." Chen Kai solemnly concurred. "We can't even play mahjong anymore." It was at this moment that they noticed Pei Su, and they all rose, greeting her. "Class leader, Su Ge." Pei Su nodded, pouring herself a glass of warm water and casually remarked, "Today is a break. We'll resume work tomorrow. Is everyone all right with that?" "No problem," they chorused in unison. The manufacturing process had proceeded far more smoothly than Pei Su had anticipated. By early May, the Black Mirror was completed and successfully passed testing. They had also produced 4 sets of the exoskeleton armor equipped with cutting-edge single-soldier AI technology. On this day in the office, Pei Su approached Li Yunchang. There was no particular reason. She had recently developed a fondness for tea, and as the principal, Li Yunchang possessed the finest selection. Principal, may I have another tea cake? Pei Su gazed longingly at the vibrant red tea box on the shelf, salivating at the thought. Enough already, Li Yunchang scolded. You have requested 3 tea cakes from me in the last 2 months. Do you have any idea how precious this tea is? It's irreplaceable. All gifts from friends. And I can hardly bear to drink it. Despite his grumbling, Li Yunchang reluctantly fetched another tea cake for Pei Su. As she accepted the tea cake and prepared to leave, a phone call suddenly came through. Hello? Is this Pei Su? A gentle voice, aged and undeniably frail, resonated from the other end. Yes, it is. How did you obtain my phone number? Pei Su responded, unsure of the elderly voice's owner. Was this some new scam? However, since the 8th generation aircraft project, she had noticed her phone number seemed to have entered a highly confidential state. Previously, she received numerous spam messages. But since the 8th generation project, none had come through. Who is it? Li Yunchang asked casually. Probably a scam call, Pei Su replied nonchalantly. Just then, a fit of harsh coughing erupted from the other end. Cough, cough. Well, you little rascal. I'll let it slide this time since you're around the same age as my granddaughter. Who is the person beside you? Pei Su glanced over. Calmly responding into the phone, what does it matter to you? Is it Li Yunchang, the principal of Lonka University? The elderly voice on the line chuckled softly. Tell him I am Zhang Yutang. Pei Su set down the phone and turned to Li Yunchang. Principal, the old man on the line claimed to be Zhang Yutang. Who is Zhang Yutang? Zhang Yutang. At this midday hour, Li Yunchang was somewhat drowsy. Initially, he did not dwell on the name and casually replied. How should I know who Zhang Yutang is? I'm not an AI. Just ignore it. It's probably just a new scam. Hang up. Pei Su nodded and ended the call. However, a moment later, Li Yunchang suddenly sprang to his feet, his voice rising an octave. Who? Are you saying Zhang Yutang? Pei Su, slightly puzzled, glanced at him. Yes. He asked me to tell you that he is Zhang Yutang. Li Yunchang's scalp tingled. Zhang Yutang. Wasn't he the commander of the Eastern Theater Command? Goodness. Is he actually suggesting that the commander is involved in a new scam? He's truly courting disaster. Li Yunchang immediately broke out in a cold sweat, fully alert now, and snatched Pei Su's phone to return the call. Hello? Commander Zhang, good day to you. Li Yunchang felt embarrassed. It's midday, and I was a bit drowsy and muddled. You know, people our age tend to be like that. On the other end, Zhang Yutang's voice came through sharply. Who is your age? I could be your father. Listening to the voice on the phone, Li Yunchang felt his face flush with embarrassment. Indeed, Zhang Yutang was the current commander of the Eastern Theater Command, a prominent figure. Back in 2019, he had orchestrated a grand red-blue military exercise, with the blue side commanded by the infamous Man Guangxi and the red side led by Zhang Yutang. That year was the most promising for capturing Man Guangxi, despite the blue side's overwhelming advantage and the red side's dire straits. Zhang Yutang commanded his troops for 11 consecutive days and nights, executing a brilliant maneuver that nearly resulted in Man Guangxi's assassination. That year was also the most hopeful for eliminating Man Guangxi. This illustrates the extent of Zhang Yutang's commanding prowess. At that time, he was merely the chief of staff for the Eastern Theater Strategy Department and a 75-year-old man. The high-intensity thinking over those 11 days and nights ultimately led to Zhang Yutang becoming the commander of the Eastern Theater Command, but he also entered a semi-retired state. Such a position consumes a great deal of mental energy. Zhang Yutang, originally a soldier, had many health issues after the red-blue military exercise. He was bedded in for over 10 days. It was unclear why he was calling now. Commander Zhang, may I ask the reason for your call? Li Yunchang inquired cautiously. Oh, it's nothing specific. A few days ago, Old Qin visited us wearing a striking golden garment that resembled soft armor. He mentioned it was developed by your Lonka University. It's supposed to be easy on the legs. Recently, I've had trouble walking, so I'd like to acquire one. As soon as Zhang Yutang finished speaking, Li Yunchang quickly replied, Of course, Commander. Rest assured, I will deliver it to you. Zhang Yutang chuckled. My granddaughter happens to be nearby. I'll have her come over to bring you the payment. Li Yunchang insisted. No, really, there's no need. It's our honor to assist you. Zhang Yutang retorted. I'm not one to take things for free. When I say buy, I mean it. Then, lowering his voice, Zhang Yutang asked, Can that girl, Pei Su, hear us? Li Yunchang hesitated before responding. No. He noticed Pei Su sitting on the sofa, lovingly caressing a precious tea cake, clearly not paying attention to their conversation. All right then. I'll have my granddaughter come over with the money. See if you can arrange for the 2 kids to chat a bit, Zhang Yutang suggested softly. Upon hearing this, Li Yunchang's mind buzzed. What was this? Was this top-tier bigwig trying to arrange a match for his granddaughter? Absolutely not. A sudden thought flashed through Li Yunchang's mind. He could not allow Zhang Yutang's granddaughter to lure Pei Su away. This old rascal must have heard of Pei Su's achievements and sought to entice her into the military. What a joke. Li Yunchang quickly interjected. Commander, I have something urgent to attend to, so I must hang up. Hey, you. Zhang Yutong had not finished his sentence when the call was abruptly disconnected. After placing the phone back in Pei Su's hands, Li Yunchang walked straight to the window and drew the curtains. Below, a Land Rover slowly pulled up and parked, and a girl stepped out, carrying a briefcase and casually lighting a cigarette. He turned back to Pei Su and said, "I'm going to step out for a moment. Please wait for me." Pei Su nodded. Before leaving, Li Yunchang made sure to close the curtains. However, just after he left, Pei Su's phone rang again. She answered, "Hello? Hello, Pei Su. I am Lin Hua, the commander of the Central Theater Command. If all goes well, Zhang Yutong should have already called you. I want to beat around the bush. I also wish to purchase a set of the 4th generation exoskeleton armor that you developed." Chapter 82. Goodness, we're striking it rich at that moment. Pei Su finally understood the implications of the gleeful expressions previously displayed by Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyan. "Hello, Commander Lin. Our stock of exoskeleton armor is limited." Pei Su instinctively wanted to refuse, as they had only produced 4 pieces thus far, including the one worn by Old Qin, that made 5. But on the other end, Lin Hua cut to the chase, stating a figure, 1 million. Pei Su's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. "All right, please provide me with your address, and I will dispatch it via courier. Please use the postal service, otherwise it won't get into the military district." After Lin Hua provided the address, he ended the call. Pei Su savored the moment. The cost of a 4th generation exoskeleton armor was about 150,000 yuan. By reselling it, she stood to gain 1 million. In just a few seconds, she had made a profit of 850,000. What a delightful and fulfilling feeling. Just as Pei Su exhaled with relief, her phone rang once more. "Hello, I am Wang Chaoyan from the Military Science Approval Department. Are you Pei Su?" A middle-aged voice came through. "I am Wang Qingyu's father. I learned that you have developed an exoskeleton armor, so I'd like to purchase several sets on behalf of our organization. About 15 or 16. We are willing to spend 1 million on each set." Meanwhile, Li Yunchang had descended the stairs and immediately spotted the Land Rover. It was clearly a modified vehicle with a significantly elevated chassis. The woman leaned against the car, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Seeing Li Yunchang, she opened the car door, casually retrieving the briefcase and handing it to him. Li Yunchang accepted the briefcase and opened it to find it filled with cash, 1 million in total. The woman discarded her cigarette butt and sighed, revealing an unmistakable weariness in her eyes. "You should know my grandfather's address, Principal. I must take my leave now to catch up on some sleep." Li Yunchang could not help but ask, "Wait a moment. Are you still working at the Qianshuesan laboratory?" The woman nodded, entering a Land Rover, which soon sped away. Watching the vehicle disappear into the distance, Li Yunchang fell into deep contemplation. The woman, named Zhang Wan, was a student from Lonka University and a senior of Pei Su. After graduating, she took an internship at Lonka Institute, and due to her outstanding performance, within just a year, she was offered a lucrative position at the Qianshuesan laboratory. Consequently, Zhang Wan joined this prestigious laboratory in Kyoto, which ranks among the top 2, and has been working there for 2 years. Currently, Li Yunchang knew little about Zhang Wan, only that she was engaged in a significant project within the vast field of controllable nuclear fusion. Truth be told, if one were to match this remarkable young lady with Pei Su, it would indeed be a case of beauty and talent. However, Li Yunchang was genuinely concerned that Zhang Wan might lead Pei Su into the military district. Never mind, why overthink it? He shook his head and retrieved the safe. Upon entering the building, he was greeted by an unexpected scene. Pei Su was on the phone, jotting down various details on paper. A brief glance revealed that it concerned orders from some unit, such as the Military Science Approval Department requesting 15 sets of exoskeleton armor, among other things. He chose not to interrupt Pei Su, simply observing in silence. After more than an hour, the call finally concluded, and no further calls came in. Pei Su exhaled in relief, turning off the phone and tossing it into the corner of the sofa, collapsing into its cushions. "Principal, what on earth is Qin Lao doing? In just 1 hour, no less than 15 unit heads have called my private number wanting to purchase our exoskeleton armor. Isn't my phone supposed to be confidential?" Li Yunchang smiled awkwardly. It's just the way of the world. In a society rooted in personal connections, most confidentiality pertains to the outside world. However, for those in the know, finding your phone number isn't too difficult. Pei Su appeared despondent, 70+ sets. How on earth are we going to meet that demand? Each caller holds a significant position. The army commander of the Central Theater, the principal leader of the Qianshuesan laboratory, and even the Southern and Northern Theater commanders have reached out wanting to purchase a few sets. Suddenly, Pei Su composed himself, but thankfully, I have agreed to all of them. Li Yunchang was taken aback. What do you mean? You accepted all 15 orders? Pei Su nodded. Yes, I had no choice. Their ranks are too high. Li Yunchang questioned. But how will you keep up with production? Pei Su blinked. What production capacity? Li Yunchang was momentarily stunned. 70+ sets of exoskeleton armor, and you only have 6 people. How will you manage? Pei Su smiled awkwardly. Well, they didn't specify when they needed them. We can afford to delay a bit. Li Yunchang facepalmed. You really are something else. Of course, I'm not merely after the money. I have given it serious thought. Pei Su replied earnestly, if we truly can't meet production demands, isn't there still you? Li Yinchang was puzzled for a few seconds. What do you mean? I don't quite grasp your intention. Pei Su blinked. Think about it. Who do I represent? Qin Lao and you. If I can't keep up, they won't trouble me. A junior, nor would they dare to bother Qin Lao, so they will certainly come looking for you. Therefore, you will help me, right? Li Yinchang was momentarily speechless. You little rascal. I kindly offer you tea and cakes, and you dare to plot against me? After muttering a few curses, he finally shook his head. Forget it. I only care about results. If you want to take the orders, go ahead. The school can assist you in fulfilling these orders, but correspondingly, you will have to cover the maintenance costs of the production line. Pei Su nodded, agreed. In the afternoon, after classes, everyone returned to the apartment to rest. Pei Su gathered everyone in his apartment and solemnly announced, everyone, I believe we are all about to become millionaires. Wang Qingyu asked, puzzled, millionaires? What do you mean? Have the two commanders already transferred the money? Pei Su replied, not yet. He recounted the day's events in detail to everyone. I calculated it. The principal will help us produce the 4th generation of exoskeleton armor. The production line's costs are significantly lower than our manual labor. The cost of each exoskeleton armor can be reduced to around 130,000. Although the maintenance costs of the production line aren't negligible, I believe they won't exceed 20,000 per unit. Thus, the final cost of each exoskeleton armor will remain under 150,000, while its selling price is 1 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qingyu's eyes sparkled. How much will each of us earn? Pei Su replied, we'll divide it equally. The others exchanged glances and unanimously protested. No way. Pei Su was taken aback. You all want more? It's not that we want you to take less. Xiaohua stood up earnestly. Su Gu. We don't subscribe to egalitarianism. Those with abilities should take home more. That's what we believe. Only then can we contribute more in our future collaborations. In the design of the exoskeleton armor, you provided the super soldier code and the overall design. You deserve the lion's share. Ultimately, after negotiation, the profit-sharing model was established. Pei Su would take 50% of the profits, while the other 5 would each take 10%. Therefore, for the total order of 75 sets of exoskeleton armor, which amounted to 75 million, after deducting the cost of 15 million, there remained a profit of 60 million. Notably, this 60 million is tax-exempt, as national laws stipulate that military products are exempt from taxation. Thus, the entire 60 million is pure profit. Pei Su would receive 30 million, while each of the others would take home 6 million. Wow, WVE struck it rich. As the realization set in, everyone understood they had hit the jackpot. Chapter 83. Even commanders can't bear the pressure. What was it like for everyone, except Pei Su, to receive 6 million? It was akin to Wang Qingyu successfully purchasing her favorite Louis Vuitton, Hermes, Chanel, and Gucci from a reliable overseas agent through WeChat moments by the end of April, completely transforming her style and enhancing her beauty. After all, which girl doesn't love beauty? Chen Ke bought a brand new Audi A6, the top model, and occasionally strolled around the Lonka University campus. This flashy man even donned the Lonka University uniform, although the university did not mandate wearing uniforms. Who wouldn't notice a man driving an Audi A6 while dressed in school attire? Zhang Ming paid off his family's mortgage. Li Bei contacted various international academic institutions, like New York University and Manhattan University, and invested heavily in acquiring some confidential books that were not accessible to the public. After all, most secrets can be unlocked with enough money. Xiaohua didn't purchase anything extravagant. His family was already well off. But having a few million in his savings was still a delightful addition. As for Pei Su, he hardly had time to spend money, being wholly engrossed in the production work for Black Mirror. By the end of May, Black Mirror was finally completed. Pei Su reached out to the most reputable transportation company in the country, requesting their assistance in transporting the tank to the Kyoto military district. However, the transportation company replied, Brother, we have never transported an 80-ton tank. We cannot assist you with this. Pei Su inquired, Did you not claim to have transported 1,000 tons of steel coils? The head of the transportation company, lighting a cigarette, replied, Indeed, but we had nearly 50 vehicles making round trips at that time. This load is excessively heavy, and it must be transported in one go. We cannot manage it. Ultimately, Pei Su reached out to Zhao Lingua, utilizing military transport trucks, which finally enabled the tank to be delivered to the Kyoto military district. Before parting ways, Zhao Lingua remarked, Do not forget, June 1st is the day to witness the grand military competition. Pei Su affirmed, understood. On May 31st, in the Kyoto military district, Zhao Lingua sat in the guardroom, occasionally glancing out the window until a military armored vehicle slowly approached. He stepped out of the guardroom as the vehicle came to a halt. The driver hurriedly opened the door, and 2 elderly gentlemen emerged. These 2 elders were remarkable for 2 reasons. First, their advanced age, appearing nearly 80, and second, the striking golden-hued attire resembling soft armor that adorned them. Zhao Lingua acknowledged the 2 elders with a nod. One of the white-haired gentlemen chuckled, Old Zhao, you've become distant. The other elder, whose hair was dyed black and appeared quite spry, joined in the laughter. Enough idle chatter. We have come to see how your fifth-generation tank performs. Let us get on with it. The white-haired elder was Zhang Yutong, the commander of the Central Theater Army, while the black-haired elder was Lin Hua, the commander of the Eastern Theater Army. Their visit was primarily to assess the performance of the tank known as the Black Mirror. Zhao Lingwa nodded, very well. However, I must gently remind you, esteemed commanders, that the specifications of this tank are rather astonishing. I recall that both of you suffer from hypertension and chronic heart conditions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yutong shot him a sharp glance. What do you mean, old Zhao? What have we not faced before? Why bring this up? Zhao Lingwa offered an awkward smile. I am merely concerned for your health. So, did you bring the emergency heart pills? Zhang Yutong and Lin Hua exchanged glances, somewhat amused. Lin Hua chuckled. Yes, the driver has them. The driver, standing nearby, promptly retrieved a variety of medications from his pocket, including emergency heart pills, deer antler capsules, liver protection tablets, and even a blue Viagra bottle. Upon seeing the blue bottle alongside the heart pills, Zhao Lingwa felt a wave of relief. Xiao Chu, Zhao Lingwa called out, and Major General Chu swiftly exited the guardroom. What is it, Commander? You accompany the two commanders to see the Black Mirror. I still have work to finish and cannot join you, Zhao Lingwa informed him. Understood. Major General Chu nodded, and soon the military armored vehicle sped away. As the sun descended, dusk enveloped the office. Zhao Lingwa finally concluded his day's work, which had been quite hectic. The following day marked the Grand Military Competition, an event of great significance to both theaters. Numerous high-ranking officials from the Central Theater had called, and even some acquaintances from the Eastern Theater sought information from him. Adjusting his chair to massage mode, Zhao Lingwa reclined and savored the relaxation it provided. Just as he began to feel drowsy, his phone rang. It was Major General Chu. Hello? Commander. Oh, Xiao Chu. Are the two commanders with you? No, Commander. They just left. Zhao Lingwa straightened, his expression growing serious. Although he claimed to be busy, he could have easily made time to accompany the two esteemed leaders to witness the Black Mirror. He had sent Major General Chu in his stead because Chu was the youngest major general in the Kyoto military district and had a good rapport with Pei Su. Zhao Lingwa hoped to let Chu showcase himself before the two commanders while also considering another matter. He had never given up on persuading Pei Su to join the military. However, broaching that topic was somewhat delicate, so he had informed Major General Chu in advance to mention a few words about Pei Su while accompanying the commanders. What did they say? Oh, they mentioned they would think of a way regarding Pei Su. That is good. Zhao Lingwa felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile spreading across his face. What was their reaction upon seeing the Black Mirror? They must have been quite astonished, right? Indeed, they were surprised. Initially, it was fine. But after the weapons demonstration, Commander Lin couldn't handle it and collapsed. The driver gave him an emergency heart pill, and he was fine afterward. The military doctor attributed it to hypertension. Then, when the Black Mirror accelerated to 250 km/h, Commander Zhang clutched his heart, complaining of pain. The military doctor informed him it was quite a shock, but after taking another heart pill, he recovered as well. Before leaving, both commanders expressed satisfaction with the tank and hope for its early mass production. After hearing all this, Zhao Lingwa felt as if a herd of wild horses galloped through his heart. He had forewarned the two commanders, yet they still couldn't withstand the pressure. Their resilience seemed rather weak. Chapter 84. The Grand Military Competition. Yanjiao Factory Cluster. On June 1st, Children's Day, the day of the Grand Military Competition had arrived. Early that morning, a modest shuttle bus stopped at the entrance of Lonka, where Pei Su and his companions boarded. The bus quickly set off. Su Go on the bus. Xiaohua, noticing the route was clearly not heading toward the Kyoto Military District, inquired of Pei Su, where are we going? To the Kyoto Military District? Or to the Magic City Military District? Pei Su shook his head. Neither. I do not know the exact location, but I can assure you it is definitely not a military district. Huh, why not? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Are you foolish? Chun Kei interjected with a grin. For an event like the Grand Military Competition, there must be foreign journalists present. After all, it is an opportunity to showcase our strength to the outside world. If these foreign journalists were to enter the military district, then all secrets would be exposed, wouldn't they? They will likely choose a factory site or a barren area instead. Wang Qingyu joined the conversation, her face filled with curiosity. Are there many barren areas in Kyoto? After all, land here is quite precious. Thus, I surmise we are most likely heading to the suburbs, Chun Kei concluded. Indeed, Chun Kei's speculation was correct. The Yanjiao factory cluster is a vast assembly of factories located in the suburbs of Kyoto. Before the turn of the millennium, it represented the pinnacle of our nation's heavy industry. In fact, the cluster was initially established during the military-to-civilian transition, serving as a hub for several military factories. However, with the implementation of the military-to-civilian policy, these military establishments were transformed into legitimate civilian manufacturing plants. At its peak, the area produced 40,000 industrial products daily for the market. Yet, following stringent environmental regulations and the integration into the World Trade Organization, this industrial complex gradually fell into disrepair. Upon arriving at the Yanjiao factory cluster at 9 in the morning, Pei Su disembarked the bus. observing a variety of vehicles surrounding him. What particularly caught his attention were several cars displaying the diplomatic license plates of various embassies, which were conspicuously marked with white letters on a black background. The middle-aged individuals descending from the vehicles are the heads of various embassies stationed in China. Mr. Peter calls out, and a brand new fifth-generation half-defense military vehicle, Baiyu, produced by the Dragon Science Institute, smoothly comes to a halt. Zhao Lingwa steps out of the vehicle and shakes hands with a blonde, blue-eyed American. Hello, Mr. Zhao, Peter greets, his gaze drawn to the impressive vehicle behind Zhao. A look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Could this be the latest fifth-generation military vehicle from Huagua? Indeed, this is Baiyu, produced by the Dragon Science Institute. Zhao Lingwa affirms with a smile, though he does not clarify that it is actually a fifth-generation half. Truly remarkable, Peter nods in appreciation. His keen eyes reveal that even with exceptional insight, one cannot solely assess a vehicle's performance based on its appearance. It is stunning. Who is the designer? Are they participating in today's competition? Peter inquires. Oh, that individual? Haha, he is not present, Zhao Lingwa replies with a smile, continuing to speak nonsensically. Very well, Mr. Zhao. I eagerly anticipate this year's grand military competition between the Kyoto and Magic City military districts. I can hardly wait to see your display of strength. Peter chuckles before bidding farewell to Zhao and turning to converse with other embassy heads. Zhao Lingwa discreetly wipes his right hand on his clothing behind his back, pursing his lips. All of this has been observed by Pei Su, who stands nearby. That man, Peter, Major General Chu remarks, having appeared at some point, is indeed the head of the American embassy in China. We have conducted an assessment of him. He is not an entirely impartial member of the embassy. Rather, he is deeply devoted to his country. Major General Chu looks at Pei Su with a hint of amusement and adds, invite him over for a visit. It is essential for the showcase of strength. Pei Su suddenly comprehends. At that moment, a vehicle with temporary plates slowly pulls up, and a foreign woman wearing a headscarf steps out, wielding a camera. She is a foreign journalist. Hey, Luna, how are you? Major General Chu promptly approaches her with a smile. Speaking in fluent British English, I have arranged a filming position for you. The grand military competition will commence around 11 o'clock. How about heading to the reception room first? All right, Mr. Chu, the journalist Luna nods, removing her sun hat and letting her brilliant golden hair flow. Major General Chu instructs someone to escort Luna to the reception area. Pei Su curiously inquires, is she the foreign journalist? Yes, Major General Chu replies nonchalantly, his earlier enthusiasm waning. A foreign journalist is also an indispensable part of showcasing our strength abroad. Luna is among the foreign journalists we have assessed, and she has been relatively fair in her reporting on our country. Being British, she has inherited a bit of the Queen's legacy, I suppose. Her coverage is barely considered impartial, which is why we invited her. Pei Su notes the wording, invited her rather than requested her presence. Thus, it seems that those abroad are also quite eager to witness the advancement of our military capabilities. Time swiftly passes. At 11 o'clock, Pei Su is positioned very close to the exhibition site. To his left are Peter and a group of embassy heads, while to his right is the area where the foreign journalist Luna is filming. In front of him are two familiar figures. The army commanders of the Central and Eastern military districts, Zhang Yutong and Lin Hua. Elder Qin is conversing with both Zhang Yutong and Lin Hua at the forefront, and it is evident that the two commanders hold Elder Qin in high regard. Not far away stands his uncle, Li Yong and Wang Jiang, who are observing from the Dragon Science Institute's designated area. Wow! Xiao Hua exclaims excitedly. Our north, south, east, and west are all represented by top-tier figures. Chen Kai, unable to contain himself, adds, with such a grand occasion, I must take a photo and post it on social media. Saying this, he takes out his phone and records a video while snapping several photos. The sound of the camera clicks echoes, and suddenly, laughter erupts from the area where the embassy heads are gathered. Pei Su turns to look, noticing two representatives with Japanese and Korean features withdrawing their gazes, their smiles still lingering on their faces. Who are those two? Chen Kai glances at them with irritation. It's obvious that the short one is Japanese, and the one with the shiny face has the appearance of a Korean. Pei Su remarks without hesitation. It's quite irritating. I can't tell if it's a coincidence or intentional. Chen Kai scoffs. Their laughter makes it seem as if I have never encountered the world, like a country bumpkin. Let's wait and see, Pei Su replies softly. Chapter 85. What is the background of this young man? Dong Sang-jun. They are filming you. Perhaps they have never encountered individuals like you and me. So just bear with it, Mr. Park says. Of course, I understand. 20 years ago, this place was barren. We must encourage each other. Being photographed is something we must accept. The two middle-aged individuals with Japanese and Korean features exchange knowing smiles. Clearly, both the Japanese named Dong Sang and the Korean surnamed Park believe that Chen Kai's photography is directed at them. How narcissistic. Peter glances at the two, feeling a surge of exasperation. He did not come today to witness their self-obsession, but to assess the military strength of Huagua and how far it has developed. The Kyoto and Magic City military districts are Huagua's finest, with the nation's military resources concentrated in these two areas. As a member of the most formidable nation on the American continent, Peter is well aware that in this eastern land, there is only one country with the strength and qualifications to compete with them, Longwa, which boasts a rich history of 5,000 years and is one of the 5 permanent members of the current UN Security Council. Koreans? Japanese? 20 years ago, they were our subordinates. 20 years later, it remains the same. Just then, Luna furrows her brow, realizing that her chosen filming position may not be optimal. While it is quite close, her camera is better suited for capturing images from a greater distance to achieve superior photographic results. Passionate about photography and aesthetics, she resolutely abandons the proximity of the exhibition site in search of a better angle. Her cerulean eyes scan the area for an ideal shooting position. Ultimately, Luna's gaze settles on the area where Pei Su stands. Without hesitation, she hoists her camera and tripod and approaches Pei Su. "Excuse me, could you please make a little room? I would like to shoot from here." Pei Su is momentarily taken aback, but does not refuse. Instead, he nods. "Thank you." Luna smiles, acknowledging him with a nod. Just then, Pei Su. Someone calls out suddenly. Pei Su and Luna turn to see that the caller is his uncle, Li Yong. "Uncle," Pei Su waves. Li Yong smiles and nods. Luna feels a ripple of recognition. "I remember him. Li Yong. One of the few academicians from the Dragon Science Institute with expertise across multiple research fields. He is actually this young man's uncle?" "Xiao Pei," another voice calls out. This time from the front, as Zhang Yutong and Lin Hua turn around and notice Pei Su behind them, gently beckoning him. Thus, this is indeed a dual call, resonating simultaneously, leading one to mistakenly perceive it as a singular summons. Luna was taken aback. These two individuals are the leaders of the central and eastern military districts of Huagua. Do they also know the young man beside me? Pei Su, Pei Su, Pei Su. Concurrently, several more calls echoed. Pei Su looked around and discovered that Wang Hongxia, Li Jing, and Wang Jun had also arrived. He greeted each of them with a smile and a nod. However, this left Luna quite startled. Wang Hongxia, the most outstanding researcher from Harbin Institute of Technology, known as a pillar of the scientific community. Li Jing, the head of the Kyoto Laboratory, the youngest national research member of his time, and also the youngest preparatory academician at Lonka Institute. Wang Jun, the head of the Military Industrial Laboratory in Modu, who is likewise the youngest preparatory academician of Lonka Institute. Goodness, each of these individuals stands as a paragon of excellence within Huagua's scientific realm. Astonishingly, they all seem to be acquainted with Pei Su, and they appear to hold him in high regard. Luna understood that this was no mere formality. While the British uphold a certain elegant noble etiquette, Huagua does not adhere to such conventions. Therefore, it must be that this young man has interacted with these prominent figures at some juncture, earning their recognition. Luna regarded Pei Su with a gaze filled with astonishment. The responsible parties of the embassy, Mr. Dong Sang and Mr. Park, wore expressions that had suddenly turned serious. To engage amicably with so many eminent individuals suggests a standing that is at least on par with theirs, if not superior. Hence, the individual taking photographs must also hold a significant status, right? Would someone of such caliber capture images of themselves? Both individuals realized that their earlier assumptions had crumbled, their faces reflecting discomfort. Peter silently marveled at this young man's background. He discreetly noted Pei Su's visage, contemplating a future inquiry. However, Peter's efforts would ultimately prove futile. For Pei Su's information is highly classified, safeguarded as one of Huagua's top secrets. Although insiders within military, industrial, and research sectors may glean some details about Pei Su, even someone of Peter's rank, as an embassy head, would find it impossible to uncover information, should he lack expertise in the field. The grand military competition commenced swiftly. Given the presence of foreign journalists and embassy leaders, the preceding physical contest for the soldiers did not last long. Soon, they transitioned to the technology showcase segment. With the debut of the Black Mirror and the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor, exclamations in foreign tongues erupted from the audience. Peter sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. Rather than being shocked by the performance of the Black Mirror and the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor, it was more accurate to say that Peter, who outwardly appeared as the embassy leader, was, in fact, a covert investor in the military laboratory at New York University and a seasoned patriot. He had never publicly participated in any events at the New York University Military Laboratory, remaining entirely incognito. Yet he was aware that there were currently 15 projects at the laboratory that faced significant hurdles, 2 of which were the 4th-generation tank and the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor. Why? Firstly, the 4th-generation tank still fails to address the fundamental issue posed by suicide drones. The exorbitant costs incurred in manufacturing the 4th-generation tank ultimately render it susceptible to destruction by inexpensive drones. Secondly, the complexity of developing the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor is immense. The constraints of materials and the limitations of AI technology hinder progress in aspects such as joint flexibility, weight-bearing capacity, and augmentation for soldiers. Yet now, the challenges that have thwarted the allocation of $300 billion in military funding at New York University have been effortlessly overcome in Huagua. The tanks produced are not merely 4th-generation tanks. but rather fifth-generation main battle tanks. As Peter and other embassy officials were left in a state of shock, Zhang Yutong and Lin Hua exchanged knowing smiles from a distance. Showcasing muscle was their forte. Chapter 86. The Military-Grade National Library. A new medium, the Grand Military Competition, was an unmitigated success. The unveiling of the Black Mirror and the fourth-generation exoskeleton armor left many, including Peter, Dong Sang, Mr. Park, and Luna, the foreign journalist, utterly astounded. Oh my god, this is impossible. In such a setting, a chorus of astonished foreign phrases filled the air. No one knew that this nearly unbelievable technology was the brainchild of the young Pei Su. Even Luna, standing beside Pei Su, could scarcely fathom that such groundbreaking technology, capable of transforming the landscape of terrestrial warfare, was developed by him. No one could have anticipated it. It was akin to a hidden gem in the night. Under the blazing sun, Pei Su's eyes sparkled as he quietly observed everything. For him, it bore little excitement. The truly remarkable technology had never been showcased. For instance, the medium-sized 8th-generation fighter he developed, along with the large 8th-generation fighter, the Tu-55 manufactured by Lonka Institute based on Pei Su's expertise, represents the technology that can genuinely alter the world order. However, the Chinese philosophy dictates, develop one generation, conceal another, and research the next. 8th-generation fighters? The government's choice is to carefully safeguard such astonishing technology, awaiting a future moment to unleash its unexpectedly significant impact. By 6 in the evening, many vehicles from the Yinjiao factory cluster had departed. Pei Su was also preparing to leave. Xiao Pei, wait a moment. Suddenly, a call rang out as Zhang Yutong and Lin Hua approached, accompanied by Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyan. The call had originated from Zhang Yutong. Pei Su turned, puzzled, and asked, "What is it?" Zhang Yutong walked over slowly, smiling. "It's nothing. I merely feel delighted. The ultimate victory in this grand military competition has tilted towards Zhao Linghua's Kyoto military district. This also signifies that the substantial military funding, amounting to hundreds of billions, will eventually be directed towards the Kyoto military district. Simultaneously, the Kyoto military district has upheld its first-place standing, while the central military district has also triumphed over the eastern military district. However, it seems that everyone is quite satisfied with this outcome. From the perspective of commanders Zhang Yutong and Lin Hua, both the Kyoto and Moda military districts have done their utmost. Indeed, Zhang Yutong remarked softly, "I am grateful for the support and contributions of your Lonkai class in this grand military competition, and I represent the country in expressing gratitude for your efforts and hard work over the past 6 months. Especially you, Pei Su, as the leader of the Lonkai class. I have reviewed your manufacturing manual and noted that both the Super Soldier AI and the Tri-Service technology were independently accomplished by you. For this reason, I can promise you one condition, one that can be unconditionally fulfilled as long as it does not contravene national regulations or legal stipulations." Zhang Yutong's words plunged Pei Su into contemplation. He first turned to his teammates. "Do you have any requests?" The group exchanged glances, and in unison, they responded, "No need." Pei Su was momentarily taken aback. Xiaohua then smiled. "Do you remember? Pei Gu, we all believe in one thing. The greater the ability, the greater the reward. The greater the responsibility, the greater the effort. Almost half of the workload and design requirements were accomplished solely by you. Therefore, under such conditions, we should not claim what we do not deserve. After all, on a material level, we have little left to desire." Pei Su glanced at the others. Chun Kane nodded and remarked, "With 75 units of the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor, each of us received 6 million. Coupled with the commissions from the Kyoto Military District and the Magic City Military District, I believe our returns are already commensurate with our efforts. To demand more would be futile. Pei Gu, you should take the lead." Pei Su pondered for a moment, agreeing with a nod. He turned to Zhang Yutong, his thoughts deepening. "What is it that I truly seek?" He mused. Perhaps it began on that fateful morning of the college entrance examination when he sketched the design of the 8th-generation machine. At that moment, he understood who he was. Why was he admitted to the Dragon Talent class? It was not solely because he was the designer of the 8th-generation machine. It was also because Elder Qin had recognized early on that deep within his genes lay an innate pursuit of more formidable technology, an inherent affinity for certain endeavors. Much like those who engage in fitness, forever striving for a more perfect physique, superior performance metrics, and exceptional athletic prowess. Or like culinary enthusiasts who relentlessly seek the ultimate flavor, exquisite presentation, and tantalizing aromas. Pei Su yearned for more advanced technology. Thus, an answer swiftly emerged in his mind. "I wish to gain access to our nation's most prestigious and confidential military-grade library." Zhang Yutong was taken aback. "How did you come up with that?" Pei Su paused thoughtfully. "Does my love for reading count?" Zhang Yutong fell silent, while Lin Hua chuckled. "Of course it does. I can grant you that request." With that, Lin Hua and Zhang Yutong exchanged glances and nodded. Subsequently, Lin Hua leaned in closer to Pei Su and whispered, "Are you familiar with the Qianshuesan laboratory?" Pei Su was astonished. "I know of it, but what does it have to do with the library?" The Qianshuesan laboratory, named after the esteemed elder is arguably among the top 3 laboratories in all of Kyoto, often holding the second position consistently. The first being the Dragon Institute, the pinnacle institution in research. You see, around the mid-1950s, exact dates escape me, the nation contemplated establishing a grand and secretive military library in Kyoto to house all classified military-grade materials and documents, allowing researchers in the military domain to conduct their work more effectively. However, during the site selection process, the leaders of that time faced difficulties. In the mid-1950s, it had only been 40 years since Tsinghua Yuan became Tsinghua University, making it unsuitable to select either Tsinghua or Peking University as locations. Moreover, the Dragon Institute had only recently been established and lacked stability. Thus, the plan was ultimately shelved. Lin Hua paused, then continued to whisper into Pei Su's ear. It wasn't until around 2013 or 2014, dates escape me, that the State Council revived this plan, known as the second site selection. By then, both the Dragon Institute and the 2 esteemed universities had become quite suitable for housing this military-grade library. However, considering the establishment of the Qianshuesan Laboratory in 2011, which required fostering collaboration, and with the changing national circumstances, where the state was no longer overly concerned about infiltration, the military-grade National Library was ultimately situated in the underground area of the Qianshuesan Laboratory. Lin Hua gazed at Pei Su. Now do you understand? Pei Su suddenly comprehended, realizing that the underground area of the Qianshuesan Laboratory harbored a military-grade National Library. His system would undoubtedly uncover numerous formidable resources there. Chapter 87. Commander, your move was a misstep. Xiao Pei, that place is indeed classified, but your recent performances, efforts, and dedication have not gone unnoticed. If you truly enjoy reading, then I believe that accessing a military-grade library filled with top-tier classified books would be the best reward for you. Lin Hua looked at Pei Su and softly said, you might want to stay a little longer. I will contact someone to arrange a permanent access permit for the military-grade library. Pei Su nodded. All right. Afterwards, the shuttle bus heading back to the Dragon Institute set off, and the group returned. Lin Hua went to make contact, while Zhang Yutong sat beside Pei Su, lighting a cigarette. As if struck by a sudden thought, he casually inquired, by the way, have you seen my granddaughter? Pei Su was momentarily taken aback. What granddaughter? Zhang Yutong was equally bewildered. She drives a modified Land Rover, smokes, has a mole by her eye, sports short hair, and favors black leather jackets. Haven't you seen her? Pei Su clicked his tongue, marveling at how well the grandfather knew his granddaughter. However, he admitted, I haven't seen her, to be honest. The call was answered by our principal. I was unaware of this matter. Zhang Yutong's frustration spiked. What the hell? Li Yunchang truly knows me too well. It dawned on him. Li Yunchang was worried that his granddaughter might abscond with Pei Su, hence preventing Pei Su from accompanying her. Zhang Yutong was incensed. What does Li Yunchang take me for? Though he did harbor a slight inclination toward such a thought. After all, if he could bring Pei Su into the military district, it would greatly benefit their Central Theater Command in the future. Nevertheless, that was merely a fleeting fancy. Why shouldn't two outstanding young individuals get to know one another? Zhang Yutong was somewhat irritated, yet he could understand Li Yunchang's actions. Forget it, he said, forcing a smile. In any case, his granddaughter worked at the Qianshuesan Laboratory, responsible for a crucial aspect of controllable nuclear fusion. It was likely that Pei Su would encounter her during his visit to the laboratory. Moreover, his granddaughter was also a student at the Dragon Institute, making her Pei Su senior. A senior and a junior, both in military engineering, a match made in heaven. A perfect pairing, igniting sparks. Cough, cough. Zhang Yutong hurriedly stifled his wandering imagination. Cough. It must be the smoke irritating him, leading to such absurd thoughts. Just as Zhang Yutong extinguished his cigarette, but Qin Lao and an elderly gentleman slowly emerged from the factory cluster. Pei Su, you're still here. Qin Lao remarked upon seeing Pei Su's lingering presence. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Pei Su nodded. Understood. His attention was primarily drawn to the mysterious elder accompanying Qin Lao. Clad in administrative attire, holding a thermos, he appeared to possess a significant status. Commander Zhang. Who is this? Pei Su inquired about the elder after Qin Lao and the mysterious figure departed. Ah, that SA leader from the State Council, named Li Zhenyuan. State Council? Pei Su was taken aback. So, a leader from the State Council is also attending this military competition? Of course, Zhang Yutong's expression turned serious. This pertains to the allocation of hundreds of billions in military funds next year. If he doesn't attend, who would? Furthermore, Zhang Yutong added with a grin. Not long ago, I reached out to an old leader from the military commission and asked him to speak to Li Zhenyuan about possibly transferring you to our military district. Now that Li Zhenyuan is leaving with Qin Lao, they are likely heading to a meeting at the State Council. In essence, the conversation veered towards discussions of future prospects. Pei Su was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Am I truly that sought after? Zhang Yutong, with wide eyes, replied. Do you genuinely believe you are not in demand, dear one? Consider your astonishing achievements since your debut. He raised a finger. Let us not even mention the design of the 8th generation aircraft for the college entrance examination. You were the first in the nation to attain a perfect score on your essay. He extended a second finger. You transformed a Ferrari into a vehicle boasting fifth-generation defensive capabilities, inspiring the Dragon Institute, leading to your uncle developing a semi-fifth-generation military vehicle. He lifted a third finger. You have also created small to medium-sized eighth-generation aircraft and published a theoretical work. What was it called? Something about clocks? Something about a disc and a donkey? Pei Su corrected him. It's the theory of clocks, discs, and donkeys. Ah yes, clocks, discs, and donkeys, Zhang Yutong acknowledged. He then spread his palm wide and raised another finger. Furthermore, you developed the fifth-generation tank, the Black Mirror. Equipped with an array of destructive weapons and integrated with 15 collaborative tactics and a fourth-generation exoskeleton armor for super soldiers. These are remarkable innovations. As he spoke, Zhang Yutong adjusted the fourth-generation exoskeleton armor, which he was currently donning. Thus, dear Pei, he said earnestly, you are indeed in high demand. And not just in a typical sense. Even if this may offend Elder Qin, I will endeavor to transfer you to the military district. Pei Su chuckled at the thought. Commander Zhang, I think you might be mistaken. Zhang Yutong paused. Why? My leverage is quite substantial. Li Zhengyuan is likely discussing terms with Elder Qin. Pei Su smiled as he rose, facing Zhang Yutong. Commander, let me ask you this. Is there any possibility that the State Council would allow Elder Qin to restart his secondary nuclear deterrent program? Without hesitation, Zhang Yutong replied. That is impossible. Then, as a university student, not affiliated with any organization, what reason would the state have to transfer me to any unit? Pei Su stated firmly. To put it plainly, if I were to be transferred, I would lose my undergraduate diploma. Commander, what should I do? Zhang Yutong found himself at a loss for words. Do you still care about that? It's only one aspect. Pei Su turned back, observing the sand-laden factory cluster in Yinjiao, remnants of a former sand production site. As the shuttle bus departed, leaving deep tire tracks, he gazed at the tracks and softly remarked, I cannot bear to part with my classmates. They share my ideals and aspirations. If the State Council does not agree to allow Elder Qin to restart his secondary nuclear deterrent program, then I certainly have no chance of being transferred to the military district. I do not wish to be coerced into an action or position without reason. Pei Su smiled. Commander, it seems you are missing a key move. Zhang Yutong laughed in response. Indeed, it appears I have overlooked a crucial aspect. Standing up, Zhang Yutong shook his head. I have neglected to consider your personal will. My apologies for my lack of foresight. I have been pondering the high conditions I could offer you should you join the military district, far surpassing anything you would receive at the Dragon Talent class. I could even establish a financial fund to support your daily expenses and any legal expenditures, with no upper limit. However, I have overlooked the fact that the Dragon Talent class, established by Elder Qin, is not merely a group of researchers but a congregation of young scientific geniuses. Your ideas will clash, and your intellect will compete. It is only in such an environment that you will truly excel. Zhang Yutong shook his head. Elder Qin is indeed astute. Pei Su, however, appeared slightly embarrassed. Commander, you just mentioned that I would have limitless funds. Is that truly the case? Zhang Yutong, puzzled, nodded. Of course. Your value merits the support of a military district or even multiple districts. You are a hidden gem, capable of groundbreaking research. Pei Su feigned a forlorn expression. Then Commander, if I say I regret this now, is it too late? Zhang Yutong burst into laughter. It is too late. You have indeed prompted a realization in me. I should not be so selfish. Either I bring all members of the Dragon Talent class to the military district, allowing you to remain together in a different environment, or I do nothing at all. Zhang Yutong grasped a vital truth. These young scientific prodigies, the future pillars of research, thrive together. Their brilliant minds will inspire and awaken one another, and only in such an environment will their progress be expedited. Regardless of whom he took, it would be meaningless. Therefore, he resolved, either he would take everyone from the Dragon Talent class or none at all. His determination solidified. He decided to consider the future of these promising individuals. Lin Hua returned, and Zhang Yutong suddenly turned his gaze to the side. Pei Su followed his line of sight and saw Lin Hua approaching swiftly, holding a blue permit. Here, Pei Su accepted the permit, noticing it bore no photograph of him, which puzzled him. Haha, Lin Hua chuckled. If I put your photo on it, it would compromise security, wouldn't it? No photo is needed. This card contains a chip embedded with your information, encrypted so that even if someone were to find it, they could not access the library or discover your details. The identification number on this card contains all your relevant information, 0004. Pei Su glanced at the number, softly stating, Am I the fourth person permitted to enter the military-grade National Library? Lin Hua replied quietly, To be precise, you are the fourth individual granted permanent access to the military-grade library. Pei Su inquired curiously, Who are the first three? The first three? Lin Hua pondered, Old Zhang. And I believe your granddaughter also has permanent access? Zhang Yutong nodded. Yes, she does. Her work on the controllable nuclear fusion project is nearing a critical phase, requiring her to reference materials daily, hence her permanent access. Oh, so she is the third. Lin Hua then smiled at Pei Su. I suspect Elder Qin is among the first two, but I am not certain who the other is, as that information is also classified. Although I could look it up. I lack the time. If you wish to know, you may enter and find out. Perhaps you will encounter them. As Lin Hua prepared a vehicle for Pei Su, he boarded and nodded to both commanders, who waved back with smiles until the car pulled away. Only then did Lin Hua turn to Zhang Yutong. I'm leaving now. Heading back. Yes, I must depart soon as well. Until next year. Zhang Yutong waved goodbye. Lin Hua chuckled. I hope these years will allow us to land smoothly. It certainly will, Zhang Yutong mused, glancing at the tire tracks in the ground, softly declaring, with this child around, we have achieved a mutual benefit. Lin Hua nodded in agreement, and they both bid farewell before parting ways. As Pei Su sat in the vehicle en route to the Qianshuesan laboratory, within the confines of a meeting room at the National Academy, Li Jingyuan took a brief sip of tea and glanced at the elder before him. Old Qin, is it truly impossible to discuss this matter further? Qin Lao nodded solemnly. There is nothing more to discuss. It is as it is. Li Jingyuan sighed. It is not that I am unwilling to acquiesce. The plan for secondary nuclear deterrence has met with unequivocal opposition. Peace has been hard-won over the years. While I cannot interfere with your clandestine efforts, how can I possibly consent to making this initiative public? This plan is strictly forbidden. It takes audacity to even suggest it. Qin Lao's tone remained composed. There is no argument. If the government wishes to reassign this child away from me, they must permit me to continue the secondary nuclear deterrence initiative. Li Jingyuan felt an increasing headache as he suddenly realized, wait a moment. You know full well that this child's worth pales in comparison to the secondary nuclear deterrence plan. You are deliberately framing it this way, aren't you? You never intended to let this child be moved to the military district, did you? Qin Lao calmly affirmed, indeed. Li Jingyuan grimaced, if I recall correctly. You owe me a favor. However, that favor is insufficient. Qin Lao maintained his serene demeanor. In your eyes, this child's value may be merely a matter of personal favor. Yet to me, he holds significance far exceeding that of a million such favors. Li Jingyuan shrugged. You may say what you will. In any case, that favor is now due. The nuclear fusion project has been underway for quite some time in 3 locations. At Lonker Academy under Li Yong and academician Tang Puhua. At the Qianshuesan laboratory with researchers Zhang Wan and Li Yu. And finally with Mr. Wang Hongzhe at Harbin Institute of Technology. However, progress has stagnated at all 3 sites. I require your assistance, old Qin. In the dimly lit conference room, the 2 elders locked eyes, one filled with urgency, the other remaining tranquil. Chapter 89. The Secrets of the Nation Historically. The Qianshuesan laboratory has been defined in 2 distinct ways. The first being the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, established by Qian himself in 1936 in the United States. And the second being the domestic Qianshuesan Laboratory, also known as the Qianshuesan Launch Technology Laboratory. Clearly, Pei Su is headed for the latter. The Qianshuesan Laboratory is affiliated with the Aerospace Science and Technology Group and belongs to the 5th Institute of Aerospace, China Academy of Space Technology. From its inception, the laboratory's mission has been to delve into cutting-edge aerospace technology, nothing less than the pinnacle of research. Nestled behind 2 ancient trees, Pei Su arrived to a rather understated welcome. With no one to greet her, everyone appeared preoccupied with their tasks. Despite the presence of a middle-aged man standing beneath a tree, gazing up at the sun-dappled shade, he too seemed hurried and anxious. Hello, Pei Su approached the man. Could you please direct me to the basement of the Qianshuesan laboratory? The term basement was somewhat of a euphemism. The laboratory did not possess a subterranean lab, only a military-grade national library. Upon hearing her query, the middle-aged man finally diverted his gaze from the tree's shade to Pei Su. Hello, he replied softly. I am Li Mutong, the chairman of the academic committee. The way to the basement is quite simple. Once you enter, you will see a large office building. Take the elevator in that building down to the 1st basement level. Then head west. There is an elevator that goes down to the 3rd basement level. That is where the basement is located. Chairman Li Mutong? Although Pei Su was unfamiliar with the chairman, she understood that the Qianshuesan laboratory currently had 2 major committees. The first was the management committee, responsible for the daily maintenance and personnel assignments within the laboratory, while the second was the academic committee, tasked with the development of various cutting-edge technologies. If that were the case, it seemed that this Li Mutong was one of the foremost leaders at the Qianshuesan laboratory. Pei Su was somewhat astonished to encounter such a high-ranking figure upon her arrival. She expressed her gratitude and was about to leave when Li Mutong suddenly called out to her, wait a moment. Pei Su turned back to him. Is there something else? Young lady, Li Mutong pondered for a moment before asking. Since you wish to go to the basement, you must be a distinguished individual in your respective field. May I inquire whether you believe there exists a certain commonality among the technologies across various industries? He gestured towards the grand tree, just like this tree, which has many branches. Regardless of which branch we examine, our ultimate vision will return to the trunk. What I mean to say is, if a grand unifying theory exists in this world, could we use it to elucidate all current cutting-edge technologies? Pei Su was taken aback. That question is rather profound. I cannot provide an answer. Li Mutong's academic prowess was indeed impressive. He was contemplating the concept of a grand unifying theory of the universe. This theory, to date, remains an insurmountable challenge within the academic realm. It is believed that a grand unifying theory could explain everything within the universe. Yet no tangible evidence of such a theory has been uncovered thus far. Consequently, some detractors argue that no such theory capable of explaining everything exists. Humanity's yearning for it is merely a manifestation of our inherent laziness. Yet, upon hearing his words, Pei Su realized that this individual named Li Mutong possessed exceptional academic acumen. Perhaps, Li Mutong chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand. I shan't intrude any longer. Please, go ahead. Pei Su nodded and, following the route indicated by Li Mutong, took out her phone to search for his name, quickly discovering the formidable reputation he held. Li Mutong is often mentioned in conjunction with Wang Hongzhe of Harbin Institute of Technology, forming the duo known as Wang Li, placing Li Mutong on par with Wang Hongzhe in stature. Furthermore, like Wang Jun of the Shanghai Military Industry Laboratory and Li Jing of the Kyoto Laboratory, he too was named a prospective academician last year. The specifics of his contributions remain undisclosed, as these matters are classified and cannot be found online. However, given his comparison to Wang Hongzhe, Pei Su surmised that Li Mutong was undoubtedly a top-tier figure. Moreover, unlike the 60-something Wang Hongzhe, Li Mutong appeared quite youthful. Likely in his early 50s, his ascension to academia seemed all but assured. Even if one becomes a prospective academician, immediate elevation to full academician status is not guaranteed, often requiring years of waiting, and some may find themselves stuck in limbo. Yet, Li Mutong was still quite young, akin to Major General Chu. His becoming an academician was inevitable. On the first basement level, Pei Su walked through the parking lot, heading westward until she soon spotted a concealed elevator, discreetly located at a corner. Initially, she had overlooked this elevator, but it caught her attention due to the presence of 2 security personnel stationed at its entrance. Greetings. Here are my credentials. Pei Su approached and presented her identification. One of the security guards glanced at the document, momentarily taken aback. 0004? You possess a permanent license. Pei Su nodded, indeed. The other guard, looking astonished, turned to Pei Su. You are quite young for that. Quite. Pei Su was momentarily taken aback, but chose to dismiss the comment. Soon, both guards granted her access, opening the elevator and swiping her card. As the elevator descended, Pei Su arrived at the 3rd basement level. As the elevator doors slid open, 2 security guards were stationed to maintain vigilance. Please present your identification. One of the guards requested. Pei Su obediently displayed her credentials. 0004. A permanent license? Remarkably youthful, remarked one of the older guards, casting a deep gaze at Pei Su before gesturing for her to enter. Pei Su inquired, how do I access the basement? The younger guard replied, you are already in the basement. Pei Su was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on her that upon arriving at the 3rd underground level, she had in fact entered the nation's sole military-grade National Library. Navigating down the narrow corridor, she was surrounded by an abundance of books and computers dedicated to querying book information. Pei Su located a computer, her mind ensnared in contemplation. What medium was she searching for? The national policy dictated the dissemination of one generation, the preservation of another, and the research of yet another. The dissemination was self-evident, and the research was equally clear. But where had the preserved generation vanished? This was a challenging pursuit. Yet, Pei Su was acutely aware that the research materials concerning this concealed generation of technology would undoubtedly be present within this library. Chapter 90. Secondary nuclear deterrence and controllable nuclear fusion. The atmosphere here was remarkably serene, seemingly boundless, yet not gloomy. As Pei Su ventured deeper, she gradually discerned sources of light filtering from above, along with artificial windows and simulated sunlight from outside, creating the illusion of a terrestrial library. She casually picked up a book and, upon inspection, was astonished to find it entitled 2009 Qin Tianlin's Thesis. It was, in fact, a scholarly paper. No wonder it appeared so flat. She carried the book to a table by the window, seated herself, and began to read. The thesis detailed the international scenario of 2009, a time when NATO was in its ascendancy, and her country was at a critical juncture, with numerous technologies at pivotal stages requiring time. In the paper, Elder Qin described the worst-case scenarios he contemplated in a tone that bordered on despair. The worst-case scenario was not the all-channel jamming interference as outlined in another book. At least that text afforded the right to perish alongside the world. But what truly constituted the worst-case scenario? It was the incapacity of our land forces to contend with these formidable adversaries, the locking of all our weaponry rendering it inoperable, and the gradual occupation of our territory, stained with the blood of every individual. We could not perish alongside the world. Hence, I sought to devise a method to ensure mutual destruction with the world. Thus, the current international backdrop and my personal concerns regarding the secondary nuclear deterrence plan were laid bare. The essence of the secondary nuclear deterrence plan was to create a superhydrogen bomb to be detonated on the moon. The moon would, akin to imagery from the wandering Earth, enter a state of nuclear fusion. However, the ramifications of the superhydrogen bomb extended beyond mere lunar fusion. It would redefine the asteroid belt surrounding the moon and bring about the annihilation of the blue planet, disrupting the gravitational equilibrium of the galaxy. In other words, should the secondary nuclear deterrence plan come to fruition, its activation would not obliterate a single nation, nor a prominent political figure, nor merely the blue planet. The disruption of gravitational balance would precipitate a profound transformation throughout the entire solar system. This process might be protracted, yet it was foreseeable that no life would persist on the blue planet. This encapsulates the secondary nuclear deterrence plan, the very scheme repeatedly rejected by the State Council. The paper was succinct, but every word struck a resonant chord. Upon finishing, even Pei Su could not suppress a wave of cold sweat. In 2009, he had been carefree, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the international situation at that time. From his previous conversation with Zhao Linghua, he had learned that even without Elder Qin's thesis, perhaps the worst-case scenario could have been averted. However, with the publication of Elder Qin's paper, such a dire outcome was rendered inevitable. Other nations genuinely feared that Huaguo would resort to such measures, dragging the entire world down with it, an act that could incite condemnation of an entire civilization. Pei Su found himself lost in thought. What had Elder Qin been contemplating at that time? Had he truly intended to manufacture a super hydrogen bomb and detonate it on the moon? In other words, was he attempting to wield the thesis as a deterrent against malign forces, or did he genuinely intend to pursue this plan? The circumstances of that time remained elusive to Pei Su. Perhaps no one could comprehend Elder Qin's predicament then. Resolving to cease his restless musings, Pei Su was nonetheless baffled. The secondary nuclear deterrence plan should theoretically qualify as a type of medium. Why had he not triggered this medium? Was it due to the advanced nature of the technology? Upon reflection, this notion seemed plausible. The superhydrogen bomb required for secondary nuclear deterrence was not merely a conventional bomb with overwhelming yield, but a device potent enough to instigate nuclear fusion on the moon. Even if humanity were to amass all existing nuclear weapons, their yields would scarcely suffice to induce lunar fusion. Thus, there must be some underlying connection. Suddenly, Pei Su experienced an epiphany. Nuclear fusion. The very essence that could catalyze nuclear fusion was itself a product of nuclear fusion. Nuclear weapons were born from nuclear fusion technology. Therefore, to access this medium, Pei Su should not be examining this thesis, but rather delving into classified materials pertaining to nuclear fusion technology. With this realization, he promptly approached the computer and entered the term nuclear fusion. The computer responded swiftly, yielding a list of 15 books. It should be noted that every volume here contained classified information, as this was a military national library. These 15 books on nuclear fusion undoubtedly represented the latest developments in domestic research on the subject. However, the computer indicated that each book had been borrowed. Who was the borrower? Pei Su hastily began to investigate. The identification number, 0003, positioned directly before his own. Who could this person be? Pei Su closed the computer. His mind engulfed in contemplation. He yearned to locate books on nuclear fusion to connect with the medium. Yet all 15 volumes had been checked out by the individual labeled 0003. Who could this person possibly be? He feared that his inquiries would yield little. Initially, he intended to ask, but since his 0004 was a permanent license, it was highly likely that this 0003 also possessed a permanent license. Anyone endowed with a permanent license for this library would undoubtedly have their own information classified. He suspected that any investigation would be futile. Nuclear fusion, nuclear fusion. Pei Su murmured softly, returning to his previous seat. Just then, a female voice suddenly emerged behind him. Are you looking to borrow books on nuclear fusion? Pei Su was taken aback, abruptly turning around to discover a girl clad in black leather, positioned just a shelf away, surrounded by a pile of books, observing him intently. Who are you? Pei Su asked, gazing at the girl. With a leisurely demeanor, she flicked open a lighter and ignited a cigarette, the smoke wafting into the air. I know you. You must be Pei Su. I should have anticipated this. Your remarkable achievements undoubtedly qualify you for entry into this library. However, it is time you address my inquiry. Are you borrowing books on nuclear fusion? Upon hearing the woman's words, Pei Su nodded. Indeed. After reviewing Old Qin's paper, he felt compelled to delve into the vast domain of nuclear fusion. Chapter 91. Secondary Controlled Nuclear Fusion. The woman's expression remained unchanged. Exhaling a puff of smoke, she calmly introduced herself. Hello, my name is Zhang Wan, and I am the granddaughter of Commander Zhang. Pei Su paused for a moment. Who is Commander Zhang? His mind struggled to catch up, but soon he recalled. Oh, you mean Commander Zhang. In his mind, the aged figure of Zhang Yutong emerged. He also remembered that Zhang Wan was likely of a similar age to him. When Zhang Yutong had called, he had mentioned that Pei Su and Zhang Wan were peers. Observing Zhang Wan now, her demeanor did not suggest that of a student, yet she appeared no older than 24 or 25. Clad in a black leather jacket, she held a lady's cigarette, surrounded by a clutter of books on the table, next to an ashtray. Only then did Pei Su notice the prominent badge hanging from Zhang Wan's chest, which bore an identical blue permanent permit. Number 0003. Startled, Pei Su exclaimed, So? You are the one who took all the books on nuclear fusion? Indeed, Zhang Wan affirmed, her tone calm. I am currently overseeing a crucial project in the realm of controlled nuclear fusion, and I find myself confronting a significant challenge. Thus, I am endeavoring to extract answers from these books and materials. Pei Su inquired with curiosity. Have you read Old Chin's paper? Old Chin's paper? Yes, I have perused it. Zhang Wan replied softly. I admire his courage and decision-making at that time, yet I vehemently oppose the secondary nuclear deterrence program. To me, this project fundamentally contradicts both human and animal nature. Pei Su frowned slightly. Why is that? He settled across from Zhang Wan, gazing intently at her. Zhang Wan extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray and looked at Pei Su. What is animal nature? It is an ingrained ideology that prioritizes survival, with reproduction as a secondary goal. However, should the secondary nuclear deterrence program succeed, it could lead to mutual destruction across the entire solar system. Does that not violate animal nature? And what is human nature? She continued. Human nature is cold, real, and brutal. It is a vast concept yet also a minute one. If I must define it, it exists neither in pure light nor in absolute darkness. It is a delicate shade of gray. People often navigate the intricate gray areas of human nature for profit, power, wealth, self-esteem, glory, hope, passion, and the passage of time. Human nature is the greatest distinction between humans and animals. While human nature is multifaceted, animals display a consistent demeanor and appearance. Yet, with the emergence of a superhydrogen bomb, all of that is obliterated. Human nature? Animal nature? If a superhydrogen bomb were to be deployed on the moon, triggering nuclear fusion and disrupting the gravitational balance of the solar system, millions of years hence, the solar system would transform into a lifeless expanse. With humanity gone, does human nature still exist? At this point, Zhang Wan stated calmly. Thus, I am profoundly opposed to this project. A leader from the National Academy once inquired whether I would evaluate the feasibility of this plan. I knew full well that, given our nation's wealth and resources, should we commit to this project, it would certainly be realized, albeit over several decades. Nevertheless, I chose to tell the leader, namely Zheng Yuan, that I would not assess the feasibility of this plan, for I harbor a deep-seated aversion to it. Pei Su remained silent, merely observing the depths of Zhang Wan's eyes. In her gaze, there lay an enduring tranquility, seemingly devoid of deeper emotions. Let us not dwell on this, Pei Su softly suggested. Old Chin's secondary nuclear deterrence program is destined to be an extreme initiative. Given the tense international landscape at that time, such a radical project was born. Extreme projects inevitably draw equally fervent adversaries and supporters. Zhang Wan is likely among the opposition. Pei Su's gaze fell upon the table, or more precisely, on the 15 books on nuclear fusion. You cannot possibly read them all. May I borrow one or two? Zhang Wan, without hesitation, declined. No. Why not? Pei Su shot her a glance, calmly stating, no one can read 15 books simultaneously. Even Zhang Ming would find it utterly impossible to comprehend all the knowledge within those pages at once. I understand, Zhang Wan replied. Yet, I presently require access to a vast amount of knowledge to seek that elusive spark of inspiration. Pei Su raised an eyebrow. Inspiration? I am merely a moment away from conquering a significant issue within the vast realm of controlled nuclear fusion, and that breakthrough hinges on a fleeting moment of inspiration. Zhang Wan replied with composure. I need to engage with more nuclear fusion knowledge to stimulate my mind, assisting me in overcoming this challenge. She then firmly stated, if you are not preoccupied, please retrieve Old Chin's paper for me. I wish to review it once more. Pei Su chuckled in exasperation. This woman. Without further hesitation, she casually grabbed a book and began to flip through its pages. Zhang Wan furrowed her brow, but did not intervene. Very well. As long as the book remains here, I can accept this arrangement. Although she was unaccustomed to sharing her reading space, she recognized that she lacked the authority to command him otherwise. After all, this young man, while possibly of a lesser status, held a classified clearance that surpassed her own. In terms of confidentiality levels, Huahua has 6 tiers: confidential, secret, highly confidential, military secret, and military highly confidential. Zhang Wan herself only possessed a clearance of secret, while Pei Su was classified at the highest tier, military highly confidential. This distinction arose from his remarkable ability to elevate fields that had already reached their limits through each of his studies. For instance, the transition from the 6th-generation fighter to the 8th-generation fighter, or from the 4th-generation armored vehicle to the 5th-generation armored vehicle, or from the 4th-generation tank to the 5th-generation tank. Suddenly, a thought surged within Zhang Wan's mind. Perhaps the most daunting challenge she faced could also be unraveled by this young man before her. Yet, he had likely never encountered information on nuclear fusion before. Could he truly accomplish this? Zhang Wan fell into deep contemplation. The project she was responsible for was not merely about controlled nuclear fusion. It was about secondary controlled nuclear fusion. The two concepts, while related, were distinctly different. Chapter 92. Tertiary controlled nuclear fusion? How intriguing. 3 hours later, Pei Su abruptly set down the book he was reading and turned to Zhang Wan, inexplicably uttering a phrase. I believe I have grasped your project at the Qianshuessen laboratory. Zhang Wan responded with surprise. What do you mean? I have not disclosed anything to you. Yet I comprehend. Pei Su replied softly. Pei Su gazed at Zhang Wan and spoke softly. You are certainly not tasked with researching controllable nuclear fusion in the traditional sense. Traditional controllable nuclear fusion essentially involves placing a few milligrams of deuterium and tritium gas mixture into a small sphere, approximately a few millimeters in diameter, and then uniformly directing laser beams or particle beams into it from the outside. The gas within the sphere is compressed, generating high temperatures, which ultimately leads to explosions, each releasing tremendous amounts of energy, occurring 3 to 4 times every second. This process is known as inertial confinement, representing the conventional understanding of controllable nuclear fusion. To achieve traditional nuclear fusion, the first step requires temperatures of 100,000 degrees Celsius, and the second step necessitates an ultra-high temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius. Chemical structures cannot withstand such extreme temperatures. Therefore, traditional nuclear fusion is destined to rely on physical structures to contain the terrifying energy associated with 100 million degrees Celsius. As she spoke, Pei Su smiled. However, I believe your responsibilities do not lie in this area. What you are engaged with is a theoretical technology involving helium-3 nuclear fusion. The energy density of helium-3 fusion is 125 times that of traditional fusion, and it produces no secondary pollution. I am unaware of the specific project name regarding tritium fusion at your Qianshuesan laboratory, but I suspect it pertains to this very aspect. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Wan stood up in astonishment. How did you guess this? Pei Su was spot on, his insights remarkably precise. The Qianshuesan laboratory was indeed not researching traditional controllable nuclear fusion. Despite the challenges of traditional fusion, Li Mutong, the head of the academic committee at the Qianshuesan laboratory and Zhang Wan's direct superior, had confidently chosen to pursue helium-3 fusion. What is helium-3? Surely you know about the moon. Its soil is abundant with this resource. Helium-3 fusion offers 125 times the energy of traditional fusion, and the project is also referred to as the secondary fusion project. Zhang Wan's voice trembled slightly. How did you come to know this? Quite simply. Pei Su pointed to the books on the table, picking one up and indicating the title, Nuclear Fusion, 3 Viable Energy Sources and Structural Introduction by Li Yong. I just received this book and discovered it was authored by my uncle. Considering the publication date, it appears he was involved in this field 2 years ago. I find it rather curious because you mentioned that you were responsible for a crucial area of controllable nuclear fusion. But do you really need to refer to such a basic book? He continued. I managed to read a third of this book in 3 hours because it is not a guide on achieving nuclear fusion. Rather, it resembles a thesis where my uncle articulates his understanding and attempts regarding 3 materials for fusion. Such a book is sufficient to read just once. Pei Su opened the book, pointing to a page. This page has a folded corner, indicating that someone has perused it, suggesting you have indeed read this book. Likely more than once. Would you place a book you've already read in your right-hand position, the closest spot? Thus, I deduce that you value this book. Consequently, I surmise that your Qianshuesan laboratory is not engaged in traditional controllable nuclear fusion, but is instead tackling the technology for nuclear fusion using helium-3. Zhang Wan fell silent for quite some time, finally smiling gently. She stood with a serious demeanor. Hello, I am Zhang Wan. This time, her expression was earnest, her attitude respectful. Pei Su extended his hand. Hello, I am Pei Su. They sat across from each other. Pei Su, let us read together, Zhang Wan said, pushing 7 of the 8 books towards him, including the one authored by Li Yong, leaving only 7 books beside her, symbolizing her respect and enthusiasm for Pei Su. Pei Su smiled. Very well. Throughout the afternoon, Pei Su and Zhang Wan immersed themselves in reading. Sharing the experience of reading with a beautiful woman was undeniably a delightful affair, accompanied by the occasional waft of a pleasant fragrance, perhaps from her perfume, body wash, or skin lotion. Such scents brought a sense of happiness. Pei Su's peripheral vision often caught sight of her stunningly beautiful face. If there was a drawback to the afternoon's reading, it was Zhang Wan's smoking habit. She had a considerable addiction, and as Pei Su did not smoke, she would respectfully distance herself slightly whenever she lit a cigarette. However, as time passed, Pei Su's curiosity grew. Why had the medium not activated? The 15 books on nuclear fusion and numerous confidential materials, apart from Li Yong's book, contained profound truths about nuclear fusion, fission, and controllable nuclear fusion. Yet, Pei Su had not triggered the so-called medium. Could it be that he was unable to concentrate? He seemed to have grasped the fundamental issue. Having the beautiful Zhang Wan present made it indeed challenging for him to settle down. With this thought, Pei Su resolved to clear his mind and fully immerse himself in the reading process until the medium was activated. Medium contact detected. The most advanced technology is the secondary controllable nuclear fusion technology. System triggered. Medium 1. Upon completion of medium percentage, obtain tertiary controllable nuclear fusion technology. Chapter 93. The greatest dilemma. Elder Qin had remained silent. In the dimly lit conference room, Li Zhengyuan was fervent in his speech, envisioning a bright future. Can you imagine the significance of controllable nuclear fusion? Its implications are vast. From the perspective of researchers, once controllable nuclear fusion is realized, Humanity's explorations in the microscopic and macroscopic realms, as well as in chemistry and energy weapons, will expand exponentially. From the viewpoint of policymakers, or rather, from my perspective, I am certain that once controllable nuclear fusion comes to fruition, electricity will no longer incur costs for anyone, as it will become virtually worthless. Moreover, the emergence of controllable nuclear fusion could elevate the economic status of every individual in our nation. Can you envision a scenario where, among over 1 billion people in our country, millions of households achieve an economic structure defined as middle class by the standards of the United States? Billions of middle-class citizens. At that moment, Elder Chin finally reacted, his tone tinged with excitement. Can controllable nuclear fusion truly achieve that? Perhaps traditional controllable nuclear fusion cannot, Li Jingyuan replied softly. But if the Qianshuosen laboratory successfully develops the secondary controllable nuclear fusion, that is, helium-3 fusion, then the middle class is not an unattainable dream. If we could achieve a more environmentally friendly and efficient form of nuclear fusion than helium-3, the advent of a third-tier controllable nuclear fusion would be an inevitable reality within a decade, granting everyone a semblance of middle-class wealth. Old Qin furrowed his brow. Is there such a thing as third-tier controllable nuclear fusion in this world? I do not know, Li Jingyuan remarked. I am not a researcher. I merely ventured a bold hypothesis. However, I suspect that third-tier controllable nuclear fusion has yet to be realized. Whoever can devise a more sophisticated method of nuclear fusion than helium-3 will undoubtedly transform the operational structure of our world. Days passed, and Pei Su finally witnessed the percentage of the medium begin to rise. Medium percentage, too, in truth. The medium for controllable nuclear fusion has exhibited the slowest rate of increase in history. Perhaps this is correlated with the significance and complexity of this technology. As controllable nuclear fusion is an extraordinarily vast field, far exceeding the scale of tanks or airplanes. To put it simply, a team dedicated to controllable nuclear fusion must consist of no fewer than 300 individuals, all of whom must be top-tier scientific talents. Only then can this technology be successfully developed within a few short years. However, with a medium in place, as long as Pei Su is willing to invest time. Once the medium's percentage is completed, he will acquire a third-tier controllable nuclear fusion technology that surpasses helium-3. Once the technology is secured, the manufacturing process will become significantly more manageable, for there will be a clear objective. In the library, Pei Su observed Zhang Wan. Over the past few days, he had frequently encountered her, and she appeared increasingly haggard. She was still in search of that fleeting spark of inspiration capable of resolving the most challenging issues within the colossal helium-3 fusion project. To this end, she had devoted nearly all her time to the library, desperately seeking that moment of creative epiphany. Her vitality was visibly waning. She had consumed countless packets of women's cigarettes. Pei Su could scarcely bear to watch. He softly inquired, "What troubles you? I can attempt to assist you." Zhang Wan, with deep-set dark circles under her eyes, turned her head and shook it towards Pei Su. "This is confidential. Ah Su, I long to share it with you, but the protocol forbids it. If I violate the confidentiality agreement, I could face imprisonment." Zhang Wan understood all too well what controllable nuclear fusion entailed, particularly as they were working on helium-3 controllable nuclear fusion. Should a leak occur, the repercussions would be severe. Even though Zhang Wan was now the deputy head of the project, a breach of confidentiality would lead to dire consequences. Moreover, if she were to divulge information to Pei Su, and he inadvertently leaked it, both would suffer the consequences. Through their recent discussions and readings, Zhang Wan had grown quite fond of Pei Su. She did not wish to see him in trouble, and was also keen to protect her own interests. Pei Su, perceiving her reluctance, chose not to press further. Just as they were about to resume their studies, an unexpected voice interrupted. "You can tell him, Zhang Wan." The two turned towards the source of the voice, to see Li Mutong approaching leisurely. "President." Zhang Wan stood and nodded gently. Pei Su also rose and regarded Li Mutong, who appeared equally weary, seemingly troubled by some issue. He spoke softly. "Pei Su, our current helium-3 fusion project has indeed hit a deadlock. I attempted to inquire about other research units responsible for controllable fusion to seek their insights. But the nation maintains strict confidentiality and has decided not to disclose any information until all parties have concluded their research. Thus, I ultimately resolved to consult with the Lonka Institute. Yet, even your uncle Li Yong, the esteemed academic known for his expertise across disciplines, informed me that this conundrum remains unsolvable." As he spoke, Li Mutong turned his gaze towards Pei Su, perhaps clinging to a final glimmer of hope. He softly asked, "Could you attempt to resolve this issue?" Pei Su set down his book and replied gently, "That depends on the nature of the problem." With Li Mutong's support, Zhang Wan seemed to gather her resolve. She disclosed the current predicament surrounding helium-3 fusion. "In truth, not only has our helium-3 project stagnated, but I suspect other units have encountered similar obstacles. We are all grappling with the same issue, temperature. Only at elevated temperatures can atoms in their most fundamental state transition into a form suitable for nuclear fusion. Traditional nuclear fusion requires temperatures of 100 million degrees Celsius, while our helium 3 demands a staggering 1 billion degrees Celsius. Yet, among all known chemical structures, there is none capable of withstanding even 10,000 degrees Celsius. Thus, we find ourselves trapped, unable to advance or retreat. As she spoke, Zhang absent-mindedly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and lit another cigarette. Nearby, Li Mutong casually lit a white coon. Chapter 94, Deceiving Pei Su? Zhang continued. Currently, I believe that all research teams engaged in controllable nuclear fusion are similarly ensnared at this juncture. Pei Su fell silent, contemplating Zhang and then Li Mutong. During the brief moments of his reflection, Li Mutong's expression shifted from hope to disappointment. The flicker of light in his eyes extinguished. Very well, I shall take my leave, he said, shaking his head and departing without further comment. Pei Su remained lost in thought. Zhang gently reassured him. I understand this issue is formidable. It is normal for you, still in the preliminary stages of learning about nuclear fusion, to feel overwhelmed. She sought to comfort Pei Su. For this dilemma affected not only him but also herself, Li Mutong, the entire academic committee of the Qian Laboratory, and even those in allied departments researching controllable nuclear fusion. No chemical structure could endure temperatures exceeding even 10,000 degrees. Yet, for helium-3 controllable fusion to succeed, 1 billion degrees Celsius is required. What does this imply? Consider this. A typical person may succumb to a fever of 42 degrees Celsius. In nature, the highest temperature-tolerant creature is the Pompeii worm, capable of withstanding temperatures of 80 degrees Celsius, but as a poikilothermic organism, discussions of temperature are largely irrelevant. This represents the utmost limit of biological endurance. What of celestial bodies? The sun's surface temperature reaches 5,500 degrees Celsius, while its core temperature soars to 16 million degrees Celsius. All of these figures are alarmingly inadequate, insufficient to the point of insignificance. Traditional controllable nuclear fusion demands 100 million degrees Celsius, while helium-3 fusion requires a staggering 1 billion degrees Celsius. How does the sun achieve nuclear fusion? It relies upon its own gravitational force to facilitate this phenomenon. But how immense is the mass of the sun? It constitutes over 99% of the mass of the entire solar system. In comparison, the Earth is but a speck of dust before the sun, and the moon resembles an atom. Controllable nuclear fusion is often referred to as an artificial sun. Humanity may, at best, create a second sun after mastering controllable nuclear fusion. It is impossible to possess a sun and then create controllable nuclear fusion. Thus, we find ourselves at an impasse. Humanity cannot achieve controllable nuclear fusion through gravitational means, nor can we generate the requisite temperatures of 1 billion degrees through chemical structures. It seems this conundrum remains unsolvable. However, Pei Su has become engrossed in contemplation for an extended period, immersed in the depths of this dilemma, devoting his entire focus to it. Talent is essential for researchers. Zhang clearly possesses such a gift, yet Pei Su is equally endowed. How does one ascertain whose talent surpasses the other? The answer is simple, in the absence of any clues. The one whose mind can more swiftly ignite fleeting inspirations that are nearly impossible to capture is the more gifted individual. Days passed, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, within the stillness of the military-grade National Library beneath the Qian Laboratory. To Zhang Pei Su appeared entranced. He remained silent, arriving at the library each time with an abundance of paper and ink, scribbling and sketching on the pages, using a fountain pen, which requires ink. There was an occasion when he brought a pancake and a bowl of soup. So absorbed was he that he crumbled the pancake and inadvertently tossed it into the ink bottle, consuming it piece by piece until he realized, upon reaching the 3rd piece, that he had become too enraptured. I was too absorbed, Pei Su finally uttered. For the following 10 days, he continued in this manner, increasingly entranced. Zhang felt a genuine concern for Pei Su's physical well-being, and even more so for his mental state. She somewhat regretted sharing this problem with him. By December 2026, 3 months had elapsed since Pei Su first ventured into the military-grade National Library beneath the Qian Laboratory. One afternoon, feeling quite famished, Zhang resolved to procure some food. Before departing, she inquired if Pei Su needed anything. He replied, just bring me 2 steamed buns. Zhang kept her response brief, deciding instead to fetch 2 bowls of meat dishes for him. During her absence, Pei Su experienced a sudden jolt of clarity, setting aside the book in hand. He gazed at the papers he had brought, now piled high upon the desk, each representing his attempts to solve the high-temperature problem over the past 3 months. Yet, without exception, each solution concluded with his handwritten note, feasibility, none. This indicated that even Pei Su could not unearth an inspiration to resolve this issue. Human effort ultimately has its limits. Consequently, Pei Su resolved to transcend humanity. Medium, 100. Completing the medium would yield the 3rd generation of controllable nuclear fusion technology. He felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge surge through his mind, endless wisdom. What operational model underpins the 3rd-tier controllable nuclear fusion? How many times greater is the energy it produces compared to the 2nd-tier fusion, helium-3 fusion? Upon assimilating this technical knowledge, Pei Su inhaled deeply. a smile of relief illuminating his face. It's resolved. All problems have been resolved. In the canteen, he ordered 2 steamed buns, please, a bowl of braised chicken, and a chicken leg. Also, I'll have a lioness head meatball. After finishing her meal, Zhang returned to serve Pei Su. It is natural for the youth, particularly researchers, to have hearty appetites. The mental exertion is quite substantial. Some researchers have lost significant weight within a year, shedding from over 200 pounds to 130 or 40. Zhang, aware of Pei Su's vigorous appetite, prepared an ample amount of food. As she made her way back to the underground library, a middle-aged man brushed past her, turning to glance back. Leader? Zhang exclaimed, realizing it was Li Mu-Tang. She had been too absorbed in her thoughts regarding the creation of a billion-degree temperature. Li Mu-Tang observed the numerous bags of food Zhang carried and inquired. What is this? Oh, just some food for Pei Su, she replied. Li Mu-Tang nodded and could not resist asking. Is he still as captivated? Zhang hesitated but eventually nodded. Sigh. Li Mu-Tang shook his head, suddenly resolute, as if having made a decision. No, we must extract this child from this vortex. I have seen too many exceptional individuals squander their time, ensnared in a singular field of study. I must intervene. He is a valuable talent. Li Mu-Tang was determined, and Zhang shared his concern. After all, if Pei Su remained fixated on an insurmountable problem, he might engage in countless futile studies. Perhaps, decades later, a researcher might discover his work and recognize his contributions to controllable nuclear fusion. But what of that? It would merely be a matter of decades hence. The prodigy, Pei Su, might very well be left despondent due to this dilemma. Thus, it became imperative to extricate him from this quandary surrounding controllable nuclear fusion. However, Zhang cautiously inquired, what should we do? Li Mu-Tang replied with unwavering confidence, it's simple. We merely need to deceive him into believing we have resolved this issue. Once he knows we have found a solution, he will naturally cease his contemplation. Zhang eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 95. Li Mu-Tang, you've leaked information. Zhang's mind struggled to process this proposition. She had always been a person of deep contemplation, often discerning the true intentions of others. In high school, she recognized that a classmate's affection for her stemmed not from genuine admiration, but from her academic prowess, leading her to decisively reject his advances. In university, she discerned that the student council president's interest was superficial, focused on her appearance rather than her intellect, and she similarly declined him. Her overly sensitive analytical skills had served her well in her research career. Thus, she found herself grappling with Li Mu-Tang's suggestion. Rationality urged her that this was utterly unacceptable. Leader, she murmured, what we propose is essentially academic deception, a form of academic dishonesty. Such deception involves misleading someone about the research outcomes in their field. A notable instance is a researcher in the field of ALS who falsified data, resulting in a 50-year delay in humanity's progress toward conquering the disease. Li Mu-Tang, however, dismissed her concerns. First, he is not a supervising member. Second, our actions are also for his benefit. Third, if I do not intervene, an old Qin comes to question us. Who will be accountable? Zhang hesitated, torn between her conscience and her loyalty to Pei Su. Rationality insisted that this was wrong. If Pei Su discovered the truth and shared it with others, and word reached the leaders of the National Academy, what would happen if they failed to produce results? Yet, her thoughts were not solely self-centered. She recalled Pei Su, recognizing in him her own reflection, his spirit gradually drained by the weight of an insurmountable issue, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. She gritted her teeth and hoped for a favorable outcome. Until the two entered the Military National Library, Zhang led the way. Soon, they found Pei Su seated by the window, fervently scribbling something. Pei Su, what are you doing? Li Mu-Tang could not help but inquire. Resolving the high-temperature issue. Pei Su replied without looking up. Zhang glanced at Li Mu-Tang, who maintained a calm demeanor. He stepped forward and patted Pei Su on the shoulder, saying, there is no need to continue writing. We have already unraveled this problem. Pei Su lifted his head, casting a skeptical glance at Li Mu-Tang. Are you joking with me? Not at all, Li Mu-Tang asserted, though internally he felt his words lacked truth. We have indeed solved the issue. Pei Su, with bloodshot eyes, regarded Li Mu-Tang. That is impossible. For some reason, Li Mu-Tang sensed Pei Su was resolutely convinced that they had not addressed the high-temperature problem. Why? He managed to smile. Do you think that because you can't resolve it, our team of 300 from the Qianshuosen laboratory cannot? Pei Su nodded yes. You won't be able to solve it. Anger surged within Li Mu-Tang, yet he remained focused on their purpose. Gently, he began to stack the papers in front of Pei Su, effectively assisting him in packing up. We have indeed solved this issue, whether you believe it or not. I must convey this to you. Pei Su, you are not the only genius in this world. There are many others. Your talented class, Lonkai class, is filled with individuals as exceptional and insightful as you. Zhang here, your senior, is equally brilliant. Suddenly, Li Mu-Tang's hand was slapped, scattering the papers everywhere. Pei Su shot him a look. Research papers cannot be disturbed. Li Mu-Tang glanced at the contents of the papers, filled with incomprehensible formulas and data. But he paid little heed. Observing the tense atmosphere, Zhang Wan handed Pei Su a lunchbox. Here's lunch for you. Pei Su accepted the box, took a bite of the steamed bun, and turned to Li Mutang. So how did you solve this issue? His gaze bore scrutiny and disbelief. Li Mutang scoffed. I have no obligation to inform you, Pei Su. Besides, we are bound by confidentiality agreements. These agreements did not originate from the Qian Shuesan Laboratory, but rather from the National Academy. Every member of the academic committee of the Qian Shuesan Laboratory, comprising 300 individuals, had signed a confidentiality agreement with the National Academy. Should any information be leaked, severe consequences would follow. Pei Su appeared unfazed. Initially, were you not the one who leaked information? Li Mutang's expression faltered. That was an accident. I was desperate. Pei Su organized the papers on the table and picked up those scattered on the floor, restoring them to their previous chaotic arrangement. For him, every piece of paper was distinctly remembered and could be retrieved whenever he wished. But you have seen what I have written. You too have leaked information. Pei Su stated calmly, looking intently at Li Mutang. Li Mutang was taken aback. Leaked? I leaked information? Indeed, Pei Su stood up, gazing at Li Mutang with a serene tone. Mr. Li, perhaps you do not fully comprehend the nature of my confidentiality level. My secrecy does not pertain solely to information about me as an individual. It encompasses everything associated with the name Pei Su, which constitutes the highest level of confidentiality. Each piece of paper I write is, if pursued, also classified as highly confidential. Li Mutang was dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a peculiar operational paradigm. In essence, Pei Su's confidentiality level was not merely military secrets, but encompassed all actions he undertook and information generated, rendering even the most mundane tasks classified. This was utterly absurd. Li Mutang felt disheartened. He and Zhang Wan exchanged uneasy glances, both recognizing a significant problem. Initially, they had intended to deceive Pei Su and rely on confidentiality agreements to obscure the truth, allowing him to leave in a daze. However, they had not anticipated that Li Mutang's mere glance at the paper would constitute a breach. Now, Pei Su appeared almost obsessive. Li Mutang genuinely worried that this young man might impulsively report the incident to superiors. All right, he sighed. I can share the steps we took to resolve the high-temperature issue. His mind raced. Pei Su is still too naive. Who am I? I am a prospective academician. One half of the esteemed Wang Li duo. Crafting a seemingly plausible lie is within my capability. Moreover, I can weave in the whereabouts and actions of everyone involved, further enhancing the believability of this fabrication. Chapter 96. Extreme wisdom. Weren't you asking me how we solved the high-temperature issue? A smile graced Li Mutang's face. Indeed. Theoretically speaking, this is quite challenging. Our helium-3 nuclear fusion requires temperatures of 1 billion degrees Celsius, a feat only massive celestial bodies can achieve. Theoretically, the maximum temperature in the universe was reached during the first moments of the Big Bang, reaching a staggering 14 billion degrees. However, can we simulate the energy release of that instant through alternative means? Based on this premise, we successfully developed relevant theories. Pei Su furrowed his brow. So your solution is still about creating explosions within a small sphere to generate energy? Li Mutang was taken aback. He had thought this narrative would suffice to mislead Pei Su, especially since he had invoked the Big Bang theory. Yet, Pei Su saw through the fundamental essence of the theory, recognizing it as merely explosions within a confined space to produce energy. Li Mutang realized that Pei Su was no longer a novice. Perhaps when he first encountered the unresolved high-temperature issue, he was indeed an outsider in the field of nuclear fusion. But after 3 months of relentless study and contemplation, Pei Su had become knowledgeable, surpassing even the average expert. A sense of caution arose in Li Mutang. Yes, theoretically, it still involves the explosion of a small sphere. However, we modified certain aspects of the explosion device. Unique natural phenomena such as lightning strikes, tsunamis, tectonic movements, and volcanic eruptions can unleash tremendous energy. Can you imagine? Even in the depths of the ocean, a tsunami can generate energy that, if harnessed, can raise the temperature of 2 atoms to 3.5 billion degrees Celsius. Pei Su scoffed. That remains purely theoretical. A tsunami with such energy would affect an area of at least 100 kilometers. To contain such colossal energy within 2 minuscule atoms is impractical. Is this some sort of jest? Yet, we have succeeded. Li Mutang spoke softly. We derived inspiration from the tidal effects of tsunamis for our small explosive device. Why not harness this energy for a secondary impact? As you know, the movements generated when 5 small spheres collide are entirely chaotic. However, if we constrain their trajectories using a powerful magnetic field, we can output a significant amount of energy with minimal input. Pei Su's expression shifted slightly, as if she were deep in contemplation. 5 small spheres, you say? Transforming a single explosive device into one involving 5 spheres is no trivial matter. It requires numerous trials and tests, including considerations of the magnetic field's frequency and whether the 5 explosive devices are interconnected. Noticing Pei Su lost in thought, a glimmer of pride flickered in Li Mutang's eyes. He had managed to deceive her. After all, he was more adept. Indeed, the fabrication he concocted was seamless. In truth, Li Mutong had once again divulged sensitive information. This time, it was genuine. The interlinked explosive devices composed of 5 spheres were initially an attempt made during their research on helium-3 nuclear fusion. However, that endeavor ultimately failed. Even if the 5 spheres were interconnected, and their collisions could create mutual associations akin to tidal forces, they still faltered. 2 principal reasons accounted for this failure. As Li Mutong pondered, Pei Su displayed a mocking smile. She turned to him, saying, "President Li, I understand your position. You empathize with my predicament and fear repercussions from Elder Qin. Yet, I despise being deceived." Li Mutong's expression stiffened. "What do you mean? Are you implying I am lying?" Pei Su regarded him with an air of confidence. At that moment, she was the Pei Su who had mastered the 3rd level of controllable nuclear fusion technology, the foremost authority on this vast field. Firstly, the notion of 5 interconnected spheres executing chaotic movements as an explosive device is implausible for 2 reasons. The first reason, each sphere requires a powerful magnetic field to constrain its trajectory. However, when you attempt to implement this, you will realize that simply using 5 magnetic fields to restrict different spheres consumes more energy than the device can yield. The second and most significant reason, even if the 5 magnetic fields successfully constrain the sphere's movements, allowing 10 molecules within the 5 spheres to explode and generate substantial energy through their interconnection, this energy becomes uncontrollable once it surpasses the magnetic field's limits. When the energy produced by the 5 spheres exceeds the constraints of the magnetic field, the temperature reached is neither sustained nor instantaneous, but rather in a quantum state. Quantum state? At this revelation, Li Mutong finally wore a look of astonishment. "Did you conceive this yourself? Or did Zhang Wan inform you?" Zhang Wan shook her head. "You are mistaken. I have been with you all along." In that moment, Li Mutong felt a chill run down his spine. For the first time, he perceived how formidable the young man before him truly was. Indeed, Pei Su was correct. The yield from the 5-sphere explosive device was considerably lower, even less than that of a single-sphere explosive device. The primary issue stemmed from the inherently chaotic nature of the 5 spheres' movements. Are you familiar with 3-body motion? 3 celestial bodies, entangled by mutual gravitational forces, display unpredictable trajectories. In a similar vein, the 5-sphere explosive device operates under comparable principles. Initially stable due to the 5 magnetic fields confining the energy within, once that energy reaches a certain threshold, the magnetic fields can no longer contain it. Concurrently, the energy becomes unobservable. In other words, the energy within those 5 spheres enters a quantum state. It is neither persistent nor instantaneous, but when observed, it randomly manifests as a fleeting moment followed by a subsequent cessation. This phenomenon is not inherently linked to quantum mechanics. Rather, it pertains to the unpredictable motions reaching the magnetic field's limits. It is possible that during the initial encounter with that limit, the magnetic field automatically shuts down, causing the energy within to dissipate. Alternatively, it may reach that limit after some time, leading to the magnetic field's closure, with the energy vanishing shortly thereafter. In essence, while its peak temperature surpasses that of conventional explosive devices, it remains uncontrollable. This chaotic motion lies beyond the realm of current humanity and the divine. Thus, at the moment this outcome became evident, he found himself beneath a tree, seeking to devise a unified theory of the universe to tackle the problem of chaotic motion and achieve controllable nuclear fusion. It was then that the young man appeared. All of this transpired in merely 3 months. Chapter 97. 30 billion degrees Celsius. What an international farce. Li Mutong was left speechless, gazing at Pei Su. "Did you conceive all of this on your own?" Pei Su nodded casually. "Yes." Li Mutong was momentarily at a loss for words. Why? A profound confusion blossomed within him. He struggled to comprehend how a flawless fabrication consists of 80% truth and 20% falsehood. Only genuine elements inspire belief, much like a montage of lies. If every statement is true yet presented in disarray, it can lead to erroneous judgments. Yet Pei Su discerned the fallacy of his deception almost instantaneously and grasped why the proposal was unfeasible. This was quite simple. Pei Su glanced at Li Mutong, then at Zhang Wan beside her. "I have already devised a solution to this proposal, rendering your approach unviable in my view." Li Mutong asked, "What?" Zhang Wan echoed her surprise. They exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, "Are you saying you have already developed it?" "Indeed." Pei Su picked up a piece of paper from the table and slowly extended it to Li Mutong. Her demeanor was calm. "This paper contains my solution." Li Mutong was taken aback. He stared at the paper, an utterly unremarkable A4 sheet devoid of any peculiarities, yet its contents astonished him. Cyclotron acceleration with 11 folding technology. Cyclotron acceleration? 11? Folding? Each term was familiar to Li Mutong. Cyclotron acceleration refers to a type of particle accelerator. The number 11 indicates 2 sheets of graphene operating at an angle of 11 degrees under ultra-low temperatures to achieve superconductivity. Folding entails bringing 2 sheets of graphene closely together in a condensed manner. However, when combined, Li Mutong could scarcely envision the implications. What does this mean? He felt parched. You can simply understand this technology as a special variant of a cyclotron accelerator. In fact, I am equally astonished. Pei Su softly remarked, since my debut, I have employed the cyclotron accelerator in the design of the 8th generation machine and in the annihilation weapons of tanks. Now, in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion, I find myself similarly reliant on the cyclotron. Truly, the cyclotron is a magnificent invention. Li Mutong could not help but interject. Hold your enthusiasm for a moment and explain to me, what exactly is this cyclotron acceleration and 11-fold technology? Pei Su looked at Li Mutong and replied, it's quite simple. You can envision it as a rotational strong magnetic field constraining a space, enveloped by 2 sheets of graphene, which exist at extremely low temperatures, thus inducing low-temperature superconductivity. The atoms within are in a constant state of explosion and expansion, utilizing the superconducting phenomenon to minimize all resistance and consumption. Ultimately, it can reach an astonishing temperature of 3 billion degrees Celsius. 3 billion degrees Celsius? Are you joking? Li Mutong was taken aback. Pei Su affirmed, indeed. This is the case. I have no reason to deceive you, as this technology is essential for the 3rd-level controllable nuclear fusion. Traditional nuclear fusion requires temperatures of 100 million degrees. Helium-3 fusion necessitates 1 billion degrees. However, my 3rd-level controllable nuclear fusion requires a staggering 3 billion degrees to function properly. The higher the temperature, the greater the energy released. This is why 3rd-level controllable nuclear fusion demands higher temperatures rather than lower ones. Li Mutong's mind was in disarray. Zhang Wan nearby was also fervently contemplating the feasibility of this proposal. However, Li Mutong took a deep breath and resolved not to hesitate any longer. Zhang Wan, immediately summon all members of the academic committee to the basement of the nuclear fusion laboratory. We are to conduct an experiment. In the basement of the Qian Shuesan Laboratory's nuclear fusion facility, 300 members of the academic committee had gathered. Pei Su stood beside Li Mutong, while Zhang Wan brought him a small stool. Even though Li Mutong stood, Pei Su remained comfortably seated. This scene drew significant attention. Who is that person? I don't recognize him. He appears so young. Could he be a member of our academic committee? Impossible. Anyone in that position must surely be a top leader. Perhaps he's a new executive? A new executive? Are you joking? How could a new executive be so young? But look, even Li Mutong is standing. And Zhang Wan is standing, yet he sits there unperturbed. No one is reprimanding him, which indicates that he possesses the qualifications to sit. In any field, there exists contemplation, erudite scholars, and intricate rivalries. As the 300 members of the academic committee observed Pei Su seated with such confidence, they felt a chill in their hearts. Speculating about his identity, the vast majority had never encountered Pei Su and were unaware of the military secrets surrounding him. Therefore, they could only surmise that he was some newly appointed leader. Suddenly, a voice broke through the murmurs, loudly. A middle-aged man entered with a serious demeanor. Lao Sun. Li Mutong nodded to the man. Pei Su curiously inquired of Zhang Wan. Who is this person? He is the chairman of the management committee of the Qian Shuesan Laboratory. Sun Yun, Zhang Wan replied. The arrival was indeed the chairman of the management committee, on par with Li Mutong. Pei Su understood that the Qian Shuesan Laboratory comprises 2 committees, the management committee and the academic committee. Now, both chairmen were present. This was a rather significant gathering. Sun Yun approached Li Mutong with a solemn expression. What are you doing? Why have you summoned everyone? As the chairman of the management committee, Sun Yun was witnessing this grand assembly for the first time. He was not there to assign blame, but to inquire about Li Mutong's intentions. Li Mutong, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, Today, we are to conduct an experiment that pertains to the success of our helium-3 fusion. Sun Yun was taken aback, exclaiming, Is there really hope? Li Mutong merely nodded. There is hope, and thus it is worth a try. Sun Yun nodded, refraining from further comments. However, he cast a puzzled glance at Pei Su, uncertain of the young man's identity and why he was permitted to sit while both Li Mutong and he stood. This is... Sun Yun directed his gaze toward Li Mutong. He is the one who has given me hope, Li Mutong replied softly. Sun Yun looked at Pei Su, struggling to recognize him, marveling at the emergence of such a figure in the domestic military science community. However, this was quite normal, as the chairman of the management committee. Sun Yun was an administrative officer. Yet, in terms of hierarchy, he was subordinate to Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun, both of whom were also administrative personnel. Thus, it was natural for him to be oblivious to Pei Su's background. Nevertheless, Li Mutong's words visibly altered Sun Yun's expression. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence this experiment, I require each of you to sign a confidentiality agreement, classified as military top secret. As Li Mutong pronounced this, Sun Yun immediately grasped the implications. What is the situation? When did our confidentiality level rise to such heights? Li Mutong glanced at Pei Su and said nothing further, simply gesturing. Lao Sun, you must sign as well. Are you joking? The confidentiality agreements signed at the Qian Shuesan Laboratory typically only reach the level of military secrets. Military top secret agreements are rare. Now, everyone, please surrender your mobile phones, cameras, smartwatches, and all electronic devices. Li Mutong stated with a grave expression. Do not record. Do not attempt to film or document. I repeat, do not attempt to record or capture anything. The 300 members of the academic committee stood solemnly, fully aware of the stakes involved. A breach of military top-secret confidentiality could result not merely in imprisonment, but potentially in far graver consequences. The materials have been prepared for you. Li Mutong turned to Pei Su and whispered, whether we succeed hinges on your performance. Pei Su nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, he instructed, first, fold the 2 sheets of graphene at an angle of 11 degrees. Li Mutong ordered the task to be executed. Next, procure 2 strong magnetic field devices, adjusting to different frequencies, one at infinite positive amplitude and the other at infinite negative amplitude. Li Mutong commanded again. Finally, activate the condenser in the central area to immerse the graphene in a low-temperature superconducting environment. Li Mutong continued to relay orders. After several adjustments, Pei Su articulated each step, while Li Mutong commanded the execution. The 300 members of the academic committee, along with Sun Yun, watched intently as everything was set in place, ready for the activation of the apparatus. After Pei Su verified that all devices were functioning correctly, he nodded to Li Mutong. Activate. Li Mutong commanded the activation. Shortly thereafter, the apparatus sprang to life. As the strong magnetic field device and the condenser engaged, the 2 sheets of graphene, now in an 11-degree fold, exhibited low-temperature superconductivity, significantly reducing electrical resistance. Meanwhile, 2 powerful magnetic field devices, due to their inherent frequency differences, create a phenomenon akin to cyclotron acceleration with positive and negative poles. At this moment, the molecules constrained by the strong magnetic field initiate nuclear fusion. The temperature begins to rise gradually. 300 members of the academic committee gaze intently at the temperature gauge. At this juncture, the temperature is surging rapidly. As time ticks by, in a fraction of a second undetectable to the human eye, the temperature reading skyrockets to 4,500 degrees Celsius. As time approaches 1 second, this temperature instantaneously reaches 25,000 degrees Celsius. In the second, the temperature escalates exponentially, achieving a staggering 7.3 million degrees Celsius. By the 3rd second, the temperature further increases at an exponential rate, soaring to 2.5 billion degrees Celsius. This is nuclear fusion. Each fusion reaction releases energy in geometric proportions. At the 4th second, the temperature reaches 1.4 billion degrees Celsius. In that moment, everyone is rooted to the spot as the temperature continues to climb. It shows no signs of ceasing its ascent. When time reaches 4 seconds, and an additional fraction of a second, the temperature hits 3 billion degrees Celsius. This is the essence of the cyclotron acceleration 11-fold technology. At this moment, Li Mutong is stunned. Zhang Wan feels a chill run down her spine. At this instant, all 300 members of the Qian Shuesan Laboratories Academic Committee, geniuses revered in their respective fields, are left in a state of shock. Sun Yun's mind is overwhelmed, unable to fathom that this mysterious young individual has surpassed the highest temperature ever achieved in their laboratory. Time ticks away. The devices continue to operate relentlessly. Even the outer copper rings are performing admirably. They seem capable of sustaining this operation. The temperature conductor is graphene, a low-temperature superconductor. The 2 powerful magnetic field devices are restraining the 3 billion degrees Celsius heat. Meanwhile, the copper rings and wires outside the strong magnetic field are situated in a low-temperature environment, thus unaffected by the extreme heat, allowing them to operate efficiently over an extended period. Everyone holds their breath. Now, the temperature has reached 3 billion degrees. Yet they yearn to ascertain one critical piece of data. How long can this technology enable the 2 magnetic field devices to operate safely? No one dares to breathe, fearing that even their breath might disrupt the outcome. 1 second, 2 seconds, 35 seconds, 70 seconds, 115 seconds, 256 seconds. Finally, at 300 seconds, the 2 magnetic field devices have operated safely for 6 minutes. The helium-3 nuclear fusion process finally comes to a halt. An exclamation erupts. 6 minutes. A record-breaking achievement. Our magnetic field devices could only operate safely for a maximum of 115 seconds. Yet now, these 2 devices have run safely for 300 seconds. 6 minutes. They even managed to generate temperatures of 3 billion degrees Celsius. Incredible. Am I dreaming? Someone exclaimed. Wake me up. If this is a dream, I might just succumb to despair upon awakening. Some weep, some laugh, others are caught in a bittersweet mix of emotions. On the stage, Li Mutong stares blankly at the temperature gauge reading 3 billion. Pei Su did not lie. He truly solved the high-temperature conundrum. Moreover, he enabled the 2 magnetic field devices to operate safely for 6 minutes. Pei Su. Li Mutong's voice trembles. I am grateful to you for your contributions to our Qian Shuesan laboratory. I will report this to the National Academy. Your efforts shall not be forgotten. However, when the crowd turns to Pei Su, they find him contemplating the 2 magnetic field devices, lost in thought. What are you pondering? Zhang Wan cannot help but inquire. The frequencies of your magnetic fields are not properly calibrated. Even the slightest variation in each fusion reaction leads to increasingly significant discrepancies in the final results. if you adjust the frequencies of the magnetic field devices. Pei Su looks at Zhang Wan. Perhaps your devices can operate safely for over 30 minutes. Zhang Wan's eyes widen. Li Mutong feels a surge of exhilaration. Unable to contain himself, collapsing to the ground. His mind is consumed with thoughts of 30 minutes. Chapter 98. Nuclear Physics Examination 30 minutes. What an extensive duration. Li Mutong muses. In his prime, the longest he shared with his wife was merely 15 minutes of foreplay and 10 minutes of the main event. To think the magnetic field devices could operate safely for 30 minutes. What an inconceivable notion. It is essential to recognize that the energy released during each second of fusion is exponentially increasing. In every imperceptible moment, energy equivalent to that of tens of thousands of people is unleashed. In 30 minutes, what monumental energy could that yield? Li Mutong does not know. But he is aware of one thing. He feels immensely fortunate. This sensation of being guided is truly blissful. Suddenly, Li Mutong realizes his hand is being lifted. He opens his eyes to find several individuals carrying him toward an ambulance. What are you doing? Li Mutong exclaims in surprise, his mind still catching up. Beside him, Zhang Wan quickly explains, do you not recall? You fainted during the experiment. Li Mutong vaguely recalls. He takes a deep breath. How long was I out? Precisely 30 minutes. Zhang Wan holds up 3 fingers. 30 minutes? Li Mutong's gaze becomes unfocused. What about Pei Su? He remembers Pei Su and hastily inquires, where did he go? He received a call and has left, saying that old Qin is looking for him. Zhang Wan replies with a smile. However, before he departed, he left me his contact information. If you wish to reach him, I can provide it to you. Li Mutong shakes his head. No need. Since Pei Su has given his contact details to Zhang Wan, it indicates he prefers her to reach out. Should there be anything, he can relay it through her. Set me down. Li Mutong grumbles as he stands upright, reaching for his phone to order a ride. Where are you going? Zhang Wan promptly asks. To the National Academy. Pei Su's recent achievements are monumental. He must report them immediately. Lonka University. After 3 months, Pei Su returns to Lonka University. Upon arriving at his apartment, he hears a voice calling. Pei Ge? Pei Su turns to find Xiaohua. Xiaohua has just closed the door to his apartment, intending to head to class, and is visibly excited to see Pei Su back. Finally, you've returned. I've been worried about you for the past 3 months. Pei Ge you? Xiaohua notices the dark circles under Pei Su's eyes and his seemingly drained spirit, filled with uncertainty. Surely, you've been out with a girlfriend, partying every night? Meanwhile, Chen Ke closes the door to his apartment, chuckling as he speaks. Pei Su shakes his head. No, I spent time studying in the library. I'm just a bit slow. It took me 3 months to solve one problem. Chen Ke's expression shifts. For someone like Pei Su to take that long to resolve an issue, he understood that this matter was likely classified military intelligence. Thus, he wisely refrained from probing further. On their way to the classroom, Pei Su curiously inquired, what is old Qin summoning us for this time? Do you have any idea? No, Xiaohua shook his head. However, Chen Ke pondered for a moment and replied, 3 months ago, after the grand military competition concluded, old Qin did not return to the school immediately. Instead, he accompanied a leader from the National Academy directly from the Yinjiao factory cluster to the National Academy. Upon his return, during classes, old Qin consciously began imparting knowledge about nuclear physics to us. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Ke remarked to Pei Su, this is likely an examination on nuclear physics or perhaps some projects related to it. You're in trouble. You haven't attended classes much in the past 3 months, and you'll struggle to keep up with the pace. Pei Su raised an eyebrow. Nuclear physics? Controlled nuclear fusion is indeed a facet of this vast discipline, and it is a profound field. Thus, while acquiring the technology for controlled nuclear fusion at level 3, Pei Su transformed into an authoritative figure in this domain. Before long, they arrived at the classroom. After 3 months apart, everyone had undergone some changes. Of course, the most noticeable transformation belonged to Wang Qingyu. She had always had a penchant for luxury, and, over the past 3 months, seemed to have honed her fashion sense, looking more elegant and exuding greater charisma. Li Bei and Zhang Ming expressed surprise at Pei Su's arrival. What a rare visitor. Li Bei raised an eyebrow at Pei Su, saying, with those dark circles under your eyes, have you perhaps started dating someone? Pei Su replied earnestly, no. Meanwhile, Wang Qingyu leaned in with a hint of gossip. I heard from my father that the commander of the Central Theater's army, Mr. Zhang Yutong, intends to arrange a match between his granddaughter and you. So, is the reason behind those dark circles that you are involved with Zhang Yutong's granddaughter? Pei Su was taken aback. How should he respond to that? After contemplating, he said, you could say that, as Zhang Wan is indeed Zhang Yutong's granddaughter. His dark circles were a result of sleepless nights spent studying, prompted by Zhang Wan's revelations about high-temperature issues. Wow, Li Bei's eyes lit up. Doesn't that make it easier for you to join the military in the future? Xiaohua jested, you fool. Pei Ge has such a promising future. Why would he want to join the army? Li Bei slapped his forehead and sheepishly said, true. You know I served as a volunteer soldier. Laughter filled the room. Soon, old Qin walked into the classroom. Over the past 3 months, the elderly man seemed to have aged further. However, when he spoke, his voice was robust. Today, we shall assess physics. He glanced at Pei Su and added, You shall participate in the examination as well. The others chuckled with schadenfreude, fully aware that Pei Su had spent the last 3 months at the military library and had not studied nuclear physics. Clearly, Old Qin's intention was to put Pei Su in a difficult position. Don't score 0, Zhang Ming teased. As the exam papers were distributed, Li Yunchang entered from the back door to supervise. Upon receiving the papers, everyone was immediately struck by despair. What on earth is this? Why are the questions so difficult? I remember having seen some of these obscure questions, but I thought they wouldn't appear on the exam, so I didn't review them. I'm going to fail. Despair was etched on their faces. Li Yunchang coughed lightly. Keep your voices down. Focus on your own work. He slowly approached Pei Su, patted his shoulder, and quietly asked, How are you? You don't seem well. Haven T rested properly? Pei Su shrugged. You could say that. I indeed Haven T had much good sleep these past 3 months. I've been engrossed in studying. Li Yunchang nodded, saying, A friend recently gifted me a box of tea. It's quite invigorating. I've left it on your desk. You can take it back to your apartment after the exam. Seeing the tea box on the desk warmed Pei Su's heart. Oldly, you're a good man. He thought. Cough. Focus on the exam. If you fail, you'll have to retake it like any ordinary student. Li Yunchang coughed again and resumed his supervision. Chapter 99. The God of Exams. After the exam concluded, Li Yunchang took the papers to the office to review them with Old Qin. The rest sat in the classroom, sighing heavily. This is our first exam, isn't it? Chen Ke lamented. I can't believe it's this challenging. Pei Su reflected and realized that it indeed was their first exam since entering the Lonkai class. They had been preoccupied with various projects, leaving little time for relaxation. And this was their first experience with an examination. He had also noted that the nuclear physics questions were particularly challenging. Nevertheless, he managed to answer them all. However, for students like Chen Ke, it was likely beyond their grasp, as the exam was not designed for undergraduates. It involved practical issues rather than theoretical knowledge. Only seasoned nuclear physics researchers who had spent months in laboratories could tackle such a paper. Clearly, this exam was crafted by Old Qin himself, making it impossible to find answers online. When everyone discovered that there were indeed no answers available, they began checking each other's responses. For the multiple-choice questions, I chose Ababa. Chen Ke said. Wang Qingyu immediately interjected, You definitely got 2 wrong. I selected ABCCA. Li Bei chimed in, Me too, ABCCA. Xiaohua nodded, Same here. Chen Ke's eyes widened. What do you mean? Did I get it wrong? At that moment, Zhang Ming spoke up. It's not that you're wrong. It's that you all are wrong. The others were taken aback. The correct answers for the multiple-choice questions should be Abdab, Zhang Ming explained, raising his hands in exasperation. The first 2 were easy, but the last 3 were quite difficult. I struggled to arrive at those answers. Groans of despair arose. They had gotten so many wrong on the multiple-choice section, the larger questions were sure to be even worse. Just then, Pei Su interjected, Zhang Ming. You also made a mistake. Zhang Ming was taken aback. What? Where did I go wrong? Pei Su shook his head. The answer to the last multiple-choice question ISNTB. It's C. The others were puzzled. Zhang Ming, incredulous, replied, That's impossible. I'm sure I got it right. Wang Qingyu nodded seriously. Pei Su, in terms of exams, Zhang Ming is clearly far more authoritative than you. With his photographic memory and exceptional comprehension skills, Zhang Ming was indeed an authority in this area. Pei Su shrugged. Whatever. Just wait for your retake when the papers are handed back this afternoon. The group responded with boos. In the afternoon, after collecting their papers, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Zhang Ming scored 65, barely passing. Wang Qingyu scored 56, failing. Li Bei received 47, failing as well. Xiaohua managed 59.5, not passing. Chen Ke scored 54, also failing. Damn, Xiaohua cried out in despair. I was just 0.5 away from passing. Didn't I have any participation points? At the front, Li Yunchang shrugged. The Lonkai class doesn't consider participation points. And if we're being honest, do you really think you all have high participation scores? Xiaohua fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Their classroom performances could hardly be deemed diligent. More often than not, they had studied in their spare time. Pei Su had even missed 3 consecutive months of classes. Yet, he was just half a point away from passing. Xiaohua felt a sudden pang of heartache. Pei Gu. He turned to Pei Su, his voice heavy with emotion. What score did you get? Just tell me, so I can feel a bit better. Pei Su, with a furrowed brow, casually handed over the paper. As Xiaohua took the paper and glanced at it, the striking red score at the top caught his eye. 100. 100. Xiaohua whispered, his mind struggling to comprehend. The next moment, he let out a horrified shriek that startled the birds in the surrounding woods. Even the sun seemed to tremble slightly. After about 30 minutes, everyone was fixated on Pei Su. Pei Gu. Xiaohua leaned closer, his tone softening. Just tell me. What did you do? How could you score 100? Pei Su blinked innocently. If I say it's due to my genuine talent and hard work, would you believe me? The group shook their heads in unison. Pei Su's expression darkened. I truly earned that 100 through my own merit. They shook their heads again. Voices harmonizing. We don't believe you. It was absurd. He hadn't attended a single class in 3 months, yet returned only to take an exam and aced it? What was he? A prophet who had mastered nuclear physics beforehand. Or did he have a highly advanced AI in his mind, solving all problems for him? Xiaohu pondered. But that last major question was an essay on the future of nuclear fusion. Questions like that are subjective. We can only conjecture based on our imagination and knowledge. Even old Qin cannot achieve controllable nuclear fusion, so he grades based on subjective perspectives. That last question is worth 45 points. Did you really get full marks? The group realized something crucial. If Pei Su had scored full points on the last question, it implied that his answer had satisfied old Qin. Perhaps old Qin even believed Pei Su's proposal was feasible. Pei Gu, Xiaohu's eyes sparkled. Please tell me, how did you answer that last question? I'm begging you. Teach me. Pei Su could no longer endure Xiaohu's pleading demeanor. All right, you've intimidated me, he said. It's quite simple. Pei Su looked at the others. His expression calm. I wrote down the implementation plan for controllable nuclear fusion, so naturally, he had no reason to give me a low score. Scoring full marks was inevitable. As the plan is indeed feasible. The group stared blankly. Just then, Li Yunchang entered the classroom. What are you talking about? What do you mean you wrote a controllable nuclear fusion plan? Are you possessed by the god of exams? During the college entrance exam, you wrote down parameters for the 8th generation machine, and now, in a nuclear physics exam, you've written a controllable nuclear fusion proposal? What is going on? As they puzzled over this, Xiaohu noticed Li Yunchang and asked, what about Principal Qin? Li Yunchang instinctively replied, I saw him rushing to the National Institute. I'm not sure what was happening. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the National Institute, Li Mutong alighted from his vehicle. Chapter 100, The Master of Time Management. This trip to the National Institute felt extraordinary to Li Mutong. His purpose was straightforward, to find Li Jinyuan and report Pei Su's achievements. Helium-3 nuclear fusion, touted as secondary controllable nuclear fusion, had recently hit a deadlock. On one hand, helium-3 is abundant only on the moon. However, collecting helium-3 in large quantities with traditional spacecraft is challenging, as they can only bring back 50 to 60 kilograms of soil at a time, from which helium-3 is extracted. Only after successfully achieving helium-3 nuclear fusion can they utilize fusion spacecraft to harvest substantial resources. However, the failure to realize helium-3 nuclear fusion had stalled both energy and technology advancements. Pei Su resolved the technical issues, consequently addressing the energy dilemma. They could now manufacture nuclear fusion spacecraft capable of gathering large amounts of soil, thereby extracting helium-3. All of this was due to Pei Su's contributions. Li Mutong was not one to seek glory for himself. He was usually calm and preferred to discuss matters openly. Therefore, after fainting for 30 minutes, he hurried to the National Institute. Unfortunately, severe traffic congestion in the capital, combined with the necessity of passing through 2 heavily congested routes from Qianshuesan Laboratory to the National Institute, left him with no choice. After being stuck for over 2 hours, from morning until 1:30 p.m., Li Mutong decided to walk the remaining half hour. Finally arriving at the National Institute by 2 p.m., just as he prepared to enter, another vehicle sped up and came to a halt. The person who emerged was none other than Old Qin, holding a copy of what appeared to be an exam paper. Unable to resist, Li Mutong greeted him. Old Qin, you're here at the National Institute too? Yes, Old Qin nodded. I have some progress regarding controllable nuclear fusion that I need to discuss with Old Li. Hearing this, Li Mutong smiled. We also made significant advancements in helium-3 nuclear fusion today. What a coincidence. Oh, Old Qin was pleasantly surprised. Your helium-3 nuclear fusion has made progress too? Indeed, Li Mutong chuckled. It's thanks to someone's assistance. Oh, Old Qin inquired. Who is it? Zhang Wan from your team? He only recognized 3 individuals from the Qianshuesan Laboratory. The chairman of the management committee, Sun Yun, the chairman of the academic committee, Li Mutong, and Zhang Yutong's granddaughter, Zhang Wan, who was a key researcher in the field of controllable nuclear fusion. Li Mutong smiled mysteriously, not Zhang Wan, but someone else. At the entrance of the National Institute, confidentiality was paramount, so he refrained from being explicit. Old Qin scrutinized Li Mutong for a moment before nodding. He mused that it was likely Zhang Wan. He never expected Zhang Yutong's granddaughter to possess such talents, truly remarkable. Perhaps he should invite Zhang Wan to further her studies at Lonka University? After all, the nature of the long talent class was unique. And bringing in a few professionals shouldn't be an issue. Just as Old Qin contemplated whether to invite Zhang Wan over, he entered the National Institute alongside Li Mutong. In the conference room, the lights illuminated the space. Unlike the dim atmosphere of the previous meeting, this time, Li Jinyuan wore a broad smile. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. Wonderful. Truly splendid. Both controllable nuclear fusion and helium-3 nuclear fusion have made progress simultaneously. Thank you both, Old Qin and Little Li. For Li Jinyuan, this was immensely exhilarating, as he had expressed to Old Qin before, when viewed from the perspective of a policymaker. The benefits brought by controllable nuclear fusion were almost exaggerated. Once controllable nuclear fusion commenced, the country would be able to unleash its full industrial potential. In our nation, we stand poised to reach the pinnacle of the world, potentially achieving the remarkable goal of universal prosperity, ensuring that every individual thrives and that our citizens leave their footprints across every corner of the globe. Both controllable nuclear fusion and helium-3 fusion are regarded by Li Zhenyuan as vital components of this vision, while helium-3 fusion holds great promise. Its full realization will require additional time. On the other hand, although controllable nuclear fusion yields modest energy outputs, its simplicity is an undeniable advantage. Thus, we shall first harness controllable nuclear fusion to kickstart our nation's rapid development, subsequently progressing towards helium-3 fusion, which offers a staggering 125-fold increase in energy output for the same consumption. This scenario is truly exquisite. Li Jingyuan is overjoyed. However, Li Mutong interjects, stating, "Leader, I must clarify that this accomplishment is not solely mine. It is a testament to the talents of others." Qin Lao concurs, adding, "Indeed. The recent advancements in controllable nuclear fusion were made possible with the assistance of one of my disciples." "Oh," Li Zhenyuan exclaims in surprise. "Are there truly such remarkable individuals in this world? Who are they?" "Pei Su," they both utter in unison, momentarily taken aback. Li Mutong gazes at Qin Lao, who meets his gaze, and they both fall into a contemplative silence. They realize the truth. These so-called remarkable individuals are, in fact, one and the same. Pei Su. Li Jingyuan, perplexed, inquires, what is the meaning of this? How could this young prodigy resolve both controllable nuclear fusion and helium-3 fusion simultaneously? Does he possess the ability to be in two places at once? The two men share their own confusion, pondering the same question. Li Mutong is baffled, wondering how Pei Su, who had just departed earlier that day, managed to resolve the controllable nuclear fusion issue in just a few hours. Meanwhile, Qin Lao reflects on whether Pei Su has been diligently working on helium-3 fusion for the past 3 months. Earlier that day, Li Mutong had remarked, "Pei Su successfully operated our strong magnetic field device for 6 minutes, reaching an astonishing temperature of 3 billion degrees Celsius." Qin Lao further stated, "I organized a nuclear physics examination, and this child outlined a feasible plan for controllable nuclear fusion. After my calculations, it is indeed viable." He placed the photocopied exam paper on the table. Li Zhenyuan, holding his head, mused, "I believe I have come to understand. This means that in just a few hours, this child resolved the two significant controllable nuclear fusion challenges, which had previously consumed billions without a sound. Is he a master of time management?" Chapter 101. Pei Su exposed? The timeline now seems clearer to Li Zhenyuan. He begins to comprehend how Pei Su achieved such astonishing feats in mere hours. 3 months prior, Pei Su had assisted Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun, showcasing exceptional talent during the military competition in 2026. Consequently, these two commanders facilitated the issuance of a permanent permit for Pei Su to access the underground military library of the Qianshuesan laboratory. Over the following 3 months, Pei Su unexpectedly delved into the realm of nuclear fusion knowledge. Upon grasping the complexities of helium-3 fusion, he successfully unraveled the problem using the knowledge he had acquired during this period. He aided Li Mutong, the chair of the academic committee at the Qianshuesan laboratory, in extending the operational time of 2 strong magnetic field devices to 6 minutes, while simultaneously elevating the temperature to an unprecedented 3 billion degrees Celsius. Li Mutong, overwhelmed with excitement, fainted, and upon regaining consciousness, rushed to the National Institute, only to be caught in traffic. Meanwhile, Pei Su returned to Lonka University, where Qin Lao had assigned a nuclear physics exam. Pei Su began the examination, effortlessly solving every question using the knowledge he had accumulated over the past 3 months. Remarkably, he also documented the implementation plan for controllable nuclear fusion on the exam paper. Thus, it appeared as though Pei Su had resolved both helium-3 fusion and controllable nuclear fusion issues within a few hours. In reality, he had invested 3 months in diligent study, amassing knowledge. Yet, Li Zhenyuan felt an overwhelming surge of disbelief. 3 months? When did the field of nuclear physics become so simplistic? Although he lacked a comprehensive understanding of nuclear fusion mechanics, he understood human capabilities. Take Li Mutong, for example. He, along with Wang Jun and Li Jing, were all preparatory academicians at Lonka University, and he was often compared to Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology, earning the title Wang Li. This indicates that Li Mutong from the Qianshuesan Laboratory and Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology are nearly of the same caliber. However, Wang Hongzhe is already 60 years old, while Li Mutong is still quite young. Thus, if Li Mutong could not solve certain problems, how could Pei Su resolve them in just 3 months? Li Jingyuan's mind raced with questions. Did Pei Su possess an extraordinary intellect or an uncanny ability to astonish? Regardless, he was unconcerned with how Pei Su achieved these feats. The fact remained that he had done so, bringing joy to all. Excellent. Li Jingyuan's expression turned serious as he addressed Li Mutong. Contact Pei Su immediately and convey that I, Li Jingyuan from the National Institute, am offering him a condition. As long as he does not violate national principles, any request he makes will be fulfilled. Li Mutong felt a jolt of surprise, contemplating the implications of Li Jingyuan's words. Not violating national principles is easily understood. It essentially refers to adherence to the core values of the nation. In most cases, Laws do not supersede national principles. Thus, Li Jingyuan's implication was clear. Even if Pei Su were to propose a request bordering on illegality, he would strive to fulfill it. Li Mutong hesitated to speculate on the intentions of such a formidable figure. At that moment, Li Zhenyuan turned to Qin Lao, a smile gracing his face. He approached and patted Qin Lao's shoulder, saying, "Old Qin, once controllable nuclear fusion technology emerges, we will be able to develop at an unprecedented pace. Our factories could account for as much as 90% of the global market. You know, where there are people, there is a world. Where there are none, the world loses its meaning. I trust you understand my perspective." Qin Lao remained silent for a moment before simply replying, "You cannot stop me." Li Jingyuan narrowed his eyes. That remains to be seen. Li Mutong felt another surge of realization wash over him. In 2009, Qin Lao published a paper discussing superhydrogen bombs and lunar nuclear fusion. Fast forward to December 2026, 17 years later, and Qin Lao had yet to realize his secondary nuclear deterrence plan. Clearly, he had encountered challenges both technologically and financially. However, with Pei Su resolving the technical issues, once controllable nuclear fusion is realized, Qin Lao could produce a superhydrogen bomb capable of triggering lunar nuclear fusion at a minimal cost, thereby achieving his secondary nuclear deterrence objectives. But right now, Li Zhenyuan was evidently confronting old Qin, whose status was quite elevated. The two appeared to be locked in a standoff. Li Mutong realized that he seemed to be entangled in a somewhat terrifying event. He promptly stated, "Leader, I will convey your intentions to Pei Su immediately." Upon finishing his words, he prepared to leave. Neither man attempted to stop him. Li Jingyuan even remarked, "Close the door." As Li Jingyuan shut the office door, he heard his own voice echoing within. "You see, the premise of human development is human existence. The prosperity of our nation is contrasted with those less fortunate countries. Old Qin, what you should be concerned about is not when this damned plan will be realized, but whether the nuclear fusion test at the end of March will succeed." Li Mutong felt a jolt of apprehension and quickly departed. No one knew what exactly transpired between old Qin and Li Jingyuan that afternoon. However, when someone next entered the conference room, they discovered a shattered teacup on the floor and a puddle of broken tea leaves. It seemed that someone had been quite furious. January 1st, 2027. Snow fell gently. At Lonka University, apartment 437, Pei Su stood by the window, gazing at the falling snow, lost in thought. During the past few days since his return, he had been visiting various places to familiarize himself with the events of the past 3 months. Firstly, at the Beijing military region, Zhao Lingua had established a production line and commenced the gradual manufacturing of Black Mirror tanks. Meanwhile, Qi Tianyun from the Shanghai military region had also set up a production line, beginning mass production of the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor. Although there were still some challenges in the mass production of the 8th-generation machines, requiring more time to establish the production line, it was evident that Pei Su's efforts during this period had led to a gradual advancement of genuinely cutting-edge technology. At that moment, a shrill voice pierced through his thoughts. Xiaohua, screaming, rushed over with a laptop. Pei Gu, look." Pei Su turned in surprise and took the laptop. On the screen was an English news report. Although Pei Su's English was quite proficient, he found it cumbersome to translate, so he simply clicked the translation button. Soon, the English report transformed into Chinese. "Greetings. I am Luna, a reporter for Channel 9. 3 months ago, I traveled to Huagua and witnessed a grand military competition at the Yinjiao factory cluster between the Beijing and Shanghai military regions. The display of technology left me astounded, intensifying my anxiety regarding the tense international situation." Chapter 102. Are the children of the post-05 era so reckless? The report, overall, lacked anything particularly extraordinary. Luna, the golden-haired, blue-eyed foreign reporter, spoke candidly, maintaining a neutral stance without aligning herself with any nation. However, a peculiar issue arose. In the photographs taken by Luna, one captured Pei Su. "How did I end up in the shot?" Pei Su furrowed his brow. When she published the report, was there no one to review it? He recalled the grand military competition in September, during which Luna had sought a better angle for her video and had come close to him. It was likely then that she had inadvertently captured him in her frame. Yet, Pei Su found it puzzling that his identity was classified at a military secret level. Had Luna not undergone a review process before publishing her report? As it turned out, Wang Qingyu approached him. Her father was Wang Chaoyan from the Military Science Approval Department, which provided her with broader information channels. I asked my father about the military news approval personnel at that time. They informed me that the individual responsible for approval was a recent graduate from a military journalism program who did not recognize your clearance level. So they assumed you were merely a bystander and approved it. Pei Su was taken aback. A bystander? This world truly operates like a makeshift troop. However, the news had already been published. If Luna were ordered to amend it, it would only serve to expose his identity to those foreigners. Contemplating this, Pei Su pondered. A single photograph shouldn't pose much of an issue, right? In North America, at the Central Intelligence Agency, a conference room displayed one of Luna's photographs. In the upper left corner were the diplomats' area. In the upper right corner were Zhang Yutong and others. and at the center was the technological showcase of the military competition. Yet, in the inconspicuous lower right corner, a young man, smiling and full of enthusiasm, was captured in the frame. "Hello, Mr. Joseph." Peter entered the conference room, and a group of golden-haired, blue-eyed youths stood up. Unfazed, Peter nodded at a middle-aged man in a tailored suit at the front. "Mr. Peter, it has been a while since we last met." Joseph Chaoming looked at Peter and said, "After our analysis, we have roughly determined that this young man seems rather unique. His position is second only to Zhang Yutong and the diplomats, occupying a distinctive second-row spot. We wish to know who he is and whether he is the child of a high-ranking executive or possesses some outstanding contributions." Peter was indeed the diplomat from the Yinjiao factory cluster. Upon seeing Pei Su's face, a flood of memories surged forth. He realized something and quickly replied, "I do not know him well, but I distinctly remember that even Zhang Yutong and the academicians from Lonko Academy greeted him. I only know that his surname is Pei and that he is related to an academician from Lonko Academy. Beyond that, I am unaware of any details." Joseph furrowed his brow. "Pei. Indeed, Pei." Peter delved into his memories. "I was quite taken aback 3 months ago when Zhang Yutong invited me to the military competition. I witnessed 2 incredibly shocking technologies, one being the Black Mirror tank, which achieved an astonishing 5th-generation technical standard, and the other being the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor. The precise data eludes me, but based on performance, it is exceptionally remarkable." Joseph frowned. "Mr. Peter, we have been closely monitoring all of this for 3 months now. When it comes to intelligence, we understand more than you do. We called you here solely to inquire about the identity of this young man." Peter sighed. "I have shared all that I know with you, Mr. Joseph. You may reverse engineer the information I provided. For instance, his youth and seated position indicate that he is not merely there due to familial connections to an academician. Perhaps he is also one of the vital talents in Huawei's military science sector." As he spoke, Peter smiled and added, "I suspect his team may be associated with either the Black Mirror or the 4th-generation exoskeleton armor. Otherwise, what merit could a young face have to occupy such a prominent position?" Joseph gasped. "Is he truly that remarkable? I certainly do not wish to encounter a second Qian Shuessen. Who could have known?" Peter bid farewell to Joseph and exited the conference room. A contemplative expression adorned Peter's face. In truth, he knew much more than he let on. For instance, he was aware that the young man's name was Pei Su. Yet he only disclosed that his surname was Pei to Joseph. He knew that Pei Su's uncle was Li Yong from Lonko Academy, but merely referred to him as an academician. Furthermore, he had observed Zhang Yutong, Li Yong, Wang Jun, and Li Jing greeting Pei Su, but he only mentioned Zhang Yutong. In reality, Peter harbored other intentions regarding such a talent. If one does not draw individuals to one's own camp, it would indeed be a regrettable loss. After all, my other identity is that of a clandestine investor in the military engineering laboratory at New York University. Should I succeed in bringing Pei Su to the university to work for me, Peter believes there would be great promise for the days ahead. I must devise a strategy to entice this young talent. Pei Su, have you contemplated what demands you will present regarding the commitments made by the National Academy? On June 2nd, through a phone call, Li Mutong inquired about Pei Su. However, within apartment 437, Pei Su found himself in a quandary. To be honest, I have not yet made up my mind. At present, what he values most has already been secured, namely, the military-grade library located underground at the Qian Shuessen laboratory. He has been granted a permanent permit to access various confidential documents there. As for the promise, he has not given it much thought. Li Mutong blinked and promptly suggested, "You are still quite young. How about I speak to the higher-ups and propose that Zhang Wan be betrothed to you?" He observed the rapport between Pei Su and Zhang Wan, sensing a profound connection akin to that of a shared understanding between mountains and flowing waters. Although the concept of arranged marriages has long since faded, facilitating a union, provided it does not contravene their wills, could still be possible. Pei Su paused for a few seconds. "I have made a decision." Li Mutong chuckled. "You agree?" "Yes, I have indeed decided." Pei Su replied with a calm demeanor. "I intend to collaborate with my classmates to construct a controllable nuclear fusion device, but we lack the necessary materials. And I plan to request them from the National Academy." Li Mutong was taken aback. "What? You wish to create a controllable nuclear fusion device on your own?" Such audacity from someone born in 2005. Chapter 103. 6 individuals, you wish to research terrestrial nuclear fusion. Li Mutong could hardly fathom that Pei Su would embark on research into controllable nuclear fusion, while Pei Su possesses the technical qualifications to delve into this realm. The reality is that his team consists of merely 6 individuals. To clarify, there are actually only 5 others: Wang Qingyu, Zhang Ming, Li Bei, Chen Ke, and a certain Xiaohua. 6 individuals. Can they truly engage in research on controllable nuclear fusion? Even if it were Pei Su himself stating it. Li Mutong found it utterly implausible. Wait, Li Mutong suddenly recognized an issue. Pei Su requires a strong magnetic field and materials. But who would supply these materials? Certainly not Li Zhenyuan, as he is merely an administrative officer and must be sourced from subordinate units. Now the question arises, whose strong magnetic field apparatus is the most abundant? Naturally, it would be the Qian Shuessen laboratory, which is currently engaged in helium-3 fusion research. Li Mutong opened his mouth to say something, but felt a headache coming on. In the end, had he unwittingly shot himself in the foot? Never mind. He shook his head and said, "Please send me the material list. I will report it and prepare everything for you. I'll deliver it personally afterward." "Thank you, Old Li," Pei Su replied, sending over the material list. Simultaneously, Li Mutong received the list. 2 strong magnetic field devices? This is manageable. The cost of 1 strong magnetic field device is around $15 million, totaling $30 million for both. The higher-ups initially approved 4 strong magnetic field devices for us. And we only require 2, which suits Pei Su perfectly. 2 cyclotron devices as well. These are also not overly expensive. The 2 we recently acquired can be allocated to him, approximately totaling $30 million. 1,000 kilograms of low-purity graphene or 100 kilograms of high-purity graphene. This material is relatively inexpensive. However, as Li Mutong reached the final item, he paused. Upon closer examination, he noted 150 tons of boron-11. What is this? Li Mutong was taken aback. Boron-11 is also a substance that can be utilized in nuclear fusion. Unlike traditional nuclear fusion, it differs significantly from helium-3 fusion. Theoretically, the energy produced from boron-11 fusion is approximately 15 times that of helium-3 fusion, and helium-3 fusion is about 125 times the energy of conventional nuclear fusion. This implies that the energy generated from boron-11 fusion is extraordinarily significant. However, the challenge lies in the fact that boron-11 fusion necessitates temperatures reaching 3 billion degrees Celsius. When the project was initially proposed, Li Mutong had defined clear distinctions. Traditional nuclear fusion could be termed first-level fusion, helium-3 fusion as second-level fusion, and boron-11 fusion as the theoretically highest, third-level fusion. The reason they were tasked with helium-3 fusion was simply that boron-11 fusion is currently unfeasible due to the vast technological gaps involved. Yet now, it appears that this youthful Pei Su intends to attempt third-level fusion alongside his 5 classmates. This is simply unrealistic. A judgment formed in Li Mutong's mind. He immediately called Pei Su to inquire. "Hello? Pei Su, I have received your material list. I want to ask, are you planning to pursue boron-11 fusion?" His expression was grave as he spoke. On the other end of the line, Pei Su replied lazily, "Yes, but it will not be just me engaging in boron-11 fusion. It will be with my 5 classmates." "You are being reckless," Li Mutong exclaimed. "What you are proposing is extremely dangerous. Boron-11 fusion requires a temperature of 3 billion degrees Celsius to initiate a reaction. Indeed, you have resolved the most significant technical hurdle. But how do you plan to contain that temperature? Through strong magnetic fields? No, that is impossible. Our strong magnetic field apparatus is the best available. Yet you have acknowledged that even under optimal conditions, it can only operate for 30 minutes. To generate a substantial amount of energy through boron-11 fusion, 30 minutes is still far too brief. Furthermore, I cannot trust in your safety while you undertake this endeavor." Li Mutong's words elicited a smile from Pei Su. "Old Li, do you remember? Back in that library, you once deceived me, claiming that you had resolved the high-temperature issue with a scheme involving 5 small, interconnected explosive devices." Li Mutong was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Pei Su's voice remained calm. "You may deceive me, but I shall not deceive you. Thus, I can confidently affirm that I possess the capability and technology to achieve boron-11 fusion." Li Mutong gasped. "What? Is that true?" "As I said, I will not deceive you." Pei Su replied softly. "Prepare the materials, Old Li." He hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Li Mutong found himself staring blankly at the now-terminated call. His mind replayed Pei Su's words. Could Pei Su have a solution for the containment apparatus? If that were the case, perhaps there exists a possibility for success. No. Li Mutong shook his head again. This is not realistic. He has only 5 individuals by his side. If he had 500 of the world's elites, he might genuinely succeed. But with only 5 individuals, success is improbable. With this thought, Li Mutong promptly dialed Pei Su's number once more. "Hello? What is it now?" Pei Su sounded somewhat exasperated. "Old Li, why do you keep calling?" "Pei Su, I wish to convey this." Li Mutong pondered for a moment and remarked. "Your circle is rather limited, consisting solely of students who are not the elite in this field. If you intend to accomplish everything relying on just 5 individuals, I must inform you that success is utterly unattainable. Instead, why not come to me? I have 300 distinguished researchers at your disposal. Perhaps you might consider this." Before he could finish his sentence, Pei Su's cheerful laughter resonated from the other end of the line. "No need, Lao Li. Perhaps you do not fully appreciate the capabilities of these 5 classmates. In terms of physicality, they may not match 100 individuals. However, in terms of talent and potential, each of them is worth 100. Lao Li, please gather the materials on the list within 3 days. Thank you." With that, the call ended abruptly. Li Mutong set down the phone, once again engulfed in contemplation. Were Pei Su's 5 classmates truly exceptional? Out of curiosity, he decided to contact an old friend to investigate the backgrounds of these 5 individuals accompanying Pei Su. Chapter 104. 100 million for a tank. 100 million for a handgun. Hello, Lao Lin. Could you assist me in verifying the identities of a few individuals? Yes, I need information on 5 people. Chen Kai, Xiao Hua, Li Bei, Zhang Ming, and Wang Qingyu. Just those 5. What? They are all classified under military confidentiality? Are you certain? Not just confidential or secret, but military confidential? All right, I understand. He hung up, lost in thought. By heavens, Pei Su's 5 classmates possessed military confidential identities. Yet, he was puzzled. Were these individuals classified due to their connection with the Dragon Talent class, or was it their association with Pei Su that granted them such status? If it was the former, that was acceptable. However, if it was the latter, it was rather alarming. In apartment 437, Pei Su turned to see that Xiao Hua and the others had gathered. Pei Gu, what did you summon us for? Xiao Hua inquired, curiosity evident on his face. The others also expressed their intrigue, unsure of Pei Su's intentions. Pei Su smirked slightly. Old Qin hasn't assigned you any tasks lately, has he? Not at the moment. Chen Kai responded as he poured himself a cup of water with ease. But I believe Old Qin intends for us to handle a project related to nuclear physics or a specific aspect of it. I suspect it is highly likely connected to controllable nuclear fusion. However, since Old Qin hasn't issued any orders, I shall refrain from making assumptions. Pei Su contemplated. Why don't we take this opportunity to secure a side project? The group perked up at the mention of a side project. This was indeed an enticing proposition. Following their recent simultaneous undertakings with Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun, each of them had significantly increased their wealth at an astonishing rate. Each had earned close to the equivalent of a luxury apartment in Kyoto. The thrill of earning through their own efforts was addictive. Although their current funds were more than sufficient for their consumption habits, who would ever say no to more money? Thus, upon hearing Pei Su's intention to pursue another side project, everyone's enthusiasm surged. Pei Su grinned and whispered, just now, I requested some equipment for controllable nuclear fusion. I plan for us to attempt manufacturing military equipment related to controllable nuclear fusion in the coming time and then sell it. Sell to whom? Wang Qingyu queried. Without hesitation, Pei Su dialed Zhao Linghua's number. Hello? Pei Su, what an unexpected pleasure to hear from you. When will you come over for a visit? I recently acquired a box of excellent tea. Though it may not compare to the Dahong Pao Mother Tree, it is still top-tier tea from our country. Pei Su chuckled. No need for that, Commander Zhao. I called to discuss a proposition with you. Would you be interested in a nuclear-powered tank? A moment of silence ensued on the other end. After a brief pause, Zhao Linghua cautiously responded. Xiao Pei, are you planning something significant? Pei Su replied softly. That is not your concern. Are you interested in the nuclear-powered tank? Absolutely. How could I possibly refuse? Zhao Linghua chuckled. If you can indeed produce a nuclear-powered tank, name your price, and I will buy it. 100 million per tank. Are you in? Pei Su's words caused Zhao Linghua to ponder momentarily. 100 million for a single tank? Is it truly worth that much? Yet, quickly, Pei Su's enticing words echoed again. This would be the world's first nuclear-powered tank. And quite possibly the last. You understand, tanks are destined to be obsolete, but this is a man's romance. And whoever possesses it will have the ability to be remembered in history. Zhao Ling was swallowed hard. He was reluctant to admit it, but he found himself intrigued. Indeed, Pei Su was right. Tanks would eventually become outdated as humanity's gaze shifted skyward. However, the notion of being the owner of the world's first and last nuclear-powered tank was undeniably alluring. After all, who would not wish to be remembered? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Linghua decisively responded, all right, 100 million, I'm in. Setting down the phone, Pei Su turned to the group. See? Quite simple. The others expressed admiration. Following that, Pei Su dialed another number. This time, it was none other than Qi Tianyun. The call connected swiftly. Hello? Xiao Pei. How thoughtful of you to call. I heard you enjoy tea. I have a special tea cake from the second mother tree of the Dahong Pao, exceptionally fragrant. Come and have some. Pei Su sighed internally. It seems everyone knows of my fondness for tea now. It must have been leaked by Li Yunchang. No need for that. Commander Qi, I called to discuss a matter with you. Pei Su spoke softly. Would you be interested in owning a nuclear-powered handgun? The kind that, with a single pull of the trigger, could obliterate half a mountain. This would be the world's first nuclear-powered handgun and quite possibly the last. As you know, handguns are bound to fade away eventually. However, they symbolize a man's romance, intertwined with elements of duels and warfare. Whoever possesses such a handgun will secure a place in history. Before Pei Su could finish, Qi Tianyun interjected. Just tell me the price. I want it. Without a moment's hesitation, 100 million each. Are you truly interested? Pei Su inquired softly. 100 million? Qi Tianyun did not hesitate. I want it. Whether for the sake of collecting or for the purpose of leaving a mark in history, a price of 100 million is quite bearable. Of course, the most crucial factor is that Qi Tianyun can afford this price. A portion of the military budget across various military districts is allocated for forward-looking collections, which can serve as investments for the future. Therefore, spending 100 million to acquire a firearm is not a violation of any regulations. Chapter 105. Becoming an academician? Nuclear-powered firearms. Nuclear-powered tanks. 200 million. Leaving a mark in history is something that appeals to individuals like Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun, or rather, it is an irresistible allure for all Chinese. The mere possibility of leaving a historical legacy is tantalizing. Who could possibly resist? Pei Su looked at everyone. Once this is accomplished, each of us will receive over 30 million. Xiaohua glanced at Pei Su, reminding him, Brother Pei, you are mistaken. Based on the last distribution ratio, we will each receive around 20 million. Still, that is quite a sum. The eyes of the crowd began to gleam with green light. 20 million for each person? With 20 million, the possibilities are endless. Wang Qingyu felt a bit dizzy. The most expensive luxury item I've purchased is an Hermes bag, priced at 500,000 each. With this money, I could buy 40 of them in one go. 40 top-tier Hermes bags could fill an entire room. 20 million could easily secure a nice apartment in Kyoto, Li Bei muttered like a wolf. 20 million. Xiaohua felt a headache coming. How am I supposed to spend this money? Forget it. I might as well save it in the bank and earn interest. After the last side job, everyone visibly became wealthier. However, Xiaohua had little to spend on, so he deposited the money in the bank. That substantial deposit made him a VIP client, and during holidays, the bank manager would call to check in, occasionally sending rice, flour, and oil as gifts. Everyone had begun to contemplate what to do with their shares of the money. Pei Su looked at their reactions, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. For the sake of this money, we should work even harder. Money has an undeniable driving force. On January 5, 2027, outside Lonka University, several large postal trucks were parked at the entrance, drawing the attention of some students. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood at the gate, waving at a young man approaching. Pei Su, over here. The person at the postal truck's entrance was Li Mutong. Here, I've gathered all the materials you requested. 2A8 model strong magnetic field devices, 2CC19 advanced cyclotrons, and all materials for 150 tons of boron ore. Pei Su blinked. Old Li, you're not being fair. Li Mutong chuckled. Boron 11 is contained in boron ore, and it's quite expensive. Boron 11 with 90 purity costs 260,000 per kilogram. For 150 tons of boron 11, that amounts to 39 billion. Don't blame me. Your request is unreasonable. Hence, I brought you the boron ore directly and even contacted a company for purification. They will produce boron 11 with 80 purity from the 150 tons of boron ore, although 20 will be boron 10. However, since you can handle temperatures of 30 billion degrees Celsius, extracting the boron powder and purifying the isotopes should pose no challenge for you. As he spoke, Li Mutong winked. It's not that I don't want to provide you with boron 11. It's just that your request is beyond the nation's reserves. You really are asking for a lion's share, 150 tons of boron 11. In terms of pricing, no cyclotron, graphene, or strong magnetic field device can compare to the cost of 150 tons of 90 pure boron 11. Li Mutong patted Pei Su's shoulder. Moreover, using boron powder with 80 boron 11 and 20 boron 10 for nuclear fusion is theoretically feasible. As long as the high temperature issue is resolved, the energy produced will not be diminished. Pei Su shrugged. Whatever, it doesn't matter. They are essentially the same. The only difference between boron powder and high purity boron 11 is 10. Although boron 11 is needed for high-end nuclear fusion, a little extra boron 10 won't be a problem. I have my ways to resolve it. It's inconsequential. All right, I must take my leave. Just before Li Mutong departed, a sudden impulse surged within him. He couldn't help but turn back to Pei Su, exclaiming loudly, Pei Su, don't you have desires for other things? Pei Su turned in confusion. I don't quite understand what you mean. What I mean is, Li Mutong smiled. Have you ever considered the idea of becoming an academician? Pei Su was taken aback. Becoming an academician? Who wouldn't want to be an academician? An academician is the highest title in the academic world, something no one would refuse. Yet, it is incredibly challenging. Having an uncle like Li Yong, Pei Su had learned about the selection criteria for academicians. In truth, becoming an academician is a daunting task. Technical proficiency alone is insufficient. One must also possess qualifications. Qualifications serve as a standard for evaluation when your technical skills do not significantly surpass those of others. Imagine an examiner for a Mandarin certification facing two candidates, one who is more attractive and appears healthier, and another who is less appealing and seems less fit. If only one can pass, it will undoubtedly be the candidate with the more outstanding attributes. The same principle applies to academicians. Qualifications are not mandatory, but they become significant when your technical achievements are comparable to others. The previous year's reserve academicians included the present Li Mutong, Li Jing from the Kyoto Laboratory, and Wang Jun from the Military Industry Laboratory in Modu. Among them, Li Mutong is the youngest. Therefore, if he cannot produce sufficiently impressive results in a short time, Wang Jun and Li Jing will undoubtedly become academicians before him. However, Li Mutong will soon unveil his helium-3 nuclear fusion technology. At that point, the sheer impact of his technical achievements will overshadow any concerns regarding qualifications, allowing him to surpass both Wang Jun and Li Jing in becoming a full academician. But for Pei Su, did he wish to become an academician? He consulted his heart. The answer was a resounding yes. He yearned for it. beyond measure. Yet, could he truly become an academician? Pei Su hesitated, but soon, Li Mutong spoke up again. Your technical achievements are sufficient to make people overlook your age. And that alone is enough. Indeed, Pei Su realized his technical accomplishments had already met the standard for academician selection. Given the current situation, as long as he successfully implements the technology for controllable nuclear fusion using boron 11, he could stake his claim in this year's academician selection. However, Pei Su felt a pang of curiosity. His identity was classified, a top-level military secret. Could someone whose existence is unknown even to industry insiders truly become an academician? Pei Su found himself doubting. He resolved to find the time to consult his uncle, Li Yong. Chapter 106. The Warmth of Family Affection. Just as Pei Su had seen off Li Mutong, Xiao rushed in, whispering, "Old Qin wants us to come over." Really? Pei Su was taken aback. What a coincidence. In the office, Qin, impeccably dressed, addressed the group. Starting tomorrow, we will collaborate with the Lonka Institute to research controllable nuclear fusion devices. The unexpected announcement left everyone bewildered. Chen Kai exclaimed, "Old Qin, is this really so urgent?" Qin nodded, "Indeed. I've spent the past 3 months preparing you for this. 3 months ago, Li Jingyuan approached me, hoping I would lead this research." Suddenly, everything clicked for the group. It was no wonder that 3 months prior, Qin had begun imparting knowledge in nuclear physics. The first cohort of the long talent class had been selected based on exceptional intellect. Despite only 3 months of training, they had transformed into knowledgeable experts in nuclear physics. However, a silence fell over the group as they turned to Pei Su. He had just taken on 2 private projects, and now Old Qin required their involvement. This clash of schedules put Pei Su in a difficult position. If he managed it well, he could avoid offending both commanders while fulfilling Old Qin's task. This collaboration could also help them establish roots in the Lonka Institute, paving their way toward the prestigious title of academician. Conversely, a poor handling could alienate the commanders and leave Old Qin displeased, jeopardizing future opportunities for private work. Pei Su pondered for a moment, contemplating his words. Just then, Li Yunchang's voice echoed from outside. "Pei Su, what's going on? Why are there over a dozen postal trucks parked outside? I asked who signed for them, and they said it was you. What's the deal?" Li Yunchang stormed in, directly confronting Pei Su. Pei Su stammered. Those are some materials we'll need later." "Materials?" Li Yunchang scrutinized him. "Where did you order them? What connection could warrant postal delivery?" Qin cast a thoughtful glance at Pei Su, but remained silent. Pei Su was still trying to formulate an excuse when Qin spoke. "You've taken on private work, haven't you?" Pei Su broke into a cold sweat. Qin slowly rose. But instead of reprimanding him, he smiled lightly. "Taking on private work is a good sign. It indicates that you are gradually establishing trust in the military science community. However, you must participate in this nuclear physics project. Who are the clients?" Clearly, Qin was inquiring about the private jobs Pei Su had accepted. The commanders Zhao Linghua and Qi Tianyun. Pei Su confessed honestly. "Those two." Qin furrowed his brow slightly. "It won't be easy to appease them. They are likely contemplating this year's equipment overhaul and the grand military competition." After a moment of contemplation, Qin made a promise. "Here's the deal. If you can complete the tasks assigned by the Lonka Institute by March, then you may attend to your private work afterward. But remember, you must fulfill their assignments. Do you understand?" Qin viewed private work lightly, believing that while it was a positive development indicating trust from higher-ups, the completion of the controllable nuclear fusion device was paramount. "Yes, Old Qin." Pei Su felt a wave of relief. "March. That's 3 months away. I've already mastered the technology for level 3 nuclear fusion. Completing a standard controllable nuclear fusion device will be a breeze." With this thought, Pei Su beamed. "Rest assured. Let us depart this afternoon," Qin decided, opting to expedite their plans. As a result, the group gathered their belongings and, on a bright yet chilly afternoon, set off for the Lonka Institute. Upon arrival, the customary pleasantries ensued. The institute's president, Jiang Mingtang, along with Vice President Zhou Tai, engaged in cordial conversation with Qin and Li Yunchang. After some time, Jiang casually remarked, "The children must be hungry. Let us have a banquet tonight." Qin nodded. "That sounds good. We can discuss the progress of controllable nuclear fusion." Upon hearing this, Jiang's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he nodded in agreement. In the evening, at a nearby restaurant, a private room had been reserved. Among the attendees were Pei Su's uncle, Li Yong, and Wang Jiang. Seated beside them was a stern-looking, lean middle-aged man, exuding a composed aura and wearing a black down coat, giving him an air of distinguished maturity. Along with President Jiang and Vice President Zhou, there were now 6 individuals at the table. "Old Qin, you were once the president of the Lonka Institute. I was merely your researcher back then. So you're familiar with everyone here. Old Li, Old Wang, Old Chun." Jiang gestured towards Li Yong, Wang Jiang, and the serious-looking man. Qin nodded and directly stated, "Let us discuss the project's progress." Jiang nodded and began detailing the project's status. Meanwhile, Li Yong, seated next to Pei Su, was continuously serving him food. "So, you're in your 2nd year, soon to be in your 3rd. How are you finding it?" Li Yong asked as he served more dishes. Pei Su chuckled. "I'm enjoying it. I've encountered many fascinating things and met many intriguing people. Li Yong nodded. That's good to hear. It seems enrolling you in the long talent class was the right decision. He reminisced a bit, having not seen Pei Su for almost a year. Initially, he had worried whether Pei Su would adapt to the environment of the long talent class. Yet, it was evident that Pei Su not only adapted perfectly, but also wielded considerable influence there. Pei Su shared many stories, and Li Yong was aware that Pei Su had become the class leader of the long talent class. I must tell you, Li Yong lowered his voice. I've noticed that your classmates are all exceptional individuals. You're among the first cohort of the long talent class. Once you graduate, there will be a second cohort. If you wish to thrive in research, it's not enough to focus solely on your studies. You must also cultivate relationships with talented individuals. Your classmates will become valuable connections. Even after graduation, don't neglect your alma mater. Frequently return to Lonka University, especially to maintain ties with members of the second and third cohorts. The long talent class is an ambitious project, rumored to last for 100 cohorts, with each lasting 4 years. It could span nearly 400 years. While no one can predict how many cohorts will ultimately be established, it is certain that anyone who becomes a member of the long talent class is a genius. When the time comes for you to recruit talent in the future, the connections you have established will spare you the arduous task of sifting through a sea of mediocrity to find those exceptional minds who resonate with your vision and can keep pace with your ambitions. Li Yong, after enjoying a few drinks, expressed a multitude of thoughts in a stream of words. Pei Su simply smiled, feeling a warmth in her heart. Although much of her uncle's discourse held little practical significance for her, such as the networking benefits post-graduation, which, from her perspective, often seemed to serve others more than herself, there was a sense of care in his words that made her feel that this journey was worthwhile. Chapter 107. Tang Puhua indeed. Old Qin, echoed Jiang Mingtang solemnly at the dining table. Since 2024, we have been engaged with this order and have conducted extensive research on it. As we delve deeper, we find that controlled nuclear fusion resembles an iceberg. The more we chip away at it, the more we uncover the hidden challenges and secrets beneath its surface. In a hushed tone, Jiang Mingtang continued, to cite a few straightforward issues. First, the strong magnetic field apparatus fails to adequately contain high temperatures. Second, our small-scale explosive connection devices display instability, rendering them incapable of withstanding the energy generated during nuclear fusion for extended periods. And there are additional problems yet to discuss. As Jiang Mingtang elaborated, Old Qin appeared to ponder deeply. This gathering persisted until dusk, when Old Qin and Li Yunchang boarded a bus to depart from the Lonka Institute. Jiang Mingtang, Li Yong, Wang Jiang, and a middle-aged man accompanied them to bid farewell, while Pei Su and the others stood at the entrance of the institute. The others exhibited a sense of urgency, glancing around with expressions of curiosity, embodying the essence of youthful students eagerly awaiting direction. What are you all doing? Calm down, Pei Su remarked, holding a lollipop and observing them with mild confusion. Pei Gu, this is Lonka Institute, Chun Kei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is the paradise every researcher dreams of entering. Wang Qingyu added in a hushed tone, if this project progresses smoothly, we might also gain entry into Lonka Institute and establish ourselves as external researchers. External researchers? Pei Su was aware of the term. These individuals possessed unique privileges that allowed Lonka Institute to allocate talent from various research entities. However, those entities might be reluctant to part with their top talents. Thus, the concept of external researchers emerged, allowing one to hold dual identities, an external researcher alongside their primary occupation. The scope of external researchers is vast. One might be a shop owner in daily life, but still serve as a researcher at Lonka Institute, even if they are listed as a legal entity. Similarly, if a quality tester for beverages discovered a bacterium capable of surviving in alcohol, they could simultaneously fulfill their role while also being a researcher at Lonka Institute. This is the essence of being an external researcher. Because of the institute's high authority, one can maintain their original job while also being affiliated with Lonka Institute. They are students, yet if they excel, they too may become external researchers. Indeed, if I could become an external researcher, Li Bei's eyes sparkled. When I return home for the holidays and people ask what I do, I could say I work at Lonka Institute. Wouldn't that be impressive? Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Who wouldn't want to be associated with Lonka Institute? After all, it is the institution that bestows the highest honor of academician upon every researcher. Children, in the distance. Jiang Mingtang called to Li Yong, Wang Jiang, and the middle-aged man, drawing everyone's attention. In a moment, I will have someone take you to the apartments for the night. Tomorrow morning, we will handle the formalities. Subsequently, you 6 will split into 2 groups and join academician Tang Puhua and academician Li Yong, following their guidance. Jiang Mingtang suggested. Turning to Li Yong, Old Li, why don't you take them? Li Yong shook his head. No need, Pei Su knows the way. Jiang Mingtang nodded and looked back at Pei Su. Then, Pei, please lead everyone to the apartments. There are several vacant ones to the east, and they aren't locked. You can simply enter. All right, Pei Su replied, feeling quite familiar with the task. As evening fell, they arranged accommodations for everyone. and Pei Su retired early to rest. Soon, morning arrived. A knock at the apartment door roused Pei Su from sleep. "Who is it?" she asked, rubbing her eyes. Outside stood Li Yong and Tang Puhua. Li Yong glanced at the drowsy Pei Su and casually remarked, "Old Tang, you take him. I'll keep my distance." Tang Puhua gestured with a no sign. "No problem. Remember, just practice freely. My nephew has done quite a bit and has rich experience." "Really?" Tang Puhua quipped, casting a skeptical glance at Pei Su. Pei Su, feeling slightly exasperated, replied, "Uncle, we finally meet, and you truly wish to avoid me? Do you think I don't want you to help me?" Li Yong smirked, procedurally. "I must avoid any conflict of interest. It's unavoidable. This pertains to the subsequent project's review process. If Pei Su were to appear on my team, it could raise some issues. Though the likelihood is low, it's best to err on the side of caution." Then, Li Yong knocked on the doors of the others. Ultimately, he chose to take Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming, while Pei Su, Xiaohua, and Chun Kei fell under the guidance of Tang Puhua. "Xiaohua, you will be responsible for the laboratory's power protection and cleanliness. Chun Kei, you will handle regular maintenance and short-term testing of the instruments. Pei Su, you will simply manage the air conditioning switches. There is nothing else for you to concern yourself with," Tang Puhua instructed in the lab. Pei Su opened her mouth to inquire, "Academician Tang, what are our working hours?" "Well, you can leave whenever you wish. Just ensure you depart after me," Tang Puhua replied casually. Oh, Pei Su realized that Tang Puhua had no intention of truly utilizing the three of them. This was understandable, as Tang Puhua seemed unaware of Pei Su's background and the significance of the Dragon Talent class in Old Qin SIs. Chapter 108. The Path of Wisdom. This academician Tang Puhua appeared to be an antiquated scholar. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Su attempted to inquire, "Do you usually enjoy sitting in the laboratory for hours on end, perhaps even 10 to 20? Tang Puhua nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed. How did you know?" Pei Su pressed further. "Do you tend to head home directly after leaving the lab, without returning to the Lonka Institute?" Tang Puhua confirmed with a nod. "Yes." Pei Su continued. "Do you generally avoid engaging with news from the outside world? Do you seldom call friends to catch up on the current state of affairs in the country?" At this point, Tang Puhua finally caught on. "Hey, you little rascal. Don't think that just because you're Uncle Li's nephew, I want to take you to task. Is this some sort of teasing?" Pei Su chuckled. "You even know the word tease. You truly are erudite." Tang Puhua replied proudly. "Of course, I graduated with dual doctorates in Chinese literature and nuclear physics. But soon." Tang Puhua realized. "Aren't you the one teasing me?" Pei Su sighed. "Academician Tang, we are genuinely busy, and we must assist you in completing this project before the end of March, or we cannot proceed to the next one." Tang Puhua laughed. "You think you can complete my project? Child, you are still far too young." Pei Su glanced at the experimental equipment beside him. "Why not allow me to undertake some tasks typical of a formal researcher?" Tang Puhua shook his head. "Forget it. My project is at a critical juncture. You'd best not complicate matters and focus on your tasks." As he spoke, Tang Puhua shook his head and turned to leave. Pei Su hesitated to speak. Xiaohua approached quietly. "Pei Gu, it seems academician Tang is a scholarly recluse, uninterested in utilizing our assistance. What should we do now?" Chun Kei also expressed concern. "If we cannot complete the controllable nuclear fusion project by the end of March, won't our side projects be in vain?" Pei Su pondered for a moment, a smile creeping onto his face. "Let it be. We will see in a few days." In his heart, he had already conceived a solution. 5 days later, Pei Su stood at the entrance of the laboratory, gazing at the blackboard once more. It was blank. Xiaohua asked, "Pei Gu, how long must we wait?" Pei Su replied, "A few more days." 15 days later, Pei Su returned to the laboratory entrance, scrutinizing the blackboard, which now bore several lines of text. 1. High-temperature issues. 2. Equipment issues. 3. Strong magnetic field device issues. Pei Su stood before the blackboard for a while. Chun Kei inquired, "Do we need to wait a few more days?" "Just a bit longer," Pei Su murmured. A month later, at the end of February, Tang Puhua sat alone in the laboratory, holding a small notebook beside the strong magnetic field device, continuously recording data. It was already 1:30 a.m., and he had sent the other researchers home. Yet he remained, diligently documenting figures. Where was the solution? Tang Puhua sighed, feeling troubled. He turned to write the problems he had noted on the blackboard. As was the custom at Lonka Institute, any issue must be documented to be considered a true problem. Problems lingering in the mind are easily forgotten. Even if not forgotten, a mere slip in memory can lead to erroneous conclusions. Thus, recording everything was a tradition at Lonka Institute. However, as Tang Puhua stepped into the corridor to write on the blackboard, he suddenly caught sight of several figures lurking near it. "Who goes there?" Tang Puhua shouted, illuminating the area with his phone's flashlight. Upon closer inspection, he realized the figures before the blackboard were none other than Pei Su, Xiaohua, and Chun Kei. Chun Kei was holding a light, Xiaohua had a camera, and Pei Su was busily writing on the blackboard. Chun Kei and Xiaohua turned at the noise. But Pei Su remained engrossed in his writing, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Curious, Tang Puhua stepped closer to the blackboard and was taken aback by what Pei Su had inscribed. His eyes widened in astonishment. The content Pei Su had written was a response to the problems listed on the blackboard. Furthermore, the answers were exceedingly detailed, outlining each step meticulously. Tang Puhua felt his gaze lock onto the board, his breathing quickening, as if under a spell. Each step transformed into a plethora of data within his mind, and he began calculating everything. As an esteemed scholar, his ability to compute data in his mind was fundamental. Suddenly, he felt a jolt. Could this problem truly be resolved? In that moment, Tang Puhua was overwhelmed with astonishment. It wasn't until Pei Su finished writing that he turned around. Upon seeing Tang Puhua beside him, Pei Su was startled, his breath uneven. Academician Tang, how did you appear so suddenly? Chen Kai remarked expressionlessly. Pei Su, he did call for you. Xiaohua nodded. Equally stoic, his call was as loud as a whale's wail, yet you didn't hear it. Tang Puhua pointed at Pei Su. Astonished you. How did you arrive at these answers? Pei Su smiled. I apologize, Academician Tang, but our time is quite limited, and I had to do this to capture your attention. Typically, regardless of how Pei Su expressed himself, Tang Puhua never afforded him the opportunity to showcase his talents. Thus, Pei Su had no choice but to resort to this method. After all, this was the custom at Lonka Institute. And it was precisely because of this custom that when Pei Su first saw that blackboard 3 years prior, it triggered the system, leading to all subsequent events. Tang Puhua finally grasped the meaning of being profoundly moved. Suddenly, he clutched his heart, feeling unwell. At that moment, Pei Su panicked. Academician Tang, what's wrong? Please speak to me. Tang Puhua's voice was low. I have a heart condition, as he pointed to his chest, where his emergency heart medication lay. He did not wish to die, yet, he felt another sensation arise. Seeing the problems on the blackboard resolved was a form of enlightenment. A worthy end if it came to that. Chapter 109. The green grass massage parlor. Tang Puhua suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. He jolted awake, only to find himself in a hospital, a nurse drawing blood beside him. Outside the window, the morning light streamed in. You're awake? The nurse grumbled. Your family has already settled the bill for you to rest here. You're quite an adult, yet you have a hereditary heart condition. Please refrain from getting overly agitated. I see from your records that you have previously received treatment at the First People's Hospital, so you're aware of your heart condition. Why are you being so reckless? Tang Puhua, however, was not in the mood to respond to the nurse's inquiries. He blankly asked, where's Pei Su? The nurse, puzzled, replied. Are you referring to the young man named Tang Su? He asked me to inform you that he is waiting for you at the school. Tang Su. Gradually, Tang Puhua's thoughts began to clarify, and he started to understand. He had fainted due to his heart condition, and it seemed that Pei Su had brought him to the hospital. Furthermore, he had introduced himself as Tang Su in front of the nurse to disguise himself as Tang Puhua's family member. However, Pei Su likely did not know that his hereditary heart condition did not require surgery. Therefore, the young man's elaborate charade of becoming Tang Su was unnecessary. Only surgeries required a family member's signature. Nevertheless, reflecting on Pei Su's actions, Tang Puhua felt a warm sensation in his heart. This young man was indeed quite loyal. He removed the tubes connected to him, stating, I am fine, nurse, I must discharge myself immediately. Discharge immediately? The nurse exclaimed in shock, quickly responding, no. The director has instructed me to inform you that you need to rest in the hospital for several days for proper observation. In reality, when the hospital director discovered that Tang Puhua was an academician, he was nearly petrified and promptly arranged for a private room and the finest doctors to attend to him, fearing that an academician might perish in his hospital, which would render him liable. No, I must leave now. Tang Puhua forcefully detached the various tubes and instruments connected to him. Weakly, he stood up from the bed, his legs trembling, almost collapsing to the floor. Yet he managed to steady himself. A glimmer of resolve sparkled in his eyes. I must hurry back to the Lonka Institute. I must return. Hey, don't leave. How am I supposed to explain this to the director? The nurse shouted urgently, calling for security. However, the guards, upon gathering, were surprisingly unable to stop Tang Puhua. In a moment of desperation, Tang Puhua's speed was too swift. He dashed back to the Lonka Institute still clad in his hospital gown. At the entrance of the Lonka Institute, Li Yong and Wang Jiang were engaged in a conversation while smoking. If you ask me, Wang Jiang scoffed. We might as well put aside the controlled nuclear fusion project. Li Yong shook his head. We cannot afford to do that. It's challenging, yet the potential rewards are immense. This is an order from the National Academy. Wang Jiang rolled his eyes again. We cannot solve such a complex issue, and I doubt those overseas can either. Since no one can tackle it, why not wait until new materials become available before trying again? Li Yong sighed. Progress on controlled nuclear fusion had been persistently unsatisfactory. The 3 students assigned by Qin Lao had been incessantly clamoring for his assistance in seeking help from Pei Su, which he deemed counterproductive. What did Pei Su know about nuclear fusion? Although his nephew possessed vast knowledge and had initiated groundbreaking research, it was unwise to assign him responsibility for controlled nuclear fusion. Furthermore, if Pei Su truly understood controlled nuclear fusion, he would have approached Li Yong himself by now. The lack of communication over these many days indicated he was likely encountering difficulties. While they were smoking and chatting, They suddenly noticed Tang Puhua sprinting back in a hospital gown. Old Tang, Li Yong exclaimed in surprise, what happened to you? Tang Puhua, breathless, replied, where is Pei Su? I need to find him. I don't know, Li Yong responded, puzzled. What is going on? This is quite bizarre. An esteemed academician, now resembling a frantic individual, running back in a hospital gown. Who would not find this odd? Wang Jiang was equally bewildered. Tang Puhua, calming himself, urgently said, he knows the technology for controlled nuclear fusion. Quickly, let us convene a meeting to discuss this technology. What? Upon hearing this, Li Yong was taken aback. Wang Jiang was equally stunned. He understands it? From Wang Jiang's perspective, Pei Su seemed almost monstrous. So young, merely in his 20s, yet he was already involved in groundbreaking research, launching with an 8th-generation machine. The starting point was extraordinarily high. Initially, one would assume there were limits to human ability, yet Tang Puhua's assertion left Wang Jiang utterly perplexed. Are people beyond limits? Then, can Pei Su truly comprehend controlled nuclear fusion? Would this leave no work for the academicians? Soon, the meeting room began to fill with attendees. At that moment, the door swung open, and Jiang Mingtang entered with a teacup, looking astonished. What's the matter? Why the urgency in calling me here? Jiang Mingtang had yet to finish another meeting when he received a rather anxious summons from Tang Puhua, leading him to believe something was amiss. Where's Pei Su? Tang Puhua inquired. I haven't seen him. Who knows where he is? Jiang Mingtang casually replied. Then go find him. Tang Puhua implored urgently. Jiang Mingtang was taken aback. Tang Puhua, an old scholar, typically undervalued interpersonal relationships, but maintained a sense of propriety. At that moment, his urgency bordered on a shout. Could it be that Pei Su had gotten into trouble? Jiang Mingtang had always been tolerant of Tang Puhua, despite being an old scholar lacking social acumen. His genuine intellect and scholarly achievements warranted respect. Seeing Tang Puhua in such a state irritated Jiang Mingtang. What nonsense are you calling me for? How should I know where that young man is? Old Tang, you must adjust your attitude. After all, I am still the director. He has mastered the technology for controlled nuclear fusion, Tang Puhua stated. Jiang Mingtang paused for a second. What? What are you saying? He has mastered the technology for controlled nuclear fusion, Tang Puhua reiterated. I fainted and ended up in the hospital because I saw what he wrote about it. At this point, Jiang Mingtang finally noticed Tang Puhua was wearing a hospital gown. His anger dissipated, and he quickly made a call. Hello? Zhou Tai, find someone. Who should I look for? Pei Su. Quickly, hurry. In the office, Zhou Tai had also received a call from Tang Puhua about the meeting. Now, he received Jiang Mingtang's call and paused for a moment. Pei Su, why are we suddenly looking for this boy? The problem is, where do I find him? I'm the deputy director, but you can't assign me every task. You could contact the police for this. Zhou Tai hung up, feeling a bit resentful. After a moment of thought, he called Tang Puhua. Hello? Academician Tang. The director asked me to find your subordinate, Pei Su. Do you know where he is? In the meeting room, a silence fell. Tang Puhua felt a surge of anxiety, trembling as he retrieved a quick-acting heart pill from his chest. Jiang Mingtang, now somewhat furious, took the phone. I told you to find someone. Why are you calling him? He.S. right here with me. Zhou Tai was startled. All right, got it. What on earth is happening? I'm not in the wrong here. As deputy director, he had an excellent memory and Pei Su's contact information. However, the program must proceed. And one must seek out Pei Su, not merely for her presence, but also to inform Tang Puhua, for Pei Su is under Tang Puhua's care. Thus, it is essential to notify Tang Puhua before searching for Pei Su. Unexpectedly, it turns out that Tang Puhua is already looking for Pei Su. After much contemplation, Zhou Tai had no choice but to dial Pei Su's number once more. At the Green Grass Massage Parlor, Pei Su was comfortably receiving a massage from a technician. Nearby, Xiao Hua and Chun Kei had already finished their sessions. They were enjoying fruit while watching television. Pei Gu, Xiao Hua asked, taking a bite of dragon fruit. Do you think it's really acceptable to get a massage during work hours? Absolutely no problem, Pei Su replied candidly. Old Tang is hospitalized, and we took care of him until the early hours. Aren't we entitled to some enjoyment? After spending 10 hours in the lab, doesn't your back hurt? Xiao Hua nodded. It does. Sitting for too long has caused some lumbar strain, and after tending to Tang Puhua in the hospital until late, I came here to relax my muscles. Then why not enjoy it? Pei Su remarked. Just relish the moment. Bro skeptical, Xiao Hua pondered her words. Meanwhile, Chun Kei was thoroughly enjoying the experience. These days are quite pleasant. Pei Gu, how about we invest in a massage parlor someday, and visit whenever we please? Suit yourself. If you wish to buy, go ahead. I'll just take a 50 stake, Pei Su replied casually, engaging Chun Kei in conversation without realizing that his phone had already died due to lack of charge. On the other end, Zhou Tai was growing increasingly anxious, unable to reach Pei Su. Resigned, he dialed another number. Hello? Xiao Chun, it's me, Zhou Tai. Didn't you develop an app that can directly locate a phone? Please send it to me right now. Upon receiving the location app from a researcher named Chun, Zhou Tai downloaded it and pinpointed Pei Su's phone. Green Grass Massage Parlor? His vision darkened. What is this kid doing during work hours? With no other option, he decided to head to the massage parlor. After about 10 minutes of massage, the technician's shift ended. Pei Su stood up, feeling the oil all over his body. Sticky and uncomfortable. I'll go take a shower. You all keep an eye out. Just as Pei Su stepped into the shower room, the door to the massage room suddenly swung open, and Zhou Tai barged in. The manager behind him was visibly distressed. Sir, we may have to call the police if you continue like this. Xiaohua and Chun Kei exchanged puzzled looks. Zhou Tai looked at the three of them. What are you all staring at? Xiaohua pondered for a moment and suggested, Director Zhou, shall we join you? Zhou Tai snorted in disbelief. You're skipping work for this? He turned to Pei Su. Where is he? I need to speak with him. Xiaohua pointed towards the shower room. Yes, in there. Zhou Tai froze momentarily. Is it proper for you all to be at a massage parlor? Suddenly, he thought of Pei Su, a promising young talent. Surely he wasn't getting entangled in any dubious activities? With such potential, he was destined to be a future star. Yet, if he inadvertently got involved in illegal matters, it would be disastrous. Sir, our massage parlor is entirely legitimate, the manager interjected earnestly. Doubtful, Zhou Tai remained skeptical. Soon, the shower room door opened, and Pei Su emerged in the massage parlor-esque attire. They exchanged glances, falling into an uncomfortable silence. Pei Su broke the silence after a moment. Director Zhou, care to join? I heard there's a 4-person room here. The manager chimed in. Indeed, sir. We even have a 6-person room. Zhou Tai, now irate, snapped. Get out of here. He turned to Pei Su. Come on, we need to leave. Everyone is waiting for you. But, leader, I need to change my clothes. No time for that. Everyone is waiting. Time is precious. In the conference room, as Zhou Tai ushered Pei Su inside, a profound silence enveloped the room. Li Yong inquired, what happened? Wang Jiang raised an eyebrow. Did you go to indulge in some illicit activities? Li Yong, serious, stood up and leaned close to Pei Su, whispering, did you really go? Pei Su, exasperated, replied, it was innocent, I assure you. Li Yong scrutinized Pei Su, glancing at his attire from the massage parlor, his expression one of disbelief. Taking a deep breath, he advised, we are all adults here, my friend. I hope you can develop a healthy perspective on relationships. Engaging in such activities for money is illegal. You could openly seek a girlfriend. Commander Zhang Yutong's granddaughter, Zhang Wan, seems to have an interest in you. Pei Su protested, I'm telling you, it was innocent. Just trust me. Enough, Jiang Mingtang interrupted. Let us cut to the chase. I have a meeting to attend. Tang Puhua nodded and turned to Pei Su. Pei Su, please recapitulate what you wrote on the board. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed upon him, Pei Su hesitated no longer. The issues regarding controllable nuclear fusion revolve around the operational time of strong magnetic fields, high-temperature constraints, and sustainability. I can resolve all these issues. The room fell into a profound silence. You mean to say? Jiang Mingtang stood up, quietly drawing the curtains, turning on the lights, and facing Pei Su. You possess complete knowledge of controllable nuclear fusion technology? You can solve all the problems we face. Pei Su nodded. Yes. I mastered this technology well before joining the Lonka Institute. Jiang Mingtang was momentarily taken aback. Then why didn't you mention it sooner? Pei Su glanced at Tang Puhua, pausing briefly. I would have liked to say that, but you never asked. Chapter 111. How could this girl be so impressive? The atmosphere was thick with silence. Jiang Mingtang stood, gazing at Pei Su. Since you understand this technology, stop dawdling. Get to work. Pei Su shrugged, stepping outside and calling out, prepare yourselves. Everyone looked puzzled. Following him outside, only to find Xiaohua, Chun Kei, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming already waiting outside the conference room. With Pei Su's command, the 5 responded in unison, yes. In that moment, it was palpable that the 5 individuals emanated a renewed vigor. Previously, when divided into 2 groups, their energies felt disjointed. Now, with Pei Su's directive, the Lonkai team had united as one, their spirits transformed. By the end of March, merely a month and a half later, the Lonka Institute had entered an unprecedented phase. In the office, Jiang Mingtang listened to Tang Puhua's report, astonished. He never anticipated that Pei Su would truly accomplish it. In just 2 months, Pei Su had resolved all issues related to controllable nuclear fusion. Coupled with the current materials and equipment at the Lonka Institute, the progress was astounding. Director, Tang Puhua stated plainly, based on Pei Su's recent efforts, without him, we would likely have spent another 5 to 8 years on this project. Indeed, the Lonka Institute, as one of the finest research institutions in Huagua, had achieved remarkable feats in the field of controllable nuclear fusion. Few organizations worldwide had reached such heights. The arrival of Pei Su has remarkably expedited the progress at the Long Institute of Technology by 5 to 8 years. Unbelievable, Jiang Shanghua murmured to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, since the controllable nuclear fusion device has been completed, when shall we commence testing? Tang Puhua glanced at his watch. This afternoon. The leaders from the National Academy have indicated that they have summoned all heads of the controllable nuclear fusion research teams to the Long Institute. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, we will conduct a unified test. Jiang Shanghua nodded in acknowledgement. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, outside the Long Institute, Pei Su was idly enjoying the breeze. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingtang, Li Yong, Wang Jiang, and Tang Puhua eagerly awaited the arrival of vehicles. Soon, A large postal truck approached, and to their surprise, Wang Hongzhe emerged from it. At that moment, Jiang Mingtang realized. So that was it, no wonder. He felt both astonished and yet understood that this was to be expected. Who is Wang Hongzhe? He is a top researcher from Harbin Institute of Technology, reputed to be a leading figure in the military science field of the nation. A decade ago, he was hailed as the second genius proficient in all domains after Elder Qin. Today his stature has only risen, second only to Elder Qin. As a researcher with expertise across multiple fields, it is only fitting that he oversees the controllable nuclear fusion project. After all, the three northeastern provinces are industrial powerhouses, and their climate is particularly conducive to the condensation work of controllable nuclear fusion. As Wang Hongzhe stepped out of the vehicle, he spotted the group led by Jiang Mingtang and felt no surprise. However, upon noticing Pei Su's presence, he was indeed taken aback. What brings you here? Wang Hongzhe expressed his astonishment. A chilling thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be that Pei Su is also involved in the controllable nuclear fusion project? No, that cannot be. He quickly dismissed this notion. It is implausible. Pei Su's career began at its pinnacle, having consistently conducted groundbreaking research. Yet, controllable nuclear fusion is not something that can be easily fabricated. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Pei Su's participation in this project seems exceedingly unlikely due to its inherent complexities. Even Wang Hongzhe has faced countless challenges and difficulties in his own research of controllable nuclear fusion. Director Jiang, Wang Hongzhe greeted Jiang Mingtang as he regained his composure. Jiang Mingtang smiled. Old Wang, have any promising talents emerged recently from Harbin Institute? Are you considering bringing them to the Long Institute? Wang Hongzhe also smiled. Not really. As you know, talent is scarce at our end. I was hoping you could send me a few capable individuals. The two shared a hearty laugh. Jiang Mingtang genuinely wished to recruit some talents from Wang Hongzhe's team. Harbin Institute stands resilient, not only due to Wang Hongzhe's presence, but also because he mentors many exceptional individuals. Talents of this caliber, even at the Long Institute, would shine brilliantly. However, it seems Wang Hongzhe not only desires to retain his talents, but also wishes to entice a few from the Long Institute. As they exchanged pleasantries, another postal truck approached swiftly, followed by several vehicles belonging to the Qian Shuessen laboratory. After these vehicles came to a halt, two men disembarked, one wearing gold-rimmed glasses and the other slender in stature, revealing themselves as Li Mutong, chairman of the academic committee of Qian Shuessen Laboratory, and Sun Yun, chairman of the management committee. Following closely behind them was Zhang Wan. Upon alighting, Zhang Wan spotted Pei Su and waved with delight. Pei Su reciprocated with a smile, happy to see Zhang Wan again. After all, during their arduous 3 months at Qian Shuessen Laboratory,